The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 7, Side 2. Sculpture in relief was so old that a pretty legend could undertake to describe its origin. A lass of Corinth drew upon a wall the outline of the shadow that the lamplight cast of her lover's head. Her father, Butides, a potter, filled in the outline with clay, pressed the form to hardness, took it down, and baked it. So, Pliny assures us, bas-relief was born. The art became even more important than sculpture in the adornment of temples and graves. Already in 520, Aristocles made a funeral relief of Aristides, which is one of the many treasures of the Athens Museum. Since reliefs were nearly always painted, sculpture, relief, and painting were allied arts, usually handmaids to architecture, and most artists were skilled in all four forms. Temple moldings, friezes, metopes, and pediment backgrounds were usually painted, while the main structure was ordinarily left in the natural color of the stone. Of painting as a separate art we have only negligible remains from Greece, but we know through passages in the poets that panel painting, with colors mixed in melted wax, was already practiced in the days of Anacreon. Painting was the last great art to develop in Greece, and the last to die. All in all, the 6th century failed to rise, in any Greek art except architecture, to the boldness of conception or the perfection of form attained in the same age by Greek philosophy and poetry. Perhaps artistic patronage was slow to develop in an aristocracy still rural and poor, or in a business class too young to have graduated from wealth to taste. Nevertheless, the age of the dictators was a period of stimulation and improvement in every Greek art, above all under Pisistratus and Hippias in Athens. Towards the end of this period, the old rigidity of sculpture began to thaw, the rule of frontality was broken down, legs began to move, arms to leave the side, hands to open up, faces to take on feeling and character, bodies to bend in a variety of poses revealing new studies in anatomy and action. This revolution in sculpture, this animation of stone with life, became a major event in Greek history. The escape from frontality was one of the signal accomplishments of Greece. Egyptian and Oriental influences were set aside, and Greek art became Greek. 3. Architecture. The science of building recovered slowly from the Dorian invasion, and redeemed beyond its deserts the Dorian name. Across the Dark Age from Agamemnon to Terpander, the Mycenaean megaron transmitted the essentials of its structure to Greece. The rectangular shape of the building, the use of columns within and without, the circular shaft and simple square capital, the triglyphs and metopes of the entablature were all preserved in the greatest achievement of Greek art, the Doric style. But whereas Mycenaean architecture was apparently secular, devoted to palaces and homes, classical Greek architecture was almost entirely religious. The royal megaron was transformed into a civic temple as monarchy waned and religion and democracy united the affections of Greece in honoring the personified city and its god. The earliest Greek temples were of wood or brick, as befitted the poverty of the Dark Age. When stone became the orthodox material of temple building, the architectural features remained as set by timber construction. The rectangular naos, or temple proper, the circular shafts, the master beam architraves, the beam-end triglyphs, the gabled roof, confessed the wooden origin of their form. Even the first Ionic spiral was apparently a floral figure painted upon a block of wood. The use of stone increased as Greek wealth and travel grew. The transition was most rapid after the opening of Egypt to Greek trade about 660 B.C. Limestone was the favored material of the new styles before the 6th century. Marble came in towards 580, at first for decorative portions, then for facades, finally for the entire temple from base to tiles. 3 orders of architecture were developed in Greece, the Doric, the Ionic, and in the 4th century the Corinthian. Since the interior of the temple was reserved for the god and his ministrants, and worship was held outside, all 3 orders devoted themselves to making the exterior impressively beautiful. They began at the ground, usually in some elevated place, with the stereobate, 2 or 3 layers of foundation stone in receding steps. From the uppermost layer, or stylobate, rose directly, without individual base, the Doric column, fluted, with shallow, sharp-edged grooves, and widening perceptibly at the middle in what the Greeks called entasis, or stretching. Furthermore, the Doric column tapered slightly towards the top, thereby emulating the tree, and successfully contradicting the Minoan Mycenaean style. An undiminished shaft, worse yet one that tapers downward, seems top-heavy and graceless to the eye, while the wider base heightens that sense of stability which all architecture should convey. Perhaps, however, the Doric column is too heavy, too thick in proportion to its height, too stolidly engrossed in sturdiness and strength. Upon the Doric column sat its simple and powerful capital, a necking or circular band, a cushion-like echinus, and topmost a square abacus to spread the supporting thrust of the pillar beneath the architrave. While the Dorians were developing this style from the Megaron, modified probably by acquaintance with the Egyptian proto-Doric colonnades of Deir el-Bahri and Beni Hassan, the Ionian Greeks were altering the same fundamental form under Asiatic influence. In the resultant Ionic order, a slender column rose upon an individual base and began at the bottom as it ended at the top with a narrow fillet or band. Its height was usually greater and its diameter smaller than in the Doric shaft. The upward tapering was scarcely perceptible. The flutings were deep, semicircular grooves separated by flat edges. The Ionic capital was composed of a narrow echinus, a still narrower abacus, and between them, almost concealing them, emerged the twin spirals of a volute, like an enfolded scroll, a graceful element adapted from Hittite, Assyrian, and other Oriental forms. These characteristics, together with the elaborate adornment of the entablature, described not only a style but a people. They represented in stone the Ionian expressiveness, suppleness, sentiment, elegance, and love of delicate detail, even as the Doric order conveyed the proud reserve, the massive strength, the severe simplicity of the Dorian. The sculpture, literature, music, manners, and dress of the rival groups differed in harmony with their architectural styles. Dorian architecture is mathematics, Ionian architecture is poetry, both seeking the durability of stone. The one is Nordic, the other Oriental. Together they constitute the masculine and feminine themes in a basically harmonious form. Greek architecture distinguished itself by developing the column into an element of beauty as well as a structural support. The essential function of the external colonnade was to uphold the eaves, and to relieve the walls of the naos or inner temple from the outward thrust of the gabled roof. Above the columns rose the entablature, that is, the superstructure of the edifice. Here again, as in the supporting elements, Greek architecture sought a clear differentiation, and yet an articulated connection of the members. The architrave, the great stone that connected the capitals, was in the Doric order plain, or carried a simple painted molding. In Ionic it was composed of 3 layers, each projecting below, and was topped with a marble cornice segmented with a confusing variety of ornamental details. Since the sloping beams that made the framework of the roof in the Doric style came down and were secured between 2 horizontal beams at the eaves, the united ends of the 3 beams formed, at first in wood, then imitatively in stone, a triglyph or triply divided surface. Between each triglyph and the next, a space was left as an open window when the roof was of wood or of terracotta tiles. When translucent marble tiles were used, these metopes, or seeing between places, were filled in with marble slabs carved in low relief. In the Ionic style, a band or frieze of reliefs might run around the outer walls of the naos or cella. In the 5th century, both forms of relief, metopes and frieze, were often used in the same building, as in the Parthenon. In the pediments, the triangles formed by the gabled roof in front and rear, the sculptor found his greatest opportunity. The figures here might be drawn out in high relief and enlarged for view from below, and the cramped corners or tympana tested the subtlest skill. Finally, the roof itself might be a work of art, with brilliantly colored tiles and decorative rain-disposing acroteria, or pinnacle figures, rising from the angles of the pediments. All in all, there was probably a surplus of sculpture on the Greek temple, between the columns, along the walls, or within the edifice. The painter also was involved. The temple was colored in whole or in part, along with its statues, moldings, and reliefs. Perhaps we do the Greeks too much honor today, when time has worn the paint from their temples and divinities, and ferrous strains have lent to the marble natural and incalculable hues that set off the brilliance of the stone under the clear Greek sky. Some day, even contemporary art may become beautiful. The 2 rival styles achieved grandeur in the 6th century and perfection in the 5th. Geographically, they divided Greece unevenly. Ionic prevailed in Asia and the Aegean, Doric on the mainland and in the west. The salient achievements of 6th century Ionic were the temples of Artemis at Ephesus, of Hera at Samos, and of the Branchidae near Miletus. But only ruins survive of Ionic architecture before Marathon. The finest extant buildings from the 6th century are the older temples of Paestum and Sicily, all in the Doric style. The ground plan remains of the great temple built at Delphi between 548 and 512 from the designs of the Corinthian Spintharis. It was destroyed by earthquake in 373, was rebuilt on the same plan, and in that form still stood when Pausanias made his tour of Greece. Athenian architecture of the period was almost wholly Doric. In this style Pisistratus began, about 530, the gigantic temple of the Olympian Zeus, on the plain at the foot of the Acropolis. After the Persian conquest of Ionia in 546, hundreds of Ionian artists migrated to Attica and introduced or developed the Ionic style in Athens. By the end of the century, Athenian architects were using both orders and had laid all the technical groundwork for the Periclean age. 4. Music and the dance. The word musicae among the Greeks meant originally any devotion to any muse. Plato's academy was called a museon, or museum, that is, a place dedicated to the muses and the many cultural pursuits which they patronized. The museum at Alexandria was a university of literary and scientific activity, not a collection of museum pieces. In the narrower and modern sense, music was at least as popular among the Greeks as it is among ourselves today. In Arcadia, all freemen studied music to the age of 30. Everyone knew some instrument, and to be unable to sing was accounted a disgrace. Lyric poetry was so named because, in Greece, it was composed to be sung to the accompaniment of the lyre, the harp, or the flute. The poet usually wrote the music as well as the words and sang his own songs. To be a lyric poet in ancient Greece was far more difficult than to compose, as poets do today, verses for silent and solitary reading. Before the 6th century, there was hardly any Greek literature divorced from music. Education and letters, as well as religion and war, were bound up with music. Martial airs played an important part in military training, and nearly all instruction of the memory was through verse. By the 8th century, Greek music was already old, with hundreds of varieties and forms. The instruments were simple, and were based, like our vaster armory of sound, upon percussion, wind, or strings. The first class was not popular. The flute was favored at Athens until Alcibiades, laughing at his music master's inflated cheeks, refused to play so ridiculous an instrument, and set a fashion against it among Athenian youth. Besides, said the Athenians, the Boeotians surpassed them with the flute, which branded the art as a vulgar one. The simple flute, or aulus, was a tube of cane or board wood with a detachable mouthpiece, and from 2 to 7 finger holes into which movable stopples might be inserted to modify the pitch. Some players used the double flute, a masculine or bass flute in the right hand and a feminine or treble flute in the left, both held to the mouth by a strap around the cheeks, and played in simple harmony. By attaching the flute to a distensible bag, the Greeks made a bagpipe. By uniting several graduated flutes, they made a syrinx, or a pipe of Pan. By extending and opening the end and closing the finger holes, they made a salpinx, or trumpet. Flute music, says Pausanias, was usually gloomy, and was always used in dirges or elegies. But the Aulatridae, the flute-playing geisha girls of Greece, do not seem to have purveyed gloom. String music was confined to plucking the strings with finger or plectrum. Bowing was unknown. The lyre, forminx, or kithara were essentially alike. 4 or more strings of sheep gut stretched over a bridge across a resonant body of metal or tortoise shell. The kithara was a small harp used for accompanying narrative poetry. The lyre was like a guitar and was chosen to accompany lyric poetry and songs. The Greeks told many strange tales of how the gods, Hermes, Apollo, Athena, had invented these instruments, how Apollo had pitted his lyre against the pipes and flutes of Marsyas, a priest of the Phrygian goddess Cybele, had won, unfairly as Marsyas thought, by adding his voice to the instrument, and had topped the performance by having poor Marsyas flayed alive. So legend personified the conquest of the flute by the lyre. Prettier stories were told of ancient musicians who had established or developed the musical art, of Olympus, Marsyas's pupil, who towards 730 invented the enharmonic scale, of Linus, Heracles' teacher, who invented Greek musical notation and established some of the modes, of Orpheus, Thracian priest of Dionysus, and of his pupil, Musaeus, who said that song is a sweet thing to mortals. These tales reflect the probable fact that Greek music derived its forms from Lydia, Phrygia, and Thrace. The music of Hellas was played in a variety of scales far more numerous and complex than ours. Our diatonic scale makes no smaller division than the half-tone, and 12 half-tones constitute our octave. The Greeks used quarter tones and had 45 scales of 18 notes apiece. These scales were in 3 groups: the diatonic scales based upon the tetrachord E, D, C, and B, the chromatic upon E, C sharp, C, and B, and the enharmonic upon E, C, C flat, and B. From the Greek scales, by simplification, came those of medieval church music, and through these our own. Within the diatonic tetrachord, 7 modes, or harmoniae, were produced by tuning the strings to alter the position of the semitones in the octave. The most important modes were the Dorian, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, and E, martial and grave, though in a minor key, the Lydian, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, and C, tender and plaintive, though in a major key, and the Phrygian, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, and D, minor in key, and orgiastically passionate and wild. It is amusing to read of the violent controversies concerning the musical, ethical, and medical effects, restorative or disastrous, which the Greeks, chiefly the philosophers, ascribed to these half-tone variations. Dorian music, we are told, made men brave and dignified. The Lydian made them sentimental and weak. The Phrygian made them excited and headstrong. Plato saw effeminate luxury and gross immorality as the offspring of most music, and wished to banish all instrumental performances from his ideal state. Aristotle would have had all youths trained in the Dorian mode. Theophrastus had a good word to say even for the Phrygian mode. Serious diseases, he tells us, can be made painless by playing a Phrygian air near the affected part. Greek musical notation used not ovals and stems on a staff of lines, but the letters of the alphabet, varied by inversion or transversion, augmented by dots and dashes to make 64 signs, and placed above the words of the song. A few scraps of such notation have come down to console us for the loss of the rest. They indicate melodies akin rather to Oriental than to European strains, and would be more bearable to the Hindus, the Chinese, or the Japanese than to our dull Occidental ears, untrained to quarter tones. Song entered into almost every phase of Greek life. There were dithyrambs for Dionysus, paeans for Apollo, hymns for any god. There were encomia, or songs of praise, for rich men, and eponychia, or songs of victory, for athletes. There were symposiaca, scholia, erotica, hymenaioi, elegiae, and threnoi for dining, drinking, loving, marrying, mourning, and burying. Herdsmen had their bucolica, reapers their latyreses, vine-dressers their epilenia, spinners their iuloi, weavers their elenoi. And then, as now, presumably, the man in the market or the club, the lady in the home, and the woman of the streets sang songs not quite as learned as Simonides's. Vulgar music and polite music have come down distantly together through the centuries. The highest form of music, in the belief and practice of the Greeks, was choral singing. To this they gave the philosophical depth, the structural complexity, the emotional range, which in modern music tend to find place in the concerto or the symphony. Any festival, a harvest, a victory, a marriage, a holy day, might be celebrated with a chorus, and now and then cities and groups would organize great contests in choral song. The performance was in most cases prepared far in advance. A composer was appointed to write the words and music. A rich man was persuaded to pay the expense. Professional singers were engaged, and the chorus was carefully trained. All the singers sang the same note, as in the music of the Greek church today. There was no part song, except that in later centuries the accompaniment was played a fifth above or below the voice, or ran counter to it. This is as near as the Greeks seem to have come to harmony and counterpoint. The dance, in its highest development, was woven into one art with choral singing, just as many forms and terms of modern music were once associated with the dance. And dancing rivaled music in age and popularity among the Greeks. Lucian, unable to trace its earthly beginnings, sought the origins of the dance in the regular motions of the stars. Homer tells us not only of the dancing floor made by Daedalus for Ariadne, but of an expert dancer among the Greek warriors at Troy, Meriones, who, dancing while he fought, could never be found by any lance. Plato described orchesis, or dancing, as the instinctive desire to explain words by gestures of the entire body, which is rather a description of certain modern languages. Aristotle better defined the dance as an imitation of actions, characters, and passions by means of postures and rhythmical movements. Socrates himself danced, and praised the art as giving health to every part of the body. He meant, of course, Greek dancing. For the Greek dance was quite different from ours. Though in some of its forms it may have served as a sexual stimulant, it rarely brought men into physical contact with women. It was an artistic exercise rather than a walking embrace, and, like the Oriental dance, it used arms and hands as much as legs and feet. Its forms were as varied as the types of poetry and song. Ancient authorities listed 200. There were religious dances, as among the Dionysiac devotees. There were athletic dances, like Sparta's Gymnopedia, or Festival of Naked Youth. There were martial dances, like the Pyrrhic, taught to children as part of military drill. There was the stately Hyperchema, a choral hymn or play performed by two choirs, of which one alternately sang or danced while the other danced or sang. There were folk dances for every major event of life and every season or festival of the year. And as for everything else, there were dance contests, usually involving choral song. All these arts, lyric poetry, song, instrumental music, and the dance, were closely allied in early Greece and formed in many ways one art. As time went on, and already in the 7th century, specialization and professionalism set in. The rhapsodes abandoned song for recitation and separated narrative verse from music. Archilochus sang his lyrics without accompaniment, and began that long degeneration which at last reduced poetry to a fallen angel, silent and confined. The choral dance broke up into singing without dancing and dancing without singing, for, as Lucian put it, the violent exercise caused shortness of breath, and the song suffered for it. In like manner there appeared musicians who played without singing and won the applause of devotees by their precise and rapid execution of quarter tones. Some famous musicians, then as now, engrossed the receipts. Amebius, harpist and singer, received a talent, or $6,000, each time that he performed. The common player doubtless lived from hand to mouth, for the musician, like other artists, belongs to a profession that has had the honor of starving in every generation. The highest repute went to those who, like Terpander, Orion, Alcman, or Stesichorus, were skilled in all forms, and wove choral song, instrumental music, and the dance into a complex and harmonious whole, probably more profoundly beautiful and satisfying than the operas and orchestras of today. The most famous of these masters was Orion. About him the Greeks told the tale how, on a voyage from Taris to Corinth, the sailors stole his money, and then gave him a choice between being stabbed to death or drowned. Having sung a final song, he dived into the sea, and was carried on the back of a dolphin, perhaps his harp, to the shore. It was he who, chiefly at Corinth and towards the close of the 7th century, transformed the inebriated singers of impromptu Dionysiac dithyrambs into a sober and trained cycle chorus of 50 voices, singing in strophe and antistrophe, with arias and recitatives, as in our oratorios. The theme was usually the suffering and death of Dionysus, and in honor of the god's traditional attendants, the chorus was dressed in goat-like satyr guise. Out of this, in fact and name, came the tragic theater of the Greeks. 5. The beginnings of the drama. The 6th century, already distinguished in so many fields and lands, crowned its accomplishments by laying the foundations of the drama. It was one of the creative moments in history. Never before, so far as we know, had men passed from pantomime or ritual to the spoken and secular play. Comedy, says Aristotle, developed out of those who led the phallic procession. A company of people carrying sacred phalli and singing dithyrambs to Dionysus, or hymns to some other vegetation god, constituted, in Greek terminology, a komos, or revel. Sex was essential, for the culmination of the ritual was a symbolic marriage aimed at the magic stimulation of the soil. Hence, in early Greek comedy, as in most modern comedies and novels, marriage and presumptive procreation formed the proper ending of the tale. The comic drama of Greece remained till Menander obscene, because its origin was frankly phallic. It was in its beginnings a joyous celebration of reproductive powers, and sexual restraints were in some measure removed. It was a day's moratorium on morals. Free speech, parasia, was then particularly free, and many of the paraders, dressed in Dionysian satyr style, wore a goat's tail and a large artificial phallus of red leather as part of their costume. This garb became traditional on the comic stage. It was a matter of sacred custom, religiously observed in Aristophanes. Indeed, the phallus continued to be the inseparable emblem of the clown until the 5th century of our era in the West, and the last century of the Byzantine Empire in the East. Along with the phallus in the old comedy went the licentious Kordax dance. Strange to say, it was in Sicily that the rustic vegetation revel was first transformed into the comic drama. About 560, one Suzerain of Megara Hyblia, near Syracuse, developed the processional mirth into brief plays of rough satire and comedy. From Sicily the new art passed into the Peloponnesus and then into Attica. Comedies were performed in the villages by traveling players or local amateurs. A century passed before the authorities, to quote Aristotle's phrase, treated the comic drama seriously enough to give it, in 465 BC, a chorus for representation at an official festival. Tragedy, tragoidia, or the goat song, arose in like manner from the mimic representations in dancing and song of satyr-like Dionysian revelers dressed in the costume of goats. These satyr plays remained till Euripides an essential part of the Dionysian drama. Each composer of a tragic trilogy was expected to make a concession to ancient custom by offering as the fourth part of his presentation a satyr play in honor of Dionysus. Being a development of the satyr play, says Aristotle, it was quite late before tragedy rose from short plots and comic diction to its full dignity. Doubtless other seeds matured in the birth of tragedy. Perhaps it took something from the ritual worship and appeasement of the dead. But essentially its source lay in mimetic religious ceremonies, like the representation in Crete of the birth of Zeus, or in Argos and Samos, his symbolic marriage with Hera, or in Eleusis and elsewhere the sacred mysteries of Demeter and Persephone, or above all in the Peloponnesus and Attica, the mourning and rejoicing over the death and resurrection of Dionysus. Such representations were called dramina, things performed. Drama is a kindred word and means, as it should, an action. At Sicyon, tragic choruses, till the days of the dictator Cleisthenes, commemorated, we are told, the sufferings of Adrastus, the ancient king. At Icaria, where Thespis grew up, a goat was sacrificed to Dionysus. Perhaps the goat song, from which tragedy derived its name, was a chant sung over the dismembered symbol or embodiment of the drunken god. The Greek drama, like ours, grew out of religious ritual. Hence the Athenian drama, tragic and comic, was performed as part of the festival of Dionysus, under the presidency of his priests, in a theater named after him, by players called the Dionysian artists. The statue of Dionysus was brought to the theater and so placed before the stage that he might enjoy the spectacle. The performance was preceded by the sacrifice of an animal to the god. The theater was endowed with the sanctity of a temple, and offenses committed there were punished severely as sacrileges rather than merely as crimes. Just as tragedy held the place of honor on the stage at the city Dionysia, so comedy held the foreground at the festival of the Linnea, but this festival too was Dionysian. Perhaps originally the theme, as in the drama of the Mass, was the passion and death of the god. Gradually the poets were allowed to substitute the sufferings and death of a hero in Greek myth. It may even be that in its early forms the drama was a magic ritual, designed to avert the tragedies it portrayed and to purge the audience of evils, in a more than Aristotelian sense, by representing these as born and finished with by proxy. In part it was this religious basis that kept Greek tragedy on a higher plane than that of the Elizabethan stage. The chorus, as developed for mimetic action by Orion and others, became the foundation of dramatic structure, and remained an essential part of Greek tragedy until the later plays of Euripides. The earlier dramatists were called dancers because they made their plays chiefly a matter of choral dancing, and were actually teachers of dancing. Only one thing was needed to turn these choral representations into dramas, and that was the opposition of an actor in dialogue and action to the chorus. This inspiration came to one of these dancing instructors and chorus trainers, Thespis of Icaria, a town close to the Peloponnesian Megara, where the rites of Dionysus were popular, and not far from Eleusis, where the ritual drama of Demeter, Persephone, and Dionysus Zagreus was annually performed. Helped, no doubt, by the egoism that propels the world, Thespis separated himself from the chorus, gave himself individual recitative lines, developed the notion of opposition and conflict, and offered the drama in its stricter sense to history. He played various roles with such verisimilitude that when his troupe performed at Athens, Solon was shocked at what seemed to him a kind of public deceit, and denounced this newfangled art as immoral, a charge that it has heard in every century. Pisistratus was more imaginative and encouraged the competitive performance of dramas at the Dionysian festival. In 534 Thespis won the victory in such a contest. The new form developed so rapidly that Kyrillos, only a generation later, produced 160 plays. When, 50 years after Thespis, Aeschylus and Athens returned victorious from the Battle of Salamis, the stage was set for the great age in the history of the Greek drama. 6. Retrospect. Looking back upon the multifarious civilization whose peaks have been sketched in the foregoing pages, we begin to understand what the Greeks were fighting for at Marathon. We picture the Aegean as a beehive of busy, quarrelsome, alert, inventive Greeks, establishing themselves obstinately in every port, developing their economy from tillage to industry and trade, and already creating great literature, philosophy, and art. It is amazing how quickly and widely this new culture matured, laying in the 6th century all the foundations for the achievements of the 5th. It was a civilization in certain respects finer than that of the Periclean period, superior in epic and lyric poetry, enlivened and adorned by the greater freedom and mental activity of women, and in some ways better governed than in the later and more democratic age. But even of democracy the bases had been prepared. By the end of the century, the dictatorships had taught Greece enough order to make possible Greek liberty. The realization of self-government was something new in the world. Life without kings had not yet been dared by any great society. Out of this proud sense of independence, individual and collective, came a powerful stimulus to every enterprise of the Greeks. It was their liberty that inspired them to incredible accomplishments in arts and letters, in science and philosophy. It is true that a large part of the people, then as always, harbored and loved superstitions, mysteries, and myths. Men must be consoled. Despite this, Greek life had become unprecedentedly secular. Politics, law, literature, and speculation had one by one been separated and liberated from ecclesiastical power. Philosophy had begun to build a naturalistic interpretation of the world and man, of body and soul. Science, almost unknown before, had made its first bold formulations. The elements of Euclid were established. Clarity and order and honesty of thought had become the ideal of a saving minority of men. A heroic effort of flesh and spirit rescued these achievements, and the promise they held from the dead hand of alien despotism and the darkness of the mysteries, and won for European civilization the trying privilege of freedom. Chapter 10. The Struggle for Freedom. 1. Marathon. In the reigns of Darius, Xerxes, and Artaxerxes, says Herodotus, Greece suffered more sorrows than in 20 generations before. The Greek nation had to pay the penalty of its development. Spreading everywhere, it was bound sooner or later to come into conflict with a major power. Using water as their highway, the Hellenes had opened up a trade route that extended from the eastern coast of Spain to the farthest ports of the Black Sea. This European water route, Greco-Italian, Sicilian, competed more and more with the Oriental land and water route, Indo-Perso-Phoenician, and thereby arose a lasting and bitter rivalry, in which war, by all human precedents, was inevitable, and in which the battles of Lady, Marathon, Plataea, Himera, Mycale, the Eurymedon, the Granicus, Issus, Arbela, Cannae, and Zama were merely incidents. The European system won against the Oriental partly because transport by water is cheaper than transport by land, and partly because it is almost a law of history that the rugged, warlike North conquers the easy-going, art-creating South. In the year 512, Darius I of Persia crossed the Bosporus, invaded Scythia, and marching westward conquered Thrace and Macedon. When he returned to his capitals, he had enlarged his realm to embrace Persia, Afghanistan, northern India, Turkestan, Mesopotamia, northern Arabia, Egypt, Cyprus, Palestine, Syria, Asia Minor, the eastern Aegean, Thrace, and Macedonia. The greatest empire that the world has yet seen had overextended itself to include and awaken its future conqueror. Only one important nation remained outside this vast system of government and trade, and that was Greece. By 510, Darius had hardly heard of it outside Ionia. The Athenians, he asked, who are they? About 506, the dictator Hippias, deposed by revolution at Athens, fled to the Persian satrap at Sardis, begged for help in regaining his power, and offered in that event to hold Attica under the Persian dominion. To this temptation there was added in 500 a timely provocation. The Greek cities of Asia Minor, under Persian rule for half a century, suddenly dismissed their satraps and declared their independence. Aristides of Miletus went to Sparta to enlist its aid without success. He passed on to Athens, mother city of many Ionian towns, and pleaded so well that the Athenians sent a fleet of 20 ships to support the revolt. Meanwhile, the Ionians were acting with a chaotic vigor characteristic of the Greeks. Each rebel city raised its own troops, but kept them under separate command. And the Milesian army, led with more bravery than wisdom, marched upon Sardis and burned the great city to the ground. The Ionian Confederacy organized a united fleet, but the Samian contingent secretly made terms with the Persian satrap, and when in 494 the Persian navy met the Ionian at Lady in one of the major sea battles of history, the half-hundred ships of the Samians sailed away without fighting, and many other contingents followed their example. The defeat of the Ionians was complete, and Ionian civilization never quite recovered from this physical and spiritual disaster. The Persians laid siege to Miletus, captured it, killed the males, enslaved the women and children, and so completely plundered the city that Miletus became from that day a minor town. Persian rule was re-established throughout Ionia, and Darius, resentful of Athenian interference, resolved to conquer Greece. Little Athens, as the result of her generous assistance to her daughter cities, found herself face to face with an empire literally 100 times greater than Attica. In the year 491, a Persian fleet of 600 ships under Datis struck across the Aegean from Samos, stopped on the way to subdue the Cyclades, and reached the coast of Euboea with 200,000 men. Euboea submitted after a brief struggle, and the Persians crossed the bay to Attica. They pitched their camp near Marathon, because Hippias had advised them that in the plain they could use their cavalry, in which they were overwhelmingly superior to the Greeks. All Greece was in turmoil at the news. The Persian arms had never yet been defeated, the advance of the empire had never yet been stopped. How could a nation so weak, so scattered, so unused to unity, hold back this wave of oriental conquest? The northern Greek states were loath to resist so monstrous a power. Sparta hesitatingly prepared, but allowed superstition to delay its mobilization. Little Plataea acted quickly and sent a large proportion of its citizens by forced marches to Marathon. At Athens, Miltiades freed and enlisted slaves as well as freemen, and led them over the mountains to the battlefield. When the rival armies met, the Greeks had some 20,000 men, the Persians probably 100,000. The Persians were brave, but they were accustomed to individual fighting, and were not trained for the mass defense and attack of the Greeks. The Greeks united discipline with courage, and though they committed the folly of dividing the command among 10 generals, each supreme for a day, they were saved by the example of Aristides, who yielded his leadership to Miltiades. Under this blunt soldier's vigorous strategy, the small Greek force routed the Persian horde in what was not only one of the decisive battles, but also one of the most incredible victories of history. If we may accept Greek testimony on such a matter, 6,400 Persians, but only 192 Greeks fell at Marathon. After the battle was over, the Spartans arrived, mourned their tardiness, and praised the victors. 2. Aristides and Themistocles. The strange mixture of nobility and cruelty, idealism and cynicism in Greek character and history, was illustrated by the subsequent careers of Miltiades and Aristides. Inflated by the praise of all Greece, Miltiades asked the Athenians to equip a fleet of 70 ships to be under his unchecked command. When the ships were ready, Miltiades led them to Paros and demanded of its citizens 100 talents, or $600,000, on pain of wholesale death. The Athenians recalled him and fined him 50 talents, but Miltiades died soon after, and the fine was paid by his son Simon, the future rival of Pericles. The man who had yielded place to him at Marathon survived the pitfalls of success. Aristides was in life and manners a Spartan at Athens. His quiet, staid character, his modest simplicity and undiscourageable honesty won him the title of the Just, and when in a drama of Aeschylus's the passage occurred, "For not at seeming just, but being so, he aims, and from his depth of soil below harvests of wise and prudent counsels grow," all the audience turned to look at Aristides as the living embodiment of the poet's lines. When the Greeks captured the camp of the Persians at Marathon and found great wealth in their tents, Aristides was left in charge of it, and neither took anything for himself nor suffered others to do it. And when, after the war, the allies of Athens were induced to contribute annually to the treasury of Delos as a fund for common defense, Aristides was chosen by them to fix their payments, and none protested his decisions. Nevertheless, he was more admired than popular. Though a close friend of Cleisthenes, who had so extended democracy, he was of the opinion that democracy had gone far enough, and that any further empowerment of the assembly would lead to administrative corruption and public disorder. He exposed malfeasance wherever he found it, and made many enemies. The Democratic Party, led by Themistocles, used Cleisthenes' recently established device of ostracism to get rid of him, and in 482 the only man in Athenian history that was at once famous and honest was exiled at the height of his career. All the world knows, though again it may only be a fable, How Aristides inscribed his own name on the ostracon for a letterless citizen who did not know him, but who, with the resentment of mediocrity for excellence, was tired of hearing him called the Just. When Aristides learned of the decision, he expressed the hope that Athens would never have occasion to remember him. The historian is constrained to admit that the public men of Athens were properly equipped with the unscrupulousness that sometimes enters into statesmanship. As much as Alcibiades at a later age, Themistocles was a very flame of ability. "He has a claim on our admiration quite extraordinary and unparalleled," says the always moderate Thucydides. Like Miltiades, he saved Athens but could not save himself. He could defeat a great empire, but not his own lust for power. He received reluctantly and carelessly, says Plutarch, instructions given him to improve his manners and behavior, or to teach him any pleasing or graceful accomplishment. But whatever was said to improve him in sagacity or in the management of affairs, he would give attention to beyond his years, confident in his natural capacity for such things. It was Athens's misfortune that both Themistocles and Aristides fell in love with the same girl, Stesilaus of Chaos, and that their animosity outlived the beauty that had aroused it. Nevertheless, it was Themistocles whose foresight and energy prepared for and carried through the victory of Salamis, the most crucial battle in Greek history. As far back as 493, he had planned and begun a new harbor for Athens at the Piraeus. Now, in 482, he persuaded the Athenians to forego a distribution of money due them from the proceeds of the silver mines at Laurium, and to devote the sum to the building of 100 triremes. Without this fleet, there could have been no resistance to Xerxes. 3. Xerxes. Darius I died in 485 and was succeeded by Xerxes I. Both father and son were men of ability and culture, and it would be an error to think of the Greco-Persian War as a contest between civilization and barbarism. When Darius, before invading Greece, sent heralds to Athens and Sparta to demand earth and water as symbols of submission, both cities had put the heralds to death. Troubled by portents, Sparta now repented of this violation of international custom and asked for 2 citizens to go to Persia and surrender themselves to any punishment that the great king might exact in retribution. Sperthius and Bulas, both of old and wealthy families, volunteered, made their way to Xerxes, and offered to die in atonement for the killing of Darius's messengers. Xerxes, says Herodotus, answered with true greatness of soul that he would not act like the Lacedaemonians, who by killing the heralds had broken the laws which all men held in common. As he had blamed such conduct in them, he would never be guilty of it himself. Xerxes prepared leisurely but thoroughly for the second Persian attack upon Greece. For 4 years he collected troops and materials from all the provinces of his realm, and when in 481 he at last set forth, his army was probably the largest ever assembled in history before our own century. Herodotus reckoned it without moderation at 2,641,000 fighting men, and an equal number of engineers, slaves, merchants, provisioners, and prostitutes. He tells us, with perhaps a twinkle in his eye, that when Xerxes's army drank water, whole rivers ran dry. It was, naturally and fatally, a highly heterogeneous force. There were Persians, Medes, Babylonians, Afghans, Indians, Bactrians, Sogdians, Sassi, Assyrians, Armenians, Colchians, Scyths, Paeonians, Mysians, Paphlagonians, Phrygians, Thracians, Thessalians, Locrians, Boeotians, Aeolians, Ionians, Lydians, Carians, Cilicians, Cypriots, Phoenicians, Syrians, Arabians, Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and many more. There were footmen, cavalrymen, chariots, elephants, and a fleet of transport. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 8, Side 1. In the spring of 480, the great host reached the Hellespont, where Egyptian and Phoenician engineers had built a bridge that was among the most admired mechanical achievements of antiquity. If again we may follow Herodotus, 674 ships of trireme or pentaconter size were distributed in 2 rows athwart the strait, each vessel facing the current, and moored with a heavy anchor. Then the builders stretched cables of flax or papyrus over each row of ships from bank to bank, bound the cables to every ship, and made them taut with capstans on the shore. Trees were cut and sawn into planks, and these, laid across the cables, were fastened to them and to one another. The planks were covered with brushwood, and this with earth, and the whole was trodden down to resemble a road. A bulwark was erected on each side of the causeway, high enough to keep animals from taking fright at sight of the sea. Nevertheless, many of the beasts and some of the soldiers had to be driven by the lash to trust themselves to the bridge. It stood the burden well, and in 7 days and nights the entire host had passed over it successfully. A native of the region, seeing the spectacle, concluded that Xerxes was Zeus, and asked why the master of gods and men had taken so much trouble to conquer little Greece, when he might have destroyed the presumptuous nation with one thunderbolt. The army marched overland through Thrace and down into Macedonia and Thessaly, while the Persian fleet, hugging the coasts, avoided the storms of the Aegean by passing southward through a canal dug by forced labor across the isthmus at Mount Athos to the length of 1.25 miles. Wherever the army ate 2 meals, we are told, the city that fed it was utterly ruined. Phasos spent 400 silver talents, approximately $1 million, in playing host to Xerxes for a day. The northern Greeks, even to the Attic frontiers, surrendered to fear or bribery and allowed their troops to be added to Xerxes's millions. Only Plataea and Thespii, in the north, prepared to fight. 4. Salamis. How can we imagine today the terror and desperation of the southern Greeks at the approach of this polyglot avalanche? Resistance seemed insane. The loyal states could not muster 1/10 of Xerxes's force. For once Athens and Sparta worked together with single mind and heart. Delegates were sped to every city in the Peloponnesus to beg for troops or supplies. Most of the states cooperated. Argos refused and never lived down her disgrace. Athens fitted out a fleet that sailed north to meet the Persian armada, and Sparta dispatched a small force under King Leonidas to halt Xerxes for a while at Thermopylae. The two navies met at Artemisium, off the northern coast of Euboea. When the Greek admirals saw the overwhelming number of the enemy's vessels, they were of a mind to withdraw. The Euboeans, fearing a descent of the Persians upon their shores, sent to Themistocles, commander of the Athenian contingent, a bribe of 30 talents, $180,000, on condition that he persuade the Greek leaders to fight. He succeeded by sharing the bribe. With characteristic subtlety, Themistocles had sailors inscribe upon the rocks messages to the Greeks in the Persian fleet begging them to desert, or in any case not to fight against their motherland. He hoped that if the Ionians saw these words they would be moved by them, and that if Xerxes saw and understood them, the king would not dare to use Hellenes in the battle. All day the rival fleets fought, until night put an end to the engagement before either side could win. The Greeks then retired to Artemisium, the Persians to Alphiti. Considering the inequality of numbers, the Greeks justifiably looked upon the battle as a victory. When news came of the disaster at Thermopylae, the surviving Greek fleet sailed south to Salamis to provide a refuge for Athens. Meanwhile, Leonidas, despite the most heroic resistance in history, had been overwhelmed at the Hot Gates, not so much by the bravery of the Persians as by the treachery of Hellenes. Certain Greeks from Trachis not only betrayed to Xerxes the secret of the indirect route over the mountains, but led the Persian force by that approach to attack the Spartans in the rear. Leonidas and his 300 elders, for he had chosen only fathers of sons to go with him, lest any Spartan family should be extinguished, died almost to the last man. Of the 2 Spartan survivors, one fell at Plataea, the other hanged himself for shame. The Greek historians assure us that the Persians lost 20,000, the Greeks 300. Over the tomb of the latter heroes was placed the most famous of Greek epitaphs. "Go, stranger, and tell the Lacedaemonians that we lie here in obedience to their laws." When the Athenians learned that no barrier now remained between Athens and the Persians, proclamation was made that every Athenian should save his family as best he could. Some fled to Aegina, some to Salamis, some to treason. Some of the men were enlisted to fill up the crews of the fleet that was returning from Artemisium. Plutarch paints a touching picture of how the tame animals of the city followed their masters to the shore and howled when the overladen vessels drew off without them. One dog, belonging to Pericles' father, Xanthippus, leaped into the sea and swam alongside his ship to Salamis, where it died of exhaustion. We may judge of the excitement and passion of those days when we learn that an Athenian who, in the assembly, advised surrender, was killed there and then, and that a crowd of women went to his house and stoned his wife and children to death. When Xerxes arrived, he found the city almost deserted, and gave it over to pillage and fire. Soon afterward, the Persian fleet, 1,200 strong, entered the Bay of Salamis. Against it were ranged 300 Greek triremes, still under divided command. The majority of the admirals were opposed to risking an engagement. Resolved to force action upon the Greeks, Themistocles resorted to a stratagem that would have cost him his life had the Persians won. He sent a trusted slave to Xerxes to tell him that the Greeks were intending to sail away during the night, and that the Persians could prevent this only by surrounding the Greek fleet. Xerxes accepted the advice, and on the next morning, with every escape blocked, the Greeks were compelled to give fight. Xerxes, seated in state at the foot Mount Aegaleus, on the Attic shore across from Salamis, watched the action, and noted the names of those of his men who fought with especial bravery. The superior tactics and seamanship of the Hellenes, and the confusion of tongues, minds, and superfluous ships among the Orientals, finally decided the issue in favor of Greece. According to Diodorus, the invaders lost 200 vessels, the defenders 40. But we do not have the Persian side of the story. Few of the Greeks, even from the lost ships, died, for being all excellent swimmers, they swam to land when their boats foundered. The remnant of the Persian fleet fled to the Hellespont, and the subtle Themistocles sent his slave again to Xerxes to say that he had dissuaded the Greeks from pursuit. Xerxes left 300,000 men under command of Mardonius, and with the rest of his troops marched back in humiliation to Sardis, a large part of his force dying of pestilence and dysentery on the way. In the same year as Salamis, possibly as the Greeks would have it on the same day, September 23rd, 480 B.C., the Greeks of Sicily fought the Carthaginians at Himera. We do not know that the Phoenicians of Africa were acting in concert with those who supported Xerxes, and so largely manned his fleet. Perhaps it was only a coincidence that Greece found itself assaulted in east and west at once. In the traditional account, Hamilcar, the Carthaginian admiral, arrived at Panormus with 3,000 ships and 300,000 troops. He proceeded thence to lay siege to Himera, where he was met by Gelon of Syracuse with 55,000 men. After the fashion of Punic generals, Hamilcar stood aside from the battle and burned sacrificial victims to his gods as the contest raged. When his defeat became evident, he threw himself into the fire. A tomb was erected to him on the site, and there his grandson Himilcon, 70 years afterwards, slaughtered 3,000 Greek captives in revenge. A year later, August 479, the liberation of Greece was completed by almost simultaneous engagements on land and sea. Mardonius's army, living leisurely on the country, had pitched its camp near Plataea on the Boeotian plain. There, after 2 weeks of waiting for propitious omens, a Greek force of 110,000 men, led by the Spartan king Pausanias, joined issue with them in the greatest land battle of the war. The non-Persians in the invading force had no heart for the conflict, and took to flight as soon as the Persian contingent, which bore the point of the attack, began to waver. The Greeks won so overwhelming a victory that, according to their historians, they lost but 159 men, while of the Persian force 260,000 were slain. These figures from Herodotus are presumably an outburst of patriotic imagination. Plutarch, trying to be impartial, raises the Greek loss to 1,360, and Diodorus Siculus, though always generous with numbers, lowers the Persian loss to 100,000. But even Plutarch and Diodorus were Greeks. On the same day, the Greeks aver, a Greek squadron met a Persian flotilla off the coast of Mycale, the central meeting place of all Ionia. The Persian fleet was destroyed, the Ionian cities were freed from Persian rule, and control of the Hellespont and the Bosporus was won by the Greeks as they had won it from Troy 700 years before. The Greco-Persian War was the most momentous conflict in European history, for it made Europe possible. It won for Western civilization the opportunity to develop its own economic life, unburdened with alien tribute or taxation, and its own political institutions, free from the dictation of Oriental kings. It won for Greece a clear road for the first great experiment in liberty. It preserved the Greek mind for 3 centuries from the enervating mysticism of the East, and secured for Greek enterprise full freedom of the sea. The Athenian fleet that remained after Salamis now opened every port in the Mediterranean to Greek trade, and the commercial expansion that ensued provided the wealth that financed the leisure and culture of Periclean Athens. The victory of Little Hellas against such odds stimulated the pride and lifted up the spirit of its people. Out of very gratitude, they felt called upon to do unprecedented things. After centuries of preparation and sacrifice, Greece entered upon its Golden Age. Book 3, The Golden Age, 480 to 399 B.C. Chapter 11, Pericles and the Democratic Experiment. 1. The Rise of Athens. The period which intervened between the birth of Pericles and the death of Aristotle, wrote Shelley, is undoubtedly, whether considered in itself or with reference to the effect which it has produced upon the subsequent destinies of civilized man, the most memorable in the history of the world. Athens dominated this period because she had won the allegiance and contributions of most Aegean cities by her leadership in saving Greece, and because, when the war was over, Ionia was impoverished and Sparta was disordered by demobilization, earthquake, and insurrection, while the fleet that Themistocles had created now rivaled with the conquests of commerce its victories at Artemisium and Salamis. Not that the war was quite over. Intermittently, the struggle between Greece and Persia continued from the conquest of Ionia by Cyrus to the overthrow of Darius III by Alexander. The Persians were expelled from Ionia in 479, from the Black Sea in 478, from Thrace in 475, and in 468 a Greek fleet under Cimon of Athens decisively defeated the Persians on land and sea at the mouth of the Eurymedon. The Greek cities of Asia and the Aegean, for their protection against Persia, now, in 477, organized under Athenian leadership the Delian Confederacy and contributed to a common fund in the Temple of Apollo on Delos. Since Athens donated ships instead of money, it soon exercised, through its sea power, an effective control over its allies, and rapidly the Confederacy of Equals was transformed into an Athenian empire. In this policy of imperial aggrandizement, all the major statesmen of Athens, even the virtuous Aristides and later the impeccable Pericles, joined with the unscrupulous Themistocles. No other man had deserved so well of Athens as Themistocles, and no one was more resolved than he to be repaid for it. When the Greek leaders met to give first and second awards to those men who had most ably defended Greece in the war, each of them voted for himself first, and for Themistocles second. It was he who set the course of Greek history by persuading Athens that the road to supremacy lay not on land but on the sea, and not by war so much as by trade. He negotiated with Persia and sought to end the strife between the old and the young empire in order that unimpeded commerce with Asia might bring prosperity to Athens. Under his prodding, the men, even the women and children of Athens, raised a wall around the city and another around the ports at the Piraeus and Munichia. Under his lead, carried forward by Pericles, great quays, warehouses, and exchanges were erected at the Piraeus, providing every convenience for maritime trade. He knew that these policies would arouse the jealousy of Sparta and might lead to war between the rival states, but he was stirred on by his vision of Athens's development and his confidence in the Athenian fleet. His aims were as magnificent as his means were venal. He used the navy to force tribute from the Cyclades, on the ground that they had yielded too quickly to the Persians and had lent Xerxes their troops, and he appears to have accepted bribes to let some cities off. For like considerations he arranged the recall of exiles, sometimes keeping the money, says Timochaon, though he failed to obtain the recall. When Aristides was placed in charge of the public revenue, he found that his predecessors had embezzled public funds, and not the least lavishly Themistocles. Toward 471 the Athenians, fearing his unmoral intellect, passed a vote of ostracism upon him, and he sought a new home in Argos. Shortly thereafter the Spartans found documents apparently implicating Themistocles in the secret correspondence of their regent Pausanias, whom they had starved to death for entering into traitorous negotiations with Persia. Happy to destroy her ablest enemy, Sparta revealed these papers to Athens, which at once sent out an order for Themistocles' arrest. He fled to Corcyra, was denied refuge there, found brief asylum in Epirus, and thence sailed secretly to Asia, where he claimed from Xerxes' successor some reward for restraining the Greek pursuit of the Persian fleet after Salamis. Lured by Themistocles' promise to help him subjugate Greece, Artaxerxes I received him into his counsels, and assigned the revenues of several cities for his maintenance. Before Themistocles could carry out the schemes that never let him rest, he died at Magnesia in 449 BC at the age of 65, admired and disliked by all the Mediterranean world. After the passing of Themistocles and Aristides, the leadership of the democratic faction at Athens descended to Ephialtes, and that of the oligarchic or conservative faction to Cimon, son of Miltiades. Cimon had most of the virtues that Themistocles lacked, but none of the subtlety that ability must depend upon for political success. Unhappy amid the intrigues of the city, he secured command of the fleet and consolidated the liberties of Greece by his victory at the Eurymedon. Returning to Athens in glory, he at once lost his popularity by advising a reconciliation with Sparta. He won the assembly's reluctant consent to lead an Athenian force to the aid of the Spartans against their revolted helots at Ithome. But the Spartans suspected the Athenians even when bringing gifts, and so clearly distrusted Cimon's soldiers that these returned to Athens in anger, and Cimon was disgraced. In 461 he was ostracized at the instigation of Pericles, and the oligarchic party was so demoralized by his fall that for 2 generations the government remained in the hands of the Democrats. 4 years later, Pericles, repentant, or rumor said enamored of Simon's sister Elpinice, secured his recall, and Simon died with honors in a naval campaign in Cyprus. The leader of the Democratic Party at this time was a man of whom we know strangely little, and yet his activity was a turning point in the history of Athens. Ephialtes was poor but incorruptible, and did not long survive the animosities of Athenian politics. The popular faction had been strengthened by the war, for in that crisis all class divisions among freemen had for a moment been forgotten, and the saving victory at Salamis had been won not by the army, which was dominated by the aristocrats, but by the navy, which was manned by the poorer citizens and controlled by the mercantile middle class. The oligarchic party sought to maintain its privileges by making the conservative Areopagus the supreme authority in the state. Ephialtes replied by a bitter attack upon this ancient senate. He impeached several of its members for malfeasance, had some of them put to death, and persuaded the assembly to vote the almost complete abolition of the powers that the Areopagus still retained. The conservative Aristotle later approved this radical policy on the ground that the transfer to the commons of the judicial functions that had belonged to the Senate appears to have been an advantage, for corruption finds an easier material in a small number than in a large one. But the conservatives of the time did not see the issue so calmly. Ephialtes, having been found unpurchasable, was assassinated in 461 by an agent of the oligarchy, and the perilous task of leading the Democratic Party passed down to the aristocratic Pericles. 2. Pericles. The man who acted as commander-in-chief of all the physical and spiritual forces of Athens during her greatest age was born some 3 years before Marathon. His father, Xanthippus, had fought at Salamis, had led the Athenian fleet in the Battle of Mycale, and had recaptured the Hellespont for Greece. Pericles' mother, Agariste, was a granddaughter of the reformer Cleisthenes. On her side, therefore, he belonged to the ancient family of the Alcmaeonids. His mother, being near her time, says Plutarch, fancied in a dream that she was brought to bed of a lion, and a few days after was delivered of Pericles. In other respects perfectly formed, only his head was somewhat longish and out of proportion. His critics were to have much fun with this very dolichocephalic head. The most famous music teacher of his time, Damon, gave him instruction in music, and Pythocleides in music and literature. He heard the lectures of Zeno the Eleatic at Athens, and became the friend and pupil of the philosopher Anaxagoras. In his development he absorbed the rapidly growing culture of his epoch, and united in his mind and policy all the threads of Athenian civilization: economic, military, literary, artistic, and philosophical. He was, so far as we know, the most complete man that Greece produced. Seeing that the oligarchic party was out of step with the time, he attached himself early in life to the party of the demos, that is, the free population of Athens. Then, as even in Jefferson's day in America, the word people carried certain proprietary reservations. He approached politics in general, and each situation in it, with careful preparation, neglecting no aspect of education, speaking seldom and briefly, and praying to the gods that he might never utter a word that was not to the point. Even the comic poets who disliked him spoke of him as the Olympian, who wielded the thunder and lightning of such eloquence as Athens had never heard before. And yet by all accounts his speech was unimpassioned, and appealed to enlightened minds. His influence was due not only to his intelligence but to his probity. He was capable of using bribery to secure state ends, but was himself manifestly free from every kind of corruption and superior to all considerations of money. And whereas Themistocles had entered public office poor and left it rich, Pericles, we are told, added nothing to his patrimony by his political career. It showed the good sense of the Athenians in this generation that for almost 30 years, between 467 and 428, they elected and re-elected him, with brief intermissions, as one of their 10 strategoi or commanders. And this relative permanence of office not only gave him supremacy on the military board, but enabled him to raise the position of strategos autokrator to the place of highest influence in the government. Under him, Athens, while enjoying all the privileges of democracy, acquired also the advantages of aristocracy and dictatorship. The good government and cultural patronage that had adorned Athens in the age of Pisistratus were continued now with equal unity and decisiveness of direction and intelligence, but also with the full and annually renewed consent of a free citizenship. History, through him, illustrated again the principle that liberal reforms are most ably executed and most permanently secured by the cautious and moderate leadership of an aristocrat enjoying popular support. Greek civilization was at its best when democracy had grown sufficiently to give it variety and vigor, and aristocracy survived sufficiently to give it order and taste. The reforms of Pericles substantially extended the authority of the people. Though the power of the Heliaea had grown under Solon, Cleisthenes, and Ephialtes, the lack of payment for jury service had given the well-to-do a predominating influence in these courts. Pericles introduced in 451 a fee of 2 obols, or 34 cents, later raised to 3, for a day's duty as juror, an amount equivalent in each case to half a day's earnings of an average Athenian of the time. The notion that these modest sums weakened the fiber and corrupted the morale of Athens is hardly to be taken seriously, for by the same token every state that pays its judges or its jurymen would long since have been destroyed. Pericles seems also to have established a small remuneration for military service. He crowned this scandalous generosity by persuading the state to pay every citizen 2 obols annually as the price of admission to the plays and games of the official festivals. He excused himself on the ground that these performances should not be a luxury of the upper and middle classes, but should contribute to elevate the mind of the whole electorate. It must be confessed, however, that Plato, Aristotle, and Plutarch, conservatives all, were agreed that these pittances injured the Athenian character. Continuing the work of Ephialtes, Pericles transferred to the popular courts the various judicial powers that had been possessed by the archons and magistrates, so that from this time the archonship was more of a bureaucratic or administrative office than one that carried the power of forming policies, deciding cases, or issuing commands. In 457, eligibility to the archonship, which had been confined to the wealthier classes, was extended to the 3rd class, or zeugatai. Soon thereafter, without any legal form, the lowest citizen class, the thetes, made themselves eligible to the office by romancing about their income. And the importance of the thetes in the defense of Athens persuaded the other classes to wink at the fraud. Moving for a moment in the opposite direction, Pericles in 451 carried through the assembly a restriction of the franchise to the legitimate offspring of an Athenian father and an Athenian mother. No legal marriage was to be permitted between a citizen and a non-citizen. It was a measure aimed to discourage intermarriage with foreigners, to reduce illegitimate births, and perhaps to reserve to the jealous burghers of Athens the material rewards of citizenship and empire. Pericles himself would soon have reason to regret this exclusive legislation. Since any form of government seems good that brings prosperity, and even the best seems bad that hinders it, Pericles, having consolidated his political position, turned to economic statesmanship. He sought to reduce the pressure of population upon the narrow resources of Attica by establishing colonies of poor Athenian citizens upon foreign soil. To give work to the idle, he made the state an employer on a scale unprecedented in Greece. Ships were added to the fleet, arsenals were built, and a great corn exchange was erected at the Piraeus. To protect Athens effectively from siege by land, and at the same time to provide further work for the unemployed, Pericles persuaded the assembly to supply funds for constructing 8 miles of long walls, as they were to be called, connecting Athens with the Piraeus and Phalerum. The effect was to make the city and its ports one fortified enclosure, open in wartime only to the sea, on which the Athenian fleet was supreme. In the hostility with which unwalled Sparta looked upon this program of fortification, the oligarchic party saw a chance to recapture political power. Its secret agents invited the Spartans to invade Attica and, with the aid of an oligarchic insurrection, to put down the democracy. In this event, the oligarchs pledged themselves to level the long walls. The Spartans agreed and dispatched an army which defeated the Athenians at Tanagra in 457. But the oligarchs failed to make their revolution. The Spartans returned to the Peloponnesus empty-handed, dourly awaiting a better opportunity to overcome the flourishing rival that was taking from them their traditional leadership of Greece. Pericles rejected the temptation to retaliate upon Sparta, and instead devoted his energies now to the beautification of Athens. Hoping to make his city the cultural center of Hellas, and to rebuild the ancient shrines which the Persians had destroyed, on a scale and with a splendor that would lift up the soul of every citizen, he devised a plan for using all the genius of Athens's artists and the labor of her remaining unemployed in a bold program for the architectural adornment of the Acropolis. It was his desire and design, says Plutarch, that the undisciplined mechanic multitude should not go without their share of public funds, and yet should not have these given them for sitting still and doing nothing, and to this end he brought in these vast projects of construction. To finance the undertaking, he proposed that the treasury accumulated by the Delian Confederacy should be removed from Delos, where it lay idle and insecure, and that such part of it as was not needed for common defense should be used to beautify what seemed to Pericles the legitimate capital of a beneficent empire. The transference of the Delian treasury to Athens was quite acceptable to the Athenians, even to the oligarchs. But the voters were loath to spend any substantial part of the fund in adorning their city, whether through some qualm of conscience or through a secret hope that the money might be appropriated more directly to their needs and enjoyment. The oligarchic leaders played upon this feeling so cleverly that when the matter neared a vote in the assembly, the defeat of Pericles' plan seemed certain. Plutarch tells a delightful story of how the subtle leader turned the tide. "Very well," said Pericles, "let the cost of these buildings go not to your account but to mine, and let the inscription upon them stand in my name." When they heard him say this, whether it were out of a surprise to see the greatness of his spirit, or out of emulation of the glory of the works, they cried aloud, bidding him spend on, and spare no cost till all were finished. While the work proceeded, and Pericles' especial protection and support were given to Phidias, Ictinus, Mnesicles, and the other artists who labored to realize his dreams, he lent his patronage also to literature and philosophy, and whereas in the other Greek cities of this period the strife of parties consumed much of the energy of the citizens, and literature languished, in Athens the stimulus of growing wealth and democratic freedom was combined with wise and cultured leadership to produce the Golden Age. When Pericles, Aspasia, Phidias, Anaxagoras, and Socrates attended a play by Euripides in the theater of Dionysus, Athens could see visibly the zenith and unity of the life of Greece. Statesmanship, art, science, philosophy, literature, religion, and morals, living no separate career as in the pages of chroniclers, but woven into one many-colored fabric of a nation's history. The affections of Pericles wavered between art and philosophy, and he might have found it hard to say whether he loved Phidias or Anaxagoras the more. Perhaps he turned to Aspasia as a compromise between beauty and wisdom. For Anaxagoras he entertained, we are told, an extraordinary esteem and admiration. It was the philosopher, says Plato, who deepened Pericles into statesmanship. From long intercourse with Anaxagoras, Plutarch believes, Pericles derived not merely elevation of purpose and dignity of language, raised far above the base and dishonest buffooneries of mob eloquence, but besides this, a composure of countenance and a serenity and calmness in all his movements which no occurrence whilst he was speaking could disturb. When Anaxagoras was old and Pericles was absorbed in public affairs, the statesman for a time let the philosopher drop out of his life. But later, hearing that Anaxagoras was starving, Pericles hastened to his relief, and accepted humbly his rebuke that those who have occasion for a lamp supply it with oil. It seems hardly credible, and yet on second thought most natural, that the stern Olympian should have been keenly susceptible to the charms of woman. His self-control fought against a delicate sensibility, and the toils of office must have heightened in him the normal male longing for feminine tenderness. He had been many years married when he met Aspasia. She belonged to, she was helping to create, the type of hetaira that was about to play so active a part in Athenian life, a woman rejecting the seclusion that marriage brought to the ladies of Athens, and preferring to live in unlicensed unions, even in relative promiscuity, if thereby she might enjoy the same freedom of movement and conduct as men, and participate with them in their cultural interests. We have no testimony to Aspasia's beauty, though ancient writers speak of her small, high-arched foot, her silvery voice, and her golden hair. Aristophanes, an unscrupulous political enemy of Pericles, describes her as a Milesian courtesan who had established a luxurious brothel at Megara, and had now imported some of her girls into Athens. And the great comedian delicately suggests that the quarrel of Athens with Megara, which precipitated the Peloponnesian War, was brought about because Aspasia persuaded Pericles to revenge her upon Megarians who had kidnapped some of her personnel. But Aristophanes was not an historian, and may be trusted only where he himself is not concerned. Arriving in Athens about 450, Aspasia opened a school of rhetoric and philosophy, and boldly encouraged the public emergence and higher education of women. Many girls of good family came to her classes, and some husbands brought their wives to study with her. Men also attended her lectures, among them Pericles and Socrates, and probably Anaxagoras, Euripides, Alcibiades, and Phidias. Socrates said that he had learned from her the art of eloquence, and some ancient gossips would have it that the statesman inherited her from the philosopher. Pericles now found it admirable that his wife had formed an affection for another man. He offered her freedom in return for his own, and she agreed. She took a third husband, while Pericles brought Aspasia home. By his own law of 451 he could not make her his wife, since she was of Milesian birth. Any child he might have by her would be illegitimate and ineligible to Athenian citizenship. He seems to have loved her sincerely, even uxoriously, never leaving his home or returning to it without kissing her, and finally willing his fortune to the son that she bore him. From that time onward he forewent all social life outside his home, seldom going anywhere except to the agora or the council hall. The people of Athens began to complain of his aloofness. For her part, Aspasia made his home a French Enlightenment salon, where the art and science, the literature, philosophy, and statesmanship of Athens were brought together in mutual stimulation. Socrates marveled at her eloquence and credited her with composing the funeral oration that Pericles delivered after the first casualties of the Peloponnesian War. Aspasia became the uncrowned queen of Athens, setting fashion's tone and giving to the women of the city an exciting example of mental and moral freedom. The conservatives were shocked at all this and turned it to their purposes. They denounced Pericles for leading Greeks out to war against Greeks, as in Aegina and Samos. They accused him of squandering public funds. Finally, through the mouths of irresponsible comic dramatists abusing the free speech that prevailed under his rule, they charged him with turning his home into a house of ill fame and having relations with the wife of his son. Not daring to bring any of these matters to open trial, they attacked him through his friends. They indicted Phidias for embezzling, as they alleged, some of the gold assigned to him for his Chryselephantine Athena, and apparently succeeded in convicting him. They indicted Anaxagoras on the ground of irreligion, and the philosopher, on Pericles' advice, fled into exile. They brought against Aspasia a like writ of impiety, complaining that she had shown disrespect for the gods of Greece. The comic poets satirized her mercilessly as a Deianira who had ruined Pericles, and called her in plain Greek a concubine. One of them, Hermippus, doubtless in turn a dishonest penny, accused her of serving as Pericles' procuress, and of bringing free-born women to him for his pleasure. At her trial, which took place before a court of 1,500 jurors, Pericles spoke in her defense, using all his eloquence, even to tears, and the case was dismissed. From that moment, 432, Pericles began to lose his hold upon the Athenian people, and when 3 years later death came to him, he was already a broken man. 3. Athenian Democracy. 1. Deliberation. These strange indictments suffice to show how real was the limited democracy that functioned under the supposed dictatorship of Pericles. We must study this democracy carefully, for it is one of the outstanding experiments in the history of government. It is limited first by the fact that only a small minority of the people can read. It is limited physically by the difficulty of reaching Athens from the remoter towns of Attica. The franchise is restricted to those sons of 2 free Athenian parents who have reached the age of 21, and only they and their families enjoy civil rights or directly bear the military and fiscal burdens of the state. Within this jealously circumscribed circle of 43,000 citizens out of an Attic population of 315,000, political power in the days of Pericles is formally equal. Each citizen enjoys and insists upon isonomia and isegoria, equal rights at law and in the assembly. To the Athenian, a citizen is a man who not only votes, but takes his turn by lot and rote as magistrate or judge. He must be free, ready, and able to serve the state at any time. No one who is subject to another, or who has to labor in order to live, can have the time or the capacity for these services, and therefore the manual worker seems to most Athenians unfit for citizenship, though with human inconsistency they admit the peasant proprietor. All of the 115,000 slaves of Attica, all women, nearly all working men, all of the 28,500 metics or resident aliens, and consequently a great part of the trading class, are excluded from the franchise. The voters are not gathered into parties, but are loosely divided into followers of the oligarchic or the democratic factions, according as they oppose or favor the extension of the franchise, the dominance of the assembly, and the governmental succor of the poor at the expense of the rich. The active members of each faction are organized into clubs called hetairae, companionships. There are clubs of all kinds in Periclean Athens: religious clubs, kinship clubs, military clubs, workers' clubs, actors' clubs, political clubs, and clubs honestly devoted to eating and drinking. The strongest of all are the oligarchic clubs, whose members are sworn to mutual aid in politics and law, and are bound by a common passionate hostility to those lower enfranchised ranks that press upon the toes of the landed aristocracy and the moneyed merchant class. Against them stand the relatively democratic party of small businessmen, of citizens who have become wage workers, and of those who man the merchant ships and the Athenian fleet. These groups resent the luxuries and privileges of the rich and raise up to leadership in Athens such men as Cleon the tanner, Lysicles the sheep dealer, Eucrates the tow seller, Cleophon the harp manufacturer, and Hyperbolus the lamp maker. Pericles holds them off for a generation by a subtle mixture of democracy and aristocracy, but when he dies they inherit the government and thoroughly enjoy its perquisites. From Solon to the Roman conquest, this bitter conflict of oligarchs and democrats is waged with oratory, votes, ostracism, assassination, and civil war. Every voter is of right a member of the basic governing body, the ecclesia, or assembly. There is at this level no representative government. Since transportation is difficult over the hills of Attica, only a fraction of the eligible members ever attend any one meeting. There are rarely more than 2,000 or 3,000. Those citizens who live in Athens or at the Piraeus come by a kind of geographical determinism to dominate the assembly. In this way, the Democrats gain ascendancy over the conservatives, who are for the most part scattered among the farms and estates of Attica. The assembly meets 4 times a month, on important occasions in the Agora, in the Theatre of Dionysus, or at the Piraeus, ordinarily in a semicircular place called the Pnyx, on the slope of a hill west of the Areopagus. In all these cases, the members sit on benches under the open sky, and the sitting begins at dawn. Each session opens with the sacrifice of a pig to Zeus. It is usual to adjourn at once in case of a storm, earthquake, or eclipse, for these are accounted signs of divine disapproval. New legislation may be proposed only at the first session of each month, and the member who offers it is held responsible for the result of its adoption. If these are seriously evil, another member may within a year of the vote invoke upon him the graphe paranomon, or writ of illegality, and have him fined, disenfranchised, or put to death. This is Athens's way of discouraging hasty legislation. By another form of the same writ, a new proposal may be checked by a demand that before its enactment one of the courts shall pass upon its constitutionality, that is, its agreement with existing law. Again, before considering a bill, the Assembly is required to submit it to the Council of 500 for preliminary examination, very much as a bill in the American Congress, before discussion of it on the floor, is referred to a committee presumed to have a special knowledge and competence in the matter involved. The Council may not reject a proposal outright, it may only report it, with or without a recommendation. Ordinarily, the presiding officer opens the Assembly by presenting a probuluma, or reported bill. Those who wish to speak are heard in the order of their age. But anyone may be disqualified from addressing the Assembly if it can be shown that he is not a landowner, or is not legally married, or has neglected his duties to his parents, or has offended public morals, or has evaded a military obligation, or has thrown away his shield in battle, or owes taxes or other money to the state. Only trained orators avail themselves of the right to speak, for the Assembly is a difficult audience. It laughs at mispronunciations, protests aloud at digressions, expresses its approval with shouts, whistling, and clapping of hands, and if it strongly disapproves, makes such a din that the speaker is compelled to leave the bema, or rostrum. Each speaker is allowed a given time, whose lapse is measured by a clepsydra, or water clock. Voting is by a show of hands, unless some individual is directly and specially affected by the proposal, in which case a secret ballot is taken. The vote may confirm, amend, or override the Council's report on a bill, and the decision of the Assembly is final. Decrees for immediate action, as distinct from laws, may be enacted more expeditiously than new legislation, but such decrees may with equal expedition be cancelled, and do not enter into the body of Athenian law. Above the Assembly in dignity, inferior to it in power, is the boule, or council. Originally an upper house, it has by the time of Pericles been reduced in effect to a legislative committee of the ecclesia. Its members are chosen by lot and rote from the register of the citizens, 50 for each of the 10 tribes. They serve for a year only and receive, in the 4th century, 5 obols per day. Since each councillor is disqualified for re-election until all other eligible citizens have had a chance to serve, every citizen, in the normal course of events, sits on the boule for at least 1 term during his life. It meets in the bouleuterion, or council hall, south of the agora, and its ordinary sessions are public. Its functions are legislative, executive, and consultative. It examines and reformulates the bills proposed to the Assembly. It supervises the conduct and accounts of the religious and administrative officials of the city. It controls public finances, enterprises, and buildings. It issues executive decrees when action is called for and the Assembly is not in session. And, subject to later revision by the Assembly, it controls the foreign affairs of the state. To perform these varied tasks, the Council divides itself into 10 prytanes, or committees, each of 50 members, and each prytany presides over the Council and the Assembly for a month of 36 days. Every morning the presiding prytany chooses one of its members to serve as chairman of itself and the Council for the day. This position, the highest in the state, is therefore open by lot and turn to any citizen. Athens has 300 presidents every year. The lot determines at the last moment which prytany and which member of it shall preside over the council during the month or the day. By this device, the corrupt Athenians hope to reduce the corruption of justice to the lowest point attainable by human character. The acting prytany prepares the agenda, convokes the council, and formulates the conclusions reached during the day. In this way, through assembly, council, and prytany, the democracy of Athens carries out its legislative functions. As for the Areopagus, its powers are in the 5th century restricted to trying cases of arson, willful violence, poisoning, or premeditated murder. Slowly, the law of Greece has been changed from status to contract, from the whim of one man or the edict of a narrow class into the deliberate agreement of free citizens. 2. Law. The earliest Greeks appear to have conceived of law as sacred custom, divinely sanctioned and revealed. Themis meant to them both these customs and a goddess who, like India's Rita or China's Tao or Tien, embodied the moral order and harmony of the world. Law was a part of theology, and the oldest Greek laws of property were mingled with liturgical regulations in the ancient temple codes. Perhaps as old as such religious law were the rules established by the decrees of tribal chieftains or kings, which began as force and ended in time as sanctities. The second phase of Greek legal history was the collection and coordination of these holy customs by lawgivers, or thesmothetai, like Zaleucus, Charondas, Draco, Solon. When such men put their new codes into writing, the thesmoi, or sacred usages, became nomoi, or man-made laws. In these codes, law freed itself from religion and became increasingly secular. The intention of the agent entered more fully into judgment of the act. Family liability was replaced by individual responsibility, and private revenge gave way to statutory punishment by the state. The third step in Greek legal development was the accumulative growth of a body of law. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 8, Side 2. The third step in Greek legal development was the accumulative growth of a body of law. When a Periclean Greek speaks of the law of Athens, he means the codes of Draco and Solon, and the measures that have been passed and not repealed by the assembly or the council. If a new law contravenes an old one, the repeal of the latter is prerequisite, but scrutiny is seldom complete, and two statutes are often found in ludicrous contradiction. In periods of exceptional legal confusion, a committee of nomothetai, or law determiners, is chosen by lot from the popular courts to decide which laws shall be retained. In such cases, advocates are appointed to defend the old laws against those who propose to repeal them. Under the supervision of these nomothetai, the laws of Athens, phrased in simple and intelligible language, are cut upon stone slabs in the king's porch, and thereafter no magistrate is allowed to decide a case by an unwritten law. Athenian law makes no distinction between a civil and a criminal code, except that it reserves murder cases for the Areopagus, and in civil suits leaves the complainant to enforce the court's decree himself, going to his aid only if he meets with resistance. Murder is infrequent, for it is branded as a sacrilege as well as a crime, and the dread of feud revenge remains if the law fails to act. Under certain conditions, direct retaliation is still tolerated in the 5th century. When a husband finds his mother, wife, concubine, sister, or daughter in illicit relations, he is entitled to kill the male offender at once. Whether a killing is intentional or not, it has to be expiated as a pollution of the city's soil, and the rites of purification are painfully rigid and complex. If the victim is granted pardon before dying, no action can be brought against the killer. Beneath the Areopagus are 3 tribunals for homicide cases, according to the class and origin of the victim, and according as the act was intentional or excusable or not. A fourth tribunal holds court at Phreatis on the coast and tries those who, while exiled for unpremeditated homicide, are now charged with another and premeditated murder. Being polluted by the first crime, they are not allowed to touch Attic soil, and their defense is conducted from a boat near the shore. The law of property is uncompromisingly severe. Contracts are rigorously enforced. All jurors are required to swear that they will not vote for an abolition of private debts or for a distribution of the lands or houses belonging to Athenians. And every year the head archon, on taking office, has proclamation made by a herald that what each possesses he shall remain possessor and absolute master thereof. The right of bequest is still narrowly limited. Where there are male children, the old religious conception of property, as bound up with the given family line and the care of ancestral spirits, demands that the estate should automatically pass to the sons. The father owns the property only in trust for the family, dead, living, and to be born. Whereas in Sparta, as in England, the patrimony is indivisible and goes to the eldest son, in Athens, very much as in France, it is apportioned among the male heirs, the oldest receiving a moderately larger share than the others. As early as Hesiod, we find the peasant limiting his family in Gallic fashion, lest his estate be ruinously divided among many sons. The husband's property never descends to the widow. All that remains to her is her dowry. Wills are as complex in Pericles' day as in our own, and are couched in much the same terms as now. In this, as in other matters, Greek legislation is the basis of that Roman law, which in turn has provided the legal foundations of Western society. 3. Justice. Democracy reaches the judiciary last of all, and the greatest reform accomplished by Ephialtes and Pericles is the transfer of judicial powers from the Areopagus and the Archons to the Heliaea. The establishment of these popular courts gives to Athens what trial by jury will win for modern Europe. The Heliaea is composed of 6,000 dicasts, or jurors, annually drawn by lot from the register of the citizens. These 6,000 are distributed into 10 dicasteries, or panels, of approximately 500 each, leaving a surplus for vacancies and emergencies. Minor and local cases are settled by 30 judges who periodically visit the demes or counties of Attica. Since no juror may serve more than a year at a time, and eligibility is determined by rotation, every citizen, in the average of chance, becomes a juror every third year. He does not have to serve, but the payment of 2, later 3 obols per day, obtains an attendance of 200 or 300 jurors for each panel. Important cases, like that of Socrates, may be tried before vast dicasteries of 1,200 men. To reduce corruption to a minimum, the panel before which a case is to be tried is determined by lot at the last minute. And as most trials last but a day, we do not hear much of bribery in the courts. Even the Athenians find it difficult to bribe in a moment 300 men. Despite expedition, the courts of Athens, like courts the world over, are usually behind their calendar, for the Athenians itch to litigate. To cool this fever, public arbitrators are chosen by lot from the roster of citizens who have reached their 60th year. The parties to a dispute submit their complaint and defense to one of these, again chosen by lot at the last minute, and each party pays him a small fee. If he fails to reconcile them, he gives his judgment, solemnized by an oath. Either party may then appeal to the courts, but these usually refuse to hear minor cases that have not been submitted to arbitration. When a case is accepted for trial, the plea is entered or sworn to, the witnesses make their depositions and swear to them, and all these statements are presented to the court in written form. They are sealed in a special box, and at a later date they are opened and examined, and judgment is given by a panel chosen by lot. There is no public prosecutor. The government relies upon private citizens to accuse before the courts anyone guilty of serious offenses against morals, religion, or the state. Hence arises a class of sycophants who make such charges a regular practice and develop their profession into an art of blackmail. In the 4th century they earn a good living by bringing, or better threatening to bring, actions against rich men, believing that a popular court will be loath to acquit those who can pay substantial fines. Crito, rich friend of Socrates, complained that it was difficult for one who wished to mind his own business to live at Athens. For at this very time, he said, there are people bringing actions against me, not because they have suffered any wrongs from me, but because they think that I would rather pay them a sum of money than have the trouble of law proceedings. The expenses of the courts are mostly covered by fines imposed upon convicted men. Plaintiffs who fail to substantiate their charges are also fined. and if they receive less than a fifth of the jurors' votes, they are subject to a lashing or to a penalty of 1,000 drachmas, or $1,000. Each party in a trial usually acts as his own lawyer and has to make in person the first presentation of his case. But as the complexity of procedure rises, and litigants detect in the jurors a certain sensitivity to eloquence, the practice grows of engaging a rhetor or orator, versed in the law, to support the complaint or defense, or to prepare, in his client's name and character, a speech that the client may read to the court. From these special rhetor pleaders comes the lawyer. His antiquity in Greece appears from a remark in Diogenes Laertius that Bias, wise man of Priene, was an eloquent pleader of causes, who also reserved his talents for the just side. Some of these lawyers are attached to the courts as exegetai, or interpreters, for many of the jurors have no more legal knowledge than the parties to the case. Evidence is ordinarily presented in writing, but the witness must appear and swear to its accuracy when the grammatius, or clerk of the court, reads it to the jurors. There is no cross-examination. Perjury is so frequent that cases are sometimes decided in the face of explicit sworn evidence. The testimony of women and minors is accepted only in murder trials. That of slaves is admitted only when drawn from them by torture. It is taken for granted that without torture they will lie. It is a barbarous aspect of Greek law, destined to be outdone in Roman prisons and inquisition chambers, and perhaps rivaled in the secret rooms of police courts in our time. Torture in Pericles' day is forbidden in the case of citizens. Many masters decline to let their slaves be used as witnesses, even when their case may depend upon such testimony, and any permanent injury done to a slave by torture must be made good by those who inflicted it. Penalties take the form of flogging, fines, disfranchisement, branding, confiscation, exile, and death. Imprisonment is seldom used as a punishment. It is a principle of Greek law that a slave should be punished in his body, but a freeman in his property. A vase painting shows a slave hung up by his arms and legs and mercilessly lashed. Fines are the usual penalty for citizens and are assessed on a scale that opens the democracy to the charge of fattening its purse through unjust condemnations. On the other hand, a convicted person and his accuser are in many cases allowed to name the fine or punishment that they think just, and the court then chooses between the suggested penalties. Murder, sacrilege, treason, and some offenses that seem minor to us are punished with both confiscation and death. But a prospective death penalty may usually be avoided before trial by voluntary exile and the abandonment of property. If the accused disdains flight and is a citizen, death is inflicted as painlessly as possible by administering hemlock, which gradually benumbs the body from the feet upward, killing when it reaches the heart. In the case of slaves, the death penalty may be effected by a brutal cudgeling. Sometimes the condemned, before or after death, may be hurled over a cliff into a pit called the barathron. When a sentence of death is laid upon a murderer, it is carried out by the public executioner in the presence of the relatives of the victim, as a concession to the old custom and spirit of revenge. The Athenian code is not as enlightened as we might expect, and advances only moderately upon Hammurabi's. Its basic defect is the limitation of legal rights to freemen, constituting hardly a seventh of the population. Even free women and children are excluded from the proud isonomia of the citizens. Metics, foreigners, and slaves can bring suit only through a patron citizen. Sycophantic blackmail, frequent torture of slaves, capital punishment for minor offenses, personal abuse in forensic debate, the diffusion and weakening of judicial responsibility, the susceptibility of jurors to oratorical displays, their inability to temper present passions with a knowledge of the past or a wise calculation of the future, these are black marks against a system of law envied throughout Greece for its comparative mildness and integrity, and sufficiently dependable and practical to give Athenian life and property that orderly protection which is so necessary for economic activity and moral growth. One test of Athenian law is the reverence that nearly every citizen feels for it. The law is for him the very soul of his city, the essence of its beneficence and strength. The best judgment of the Athenian code is the readiness with which other Greek states adopt a large part of it. Everyone would admit, says Isocrates, that our laws have been the source of very many and very great benefits to the life of humanity. Here, for the first time in history, is a government of laws and not of men. Athenian law prevails throughout the Athenian empire of 2 million souls while that empire endures, but for the rest, Greece never achieves a common system of jurisprudence. International law makes as sorry a picture in 5th century Athens as in the world today. Nevertheless, external trade requires some legal code, and commercial treaties are described by Demosthenes as so numerous in his time that the laws governing commercial disputes are everywhere identical. These treatises establish consular representation, guarantee the execution of contracts, and make the judgments given in one signatory nation valid in the others. This, however, does not put an end to piracy, which breaks out whenever the dominant fleet is weakened or relaxes its watchfulness. Eternal vigilance is the price of order as well as of liberty, and lawlessness stalks like a wolf about every settled realm, seeking some point of weakness which may give it entry. The right of a city to lead foraging expeditions upon the persons and property of other cities is accepted by some Greek states so long as no treaty specifically forbids it. Religion succeeds in making temples inviolable unless used as military bases. It protects heralds and pilgrims to Panhellenic festivals. It requires a formal declaration of war before hostilities and the granting of a truce when asked for the return and burial of the dead in battle. Poisoned weapons are avoided by general custom, and prisoners are usually exchanged or ransomed at the recognized tariff of 2 minas, later 1 mina, or $100 each. Otherwise, war is nearly as brutal among the Greeks as in modern Christendom. Treaties are numerous, and are solemnized with pious oaths, but they are almost always broken. Alliances are frequent and sometimes generate lasting leagues, like the Delphic Amphictyony in the 6th century, and the Achaean and Aetolian leagues in the 3rd. Occasionally 2 cities exchange the courtesy of isopolitia, by which each gives to the other's freemen the rights of citizenship. International arbitration may be arranged, but the decisions arrived at in such cases are as often as not rejected or ignored. Towards foreigners, the Greek feels no moral obligation and no legal one except by treaty. They are barbaroi, not quite barbarians, but outsiders, aliens speaking outlandish tongues. Only in the Stoic philosophers of the cosmopolitan Hellenistic era will Greece rise to the conception of a moral code embracing all mankind. 4. Administration. As early as 487, perhaps earlier, the method of election in the choice of archons is replaced by lot. Some way must be found to keep the rich from buying or the knaves from smiling their way into office. To render the selection less than wholly accidental, all those upon whom the lot falls are subjected, before taking up their duties, to a rigorous dokimasia, or character examination, conducted by the council or the courts. The candidate must show Athenian parentage on both sides, freedom from physical defect and scandal, the pious honoring of his ancestors, the performance of his military assignments, and the full payment of his taxes. His whole life is on this occasion exposed to challenge by any citizen, and the prospect of such a scrutiny presumably frightens the most worthless from the sortition. If he passes this test, the archon swears an oath that he will properly perform the obligations of his office, and will dedicate to the gods a golden statue of life-size if he should accept presents or bribes. The fact that chance is allowed to play so large a part in the naming of the 9 archons suggests the diminution which the office has suffered since Solon's day. Its functions are now in the nature of administrative routine. The archon Basilius, whose name preserves the empty title of king, has become merely the chief religious official of the city. 9 times yearly the archon is required to obtain a vote of confidence from the assembly. His actions and judgments may be appealed to the boule or the heliaea. Any citizen may indict him for malfeasance. At the end of his term, all his official acts, accounts, and documents are reviewed by a board of logistae responsible to the council, and severe penalties, even death, may avenge serious misconduct. If the archon escapes these democratic dragons, he becomes, at the end of his year of office, a member of the Areopagus. But this, in the 5th century, is a well-nigh empty honor, since that body has lost nearly all its powers. The archons are but one of many committees which, under the direction and scrutiny of the assembly, the council, and the courts, administer the affairs of the city. Aristotle names 25 such groups, and estimates the number of municipal officials at 700. Nearly all of these are chosen annually by lot, and since no man may be a member of the same committee twice, every citizen may expect to be a city dignitary for at least 1 year of his life. Athens does not believe in government by experts. More importance is attached to military than to civil office. The 10 strategoi, or commanders, though they too are appointed for a year only, and are at all times subject to examination and recall, are chosen not by lot but by open election in the assembly. Here ability, not popularity, is the road to preferment, and the ecclesia of the 4th century shows its good sense by choosing Phocion general 45 times, despite the fact that he is the most unpopular man in Athens, and makes no secret of his scorn for the crowd. The functions of the strategoi expand with the growth of international relations, so that in the later 5th century they not only manage the army and the navy, but conduct negotiations with foreign states and control the revenues and expenditures of the city. The commander-in-chief, or strategos autocrator, is therefore the most powerful man in the government, and since he may be re-elected year after year, he can give to the state a continuity of purpose which its constitution might otherwise render impossible. Through this office, Pericles makes Athens for a generation a democratic monarchy, so that Thucydides can say of the Athenian polity that though it is a democracy in name, it is really government by the greatest of the citizens. The army is identical with the electorate. Every citizen must serve and is subject until the age of 60 to conscription in any war. But Athenian life is not militarized. After a period of youthful training, there is little of martial drill, no strutting of uniforms, no interference of soldiery with the civilian population. In active service, the army consists of light-armed infantry, chiefly the poorer citizens, carrying slings or spears, the heavy-armed infantry, or hoplites, those prosperous citizens who can afford armor, shield, and javelin, and the cavalry of rich men, clad in armor and helmet, and equipped with lance and sword. The Greeks excel the Asiatics in military discipline, and perhaps owe their achievements to a striking combination of loyal obedience on the battlefield with vigorous independence in civil affairs. Nevertheless, there is no science of war among them, no definite principles of tactics on strategy before Epaminondas and Philip. Cities are usually walled, and defense is, among the Greeks as among ourselves, more effective than offense. Otherwise, man might have no civilization to record. Siege armies bring up great beams suspended by chains, and, drawing the beams back, drive them forward against the wall. This is as far as siege machinery develops before Archimedes. As for the navy, it is kept up by choosing each year 400 triarchs, rich men whose privilege it is to recruit a crew, equip a trireme with materials supplied by the state, pay for its building and launching, and keep it in repair. In this way, Athens supports in peacetime a fleet of some 60 ships. The maintenance of the army and the navy constitutes the chief expenditure of the state. Revenues come from traffic tolls, harbor dues, a 2% tariff on imports and exports, a 12 drachma annual poll tax on metics, a half drachma tax on freedmen and slaves, a tax on prostitutes, a sales tax, licenses, fines, confiscations, and the imperial tribute. The tax on farm produce, which financed Athens under Pisistratus, is abandoned by the democracy as derogatory to the dignity of agriculture. Most taxes are farmed out to publicans, who collect them for the state and pocket a share as their profit. Considerable income is derived from state ownership of mineral resources. In emergencies, the city resorts to a capital levy, the rate rising with the amount of property owned. By this method, for example, the Athenians in 428 raised 200 talents, or $1,200,000, for the siege of Mytilene. Rich men are also invited to undertake certain liturgiae, that is, public services, such as equipping embassies, fitting out ships for the fleet, or paying for plays, musical contests, and games. These liturgies are voluntarily undertaken by some of the wealthy and are forced by public opinion upon others. To add to the discomfort of the well-to-do, any citizen assigned to a liturgy may compel any other to take it from him or exchange fortunes with him if he can prove the other to be richer than himself. As the democratic faction grows in power, it finds ever more numerous occasions and reasons for using this device. And in return, the financiers, merchants, manufacturers, and landed proprietors of Attica study the arts of concealment and obstruction and meditate revolution. Excluding such gifts and levies, the total internal revenue of Athens in the time of Pericles amounts to some 400 talents, or $2,400,000 a year, to which is added 600 talents of contributions from subjects and allies. This income is spent without any budget or advance estimate and allocation of funds. Under Pericles' thrifty management, and despite his unprecedented expenditures, the treasury shows a growing surplus, which in 440 stands at 9,700 talents, or $58,200,000, a pretty sum for any city in any age, and quite extraordinary in Greece, where few states, in the Peloponnesus none, have any surplus at all. In cities that have such a reserve, it is deposited, usually, in the temple of the city's god. At Athens, after 434, in the Parthenon. The state claims the right to use not only this surplus, but as well the gold in the statues which it raises to its god. In the case of Phidias's Athene Parthenos, this amounts to 40 talents, or $240,000, and is so affixed as to be removable. In the temple, the city keeps also its theoric fund, from which it makes the payments annually due the citizens for attendance at the sacred plays and games. Such is Athenian democracy, the narrowest and fullest in history, narrowest in the number of those who share its privileges, fullest in the directness and equality with which all the citizens control legislation and administer public affairs. The faults of the system will appear vividly as its history unfolds. Indeed, they are already noised about in Aristophanes. The irresponsibility of an assembly that may, without check of precedent or revision, vote its momentary passion on one day, and on the next day its passionate regret, punishing then not itself but those who have misled it. The limitation of legislative authority to those who can attend the ecclesia, the encouragement of demagogues and the wasteful ostracism of able men, the filling of offices by lot and rotation, changing the personnel yearly and creating a chaos of government, the disorderliness of faction perpetually disturbing the guidance and administration of the state. These are vital defects for which Athens will pay the full penalty to Sparta, Philip, Alexander, and Rome. But every government is imperfect, irksome, and mortal. We have no reason to believe that monarchy or aristocracy would govern Athens better or longer preserve it, and perhaps only this chaotic democracy can release the energy that will lift Athens to one of the peaks of history. Never before or since has political life within the circle of citizenship been so intense or so creative. This corrupt and incompetent democracy is at least a school. The voter in the assembly listens to the cleverest men in Athens. The juror in the courts has his wits sharpened by taking and sifting of evidence. The holder of office is molded by executive responsibility and experience into a deeper maturity of understanding and judgment. The city, says Simonides, is the teacher of the man. For these reasons, it may be, the Athenians can appreciate and thereby call into existence Aeschylus and Euripides, Socrates and Plato. The audience at the theater has been formed in the assembly and the courts and is ready to receive the best. This aristocratic democracy is no laissez-faire state, no mere watchman of property and order. It finances the Greek drama and builds the Parthenon. It makes itself responsible for the welfare and development of its people, and opens up to them the opportunity not only to live, but to live well. History can afford to forgive it all its sins. Chapter 12. Work and Wealth in Athens. 1. Land and Food. At the base of this democracy and this culture lies the production and distribution of wealth. Some men can govern states, seek truth, make music, carve statues, paint pictures, write books, teach children, or serve the gods because others toil to grow food, weave clothing, build dwellings, mine the earth, make useful things, transport goods, exchange them, or finance their production or their movement. Everywhere this is the foundation. Supporting all society is the peasant, the poorest and most necessary of men. In Attica he has at least the franchise. Only citizens are permitted to own land, and nearly all peasants own the soil that they till. Clan control of the land has disappeared, and private ownership is solidly established. As in modern France and America, this great class of small proprietors is a steadying conservative force in a democracy where the propertyless city-dwellers are always driving toward reform. The ancient war between the country and the city, between those who want high returns for agriculture and low prices for manufactured goods, and those who want low prices for food and high wages or profits in industry, is especially conscious and lively in Attica. Whereas industry and trade are accounted plebeian and degrading by the Athenian citizen, the pursuits of husbandry are honored as the groundwork of national economy, personal character, and military power. And the freemen of the countryside tend to look down upon the denizens of the city as either weakling parasites or degraded slaves. The soil is poor. Of 630,000 acres in Attica, a third is unsuitable for cultivation, and the rest is impoverished by deforestation, meager rainfall, and rapid erosion by winter floods. The peasants of Attica shirk no toil, for themselves or their handful of slaves, to remedy this dry humor of the gods. They gather the surplus flow of headwaters into reservoirs, dike the channels of the streams to control the floods, reclaim the precious humus of the swamps, build thousands of irrigation canals to bring to their thirsty fields the trickle of the rivulets, patiently transplant vegetables to improve their size and quality, and let the land lie fallow in alternate years to regain its strength. They alkalinize the soil with salts like carbonate of lime, and fertilize it with potassium nitrate, ashes, and human waste. The gardens and groves about Athens are enriched with the sewage of the city, brought by a main sewer to a reservoir outside the Dipylon, and led thence by brick-lined canals into the valley of the Cephissus River. Different soils are mixed to their mutual benefit, and green crops like beans in flower are plowed in to nourish the earth. Plowing, harrowing, sowing, and planting are crowded into the brief days of the fall. The grain harvest comes at the end of May, and the rainless summer is the season of preparation and rest. With all this care, Attica produces only 675,000 bushels of grain yearly, hardly enough to supply a quarter of its population. Without imported food, Periclean Athens would starve, hence the urge to imperialism and the necessity for a powerful fleet. The countryside tries to atone for its parsimonious grain by generous harvests of olives and grapes. Hillsides are terraced and watered, and asses are encouraged to make the vine more fruitful by gnawing off the twigs. Olive trees cover many a landscape in Periclean Greece, but it is Pisistratus and Solon who deserve the credit for introducing them. The olive tree takes 16 years to come to fruit, 40 years to reach perfection. Without the subsidies of Pisistratus, it might never have grown on Attic soil, and the devastation of the olive orchards in the Peloponnesian War will play a part in the decline of Athens. To the Greek, the olive has many uses. One pressing gives oil for eating, a second oil for anointing, a third oil for illumination, and the remainder is used as fuel. It becomes Attica's richest crop, so valuable that the state assumes a monopoly of its export, and pays with it and wine for the grain that it must import. It forbids altogether the export of figs, for these are a main source of health and energy in Greece. The fig tree grows well even in arid soil. Its spreading roots gather whatever moisture the earth will yield, and its stinted foliage offers scant surface for evaporation. Furthermore, the husbandman learns from the east the secret of caprification. He hangs branches of the wild male goat fig, Caprificus, among the boughs of the female cultivated tree, and relies upon gall wasps to carry the fertilizing pollen of the male into the fruit of the female, which then bears richer and sweeter figs. These products of the soil, cereals, olive oil, figs, grapes, and wine, are the staples of diet in Attica. Cattle rearing is negligible as a source of food. Horses are bred for racing, sheep for wool, goats for milk, asses, mules, cows, and oxen for transport, but chiefly pigs for food. And bees are kept as providers of honey for a sugarless world. Meat is a luxury. The poor have it only on feast days. The heroic banquets of Homeric days have disappeared. Fish is both a commonplace and a delicacy. The poor man buys it salted and dried. The rich man celebrates with fresh shark meat and eels. Cereals take the form of porridge, flat loaves, or cakes, often mixed with honey. Bread and cake are seldom baked at home, but are bought from women peddlers or in market stalls. Eggs are added, and vegetables, particularly beans, peas, cabbage, lentils, lettuce, onions, and garlic. Fruits are few. Oranges and lemons are unknown. Nuts are common, and condiments abound. Salt is collected in salt pans from the sea, and is traded in the interior for slaves. A cheap slave is called a salting, and a good one is worth his salt. Nearly everything is cooked and dressed with olive oil, which makes an excellent substitute for petroleum. Butter is hard to keep in Mediterranean lands, and olive oil takes its place. Honey, sweetmeats, and cheese provide dessert. Cheesecakes are so fancied that many classic treatises are devoted to their esoteric art. Water is the usual drink, but everyone has wine, for no civilization has found life tolerable without narcotics or stimulants. Snow and ice are kept in the ground to cool wine in the hot months. Beer is known but scorned in Periclean days. All in all, the Greek is a moderate eater and contents himself with 2 meals daily. Yet there are many, says Hippocrates, who, if accustomed to it, can easily bear 3 full meals a day. 2. Industry. Out of the earth come minerals and fuels as well as food. Lighting is provided by graceful lamps or torches, burning refined olive oil or resin, or by candles. Heat is derived from dry wood or charcoal, burning in portable braziers. The cutting of trees for fuel and building denudes the woods and hills near the towns. Already in the 5th century, timber for houses, furniture, and ships is imported. There is no coal. Greek mining is not for fuels, but for minerals. The soil of Attica is rich in marble, iron, zinc, silver, and lead. The mines at Laurium, near the southern tip of the peninsula, are, in the phrase of Aeschylus, a fountain running silver for Athens. They are a main support of the government, which retains all subsoil rights and leases the mines to private operators for a talent, or $6,000 fee, and 1/24th of the product yearly. In 483, a prospector discovers the first really profitable veins at Laurium, and a silver rush takes place to the region of the mines. Only citizens are allowed to lease the properties, and only slaves perform the work. The pious Nicias, whose superstition will help to ruin Athens, makes $170 a day by leasing 1,000 slaves to the mine operators at a rental of 1 obol, or 17 cents each per day. Many an Athenian fortune is made in this way, or by lending money to the enterprise. The slaves in the mine number some 20,000, and include the superintendents and engineers. They work in 10-hour shifts, and the operations continue without interruption day and night. If the slave rests, he feels the foreman's lash. If he tries to escape, he is attached to his work by iron shackles. If he runs away and is captured, his forehead is branded with a hot iron. The galleries are but 3 feet high and 2 feet wide. The slaves, with pick or chisel and hammer, work on their knees, their stomachs, or their backs. The broken ore is carried out in baskets or bags handed from man to man, for the galleries are too narrow to let 2 men pass each other conveniently. The profits are enormous. In 483, the share received by the government is 100 talents, or $600,000, a windfall that builds a fleet for Athens and saves Greece at Salamis. Even for others than the slaves, there is evil in this as well as good. The Athenian treasury becomes dependent upon the mines, and when, in the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans capture Laurium, the whole economy of Athens is upset. The exhaustion of the veins in the 4th century cooperates with many other factors in Athenian decay, for Attica has no other precious metal in her soil. Metallurgy advances with mining. The ore at Laurium is crushed in huge mortars with a heavy iron pestle worked by slave power. Then it goes to mills, where it is ground between revolving stones of hard trachyte. Then it is seized by screening. The material that passes through the screen is sent to an ore washer, where jets of water are discharged from cisterns upon inclined rectangular tables of stone, covered with a smooth, thin coat of hard cement. The current is turned at sharp angles, where pockets snare the metal particles. The collected metal is thrown into small smelting furnaces, equipped with blowers to raise the heat. At the bottom of each furnace are openings through which the molten metal is drawn. Lead is separated from the silver by heating the molten metal on cupels of porous material and exposing it to the air. By this simple process, the lead is converted into litharge, and the silver is freed. The processes of smelting and refining are competently performed, for the silver coins of Athens are 98% pure. Laurium pays the price of the wealth it produces, as mining always pays the price for metal industry. Plants and men wither and die from the furnace fumes, and the vicinity of the works becomes a scene of dusty desolation. Other industries are not so toilsome. Attica has many of them now, small in scale but remarkably specialized. It quarries marble and other stones, it makes 1,000 shapes of pottery, it dresses hides in great tanneries like those owned by Cleon, rival of Pericles, and Anytus, accuser of Socrates. It has wagon makers, shipbuilders, saddlers, harness makers, shoe manufacturers. There are saddlers who make only bridles and shoemakers who make only men's or women's shoes. In the building trades are carpenters, molders, stone cutters, metal workers, painters, veneerers. There are blacksmiths, sword makers, shield makers, lamp makers, lyre tuners, millers, bakers, sausage men, fishmongers, everything necessary to an economic life busy and varied, but not mechanized or monotonous. Common textiles are still for the most part produced in the home. There the women weave and mend the ordinary clothing and bedding of the family, some carding the wool, some at the spinning wheel, some at the loom, some bent over an embroidery frame. Special fabrics come from workshops or from abroad. Fine linens from Egypt, Amorgos, and Tarentum, dyed wools from Syracuse, blankets from Corinth, carpets from the Near East and Carthage, colorful coverlets from Cyprus. And the women of Kos, late in the 4th century, learned the art of unwinding the cocoons of the silkworm and weaving the filaments into silk. In some homes, the women become so highly skilled in textile arts that they produce more than their families can use. They sell the surplus at first to consumers, then to middlemen. They employ helpers, freedmen, or slaves. And in this way a domestic industry develops as a step to a factory system. Such a system begins to take form in the age of Pericles. Pericles himself, like Alcibiades, owns a factory. No machinery is available, but slaves can be had in abundance. It is because muscle power is cheap that there is no incentive to develop machinery. The ergasteria of Athens are rather workshops than factories. The largest of them, Cephalus's shield factory, has 120 workmen. Timarchus's shoe factory has 10, Demosthenes's cabinet factory 20, his armor factory 30. At first these shops produce only to order. Later they manufacture for the market, and finally for export, and the spread and abundance of coinage, replacing barter, facilitates their operations. There are no corporations. Each factory is an independent unit owned by one or two men, and the owner often works beside his slaves. There are no patents. Crafts are handed down from father to son, or are learned by apprentices. The Athenians are exempted by law from caring for the old age of parents who have failed to teach them a trade. Hours are long, but work is leisurely. Master and man labor from dawn to twilight, with a siesta at summer noons. There are no vacations, but there are some 60 workless holy days every year. 3. Trade and finance. When an individual, a family, or a city creates a surplus and wishes to exchange it, trade begins. The first difficulty here is that transport is costly, for roads are poor and the sea is a snare. The finest road is the sacred way from Athens to Eleusis, but this is mere dirt, and is often too narrow to let vehicles pass. The bridges are precarious causeways formed by earthen dikes, which as likely as not have been washed away by floods. The usual draft animal is the ox, who is too philosophical to enrich the trader that depends upon him for transport. Wagons are fragile, and always break down or get bogged in the mud. It is better to pack the goods on the back of a mule, for he goes a trifle faster and does not take up so much of the road. There is no postal service in Greece, even for the governments. They are content with runners, and private correspondents must wait the chance of using these. Important news can be flashed by fire beacons from hill to hill, or sent by carrier pigeons. There are inns here and there on the road, but they are favored by robbers and vermin. Even the good Dionysus, in Aristophanes, inquires of Heracles for the eating houses and hostels where there are fewest bugs. Sea transport is cheaper, especially if voyages are limited, as most of them are, to the calm summer months. Passenger tariffs are low. For 2 drachmas, or $2, a family can secure passage from the Piraeus to Egypt or the Black Sea, but ships do not cater to passengers, being made to carry goods or wage war, or do either at need. The main motive power is wind upon a sail, but slaves ply the oars when the wind is contrary or dead. The smallest seagoing merchant vessels are triaconters with 30 oars, all on one level. The pentaconter has 50. Back about 700, the Corinthians launched the first trireme, with a crew of 200 men plying 3 banks or tiers of oars. By the 5th century, such ships, beautiful with their long and lofty prows, have grown to 256 tons, carry 7,000 bushels of grain, and become the talk of the Mediterranean by making 8 miles an hour. The second problem of trade is to find a reliable medium of exchange. Every city has its own system of weights and measures, and its own individual coinage. At every one of 100 frontiers one must transvalue all values skeptically, for every Greek government except the Athenian cheats by debasing its coins. In most cities, says an anonymous Greek, merchants are compelled to ship goods for the return journey, for they cannot get money that is of any use to them elsewhere. Some cities mint coins of electrum, a compound of silver and gold, and rival one another in getting as little gold as possible into the mixture. The Athenian government, from Solon onward, helps Athenian trade powerfully by establishing a reliable coinage, stamped with the owl of Athena. Taking owls to Athens is the Greek equivalent of carrying coals to Newcastle. Because Athens, through all her vicissitudes, refuses to depreciate her silver drachmas, these owls are accepted gladly throughout the Mediterranean world and tend to displace local currencies in the Aegean. Gold at this stage is still an article of merchandise, sold by weight, rather than a vehicle of trade. Athens mints it only in rare emergencies, usually in a ration to silver of 14 to 1. The smallest Athenian coins are of copper. 8 of these make an obol, a coin of iron or bronze, named from its resemblance to nails or spits, obeliskoi. 6 obols make a drachma. that is, a handful. 2 drachmas make a gold stater. 100 drachmas make a mina. 60 minas make a talent. A drachma in the first half of the 5th century buys a bushel of grain, as a dollar does in 20th century America. There is no paper money in Athens, no government bonds, no joint stock corporations, no stock exchange. But there are banks. They have a hard struggle to get a footing, for those who have no need for loans denounce interest as a crime, and the philosophers agree with them. The average 5th century Athenian is a hoarder. If he has savings, he prefers to hide them rather than entrust them to the banks. Some men lend money on mortgages at 16 to 18%. Some lend it without interest to their friends. Some deposit their money in temple treasuries. The temples serve as banks and lend to individuals and states at a moderate interest. The Temple of Apollo at Delphi is in some measure an international bank for all Greece. There are no private loans to governments, but occasionally one state lends to another. Meanwhile, the money changer at his table, trapeza, begins in the 5th century to receive money on deposit, and to lend it to merchants at interest rates that vary from 12 to 30% according to the risk. In this way he becomes a banker, though to the end of ancient Greece he keeps his early name of trapezite, the man at the table. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 9, Side 1. Meanwhile, the money changer at his table, trapeza, begins in the 5th century to receive money on deposit, and to lend it to merchants at interest rates that vary from 12 to 30% according to the risk. In this way he becomes a banker, though to the end of ancient Greece he keeps his early name of trapezite, the man at the table. He takes his methods from the Near East, improves them, and passes them on to Rome, which hands them down to modern Europe. Soon after the Persian War, Themistocles deposits 70 talents, or $420,000, with the Corinthian banker Philistephanus, very much as political adventurers feather foreign nests for themselves today. This is the earliest known allusion to secular, non-temple banking. Towards the end of the century, Antisthenes and Archestratus established what will become, under Paetion, the most famous of all private Greek banks. Through such trapezitae, money circulates more freely and rapidly, and so does more work than before. And the facilities that they offer stimulate creatively the expansion of Athenian trade. Trade, not industry or finance, is the soul of Athenian economy. Though many producers still sell directly to the consumer, a growing number of them require the intermediary of the market, whose function it is to buy and store goods until the consumer is ready to purchase them. In this way, a class of retailers arises who peddle their wares through the streets or in the wake of armies, or at festivals or fairs, or offer them for sale in shops or stalls in the agora or elsewhere in the town. To the shops come freemen or metics or slaves to haggle with tradesmen and buy for the home. One of the severest disabilities suffered by the free women of Athens is that custom does not allow them to shop. Foreign commerce advances even faster than domestic trade, for the Greek states have learned the advantages of an international division of labor, and each specializes in some product. The shield maker, for example, no longer goes from city to city at the call of those who need him, but makes his shields in his shop and sends them out to the markets of the classic world. In one century, Athens moves from household economy, wherein each household makes nearly all that it needs, to urban economy, wherein each town makes nearly all that it needs, to international economy, where each state is dependent upon imports and must make exports to pay for them. The Athenian fleet for 2 generations keeps the Aegean clear of pirates, and from 480 to 430 commerce thrives as it never will again until Pompey suppresses piracy in 67 BC. The docks, warehouses, markets, and banks of the Piraeus offer every facility for trade. Soon the busy port becomes the chief center of distribution and reshipment for the commerce between the East and the West. The articles which it is difficult to get, one here, one there, from the rest of the world, says Isocrates, all these it is easy to buy in Athens. The magnitude of our city, says Thucydides, draws the produce of the world into our harbor, so that to the Athenian the fruits of other countries are as familiar a luxury as those of his own. From the Piraeus merchants carry the wine, oil, wool, minerals, marble, pottery, arms, luxuries, books, and works of art produced by the fields and shops of Attica. To the Piraeus they bring grain from the Byzantium, Syria, Egypt, Italy, and Sicily, fruit and cheese from Sicily and Phoenicia, meat from Phoenicia and Italy, fish from the Black Sea, nuts from Paphlagonia, copper from Cyprus, tin from England, iron from the Pontic coast, gold from Thasos and Thrace, timber from Thrace and Cyprus, embroideries from the Near East, wools, flax, and dyes from Phoenicia, spices from Cyrene, swords from Chalcis, glass from Egypt, tiles from Corinth, beds from Chios and Miletus, boots and bronzes from Etruria, ivory from Ethiopia, perfumes and ointments from Arabia, slaves from Lydia, Syria, and Scythia. The colonies served not only as markets but as shipping agents to send Athenian goods into the interior, and though the cities of Ionia decay in the 5th century because the trade that once passed there is diverted to the Propontis and Caria during and after the Persian War, Italy and Sicily replaced them as outlets for the surplus products and population of mainland Greece. We may estimate the amount of Aegean commerce from the return of 1,200 talents from a 5% tax laid in 413 upon the imports and exports of the cities in the Athenian Empire, indicating a trade of $144 million a year. The danger lurking in this prosperity is the growing dependence of Athens upon imported grain, hence her insistence upon controlling the Hellespont and the Black Sea, her persistent colonizing of the coasts and isles on the way to the straits, and her disastrous expeditions to Egypt in 459 and to Sicily in 415. It is this dependence that persuades Athens to transform the confederacy of Delos into an empire, and when in 405 the Spartans destroy the Athenian fleet in the Hellespont, the starvation and surrender of Athens are inevitable results. Nevertheless, it is this trade that makes Athens rich and provides with the imperial tribute the sinews of her cultural development. The merchants who accompany their goods to all quarters of the Mediterranean come back with changed perspective and alert and open minds. They bring new ideas and ways, break down ancient taboos and sloth, and replace the familial conservatism of a rural aristocracy with the individualistic and progressive spirit of a mercantile civilization. Here in Athens, East and West meet and jar each other from their ruts. Old myths lose their grasp on the souls of men, leisure rises, inquiry is supported, science and philosophy grow. Athens becomes the most intensely alive city of her time. 4. Freemen and Slaves. Why does all this work? In the countryside it is done by citizens, their families, and free hired men. In Athens it is done partly by citizens, partly by freedmen, more by metics, mostly by slaves. The shopkeepers, artisans, merchants, and bankers come almost entirely from the voteless classes. The burgher looks down upon manual labor and does as little of it as he may. To work for a livelihood is considered ignoble. Even the professional practice or teaching of music, sculpture, or painting is accounted by many Greeks a mean occupation. To hear blunt Xenophon, who speaks, however, as a proud member of the knightly class, the base mechanic arts, so-called, are held in ill repute by civilized communities, and not unreasonably. Seeing they are the ruin of the bodies of all concerned in them, workers and overseers alike, who are forced to remain in sitting postures or to hug the gloom, or else to crouch whole days confronting a furnace. Hand in hand with physical enervation follows a pace and enfeebling of soul, while the demand which these base mechanic arts make on time of those employed in them leaves them no leisure to devote to the claims of friendship and the state. Trade is similarly scorned. To the aristocratic or philosophical Greek it is merely money-making at the expense of others, It aims not to create goods, but to buy them cheap and sell them dear. No respectable citizen will engage in it, though he may quietly invest in it and profit from it, so long as he lets others do the work. A freeman, says the Greek, must be free from economic tasks. He must get slaves or others to attend to his material concerns, even, if he can, to take care of his property and his fortune. Only by such liberation can he find time for government, war, literature, and philosophy. Without a leisure class there can be, in the Greek view, no standards of taste, no encouragement of the arts, no civilization. No man who is in a hurry is quite civilized. Most of the functions associated in history with the middle class are in Athens performed by metics, freemen of foreign birth who, though ineligible to citizenship, have fixed their domicile in Athens. For the most part they are professional men, merchants, contractors, manufacturers, managers, tradesmen, craftsmen, artists, who in the course of their wandering have found in Athens the economic liberty, opportunity, and stimulus, which to them is far more vital than the vote. The most important industrial undertakings outside of mining are owned by metics. The ceramic industry is theirs completely, and wherever middlemen can squeeze themselves in between producer and consumer, they are to be found. The law harasses them and protects them. It taxes them like citizens, lays liturgies upon them, exacts military service from them, and adds a poll tax for good measure. It forbids them to own land or to marry into the family of a citizen. It excludes them from its religious organization and from direct appeal to its courts. But it welcomes them into its economic life, appreciates their industry and skill, enforces their contracts, gives them religious freedom, and guards their wealth against violent revolution. Some of them flaunt their riches vulgarly, but some of them, too, work quietly in science, literature, and the arts, practice law or medicine, and create schools of rhetoric and philosophy. In the 4th century they will provide the authors and subject of the comic drama, and in the 3rd they will set the cosmopolitan tone of Hellenistic society. They itch for citizenship, but they love Athens proudly and contribute painfully to finance her defense against her enemies. Through them chiefly the fleet is maintained, the empire is supported, and the commercial supremacy of Athens is preserved. Mingled with the metics in political disabilities and economic opportunities are the freedmen, those who once were slaves. For though it is inconvenient to liberate a slave, since usually he must be replaced by another, yet the promise of freedom is an economical stimulus to a young slave, and many Greeks, as death approaches, reward their most loyal slaves with manumission. The slave may be freed through ransoming by relatives or friends, as in the case of Plato, or the state, indemnifying his owner, may free him for service in war, or he himself may save his obols until he can buy his liberty. Like the metic, the freedman engages in industry, trade, or finance. At the lowest, he may do for pay the work of a slave. At the top, he may become a magnate of industry. Milius manages Demosthenes' armor factory. Paetion and Phormio become the richest bankers in Athens. The freedman is especially valued as an executive, for no one is more severe with slaves than the man who has come up from slavery and has known only oppression all the days of his life. Beneath these 3 classes, citizens, metics, and freedmen, are the 115,000 slaves of Attica. They are recruited from unransomed prisoners of war, victims of slave raids, infants rescued from exposure, wastrels, and criminals. Few of them in Greece are Greeks. The Hellene looks upon foreigners as natural slaves, since they so readily give absolute obedience to a king, and he does not account the servitude of such men to Greeks as unreasonable. But he balks at the enslavement of a Greek and seldom stoops to it. Greek traders buy slaves as they would merchandise and offer them for sale at Chios, Delos, Corinth, Aegina, Athens, and wherever else they can find purchasers. The slave dealers at Athens are among the richest of the metics. In Delos it is not unusual for 1,000 slaves to be sold in a day. Simon, after the battle of the Eurymedon, puts 20,000 prisoners on the slave market. At Athens there is a mart where slaves stand ready for naked inspection and bargaining purchase at any time. They cost from half a mina to 10 minas, $50 to $1,000. They may be bought for direct use or for investment. Men and women in Athens find it profitable to buy slaves and rent them to homes, factories, or mines. The return is as high as 33%. Even the poorest citizen has a slave or two. Aeschines, to prove his poverty, complains that his family has only 7. Rich homes may have 50. The Athenian government employs a number of slaves as clerks, attendants, minor officials, or policemen. Many of these receive their clothing and a daily allowance of half a drachma, and are permitted to live where they please. In the countryside the slaves are few, and are chiefly women servants in the home. In northern Greece and most of the Peloponnesus, serfdom makes slavery superfluous. In Corinth, Megara, and Athens, slaves do most of the manual labor, and women slaves most of the domestic toil. But slaves do also a great part of the clerical and some of the executive work in industry, commerce, and finance. Most skilled labor is performed by freemen, freedmen, or metics, and there are no learned slaves as there will be in the Hellenistic period and in Rome. The slave is seldom allowed to bring up children of his own, for it is cheaper to buy a slave than to rear one. If the slave misbehaves, he is whipped. If he testifies, he is tortured. When he is struck by a freeman, he must not defend himself. But if he is subject to great cruelty, he may flee to a temple, and then his master must sell him. In no case may his master kill him. So long as he labors, he has more security than many who in other civilizations are not called slaves. When he is ill or old, or there is no work for him to do, his master does not throw him upon public relief, but continues to take care of him. If he is loyal, he is treated like a faithful servant, almost like a member of the family. He is often allowed to go into business, provided he will pay his owner a part of his earnings. He is free from taxation and from military service. Nothing in his costume distinguishes him in 5th century Athens from the freeman. Indeed, the old oligarch, who about 425 writes a pamphlet on the polity of the Athenians, complains that the slave does not make way for citizens on the street, that he talks freely and acts in every detail as if he were the equal of the citizen. Athens is known for mildness to her slaves. It is a common judgment that slaves are better off in democratic Athens than poor freemen in oligarchic states. Slave revolts, though feared, are rare in Attica. Nevertheless, the Athenian conscience is disturbed by the existence of slavery, and the philosophers who defend it reveal almost as clearly as those who denounce it that the moral development of the nation has outrun its institutions. Plato condemns the enslavement of Greeks by Greeks, but for the rest accepts slavery on the ground that some people have underprivileged minds. Aristotle looks upon the slave as an animate tool and thinks that slavery will continue in some form until all menial work can be done by self-operating machines. The average Greek, though kind to his slaves, has no notion of how a cultured society can get along without slavery. To abolish slavery, he feels it would be necessary to abolish Athens. Others are more radical. The Cynic philosophers condemn slavery outright. Their successors, the Stoics, will condemn it more politely. Euripides again and again stirs his audiences by sympathetic pictures of war-captured slaves, and the sophist Alcidamas goes about Greece preaching, unmolested, the doctrine of Rousseau, almost in the words of Rousseau. God has sent all men into the world free, and nature has made no man a slave. But slavery goes on. 5. The War of the Classes. The exploitation of man by man is less severe in Athens and Thebes than in Sparta or Rome, but it is adequate to the purpose. There are no castes among the freemen in Athens, and a man may by resolute ability rise to anything but citizenship. Hence, in part, the fever and turbulence of Athenian life. There is no tense class distinction between employer and employee except in the mines. Usually the master works beside his men, and personal acquaintance dulls the edge of exploitation. The wage of nearly all artisans of whatever class is a drachma for each actual day of work, but unskilled workers may get as low as 3 obols, or 50 cents a day. Piecework tends to replace time work as the factory system develops, and wages begin to vary more widely. A contractor may hire slaves from their owner for a rental of 1 to 4 obols a day. We may estimate the buying power of these wages by comparing Greek prices with our own. In 414, a house and estate in Attica cost 1,200 drachmas. Medimnus, or 1½ bushels of barley, costs a drachma in the 6th century, 2 at the close of the 5th, 3 in the 4th, 5 in the time of Alexander. A sheep costs a drachma in Solon's day, 10 to 20 at the end of the 5th century. In Athens, as elsewhere, currency tends to increase faster than goods, and prices rise. At the close of the 4th century, prices are 5 times as high as at the opening of the 6th. They double from 480 to 404, and again from 404 to 330. A single man lives comfortably on 120 drachmas, or $120 a month. We may judge from this the condition of the worker who earns 30 drachmas per month and has a family. It is true that the state comes to his relief in times of great stress and then distributes corn at a nominal price. But he observes that the goddess of liberty is no friend to the goddess of equality, and that under the free laws of Athens the strong grow stronger, the rich richer, while the poor remain poor. Individualism stimulates the able and degrades the simple. It creates wealth magnificently and concentrates it dangerously. In Athens, as in other states, cleverness gets all that it can, and mediocrity gets the rest. The landowner profits from the rising value of his land. The merchant does his best, despite 100 laws, to secure corners and monopolies. The speculator reaps, through the high rate of interest on loans, the lion's share of the proceeds of industry and trade. Demagogues arise who point out to the poor the inequality of human possessions and conceal from them the inequality of human economic ability. The poor man, face to face with wealth, becomes conscious of his poverty, broods over his unrewarded merits, and dreams of perfect states. Bitterer than the war of Greece with Persia or of Athens with Sparta is, in all the Greek states, the war of class with class. In Attica it begins with the conflict between the new rich and the landed aristocracy. The ancient families still love the soil and live for the greater part on their estates. Division of the patrimony through many generations has made the average holding small. The rich Alcibiades has only 70 acres, and the squire in most cases labors personally on the soil or in the management of his property. But though the aristocrat is not rich, he is proud. He adds his father's name to his own as a title of nobility, and he remains aloof as long as he can from the mercantile bourgeoisie which is capturing the wealth of Athens's growing trade. His wife, however, cries for a city home and the varied life and opportunities of the metropolis. His daughters wish to live in Athens and snare rich husbands. His sons hope to find hetairai there and to give gay parties in the style of the nouveau riche. As the aristocrat cannot compete in luxury with the merchants and manufacturers, he accepts them, or their children, as sons-in-law or daughters-in-law. They are anxious to climb and willing to pay. The upshot is a union of the rich in land with the rich in money, and the formation of an upper class of oligarchs, envied and hated by the poor, angry at the excesses and extravagance of democracy, and fearful of revolution. It is the insolence of the new wealth that brings on the second phase of the class war, the struggle of the poorer citizens against the rich. Many of the bourgeoisie flaunt their wealth like Alcibiades, but few others can so charm the mechanic multitude by dramatic audacity and elegance of person or speech. Young men, conscious of ability and frustrated with poverty, translate their personal need for opportunity and place into a general gospel of revolt, and intellectuals, eager for new ideas and the applause of the oppressed, formulate for them the aims of their rebellion. They call not for the socialization of industry and trade, but for the abolition of debts and the redistribution of the land among the citizens. For the radical movement in 5th century Athens is confined to the poorer voters, and never dreams at this stage of liberating the slaves or letting the medics in on the reallotment of the soil. The leaders talk of a golden past in which all men were equal in possessions, but they do not wish to be taken too literally when they speak of restoring that paradise. It is an aristocratic communism that they have in mind, not a nationalization of the land by the state, but an equal sharing of it by the citizens. They point out how unreal is the equality of the franchise in the face of mounting economic inequality, but they are resolved to use the political power of the poorer citizenry to persuade the assembly to sluice into the pockets of the needy, by fines, liturgies, confiscations, and public works, some of the concentrated wealth of the rich, and to give a lead to future rebels they adopt red as the symbolic color of their revolt. In the face of this threat, the rich band themselves in secret organizations, pledged to take common action against what Plato, despite his communism, will call the monstrous beast of the aroused and hungry mob. The free workers also organize, have at least since Solon organized, themselves into clubs, eranoi, theosoi, of stonemasons, marble cutters, woodworkers, ivory workers, potters, fishermen, actors, etc. Socrates is a member of a sculptors' theosos. But these groups are not so much trade unions as mutual benefit societies. They come together in meeting places called synods or synagogues, have banquets and games, and worship a patron deity. They make payments to sick members and contract collectively for specific enterprises. But they do not enter visibly into the Athenian class war. The battle is fought on the fields of literature and politics. Pamphleteers like the old oligarch issue denunciations or defenses of democracy. The comic poets, since their plays require rich men to finance their production, are on the side of the drachmas, and pour ridicule upon the radical leaders and their utopias. In the Ecclesiazuzi, 392, Aristophanes introduces us to the lady communist Praxagora, who makes an oration as follows. I want all to have a share of everything, and all property to be in common. There will no longer be either rich or poor. No longer shall we see one man harvesting vast tracts of land, while another has not ground enough to be buried in. I intend that there shall be only one and the same condition of life for all. I shall begin by making land, money, everything that is private property common to all. Women shall belong to all men in common. But who, asks Blepyrus, will do the work? The slaves, is her reply. In another comedy, the Plutus, 408, Aristophanes allows poverty, who is threatened with extinction, to defend herself as the necessary goad to human toil and enterprise. I am the sole cause of all your blessings, and your safety depends upon me alone. Who would wish to hammer iron, build ships, sow, turn, cut up leather, bake bricks, bleach linen, tan hides, or break up the soil with the plow and garner the gifts of Demeter, if he could live in idleness and free from all this work? If your system, communism, is applied, you will not be able to sleep in a bed, for no more will ever be manufactured, nor on carpets, for who would weave them if he had gold? The reforms of Ephialtes and Pericles are the first achievement of the democratic revolt. Pericles is a man of judgment and moderation. He does not wish to destroy the rich, but to preserve them and their enterprise by easing the condition of the poor. But after his death in 429, the democracy becomes so radical that the oligarchic party conspires again with Sparta, and makes in 411, and once more in 404, a rich man's revolution. Nevertheless, because wealth is great in Athens and trickles down to many, and because fear of a slave uprising gives the citizenry pause, the class war in Athens is milder, and sooner reaches a working compromise, than in Greek states where the middle class is not strong enough to mediate between rich and poor. At Samos in 412, the radicals seize the government, execute 200 aristocrats, banish 400 more, divide up the lands and houses among themselves, and develop another society like that which they have overthrown. At Leontini in 422, the commoners expel the oligarchs, but soon afterward take to flight. At Corcyra in 427, the oligarchs assassinate 60 leaders of the popular party. The Democrats seize the government, imprison 400 aristocrats, try 50 of them before a kind of committee of public safety, and execute all 50 at once, seeing which a considerable number of the surviving prisoners slay one another, others kill themselves, and the rest are walled up in the temple in which they have sought sanctuary, and are starved to death. Thucydides describes the class war in Greece in a timeless passage. During 7 days the Corcyrians were engaged in butchering those of their fellow citizens whom they regarded as their enemies, and although the crime imputed was that of attempting to put down the democracy, some were slain also for private hatred, others by their debtors because of the moneys owed to them. Death thus raged in every shape, and as usually happens at such times, there was no length to which violence did not go. Sons were killed by their fathers, and suppliants were dragged from the altar or slain upon it. Revolution thus ran its course from city to city, and the places where it arrived last, from having heard what had been done before, carried to still greater excess the refinement of their inventions and the atrocity of their reprisals. Corcyra gave the first example of these crimes, of the revenge exacted by the governed, who had never experienced equitable treatment or indeed aught but violence from their rulers, when their hour came, of the iniquitous resolves of those who desired to get rid of their accustomed poverty and ardently coveted their neighbors' goods, and the savage and pitiless excesses into which men who had begun the struggle not in a class but in a party spirit were hurried by their passions. In the confusion into which life was now thrown in the cities, human nature, always rebelling against the law and now its master, gladly showed itself ungoverned in passion, above respect for justice, and the enemy of all superiority. Reckless audacity came now to be considered the courage of a loyal ally. Prudent hesitation, specious cowardice. Moderation was held to be a cloak for unmanliness. Ability to see all sides of a question was accounted inability to act on any. The cause of all these evils was the lust for power arising from greed and ambition, The leaders in the cities, each provided with the fairest professions, on the one side with the cry of the political equality of the people, on the other of a moderate aristocracy, sought prizes for themselves in those public interests which they pretended to cherish, and, recoiling from no means in their struggle for ascendancy, engaged in the direst excesses. Religion was in honor with neither party, but the use of fair phrases to arrive at guilty ends was in high reputation. The ancient simplicity into which honor so largely entered was laughed down and disappeared, and society became divided into camps in which no man trusted his fellow. Meanwhile, the moderate part of the citizens perished between the two, either for not joining in the quarrel, or because envy would not suffer them to escape. The whole Hellenic world was convulsed. Athens survives this turbulence because every Athenian is at heart an individualist and loves private property, and because the Athenian government finds a practicable medium between socialism and individualism in a moderate regulation of business and wealth. The state is not afraid to regulate. It sets a limit upon the size of dowries, the cost of funerals, and the dress of women. It taxes and supervises trade, enforces fair weights and measures and honest quality so far as the ingenuity of human rascality permits. It limits the export of food, and enacts sharp laws to govern and chasten the practices of merchants and tradesmen. It watches the grain trade carefully and legislates severely against corners, even to the death penalty, by forbidding the purchase of more than 75 bushels of wheat at a time. It interdicts loans on outgoing cargoes unless the return shipment is to bring grain to the Piraeus. It requires that all corn loaded by vessels owned in Athens shall be brought to the Piraeus, and it prohibits the export of more than a third of any corn cargo that reaches that port. By keeping a reserve of grain in state-owned storehouses and pouring this upon the market when prices rise too rapidly, Athens sees to it that the price of bread shall never be exorbitant, that millionaires shall not be created out of the hunger of the people, and that no Athenian shall starve. The state regulates wealth through taxation and liturgies, and persuades or compels rich men to supply funds for the fleet, the drama, and the theoric payments that enable the poor to attend the plays and the games. For the rest, Athens protects freedom of trade, private property, and the opportunity to profit, deeming them the necessary implements of human liberty and the most powerful stimuli to industry, commerce, and prosperity. Under this system of economic individualism tempered with socialistic regulation, wealth accumulates in Athens and spreads sufficiently to prevent a radical revolution. To the end of ancient Athens, private property remains secure. The number of citizens with a comfortable income doubles between 480 and 431. The public revenue grows, public expenditures rise, and yet the treasury is full beyond any precedent in Greek history. The economic basis of Athenian freedom, enterprise, art, and thought is firmly laid, and will bear without strain every extravagance of the Golden Age, except the war by which all Greece will be ruined. Chapter 13. The Morals and Manners of the Athenians. 1. Childhood. Every Athenian citizen is expected to have children, and all the forces of religion, property, and the state unite to discountenance childlessness. Where no offspring comes, adoption is the rule, and high prices are paid for prepossessing orphans. At the same time, law and public opinion accept infanticide as a legitimate safeguard against excess population and a pauperizing fragmentation of the land. Any father may expose a newborn child to death either as doubtfully his or as weak or deformed. The children of slaves are seldom allowed to live. Girls are more subject to exposure than boys, for every daughter has to be provided with a dowry, and at marriage she passes from the home and service of those who have reared her into the service of those who have not. Exposure is effected by leaving the infant in a large earthenware vessel within the precincts of a temple, or in some other place where it can soon be rescued if any wish to adopt it. The parental right to expose permits a rough eugenics, and cooperates with a rigorous natural selection by hardship and competition to make the Greeks a strong and healthy people. The philosophers almost unanimously approve of family limitation. Plato will call for the exposure of all feeble children, and of those born of base or elderly parents, and Aristotle will defend abortion as preferable to infanticide. The Hippocratic Code of Medical Ethics will not allow the physician to effect abortion, but the Greek midwife is an experienced hand in this field, and no law impedes her. We have no evidence of contraceptive devices among the Greeks. On or before the 10th day after birth, the child is formally accepted into the family with a religious ritual around the hearth, and receives presents and a name. Usually a Greek has but one name, like Socrates or Archimedes. But since it is customary to call the eldest son after the paternal grandfather, repetition is frequent, and Greek history is confounded with a multiplicity of Xenophons, Aeschyleses, Thucydideses, Diogeneses, and Zenos. To avoid ambiguity, the father's name or the place of birth may be added, as with Cimon Miltiadou, Simon, son of Miltiades, or Diodorus Siculus, Diodorus of Sicily, or the problem may be solved by some jolly nickname, like Calimedon, the crab. Once the child is so accepted into the family, it cannot lawfully be exposed, and is reared with all the affection that parents lavish upon their children in every age. Themistocles describes his son as the real ruler of Athens, for he, Themistocles, the most influential man in the city, is ruled by his wife, who is ruled by their child. Many an epigram in the Greek anthology reveals a tender parental love. I wept at the death of my Theone, but the hopes centered in our child lightened my sorrows. And now envious fate has bereaved me of the boy as well. Alas, I am cheated of thee, my child, all that was left to me. Persephone, hear this cry of a father's grief, and lay the child upon his dead mother's breast. The tragedies of adolescence are eased with many games, some of which will survive the memory of Greece. On a white perfume vase made for a child's grave, a little boy is seen taking his toy cart with him down to Hades. Babies have terracotta rattles containing pebbles. Girls keep house with their dolls. Boys fight great campaigns with clay soldiers and generals. Nurses push children on swings or balance them on seesaws. Boys and girls roll hoops, fly kites, spin tops, play hide-and-seek or blindman's buff or tug-of-war, and wage 100 merry contests with pebbles, nuts, coins, and balls. The marbles of the Golden Age are dried beans shot from the fingers, or smooth stones shot or tossed into a circle to dislodge enemy stones and come to rest as near as possible to the center. As children approach the age of reason, 7 or 8, they take up the game of dice by throwing square knuckle bones, the highest throw, 6, being counted the best. The games of the young are as old as the sins of their fathers. 2. Education. Athens provides public gymnasiums and palestras and exercises some loose supervision over teachers, but the city has no public schools or state universities, and education remains in private hands. Plato advocates state schools, but Athens seems to believe that even in education, competition will produce the best results. Professional schoolmasters set up their own schools, to which freeborn boys are sent at the age of 6. The name pedagogos is given not to the teacher but to the slave who conducts the boy daily to and from school. We hear of no boarding schools. Attendance at school continues till 14 or 16, or till a later age among the well-to-do. The schools have no desks but only benches. The pupil holds on his knee the roll from which he reads or the material upon which he writes. Some schools, anticipating much later fashions, are adorned with statues of Greek heroes and gods. A few are elegantly furnished. The teacher teaches all subjects, and attends to character as well as intellect, using a sandal. The curriculum has 3 divisions: writing, music, and gymnastics. Eager modernists will add, in Aristotle's day, drawing and painting. Writing includes reading and arithmetic, which uses letters for numbers. Everyone learns to play the lyre, and much of the material of instruction is put into poetical and musical form. No time is spent in acquiring any foreign language, much less a dead one, but great care is taken in learning the correct usage of the mother tongue. Gymnastics are taught chiefly in the gymnasium and the palestra, and no one is considered educated who has not learned to wrestle, swim, and use the bow and the sling. The education of girls is carried on at home and is largely confined to domestic science. Outside of Sparta, girls take no part in public gymnastics. They are taught by their mothers or nurses to read and write and reckon, to spin and weave and embroider, to dance and sing and play some instrument. A few Greek women are well educated, but these are mostly hetairae. For respectable ladies there is no secondary education until Aspasia lures a few of them into rhetoric and philosophy. Higher education for men is provided by professional rhetors and sophists who offer instruction in oratory, science, philosophy, and history. These independent teachers engage lecture halls near the gymnasium or palestra and constitute together a scattered university for pre-Platonic Athens. Only the prosperous can study under them, for they charge high fees. But ambitious youths work by night in mill or field in order to be able to attend by day the classes of these nomadic professors. When boys reach the age of 16, they are expected to pay special attention to physical exercises, as fitting them in some measure for the tasks of war. Even their sports give them indirectly a military preparation. They run, leap, wrestle, hunt, drive chariots, and hurl the javelin. At 18, they enter upon the second of the 4 stages of Athenian life: Pais, Ephobos, Aner, Geron, child, youth, man, elder, and are enrolled into the ranks of Athens's soldier youth, the Ephoboi. Under moderators chosen by the ranks of their tribes, they are trained for 2 years in the duties of citizenship and war. They live and eat together, wear an impressive uniform, and submit to moral supervision night and day. They organize themselves democratically on the model of the city, meet in assembly, pass resolutions, and erect laws for their own governance. They have archons, strategoi, and judges. For the first year they are schooled with strenuous drill, and hear lectures on literature, music, geometry, and rhetoric. At 19, they are assigned to garrison the frontier, and are entrusted for 2 years with the protection of the city against attack from without and disorder within. Solemnly, in the presence of the Council of 500, with hands stretched over the altar in the temple of Agralis, they take the oath of the young men of Athens. I will not disgrace the sacred arms, nor will I abandon the man next to me, whoever he may be. I will bring aid to the ritual of the state, and to the holy duties, both alone and in company with many. I will transmit my native commonwealth, not lessened, but larger and better than I have received it. I will obey those who from time to time are judges. I will obey the established statutes, and whatever other regulations the people shall enact. If anyone shall attempt to destroy the statutes, I will not permit it, but will repel him both alone and with all. I will honor the ancestral faith. The Ephoboi are assigned a special place at the theater, and play a prominent role in the religious processions of the city. Perhaps it is such young men that we see riding so handsomely on the Parthenon frieze. Periodically they exhibit their accomplishments in public contests, above all in the relay torch race from the Piraeus to Athens. All the city comes out for this picturesque event, and lines the 4.5-mile road. The race is run at night, and the way is not illuminated. All that can be seen of the runners is the leaping light of the torches that they carry forward and pass on. When at the age of 21 the training of the Ephoboi is completed, they are freed from parental authority and formally admitted into the full citizenship of the city. Such is the education, eked out by lessons learned in the home and in the street, that produces the Athenian citizen. It is an excellent combination of physical and mental, moral and aesthetic training, of supervision in youth with freedom and maturity, and in its heyday it turns out young men as fine as any in history. After Pericles, theory grows and beclouds practice. Philosophers debate the goals and methods of education, whether the teacher should aim chiefly at intellectual development or at moral character, chiefly at practical ability or the promotion of abstract science. But all agree in attaching the highest importance to education. When Aristippus is asked in what way the educated are superior to the untutored, he answers, as broken horses are to the unbroken. And Aristotle to the same question replies, as the living are to the dead. At least, adds Aristippus, if the pupil derives no other good, he will not, when he attends the theater, be one stone upon another. 3. Externals. The citizens of Athens in the 5th century are men of medium height, vigorous, bearded, and not all as handsome as Phidias's horsemen. The ladies of the vases are graceful, and those of the stelae have a dignified loveliness, and those molded by the sculptors are supremely beautiful. But the actual ladies of Athens, limited in their mental development by an almost oriental seclusion, are at best as pretty as their Near Eastern sisters, but no more. The Greeks admire beauty even beyond other nations, but they do not always embody it. Greek women, like others, find their figures a little short of perfection. They lengthen them with high cork soles on their shoes, pad out deficiencies with wadding, compress abundances with lacing, and support the breasts with a cloth brassiere. Plutarch tells a pretty story of how an epidemic of suicide among the women of Miletus was suddenly and completely ended by an ordinance decreeing that self-slain women should be carried naked through the marketplace to their burial. The hair of the Greeks is usually dark. Blondes are exceptional and much admired. Many women and some men dye their hair to make it blonde or to conceal the grayness of age. Both sexes use oils to help the growth of the hair and to protect it against the sun. The women and again some men add perfumes to the oil. Both sexes in the 6th century wear the hair long, usually bound in braids around or behind the head. In the 5th century, the women vary their coiffure by knotting the hair low on the nape of the neck, or letting it fall over the shoulders, or around the neck and upon the breast. The ladies like to bind their hair with gay ribbons, and to adorn these with a jewel on the forehead. After Marathon, the men begin to cut their hair. After Alexander, they will shave their mustaches and beards with sickle-shaped razors of iron. No Greek ever wears a mustache without a beard. The beard is neatly trimmed, usually to a point. The barber not only cuts the hair and shaves or trims the beard, but he manicures his customer and otherwise polishes him up for presentation. When he is finished, he offers him a mirror in the most modern style. The barber has his shop, which is a center for the wineless symposia, as Theophrastus calls them, of the local gossips and gadflies. But he often works outside it under the sky. He is garrulous by profession, and when one of his kind asks King Archelaus of Macedon how he would like to have his hair cut, the king answers, "In silence." The women also shave here and there, using razors or depilatories of arsenic and lime. Perfumes, made from flowers with a base of oil, are numbered in the hundreds. Socrates complains that men make so much use of them. Every lady of class has an armory of mirrors, pins, hairpins, safety pins, tweezers, combs, scent bottles, and pots for rouge and creams. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 9, Side 2. Every lady of class has an armory of mirrors, pins, hairpins, safety pins, tweezers, combs, scent bottles, and pots for rouge and creams. Cheeks and lips are painted with sticks of minium or alkanet root. Eyebrows are penciled with lamp black or pulverized antimony. Eyelids are shaded with antimony or kohl. Eyelashes are darkened and then set with a mixture of egg white and gum ammoniac. Creams and washes are used for removing wrinkles, freckles, and spots. Disagreeable applications are kept on the face for hours in the patient lust to seem, if one cannot be, beautiful. Oil of mastic is employed to prevent perspiration, and specific perfumed unguents are applied to various parts of the body. A proper lady uses palm oil on the face and breast, marjoram on the eyebrows and hair, essence of thyme on the throat and knees, mint on the arms, myrrh on the legs and feet. Against this seductive armament men protest to as much effect as in other ages. A character in Athenian comedy reproves a lady in cosmetic detail. If you go out in summer, 2 streaks of black run from your eyes. Perspiration makes a red furrow from your cheeks to your neck, and when your hair touches your face it is blanched by the white lead. Women remain the same because men do. Water is limited, and cleanliness seeks substitutes. The well-to-do bathe once or twice daily, using a soap made of olive oil mixed with an alkali into a paste. Then they are anointed with fragrant essences. Comfortable homes have a paved bathroom in which stands a large marble basin, usually filled by hand. Sometimes water is brought by pipes and channels into the house and through the wall of the bathroom, where it spouts from a metal nozzle in the shape of an animal's head and falls upon the floor of a small shower bath enclosure, whence it runs out into the garden. Most people, unable to spare water for a bath, rub themselves with oil and then scrape it off with a crescent-shaped strigil, as in Lysippus's Apoxyomenos. The Greek is not fastidiously clean. His hygiene is not so much a matter of indoor toilette as of abstemious diet and an active outdoor life. He seldom sits in closed homes, theaters, churches, or halls, rarely works in closed factories or shops. His drama, his worship, even his government proceed under the sun, and his simple clothing, which lets the air reach every part of his body, can be thrown aside with one swing of the arm for a bout of wrestling or a bath of sunshine. Greek dress consists essentially of 2 squares of cloth, loosely draped about the body and seldom tailored to fit the individual. It varies in minor detail from city to city, but remains constant for generations. The chief garment at Athens is for men the chiton, or tunic, for women the peplos, or robe, both made of wool. If the weather requires it, these may be covered with a mantle, hymation, or cloak, chlamys, suspended like them from the shoulders and falling freely in those natural folds that so please us in Greek statuary. In the 5th century, clothing is usually white. Women, rich men, and gay youths, however, go in for color, even for purple and dark red, and colored stripes and embroidered hems. And the women may bind a colored girdle about the waist. Hats are unpopular on the ground that they keep moisture from the hair and so make it prematurely gray. The head is covered only in traveling, in battle, and at work under the hot sun. Women may wear colored kerchiefs or bandeaus. Workers sometimes wear a cap and nothing else. Shoes are sandals, high shoes or boots, usually of leather, black for men, colored for women. The ladies of Thebes, says Dicaearchus, wear low purple shoes laced so as to show the bare feet. Most children and working men dispense with shoes altogether, and no one bothers with stockings. Both sexes announce or disguise their incomes with jewelry. Men wear at least one ring. Aristotle wears several. The walking sticks of the men may have knobs of silver or gold. Women wear bracelets, necklaces, diadems, earrings, brooches and chains, jeweled clasps and buckles, and sometimes jeweled bands about the ankles or the upper arms. Here, as in most mercantile cultures, luxury runs into excess among those to whom wealth is a novelty. Sparta regulates the headdress of its ladies, and Athens forbids women to take more than 3 dresses on a journey. Women smile at these restrictions and, without lawyers, get around them. They know that to most men and to some women dress makes the woman, and their behavior in this matter reveals a wisdom gathered through 1,000 centuries. 4. Morals. The Athenians of the 5th century are not exemplars of morality. The progress of the intellect has loosened many of them from their ethical traditions, and has turned them into almost unmoral individuals. They have a high reputation for legal justice, but they are seldom altruistic to any but their children. Conscience rarely troubles them, and they never dream of loving their neighbors as themselves. Manners vary from class to class. In the dialogues of Plato, life is graced with a charming courtesy, but in the comedies of Aristophanes there are no manners at all. And in public oratory, personal abuse is relied upon as the very soul of eloquence. In such matters the Greeks have much to learn from the time-polished barbarians of Egypt or Persia or Babylon. Salutation is cordial but simple. There is no bowing, for that seems to the proud citizens a vestige of monarchy. Handshaking is reserved for oaths or solemn farewells. Usually the greeting is merely "Kyrie," rejoice, followed, as elsewhere, by some brilliant remark about the weather. Hospitality has lessened since Homeric days, for travel is a little more secure than then, and inns provide food and shelter for transients. Even so, it remains an outstanding virtue of the Athenians. Strangers are welcomed, though without introduction. If they come with letters from a common friend, they receive bed and board, and sometimes parting gifts. An invited guest is always privileged to bring an uninvited guest with him. This freedom of entry gives rise in time to a class of parasites, parasitoi, a word originally applied to the clergy who ate the corn left over from the temple supplies. The well-to-do are generous givers in both public and private philanthropy. The practice, as well as the word, is Greek. Charity, caritas, or love, is also present. There are many institutions for the care of strangers, the sick, the poor, and the old. The government provides pensions for wounded soldiers and brings up war orphans at the expense of the state. In the 4th century it will make payments to disabled workmen. In periods of drought, war, or other crisis, the state pays 2 obols, or 34 cents a day, to the needy, in addition to the regular fees for attendance at the assembly, the courts, and the plays. There are the normal scandals. A speech of Lysias concerns a man who, though on public relief, has rich men for his friends, earns money by his handicraft, and rides horses for recreation. The Greek might admit that honesty is the best policy, but he tries everything else first. The chorus in Sophocles' Philoctetes expresses the tenderest sympathy for the wounded and deserted soldier, and then takes advantage of his slumber to counsel Neoptolemus to betray him, steal his weapons, and leave him to his fate. Everyone complains that the Athenian retailers adulterate their goods, give short weight and short change, despite the government inspectors, shift the fulcrum of their scales towards the measuring weights, and lie at every opportunity. The sausages, for example, are accused of being dogs. A comic dramatist calls the fishmongers assassins. A gentler poet calls them burglars. The politicians are not much better. There is hardly a man in Athenian public life that is not charged with crookedness. An honest man like Aristides is considered exciting news, almost a monstrosity. Even Diogenes' daytime lantern does not find another. Thucydides reports that men are more anxious to be called clever than honest, and suspect honesty of simplicity. It is an easy matter to find Greeks who will betray their country. At no time, says Pausanias, was Greece wanting in people afflicted with this itch for treason. Bribery is a popular way to political advancement, criminal impunity, diplomatic accomplishments. Pericles has large sums voted to him for secret uses, presumably for lubricating international negotiations. Morality is strictly tribal. Xenophon, in a treatise on education, frankly advises lying and robbery in dealing with the enemies of one's country. The Athenian envoys at Sparta in 432 defend their empire in plain terms. It has always been the law that the weaker should be subject to the stronger. No one has ever allowed the cry for justice to hinder his ambition when he had a chance of gaining anything by might. Though this passage, and the supposed speech of the Athenian leaders at Melos, may be exercises of Thucydides's philosophical imagination, inflamed by the cynical discourses of certain sophists, it would be as fair to judge the Greeks from the unconventional ethics of Gorgias, Callicles, Thrasymachus, and Thucydides as it would be to describe the modern European by the brilliant bizarrerie of Machiavelli, La Rochefoucauld, Nietzsche, and Stirner, not saying how fair that would be. That something of this superiority to morals is an active ingredient in the Greek character appears in the readiness with which the Spartans agree with the Athenians on these mooted points of morals. When the Lacedaemonian Phoebus, despite a treaty of peace, treacherously seizes upon the citadel of Thebes, and the Spartan king Agesilaus is questioned about the justice of this action, he replies, "Inquire only if it is useful, for whenever an action is useful to our country, it is right." Time and again truces are violated, solemn promises are broken, envoys are slain. Perhaps, however, the Greeks differ from ourselves not in conduct but in candor. Our greater delicacy makes it offensive to us to preach what we practice. Custom and religion among the Greeks exercise a very modest restraint upon the victor in war. It is a regular matter, even in civil wars, to sack the conquered city, to finish off the wounded, to slaughter or enslave all unransomed prisoners and all captured non-combatants, to burn down the houses, the fruit trees, and the crops, to exterminate the livestock, and to destroy the seed for future sowings. At the opening of the Peloponnesian War, the Spartans butcher as enemies all Greeks whom they find on the sea, whether allies of Athens or neutrals. At the Battle of Aegospotami, which closes the war, the Spartans put to death 3,000 Athenian prisoners, almost the selected best of Athens's depleted citizenry. War of some kind, of city against city or of class against class, is a normal condition in Hellas. In this way, the Greece that defeated the King of Kings turns upon itself. Greek meets Greek in 1,000 battles, and in the course of a century after Marathon, the most brilliant civilization in history consumes itself in a prolonged national suicide. 5. Character. If we are still attracted to these reckless disputants, it is because they cover the nakedness of their sins with an exhilarating vigor of enterprise and intellect. The nearness of the sea, the opportunities of trade, the freedom of economic and political life form the Athenian to an unprecedented excitability and resilience of temper and thought, a very fever of mind and sense. What a change from Orient to Europe, from the drowsy southern regions to these intermediate states where winter is cold enough to invigorate without dulling, and summer warm enough to liberate without enfeebling body and soul. Here is faith in life and man, a zest of living never rivaled again until the Renaissance. Out of this stimulating milieu comes courage and an impulsiveness all the world away from the sophrosiny, self-control, which the philosophers vainly preach, or the Olympian serenity which young Winckelmann and old Goethe will foist upon the passionate and restless Greeks. A nation's ideals are usually a disguise and are not to be taken as history. Courage and temperance, Andria or manliness, and the maiden agon, or nothing in excess of the Delphic inscription, are the rival mottos of the Greek. He realizes the one frequently enough, but the other one in his peasants, philosophers, and saints. The average Athenian is a sensualist, but with a good conscience. He sees no sin in the pleasures of sense, and finds in them the readiest answer to the pessimism that darkens his meditative intervals. He loves wine and is not ashamed to get drunk now and then. He loves women, in an almost innocently physical way, easily forgives himself for promiscuity, and does not look upon a lapse from virtue as an irremediable disaster. Nevertheless, he dilutes 2 parts of wine with 3 of water, and considers repeated drunkenness an offense against good taste. Though he seldom practices moderation, he sincerely worships it, and formulates more clearly than any other people in history the ideal of self-mastery. The Athenians are too brilliant to be good, and scorn stupidity more than they abominate vice. They are not all sages, and we must not picture their women as all lovely Nausicaa's, or stately Helens, or their men as combining the courage of Ajax with Nestor's wisdom. History has remembered the geniuses of Greece and has ignored her fools, except Nicias. Even our age may seem great when most of us are forgotten, and only our mountain peaks have escaped the obscurity of time. Discounting the pathos of distance, the average Athenian remains as subtle as an Oriental, as enamored of novelty as an American, endlessly curious and perpetually mobile, always preaching a Parmenidean calm and always tossed upon a Heraclitean sea. No people ever had a livelier fancy or a readier tongue. Clear thought and clear expression seem divine things to the Athenian. He has no patience with learned obfuscation, and looks upon informed and intelligent conversation as the highest sport of civilization. The secret of the exuberance of Greek life and thought lies in this, that to the Greek, man is the measure of all things. The educated Athenian is in love with reason and seldom doubts its ability to chart the universe. The desire to know and understand is his noblest passion, and as immoderate as the rest. Later he will discover the limits of reason and human effort, and by a natural reaction will fall into a pessimism strangely discordant with the characteristic buoyancy of his spirit. Even in the century of his exuberance, the thought of his profoundest men, who are not his philosophers but his dramatists, will be clouded over with the elusive brevity of delight and the patient pertinacity of death. As inquisitiveness generates the science of Greece, so acquisitiveness establishes and dominates its economy. Love of wealth wholly absorbs men, says Plato with the exaggeration usual in moralists, and never for a moment allows them to think of anything but their own private possessions. On this the soul of every citizen hangs suspended. The Athenians are competitive animals, and stimulate one another with nearly ruthless rivalry. They are shrewd, and give the Semites a close run in cunning and stratagem. They are every bit as stiff-necked as the biblical Hebrews, as pugnacious, obstinate, and proud. They bargain virulently in buying and selling, argue every point in conversation, and, when they cannot make war upon other countries, quarrel among themselves. They are not given to sentiment, and disapprove of Euripides's tears. They are kind to animals and cruel to men. They regularly use torture upon unaccused slaves, and sleep heartily, to all appearances, after slaughtering a city full of non-combatants. Nevertheless, they are generous to the poor or the disabled. When the assembly learns that the granddaughter of Aristogeiton the tyrannicide is living in destitution on Lemnos, it provides funds to bring her to Athens and to give her a dowry and a husband. The oppressed and hunted of other cities find a sympathetic refuge in Athens. In truth, the Greek does not think of character in our terms. He aspires neither to the conscience of the good bourgeois nor to the sense of honor of the aristocrat. To the Greek, the best life is the fullest one, rich in health, strength, beauty, passion, means, adventure, and thought. Virtue is arete, manly, literally and originally martial, excellence, from Ares or Mars. Precisely what the Romans call virtus, manliness. The Athenian ideal man is the kalokagathos, who combines beauty and justice in a gracious art of living that frankly values ability, fame, wealth, and friends as well as virtue and humanity. As with Goethe, self-development is everything. Along with this conception goes a degree of vanity whose candor is hardly to our taste. The Greeks never tire of admiring themselves and announce at every turn their superiority to other warriors, writers, artists, peoples. If we wish to understand the Greeks as against the Romans, we must think of the French versus the English. If we wish to feel the Spartan spirit as opposed to the Athenian, we must think of the Germans versus the French. All the qualities of the Athenians come together to make their city-state. Here is the creation and summation of their vigor and courage, their brilliance and loquacity, their unruliness and acquisitiveness, their vanity and patriotism, their worship of beauty and freedom. They are rich in passions but poor in prejudices. Now and then they tolerate religious intolerance, not as a check upon thought but as a weapon in partisan politics, and as a bound to moral experimentation. Otherwise they insist upon a degree of liberty that seems fantastically chaotic to their Oriental visitors. But because they are free, because ultimately every office is open to every citizen, and each is ruled and ruler in turn, they give half their lives to their state. Home is where they sleep. They live in the marketplace, in the assembly, in the council, in the courts, in the great festivals, athletic contests, and dramatic spectacles that glorify their city and its gods. They recognize the right of the state to conscript their persons and their wealth for its needs. They forgive its exactions because it gives more opportunity for human development than man has ever known before. They fight for it fiercely because it is the mother and guardian of their liberties. Thus, says Herodotus, did the Athenians increase in strength. And it is plain enough, not from this instance only, but from many examples, that freedom is an excellent thing, since even the Athenians, who, while they continued under the rule of dictators, were not a whit more valiant than any of their neighbors, no sooner shook off the yoke than they became decidedly the first of all. 6. Premarital Relations. In morality, as in alphabet, measures, weights, coinage, costume, music, astronomy, and mystic cults, classic Athens seems more Oriental than European. The physical basis of love is accepted frankly by both sexes. The love philters that anxious ladies brew for negligent men have no merely platonic aim. Premarital chastity is required of respectable women, but among unmarried men after the ephebic period there are few moral restraints upon desire. The great festivals, though religious in origin, are used as safety valves for the natural promiscuity of humanity. Sexual license on such occasions is condoned in the belief that monogamy may be more easily achieved during the balance of the year. No stigma is attached in Athens to the occasional intercourse of young men with courtesans. Even married men may patronize them without any greater moral penalty than a scolding at home and a slightly tarnished reputation in the city. Athens officially recognizes prostitution and levies a tax upon its practitioners. With a career so open to talent, harlotry becomes in Athens, as in most other cities of Greece, a well-plied profession with many specialties. The lowest order of them, the porni, live chiefly at the Piraeus, in common brothels marked for the convenience of the public with the phallic symbol of Priapus. An obol secures admission to these houses, where the girls, so lightly clad that they are called gymnae, naked, allow their prospective purchasers to examine them like dogs in a kennel. A man may strike a bargain for any period of time, and may arrange with the madam of the house to take a girl to live with him for a week, a month, or a year. Sometimes a girl is hired out in this way to 2 or more men, distributing her time among them according to their means. Higher than these girls in the affection of the Athenians are the olatrides, or flute players, who, like the geisha of Japan, assist at stag entertainments, provide music and gaiety, perform dances artistic or lascivious, and then, if properly induced, mingle with the guests and spend the night with them. A few old courtesans may stave off destitution by developing training schools for such flute girls and teaching them the science of cosmetic adornment, personal transfiguration, musical entertainment, and amorous dalliance. Tradition hands down carefully from one generation of courtesans to another, like a precious heritage, the arts of inspiring love by judicious display, holding it by coy refusal, and making it pay. Nevertheless, some of the olatrides, if we may take Lucian's word for it from a later age, have tender hearts, no real affection, and ruin themselves Camille-like for their lovers' sakes. The honest courtesan is an ancient theme hoary with the dignity of age. The highest class of Greek courtesans is composed of the hetairae, literally companions. Unlike the porni, who are mostly of Oriental birth, the hetairae are usually women of the citizen class who have fallen from the respectability or fled from the seclusion required of Athenian maids and matrons. They live independently and entertain at their own homes the lovers whom they lure. Though they are mostly brunettes by nature, they dye their hair yellow in the belief that Athenians prefer blondes, and they distinguish themselves, apparently under legal compulsion, by wearing flowery robes. By occasional reading or attending lectures, some of them acquire a modest education and amuse their cultured patrons with learned conversation. Thais, Diotama, Thargelia, and Leontium, as well as Aspasia, are celebrated as philosophical disputants, and sometimes for their polished literary style. Many of them are renowned for their wit, and Athenian literature has an anthology of hetairae epigrams. Though all courtesans are denied civil rights and are forbidden to enter any temple but that of their own goddess, Aphrodite Pandemos, a select minority of the hetairae enjoy a high standing in male society at Athens. No man is ashamed to be seen with these. Philosophers contend for their favors, and an historian chronicles their history as piously as Plutarch. In such ways a number of them achieve a certain scholastic immortality. There is Clepsydra, so named because she accepts and dismisses her lovers by the hourglass. Thargelia, who, as the Matahari of her time, serves the Persians as a spy by sleeping with as many as possible of the statesmen of Athens. Theorus, who consoles the old age of Sophocles, and Archippe, who succeeds her about the 9th decade of the dramatist's life. Archianassa, who amuses Plato, and Danae and Leontium, who teach Epicurus the philosophy of pleasure, Themistocles, who practices her art until she has lost her last tooth and her last lock of hair, and the businesslike Gnathena, who, having spent much time in the training of her daughter, demands 1,000 drachmas, or $1,000, as the price of the young lady's company for a night. The beauty of Phryne is the talk of 4th century Athens, since she never appears in public except completely veiled, but at the Eleusinian festival and again on the feast of the Poseidonia, disrobes in the sight of all, lets down her hair, and goes to bathe in the sea. For a time she loves and inspires Praxiteles and poses for his Aphrodites. From her, too, Apelles takes his Aphrodite and Diomene. So rich is Phryne from her loves that she offers to rebuild the walls of Thebes if the Thebans will inscribe her name on the structure, which they stubbornly refuse to do. Perhaps she asks too large an honorarium from Euthias. He revenges himself by indicting her on a charge of impiety. But a member of the court is one of her clients, and Hyperides the orator is her devoted lover. Hyperides defends her not only with eloquence, but by opening her tunic and revealing her bosom to the court. The judges look upon her beauty and vindicate her piety. Laius of Corinth, says Athenaeus, appears to have been superior in beauty to any woman that had ever been seen. As many cities as claimed Homer dispute the honor of having witnessed her birth. Sculptors and painters beg her to pose for them, but she is coy. The great Myron, in his old age, persuades her. When she disrobes, he forgets his white hair and beard and offers her all his possessions for one night, whereupon she smiles, shrugs her rounded shoulders, and leaves him statueless. The next morning, burning with readolescence, he has his hair trimmed and his beard cut off. He puts on a scarlet robe and a golden girdle, a chain of gold around his neck, and rings on all his fingers. He colors his cheeks with rouge and perfumes his garments and his flesh. He seeks out Laius and announces that he loves her. "My poor friend," she replied, seeing through his metamorphosis, "you are asking me what I refused your father yesterday." She lays up a great fortune, but does not refuse herself to poor but comely lovers. She restores the ugly Demosthenes to virtue by asking 10,000 drachmas for an evening, and from the well-to-do Aristippus she earns such sums as scandalize his servant. But to the penniless Diogenes she gives herself for a pittance, being pleased to have philosophers at her feet. She spends her wealth generously upon temples, public buildings, and friends, and finally returns, after the custom of her kind, to the poverty of her youth. She plies her trade patiently to the end, and when she dies she is honored with a splendid tomb as the greatest conqueror that the Greeks have ever known. 7. Greek friendship. Stranger than this strange entente between prostitution and philosophy is the placid acceptance of sexual inversion. The chief rivals of the hetairae are the boys of Athens, and the courtesans, scandalized to the very depths of their pockets, never tire of denouncing the immorality of homosexual love. Merchants import handsome lads to be sold to the highest bidder, who will use them first as concubines and later as slaves. And only a negligible minority of males think it amiss that the effeminate young aristocrats of the city should arouse and assuage the ardor of aging men. In this matter of genders, Sparta is as careless as Athens. When Alcman wishes to compliment some girls, he calls them his female boy-friends. Athenian law disfranchises those who receive homosexual attentions, but public opinion tolerates the practice humorously. In Sparta and Crete, no stigma of any kind is attached to it. In Thebes, it is accepted as a valuable source of military organization and bravery. The greatest heroes in the fond remembrance of Athens are Harmodius and Aristogeiton, tyrannicides and lovers. The most popular in Athens in his day is Alcibiades, who boasts of the men who love him. As late as Aristotle, Greek lovers plight their troth at the tomb of Iolaus, comrade of Pericles. And Aristippus describes Xenophon, leader of armies and hard-headed man of the world, as infatuated with young Cleinias. The attachment of a man to a boy, or of a boy to a boy, shows in Greece all the symptoms of romantic love: passion, piety, ecstasy, jealousy, serenading, brooding, moaning, and sleeplessness. When Plato, in the Phaedrus, talks of human love, he means homosexual love. And the disputants in his Symposium agree on one point, that love between man and man is nobler and more spiritual than love between man and woman. A similar inversion appears among the women, occasionally among the finest, as in Sappho, frequently among the courtesans. The Auletrides love one another more passionately than they love their patrons, and the Porneia are hothouses of lesbian romance. How shall we explain the popularity of this perversion in Greece? Aristotle attributes it to fear of overpopulation, and this may account for part of the phenomenon, but there is obviously a connection between the prevalence of both homosexuality and prostitution in Athens and the seclusion of women. After the age of 6, the boys of Periclean Athens are taken from the gyneceum in which respectable women spend their lives, and are brought up chiefly in companionship with other boys or men. Little opportunity is given them in their formative and almost neutral period to know the attractiveness of the tender sex. The life of the common mess hall in Sparta, of the agora, gymnasium, and palestra in Athens, and the career of the ephebos show the youth only the male form. Even art does not announce the physical beauty of woman until Praxiteles. In married life, the men seldom find mental companionship at home. The rarity of education among women creates a gulf between the sexes, and men seek elsewhere the charms that they have not permitted their wives to acquire. To the Athenian citizen, his home is not a castle but a dormitory. From morning to evening, in a great number of cases, he lives in the city and rarely has social contacts with respectable women other than his wife and daughters. Greek society is unisexual and misses the disturbance, grace, and stimulation that the spirit and charm of women will give to Renaissance Italy and Enlightenment France. 8. Love and marriage. Romantic love appears among the Greeks, but seldom as the cause of marriage. We find little of it in Homer, where Agamemnon and Achilles frankly think of Chryseis and Briseis, even of the discouraging Cassandra in terms of physical desire. Nausicaa, however, is a warning against too broad a generalization, and legends as old as Homer tell of Heracles and Iola, of Orpheus and Eurydice. The lyric poets again talk abundantly of love, commonly in the sense of amorous appetite. Stories like that which Stesichorus tells of a maiden dying for love are exceptional. But when Theano, wife of Pythagoras, speaks of love as the sickness of a longing soul, we feel the authentic note of romantic rut. As refinement grows and superimposes poetry upon heat, the tender sentiment becomes more frequent, and the increasing delay that civilization places between desire and fulfillment gives imagination leisure to embellish the object of hope. Aeschylus is still Homeric in his treatment of sex, but in Sophocles we hear of love who rules at will the gods, and in Euripides many a passage proclaims Eros's power. The later dramatists often describe a youth desperately enamored of a girl. Aristotle suggests the real quality of romantic adoration when he remarks that lovers look at the eyes of the beloved, in which modesty dwells. Such affairs in classic Greece lead rather to premarital relations than to matrimony. The Greeks consider romantic love to be a form of possession or madness, and would smile at anyone who should propose it as a fit guide in the choice of a marriage mate. Normally, marriage is arranged by the parents, as in always classic France, or by professional matchmakers, with an eye not to love but to dowries. The father is expected to provide for his daughter a marriage portion of money, clothing, jewelry, and perhaps slaves. This remains to its end the property of the wife and reverts to her in case of a separation from her husband, a consideration that discourages divorce by the male. Without a dowry, a girl has little chance of marriage. Therefore, where the father cannot give it to her, the relatives combine to provide it. Marriage by purchase, so frequent in Homeric days, has by this means been inverted in Periclean Greece. In effect, as Euripides' Medea complains, the woman has to buy her master. The Greek, then, marries not for love, nor because he enjoys matrimony, for he prates endlessly about its tribulations, but to continue himself in the state through a wife suitably dowered and children who will ward off the evil fate of an untended soul. Even with these inducements, he avoids wedlock as long as he can. The letter of the law forbids him to remain single, but the law is not always enforced in Periclean days, and after him the number of bachelors mounts until it becomes one of the basic problems of Athens. There are so many ways of being amused in Greece. Those men who yield marry late, usually near 30, and then insist upon brides not much older than 15. To mate a youth with a young wife is ill, says a character in Euripides, for a man's strength endures, while the bloom of beauty quickly leaves the woman's form. A choice having been made and the dowry agreed upon, a solemn betrothal takes place in the home of the girl's father. There must be witnesses, but her own presence is not necessary. Without such a formal betrothal, no union is valid in Athenian law. It is considered to be the first act in the complex rite of marriage. The second act, which follows in a few days, is a feast in the house of the girl. Before coming to it, the bride and bridegroom in their separate homes bathe in ceremonial purification. At the feast, the men of both families sit on one side of the room, the women on the other. A wedding cake is eaten and much wine is drunk. Then the bridegroom escorts his veiled and white-robed bride, whose face he may not yet have seen, into a carriage, and takes her to his father's dwelling amid a procession of friends and flute-playing girls, who light the way with torches and raise the hymeneal chant. Arrived, he carries the girl over the threshold, as if in semblance of capture. The parents of the youth greet the girl and receive her with religious ceremony into the circle of the family and the worship of its gods. No priest, however, takes any part in the ritual. The guests then escort the couple to their room with an epithalamion, or marriage chamber song, and linger boisterously at the door until the bridegroom announces to them that the marriage has been consummated. Besides his wife, a man may take a concubine. "We have courtesans for the sake of pleasure," says Demosthenes, "concubines for the daily health of our bodies, and wives to bear us lawful offspring and be the faithful guardians of our homes." Here in one startling sentence is the Greek view of women in the classic age. Draco's laws permit concubinage, and after the Sicilian expedition of 415, when the roll of citizens has been depleted by war and many girls cannot find husbands, the law explicitly allows double marriages. Socrates and Euripides are among those who assume this patriotic obligation. The wife usually accepts concubinage with oriental patience, knowing that the second wife, when her charms wear off, will become in effect a household slave, and that only the offspring of the first wife are accounted legitimate. Adultery leads to divorce only when committed by the wife. The husband, in such case, is spoken of as carrying horns, caresses, and custom requires him to send his wife away. The law makes adultery by woman, or by a man with a married woman, punishable with death, but the Greeks are too lenient to concupiscence to enforce this statute. The injured husband is usually left to deal with the adulterer as he will and can, sometimes killing him in flagrante delicto, sometimes sending a slave to beat him, sometimes contenting himself with a money indemnity. For the man, divorce is simple. He may dismiss his wife at any time without stating the cause. Barrenness is accepted as sufficient reason for divorcing a wife, since the purpose of marriage is to have children. If the man is sterile, law permits and public opinion recommends the reinforcement of the husband by a relative. The child born of such a union is considered to be the son of the husband and must tend his departed soul. The wife may not at will leave her husband, but she may ask the archons for a divorce on the ground of the cruelty or excesses of her mate. Divorce is also allowed by mutual consent, usually expressed in a formal declaration to the archon. In case of separation, even where the husband has been guilty of adultery, the children remain with the man. All in all, in the matter of sex relations, Athenian custom and law are thoroughly man-made and represent an oriental retrogression from the society of Egypt, Crete, and the Homeric age. 9. Woman. As surprising as anything else in this civilization is the fact that it is brilliant without the aid or stimulus of women. With their help, the heroic age achieved splendor, the age of the dictators a lyric radiance. Then, almost overnight, married women vanish from the history of the Greeks as if to confute the supposed correlation between the level of civilization and the status of woman. In Herodotus, woman is everywhere. In Thucydides, she is nowhere to be seen. From Simonides of Amorgos to Lucian, Greek literature is offensively repetitious about the faults of women, and towards the close of it even the kindly Plutarch repeats Thucydides. The name of a decent woman like her person should be shut up in the house. This seclusion of woman does not exist among the Dorians. Presumably it comes from the Near East to Ionia, and from Ionia to Attica. It is part of the tradition of Asia. Perhaps the disappearance of inheritance through the mother, the rise of the middle classes, and the enthronement of the commercial view of life enter into the change. Men come to judge women in terms of utility, and find them especially useful in the home. The oriental nature of Greek marriage goes with this Attic purdah. The bride is cut off from her kin, goes to live almost as a menial in another home, and worships other gods. She cannot make contracts or incur debts beyond a trifling sum. She cannot bring actions at law, and Solon legislates that anything done under the influence of woman shall have no validity at law. When her husband dies, she does not inherit his property. Even physiological error enters into her legal subjection, for just as primitive ignorance of the male role in reproduction tended to exalt woman, so the male is exalted by the theory popular in classic Greece that the generative power belongs only to man, the woman being merely the carrier and nurse of the child. The older age of the man contributes to the subordination of the wife. He is twice her years when he marries her, and can in some degree mold her mind to his own philosophy. Doubtless the male knows too well the license allowed to his sex in Athens to risk his wife or daughter at large. He chooses to be free at the cost of her seclusion. She may, if properly veiled and attended, visit her relatives or intimates, and may take part in the religious celebrations, including attendance at the plays. But for the rest she is expected to stay at home and not allow herself to be seen at a window. Most of her life is spent in the women's quarters at the rear of the house. No male visitor is ever admitted there, nor does she appear when men visit her husband. In the home she is honored and obeyed in everything that does not contravene the patriarchal authority of her mate. She keeps the house, or superintends its management. She cooks the meals, cards and spins the wool, makes the clothing and bedding for the family. Her education is almost confined to household arts, for the Athenian believes with Euripides that a woman is handicapped by intellect. The result is that the respectable women of Athens are more modest, more charming to men than their like in Sparta, but less interesting and mature, incapable of being comrades to husbands whose minds have been filled and sharpened by a free and varied life. The women of 6th century Greece contributed significantly to Greek literature. The women of Periclean Athens contribute nothing. Toward the end of the period, a movement arises for the emancipation of woman. Euripides defends the sex with brave speeches and timid innuendos. Aristophanes makes fun of them with boisterous indecency. The women go to the heart of the matter and begin to compete with the hetairae in making themselves as attractive as the progress of chemistry will permit. "What sensible thing are we women capable of doing?" asks Cleonica in Aristophanes' Lysistrata. "We do nothing but sit around with our paint and lipstick and transparent gowns and all the rest of it." From 411 onward, female roles became more prominent in Athenian drama and revealed the growing escape of women from the solitude to which they have been confined. Through it all, the real influence of woman over man continues, making her subjection largely unreal. The greater eagerness of the male gives woman an advantage in Greece as elsewhere. "Sir," says Samuel Johnson, "nature has given woman so much power that the law cannot afford to give her more." Sometimes this natural sovereignty is enhanced by a substantial dowry, or an industrious tongue, or uxorious affection. More often it is the result of beauty, or the bearing and rearing of fine children, or the slow fusion of souls in the crucible of a common experience and task. An age that can portray such gentle characters as Antigone, Alcestis, Iphigenia, and Andromache, and such heroines as Hecuba, Cassandra, and Medea, could not be unaware of the highest and the deepest in woman. The average Athenian loves his wife and will not always try to conceal it. The funeral stele reveal surprisingly the tenderness of mate for mate and of parents for children in the intimacy of the home. The Greek anthology is vivid with erotic verse, but it contains also many a touching epigram to a beloved comrade. "In this stone," says one epitaph, "Marathonus laid Nicopolis, and bedewed the marble chest with tears. But it was of no avail. What profit hath a man whose wife is gone, and who is left solitary on earth?" 10. The home. The Greek family, like the Indo-European household in general, is composed of the father, the mother, sometimes a second wife, their unmarried daughters, their sons, their slaves, and their sons' wives and children and slaves. It remains to the end the strongest institution in Greek civilization, for both in agriculture and in industry it is the unit and instrument of economic production. The power of the father in Attica is extensive, but much narrower than in Rome. He can expose the newborn child, sell the labor of his minor sons and unwedded daughters, give his daughters in marriage, and, under certain conditions, appoint another husband for his widow. But he cannot, in Athenian law, sell the persons of his children, and each son, on marrying, escapes from parental authority, sets up his own home, and becomes an independent member of the gene. The Greek house is unpretentious. The exterior is seldom more than a stout blank wall with a narrow doorway, dumb witnesses to the insecurity of Greek life. The material is sometimes stucco, usually sun-baked brick. In the city, the houses are crowded together in narrow streets. Often they rise to 2 stories. Occasionally they are tenements housing several families. But nearly every citizen owns an individual home. Dwellings in Athens are small till Alcibiades sets a fashion of magnificence. There is a democratic taboo reinforced by aristocratic precaution against display. and the Athenian, living for the most part in the open air, does not endow the home with the significance and affection that it receives in colder zones. A rich house may have a colonnaded porch facing the street, but this is highly exceptional. Windows are a luxury and are confined to the upper story. They have no panes, but may be closed with shutters or screened with lattices against the sun. The entrance door is ordinarily made of double leaves, turning upon vertical pivots running into the threshold and the lintel. On the door of many well-to-do houses is a metal knocker, often in the form of a ring and a lion's mouth. This book is continued on Cassette 10, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 10, Side 1. On the door of many well-to-do houses is a metal knocker, often in the form of a ring and a lion's mouth. The entrance hallway, except in the poorer dwellings, leads into an aule, or uncovered court, commonly paved with stones. Around the court may run a columned portico. In the center may be an altar, or a cistern, or both, perhaps also adorned with columns and paved with a mosaic floor. Light and air come to the house chiefly through this court, for upon it open nearly all the rooms. To pass from one room to another, it is usually necessary to enter the portico or the court. In the shade and privacy of the court and the portico, much of the family's life is lived, and much of its work is done. Gardens are rare in the city, and are confined to small areas in the court or behind the house. Country gardens are more spacious and numerous, but the scarcity of rain in summer and the cost of irrigation make gardens a luxury in Attica. The average Greek has no Rousseauan sensitivity to nature. His mountains are still too troublesome to be beautiful, though his poets, despite its dangers, intone many paeans to the sea. He is not sentimental about nature so much as animistically imaginative. He peoples the woods and streams of his country with gods and sprites, and thinks of nature as not a landscape but a Valhalla. He names his mountains and rivers from the divinities that inhabit them, and instead of painting nature directly, he draws or carves symbolic images of the deities that in his poetic theology give it life. Not till Alexander's armies bring back Persian ways and gold will the Greek build himself a pleasure garden or paradise. Nevertheless, flowers are loved in Greece as much as anywhere, and gardens and florists supply them all the year round. Flower girls peddle roses, violets, hyacinths, narcissi, irises, myrtles, lilacs, crocuses, and anemones from house to house. Women wear flowers in their hair, dandies wear them behind the ear, and on festal occasions both sexes may come forth with flower garlands, lei-like, around the neck. The interior of the house is simple. Among the poor, the floors are of hardened earth. As income rises, this basis may be covered with plaster, or paved with flat stones, or with small round stones set in cement, as in the Near East immemorially. And all this may be covered with reed mats or rugs. The brick walls are plastered and whitewashed. Heating, which is needed for only 3 months of the year, is furnished by a brazier, whose smoke has to find a way out through the door to the court. Decoration is minimal, but at the end of the 5th century the homes of the rich may have pillared halls, walls paneled with marble or painted imitations of it, mural paintings and tapestries, and ceiling arabesques. Furniture is scanty in the average home, some chairs, some chests, a few tables, a bed. Cushions take the place of upholstery on chairs, but the seats of the rich may be carefully carved and inlaid with silver, tortoise, or ivory. Chests serve as both closets and chairs. Tables are small and usually 3-legged, whence their name trapezi. They are brought in and removed with the food, and are hardly used for other purposes. Writing is done upon the knee. Couches and beds are favorite objects for adornment, being often inlaid or elaborately carved. Leather thongs stretched across the bedstead serve as a spring. There are mattresses and pillows, and embroidered covers, and commonly a raised headrest. Lamps may be hung from the ceiling or placed upon stands, or take the form of torches, elegantly wrought. The kitchen is equipped with a great variety of iron, bronze, and earthenware vessels. Glass is a rare luxury not made in Greece. Cooking is done over an open fire. Stoves are a Hellenistic innovation. Athenian meals are simple, like the Spartan, and unlike the Boeotian, Corinthian, or Sicilian. But when honored guests are expected, it is customary to engage a professional cook, who is always male. Cooking is a highly developed art with many texts and heroes. Some Greek cooks are as widely known as the latest victor in the Olympic Games. To eat alone is considered barbarous, and table manners are looked upon as an index of a civilization's development. Women and boys sit at meals before small tables. Men recline on couches, 2 on each. The family eats together when alone. If male guests come, the women of the family retire to the gynoeceum. Attendants remove the sandals or wash the feet of the guests before the latter recline, and offer them water to cleanse their hands. Sometimes they anoint the heads of the guests with fragrant oils. There are no knives or forks, but there are spoons. Solid food is eaten with the fingers. During the meal, the fingers are cleaned with scraps or crumbs of bread, after it with water. Before dessert, the attendants fill the cup of each guest from a crater or mixing bowl, in which wine has been diluted with water. Plates are of earthenware. Silver plate appears as the 5th century ends. Epicures grow in number in the 4th century. One Pithilus has coverings made for his tongue and fingers, so that he may eat food as hot as he likes. There are a few vegetarians whose guests make the usual jokes and complaints. One diner flees from a vegetarian feast for fear that he will be offered hay for dessert. Drinking is as important as eating. After the deipnon, or dinner, comes the symposion, or drinking together. At Sparta, as well as at Athens, there are drinking clubs whose members become so attached to one another that such organizations become potent political instruments. The procedure at banquets is complicated, and philosophers like Xenocrates and Aristotle think it desirable to set down laws for them. The floor, upon which uneaten material has been thrown, is swept clean after the meal. Perfumes are passed around, and much wine. The guests may then dance, not in pairs or with the other sex, for usually only males are invited, but in groups, or they may play games like katabos. This consisted in throwing liquid from a cup so that it would strike some small object placed at a distance. Or they may match poems, witticisms, or riddles, or watch professional performers like the female acrobat in Xenophon's Symposium, who tosses 12 hoops at once and then dances somersaults through a hoop set all around with upright swords. Flute girls may appear. Play, sing, dance, and love is arranged for. Educated Athenians prefer now and then a symposium of conversation, conducted in an orderly manner by a symposiarch, chosen by a throw of the dice to act as chairman. The guests take care not to break up the talk into small groups, which usually means small talk. They keep the conversation general, and listen as courteously as their vivacity will permit to each man in turn. So elegant a discourse as that which Plato offers us is doubtless the product of his brilliant imagination. But probably Athens has known dialogues as lively as his, perhaps profounder, and in any case, it is Athenian society that suggests and provides the background. In that exciting atmosphere of free wits, the Athenian mind is formed. 11. Old age. Old age is feared and mourned beyond want by the life-loving Greeks. Even here, however, it has its consolations, for as the used-up body is returned like worn currency to the mint, it has the solace of seeing, before it is consumed, the fresh new life through which it cheats mortality. It is true that Greek history reveals cases of selfish carelessness or coarse insolence towards the old. Athenian society, commercial, individualistic, and innovating, tends to be unkind to old age. Respect for years goes with a religious and conservative society like Sparta's, while democracy, loosening all bonds with freedom, puts the accent on youth and favors the new against the old. Athenian history offers several instances of children taking over their parents' property without proof of imbecility in the elders. But Sophocles rescues himself from such an action simply by reading to the court some passages from his latest play. Athenian law commands that sons shall support their infirm or aged parents, and public opinion, which is always more fearful than the law, enjoins modesty and respect in the behavior of the young towards the old. Plato takes it for granted that a well-bred youth will be silent in the presence of his seniors unless he is asked to speak. There are in the literature many pictures of modest adolescence, as in the earlier dialogues of Plato or the Symposium of Xenophon, and there are touching stories of filial devotion, like that of Orestes to Agamemnon and of Antigone to Oedipus. When death comes, every precaution is taken that the soul of the departed shall be spared all avoidable suffering. The body must be buried or burned, else the soul will wander restlessly about the world and will revenge itself upon its negligent posterity. It may, for example, reappear as a ghost and bring disease or disaster to plants and men. Cremation is more popular in the heroic age, burial in the classic. Burial was Mycenaean and will survive into Christianity. Cremation apparently entered Greece with the Achaeans and the Dorians, whose nomad habits made impossible the proper care of graves. One or the other is so obligatory among Athenians that the victorious generals at Arginusi are put to death for allowing a severe storm to deter them from recovering and burying their dead. Greek burial customs carry on old ways into the future. The corpse is bathed, anointed with perfumes, crowned with flowers, and dressed in the finest garments that the family can afford. An obol is placed between the teeth to pay Charon, the mythical boatman who ferries the dead across the Styx to Hades. It was the custom among the Greeks to carry small change in the mouth. The body is placed in a coffin of pottery or wood. To have one foot in the coffin is already a proverb in Greece. Mourning is elaborate. Black garments are worn, and the hair, or part of it, is shorn as a gift for the dead. On the third day the corpse is carried on a bier in procession through the streets, while the women weep and beat their breasts. Professional wailers or dirge singers may be hired for the occasion. Upon the sod of the covered grave, wine is poured to slake the dead soul's thirst, and animals may be sacrificed for its food. The mourners lay wreaths of flowers or cypress upon the tomb, and then return home to the funeral feast. Since the departed soul is believed to be present at this feast, sacred custom requires that of the dead nothing but good shall be spoken. This is the source of an ancient saw, and perhaps of the unfailing lauds of our epitaphs. Periodically the children visit the graves of their ancestors, and offer them food and drink. After the Battle of Plataea, where the Greeks of many cities have fallen, the Plataeans pledge themselves to provide for all the dead an annual repast, and 6 centuries later, in the days of Plutarch, this promise will still be performed. After death, the soul, separated from the body, dwells as an insubstantial shade in Hades. In Homer, only spirits guilty of exceptional or sacrilegious offense suffer punishment there. All the rest, saints and sinners alike, share an equal fate of endless prowling about dark Pluto's realm. In the course of Greek history, a belief arises, among the poorer classes, in Hades as a place of expiation for sins. Aeschylus pictures Zeus as judging the dead there and punishing the guilty, though no word is said about rewarding the good. Only rarely do we find mention of the Blessed Isles or the Elysian Fields as heavens of eternal happiness for a few heroic souls. The thought of the gloomy fate awaiting nearly all the dead darkens Greek literature and makes Greek life less bright and cheerful than is fitting under such a sun. Chapter 14. The Art of Periclean Greece. 1. The Ornamentation of Life. It is beautiful, says a character in Xenophon's Economics, to see the footgear ranged in a row according to its kind, beautiful to see garments sorted according to their use, and coverlets, beautiful to see glass vases and tableware so sorted, and beautiful, too, despite the jeers of the witless and flippant, to see cooking pots arranged with sense and symmetry. Yes, all things without exception, because of symmetry, will appear more beautiful when placed in order. All these utensils will then seem to form a choir. The center which they unite to form will create a beauty that will be enhanced by the distance of the other objects in the group. This passage from a general reveals the scope, simplicity, and strength of the aesthetic sense in Greece. The feeling for form and rhythm, for precision and clarity, for proportion and order, is the central fact in Greek culture. It enters into the shape and ornament of every bowl and vase, of every statue and painting, of every temple and tomb, of every poem and drama, of all Greek work in science and philosophy. Greek art is reason made manifest. Greek painting is the logic of line. Greek sculpture is a worship of symmetry. Greek architecture is a marble geometry. There is no extravagance of emotion in Periclean art, no bizarrerie of form, no striving for novelty through the abnormal or unusual. The purpose is not to represent the indiscriminate irrelevancy of the real, but to catch the illuminating essence of things, and to portray the ideal possibilities of men. The pursuit of wealth, beauty, and knowledge so absorbed the Athenians that they had no time for goodness. "I swear by all the gods," says one of Xenophon's banqueters, "that I would not choose the power of the Persian king in preference to beauty." The Greek, whatever the romanticists of less virile ages may have fancied of him, was no effeminate aesthete, no flower of ecstasy murmuring mysteries of art for art's sake. He thought of art as subordinate to life, and of living as the greatest art of all. He had a healthy utilitarian bias against any beauty that could not be used. The useful, the beautiful, and the good were almost as closely bound together in his thought as in the Socratic philosophy. In his view, art was first of all an adornment of the ways and means of life. He wanted his pots and pans, his lamps and chests and tables and beds and chairs to be at once serviceable and beautiful, and never too elegant to be strong. Having a vivid sense of the state, he identified himself with the power and glory of his city, and employed 1,000 artists to embellish its public places, ennoble its festivals, and commemorate its history. Above all, he wished to honor or propitiate the gods, to express his gratitude to them for life or victory. He offered votive images, lavished his resources upon his temples, and engaged statuaries to give to his gods or his dead an enduring similitude in stone. Hence, Greek art belonged not to a museum where men might go to contemplate it in a rare moment of aesthetic conscience, but to the actual interests and enterprises of the people. Its Apollos were not dead marbles in a gallery, but the likenesses of beloved deities. Its temples no mere curiosities for tourists, but the homes of living gods. The artist in this society was not an insolvent recluse in a studio, working in a language alien to the common citizen. He was an artisan, toiling with laborers of all degrees in a public and intelligible task. Athens brought together from all the Greek world a greater concourse of artists as well as of philosophers and poets than any other city except Renaissance Rome, and these men, competing in fervent rivalry and cooperating under enlightened statesmanship, realized in fair measure the vision of Pericles. Art begins at home and with the person. Men paint themselves before they paint pictures and adorn their bodies before building homes. Jewelry, like cosmetics, is as old as history. The Greek was an expert cutter and engraver of gems. He used simple tools of bronze, plain and tubular drills, a wheel, and a polishing mixture of emery powder and oil. Yet his work was so delicate and minute that a microscope was probably required in executing the details, and is certainly needed in following them. Coins were not especially pretty at Athens, where the grim owl ruled the mint. Elis led all the mainland in this field, and towards the close of the 5th century Syracuse issued a decadrachma that has never been surpassed in numismatic art. In metalwork, the masters of Chalcis maintained their leadership. Every Mediterranean city sought their iron, copper, and silver wares. Greek mirrors were more pleasing than mirrors by their nature can frequently be, for though one might not see the clearest of reflections in the polished bronze, the mirrors themselves were of varied and attractive shapes, often elaborately engraved and upheld by figures of heroes, fair women, or gods. The potters carried on the forms and methods of the 6th century with their traditional banter and rivalry. Sometimes they burnt into the vase a word of love for a boy. Even Phidias followed this custom when he carved upon the finger of his Zeus the words "Pantarches is fair." In the first half of the 5th century, the red figure style reached its apex in the Achilles and Penthesilea vase, the Aesop and the Fox cup in the Vatican, and the Berlin Museum Orpheus among the Thracians. More beautiful still were the white lekythoi of the mid-century. These slender flasks were dedicated to the dead and were usually buried with them, or thrown upon the pyre to let their fragrant oils mingle with the flames. The vase painters ventured into individuality, and sometimes fired the clay with subjects that would have startled the staid masters of the archaic age. One vase allows Athenian youths to embrace courtesans shamelessly. Another shows men vomiting as they come from a banquet. Other vases do what they can for sex education. The heroes of Periclean vase painting, Brigus, Sotides, and Midias, abandoned the old myths and chose scenes from the life of their times, delighting above all in the graceful movement of woman and the natural play of the child. They drew more faithfully than their predecessors. They showed the body in three-quarters view as well as in profile. They produced light and shade by using thin or thick solutions of the glaze. They modeled the figures to show contours and depth and the folds of feminine drapery. Corinth and Sicilian Gela were also centers of fine vase painting in this age, but no one questioned the superiority of the Athenians. It was not the competition of other potters that overcame the artists of the Ceramicus. It was the rise of a rival art of decoration. The vase painters tried to meet the attack by imitating the themes and styles of the muralists, but the taste of the age went against them, and slowly, as the 4th century advanced, pottery resigned itself to being more and more an industry, less and less an art. 2. The rise of painting. 4 stages vaguely divide the history of Greek painting. In the 6th century it is chiefly ceramic, devoted to the adornment of vases. In the 5th it is chiefly architectural, giving color to public buildings and statues. In the fourth, it hovers between the domestic and the individual, decorating dwellings and making portraits. In the Hellenistic age, it is chiefly individual, producing easel pictures for private purchasers. Greek painting begins as an offshoot of drawing and remains to the end a matter essentially of drawing and design. In its development, it uses three methods: fresco, or painting upon wet plaster; tempera, or painting upon wet cloth or boards with colors mixed with the white of eggs; and encaustic, which mixed the colors with melted wax. This is as near as antiquity comes to painting in oils. Pliny, whose will to believe sometimes rivals that of Herodotus, assures us that the art of painting was already so advanced in the 8th century that Candoles, king of Lydia, paid its weight in gold for a picture by Bularchus. But all beginnings are mysteries. We may judge the high repute of painting in Greece from the fact that Pliny gives it more space than to sculpture. And apparently the great paintings of the classic and Hellenistic periods were as much discussed by the critics and as highly regarded by the people as the most distinguished specimens of architecture or statuary. Polygnotus of Thasos was as famous in 5th century Greece as Ictinus or Phidias. We find him in Athens about 472. Perhaps it was the rich Simon who procured him commissions to adorn several public buildings with murals. He repaid Simon by making love to his sister Elpinice and painting her portrait as Laodicea among the women of Troy. Upon the Stoa, which thereafter was called Pisili, or the painted portico, and which 3 centuries later would give its name to the philosophy of Zeno, Polygnotus depicted the sack of Troy, not the bloody massacre of the night of victory, but the somber silence of the morning after, with the victors quieted by the ruin around them, and the defeated lying calm in death. On the walls of the temple of the Dioscuri, he painted the rape of the Leucippide, and set a precedent for his art by portraying the women in transparent drapery. The Amphictyonic Council was not shocked. It invited Polygnotus to Delphi, where, in the Lescae, or lounge, he painted Odysseus in Hades, and another sack of Troy. All these were vast frescoes, almost empty of landscape or background, but so crowded with individualized figures that many assistants were needed to fill in with color the master's carefully drawn designs. The Lescae mural of Troy showed Menelaus's crew about to spread sail for the return to Greece. In the center sat Helen, and though many other women were in the picture, all appeared to be gazing at her beauty. In a corner stood Andromache with a Styanax at her breast. In another, a little boy clung to an altar in fear, and in the distance a horse rolled around on the sandy beach. Here, half a century before Euripides, was all the drama of the Trojan women. Polygnotus refused to take pay for these pictures, but gave them to Athens and Delphi out of the generosity of confident strength. All Hellas acclaimed him, Athens conferred citizenship upon him, and the Amphictyonic Council arranged that wherever he went in Greece he should be, as Socrates wished to be, maintained at the public expense. All that remains of him is a little pigment on a wall at Delphi to remind us that artistic immortality is a moment in geological time. About 470, Delphi and Corinth established quadrennial contests in painting as part of the Pythian and Isthmian games. The art was now sufficiently advanced to enable Paninus, brother or nephew of Phidias, to make recognizable portraits of the Athenian and Persian generals in his Battle of Marathon. But it still placed all figures on one plane and made them of one stature. It indicated distance not by a progressive diminution of size and a modeling with light and shade, but by covering more of the lower half of the farther figures with the curves that represented the ground. Towards 440, a vital step forward was taken. Agatharchus, employed by Aeschylus and Sophocles to paint scenery for their plays, perceived the connection between light and shade and distance, and wrote a treatise on perspective as a means of creating theatrical illusion. Anaxagoras and Democritus took up the idea from the scientific angle, and at the end of the century, Apollodorus of Athens won the name of Skiagraphos, or shadow painter, because he made pictures in chiaroscuro, that is, in light and shade. Hence Pliny spoke of him as the first to paint objects as they really appeared. Greek painters never made full use of these discoveries. Just as Solon frowned upon the theatrical art as a deception, so the artists seem to have thought it against their honor or beneath their dignity to give to a plane surface the appearance of 3 dimensions. Nevertheless, it was through perspective and chiaroscuro that Xerxes, pupil of Apollodorus, made himself the supreme figure in 5th century painting. He came from Heraclea, Pontica, to Athens about 424, and even amid the noise of war his coming was considered an event. He was a character, bold and conceited, and he painted with a swashbuckling brush. At the Olympic Games he strutted about in a checkered tunic on which his name was embroidered in gold. He could afford it, since he had already acquired a vast amount of wealth from his paintings. But he worked with the honest care of a great artist, and when Agatharchus boasted of his own speed of execution, Xerxes said quietly, "I take a long time." He gave away many of his masterpieces on the ground that no price could do them justice, and cities and kings were happy to receive one. He had only one rival in his generation, Parrhasius of Ephesus, almost as great and quite as vain. Parrhasius wore a golden crown on his head, called himself the Prince of Painters, and said that in him the art had reached perfection. He did it all in lusty good humor, singing as he painted. Gossip said that he had bought a slave and tortured him to study facial expression in pain for a picture of Prometheus. But people tell many stories about artists. Like Xerxes, he was a realist. His runner was portrayed with such verisimilitude that those who beheld it expected the perspiration to fall from the picture and the athlete to drop from exhaustion. He drew an immense mural of the people of Athens, representing them as implacable and merciful, proud and humble, fierce and timid, fickle and generous, and so faithfully that the Athenian public, we are informed, realized for the first time its own complex and contradictory character. A great rivalry brought him into public competition with Xerxes. The latter painted some grapes so naturally that birds tried to eat them. The judges were enthusiastic about the picture, and Xerxes, confident of victory, bade Parrhasius draw aside the curtain that concealed the Ephesians painting. But the curtain proved to be a part of the picture, and Xerxes, having himself been deceived, handsomely acknowledged his defeat. Xerxes suffered no loss of reputation. At Crotona he agreed to paint a Helen for the temple of Licinian Hera, on condition that the 5 loveliest women of the city should pose in the nude for him, so that he might select from each her fairest feature, and combine them all in a second goddess of beauty. Penelope, too, found new life under his brush, but he admired more his portrait of an athlete, and wrote under it that men would find it easier to criticize him than to equal him. All Greece enjoyed his conceit, and talked about him as much as of any dramatist, statesman, or general. Only the prize-fighters outdid his fame. 3. The Masters of Sculpture. 1. Methods. Nonetheless, painting remained slightly alien to the Greek genius, which loved form more than color, and made even the painting of the classic age, if we may judge it from hearsay, a statuesque study in line and design rather than a sensuous seizure of the colors of life. The Hellene delighted rather in sculpture. He filled his home, his temples, and his graves with terracotta statuettes, worshipped his gods with images of stone, and marked the tombs of his departed with steely reliefs that are among the commonest and most moving products of Greek art. The artisans of the stele were simple workers who carved by rote, and repeated 1,000 times the familiar theme of the quiet parting with clasped hands of the living from the dead. But the theme itself is noble enough to bear repetition, for it shows classic restraint at its best, and teaches even a romantic soul that feeling speaks with most power when it lowers its voice. These slabs show us the dead most often in some characteristic occupation of life: a child playing with a hoop, a girl carrying a jar, a warrior proud in his armor, a young woman admiring her jewels, a boy reading a book while his dog lies content but watchful under his chair. Death in these stelae is made natural and therefore forgivable. More complex and supreme in their kind are the sculptural reliefs of this age. In one of them, Orpheus bids a lingering farewell to Eurydice, whom Hermes has reclaimed for the netherworld. In another, Demeter gives to Triptolemus the golden grain by which he is to establish agriculture in Greece. Here some of the coloring still adheres to the stone and suggests the warmth and brilliance of Greek relief in the Golden Age. Still more beautiful is the birth of Aphrodite, carved on one side of the Ludovisi throne, a block of marble discovered in Rome in 1887 when the Villa Ludovisi was torn down, by an unknown sculptor of presumably Ionian training. 2 goddesses are raising Aphrodite from the sea. Her thin wet garment clings to her form and reveals it in all the splendor of maturity. The head is semi-Asiatic, but the drapery of the attendant deities and the soft grace of their pose bear the stamp of the sensitive Greek eye and hand. On another side of the throne, a nude girl plays the double flute. On a third side, a veiled woman prepares her lamp for the evening. Perhaps the face and garments here are even nearer to perfection than on the central piece. The advance of the 5th century sculptor upon his forebears is impressive. Frontality is abandoned, foreshortening deepens perspective, stillness gives place to movement, rigidity to life. Indeed, when Greek statuary breaks through the old conventions and shows man in action, it is an artistic revolution. Rarely before in Egypt or the Near East or in pre-Marathon Greece has any sculpture in the round been caught in action. These developments owe much to the freshened vitality and buoyancy of Greek life after Salamis, and more to the patient study of motile anatomy by master and apprentice through many generations. "Is it not by modeling your works on living beings," asks Socrates, sculptor and philosopher, "that you make your statues appear alive? And as our different attitudes cause the play of certain muscles in our body, upwards or downwards, so that some are contracted and some stretched, some wrung and some relaxed, is it not by expressing these efforts that you give greater truth and verisimilitude to your works?" The Periclean sculptor is interested in every feature of the body, in the abdomen as much as the face, in the marvelous play of the elastic flesh over the moving framework of the bones, in the swelling of muscles, tendons, and veins, in the endless wonders of the structure and action of hands and ears and feet, and he is fascinated by the difficulty of molding the extremities. He does not often use models to pose for him in his studio. For the most part, he is content to watch the men stripped and active in the palestra or on the athletic field, and the women solemnly marching in the religious processions, or naturally absorbed in their domestic tasks. It is for this reason, and not through modesty, that he centers his studies of anatomy upon the male, and in his portraits of women substitutes the refinements of drapery for anatomical detail, though he makes the drapery as transparent as he dares. Tired of the stiff skirts of Egypt and archaic Greece, he loves to show feminine robes agitated by a breeze, for here again he catches the quality of motion and life. He uses almost any workable material that comes to his hand: wood, ivory, bone, terracotta, limestone, marble, silver, gold. Sometimes, as in the chryselephantine statues of Phidias, he uses gold on the raiment and ivory for the flesh. In the Peloponnesus, bronze is the sculptor's favorite material, for he admires its dark tints as well adapted to represent the bodies of men tanned by nudity under the sun. And, not knowing the rapacity of man, he dreams that it is more durable than stone. In Ionia and Attica, he prefers marble. Its difficulty stimulates him, its firmness lets him chisel it safely, its translucent smoothness seems designed to convey the rosy color and delicate texture of a woman's skin. Near Athens, the sculptor discovers the marble of Mount Pentelicus, and observes how its iron content mellows with time and weather into a vein of gold glowing through the stone, and with the obstinate patience that is half of genius, he slowly carves the quarries into living statuary. When he works in bronze, the 5th century sculptor uses the method of hollow casting by the process of cire perdu, or lost wax. That is, he makes a model in plaster or clay, overlaps it with a thin coat of wax, covers it all with a mold of plaster or clay perforated at many points, and places the figure in the furnace, whose heat melts the wax, which runs out through the holes. Then he pours molten bronze into the mold at the top till the metal fills all the space before occupied by the wax. He cools the figure, removes the outer mold, and files and polishes, lacquers or paints or gilds the bronze into the final form. If he prefers marble, he begins with the unshaped block, unaided by any system of pointing, a method of indicating the depth to which at various points a block of sculptural material is to be cut by a carver before the artist takes it in hand. This process came into use in Hellenistic Greece. He works freehand, and for the most part guides himself by the eye instead of by instruments. Blow by blow he removes the superfluous until the perfection that he has conceived takes shape in the stone, and in Aristotle's phrase, matter becomes form. His subjects range from gods to animals, but they must all be physically admirable. He has no use for weaklings, for intellectuals, for abnormal types, or for old women or men. He does well with the horse, but indifferently with other animals. He does better with women, and some of his anonymous masterpieces, like the meditative young lady holding her robe on her breast in the Athens Museum, achieve a quiet loveliness that does not lend itself to words. He is at his best with athletes, for these he admires without stint, and can observe without hindrance. Now and then he exaggerates their prowess, and crosses their abdomens with incredible muscles. But despite this fault he can cast bronzes like that found in the sea near Anticythera, and alternatively named an Ephebos or a Perseus, whose hand once held Medusa's snake-haired head. Sometimes he catches a youth or a girl absorbed in some simple and spontaneous action, like the boy drawing a thorn from his foot. But his country's mythology is still the leading inspiration of his art. That terrible conflict between philosophy and religion, which runs through the thought of the 5th century, does not show yet on the monuments. Here the gods are still supreme, and if they are dying, they are nobly transmuted into the poetry of art. Does the sculptor who shapes in bronze the powerful Zeus of Artemisium really believe that he is modeling the law of the world? Does the artist who carves the gentle and sorrowful Dionysus of the Delphi Museum know, in the depths of his inarticulate understanding, that Dionysus has been shot down by the arrows of philosophy, and that the traditional features of Dionysus's successor, Christ, are already previsioned in this head? 2. Schools. If Greek sculpture achieved so much in the 5th century, it was in part because each sculptor belonged to a school and had his place in a long lineage of masters and pupils carrying on the skills of their art, checking the extravagances of independent individualities, encouraging their specific abilities, disciplining them with a sturdy grounding in the technology and achievements of the past, and forming them through this interplay of talent and law into a greater art than often comes to genius isolated and unruled. Great artists are more frequently the culmination of a tradition than its overthrow, and though rebels are the necessary variants in the natural history of art, it is only when their new line has been steadied with heredity and chastened with time that it generates supreme personalities. 5 schools performed this function in Periclean Greece, those of Rhegium, Sicyon, Argos, Aegina, and Attica. About 496, another Pythagoras of Samos settled at Rhegium, cast a Philoctetes that won him Mediterranean fame, and put into the faces of his statues such signs of passion, pain, and age as shocked all Greek sculptors till those of the Hellenistic period decided to imitate him. At Sicyon, Canicus and his brother Aristocles carried on the work begun a century earlier by Dipenus and Sillus of Crete. Callan and Onatus brought distinction to Aegina by their skill with bronze. Perhaps it was they who made the Aegina pediments. At Argos, Agelatus organized the transmission of sculptural technique in a school that reached its apex in Polykleitos. Coming from Sicyon, Polykleitos made himself popular in Argos by designing for its temple of Hera, about 422, a gold and ivory statue of the matron goddess, which the age ranked second only to the chryselephantine immensities of Phidias. At Ephesus he joined in a competition with Phidias, Cresselis, and Phradmon to make an Amazon for the temple of Artemis. The 4 artists were made judges of the result. Each, the story goes, named his own work best, Polykleitos's second best, and the prize was given to the Sicyonian. But Polykleitos loved athletes more than women or gods. In the famous Diadoumenos, of which the best surviving copy is in the Athens Museum, he chose for representation that moment in which the victor binds about his head the fillet over which the judges are to place the laurel wreath. The chest and abdomen are too muscular for belief, but the body is vividly posed upon one foot, and the features are a definition of classic regularity. Regularity was the fetish of Polykleitos. It was his life aim to find and establish a canon or rule for the correct proportion of every part in a statue. He was the Pythagoras of sculpture, seeking a divine mathematics of symmetry and form. The dimensions of any part of a perfect body, he thought, should bear a given ratio to the dimensions of any one part, say the index finger. The Polykleiton canon called for a round head, broad shoulders, stocky torso, wide hips, and short legs, making all in all a figure rather of strength than of grace. The sculptor was so fond of his canon that he wrote a treatise to expound it, and molded a statue to illustrate it. Probably this was the Doryphoros, or spear-bearer, of which the Naples Museum has a Roman copy. Here again is the brachycephalic head, the powerful shoulders, the short trunk, the corrugated musculature overflowing the groin. Lovelier is the Westmacott Ephebos of the British Museum, where the lad has feelings as well as muscles, and seems lost in a gentle meditation on something else than his own strength. Through these figures the canon of Polykleitos became for a time a law to the sculptors of the Peloponnesus. It influenced even Phidias, and ruled till Praxiteles overthrew it with that rival canon of tall, slim elegance which survived through Rome into the statuary of Christian Europe. Myron mediated between the Peloponnesian and the Attic schools. Born at Eleuthery, living at Athens, and, says Pliny, studying for a while with Agelatus, he learned to unite Peloponnesian masculinity with Ionian grace. What he added to all the schools was motion. He saw the athlete not, like Polykleitos, before or after the contest, but in it, and realized his vision so well in bronze that no other sculptor in history has rivaled him in portraying the male body in action. About 470 he cast the most famous of athletic statues, the Discobolos, or discus thrower. The wonder of the male frame is here complete. the body carefully studied in all those movements of muscle, tendon, and bone that are involved in the action, the legs and arms and trunk bent to give the fullest force to the throw, the face not distorted with effort but calm in the confidence of ability, the head not heavy or brutal, but that of a man of blood and refinement, who could write books if he would condescend. This chef-d'oeuvre was only one of Myron's achievements. His contemporaries valued it, but ranked even more highly his Athena and Marsyas and his Laides. Athena here is too lovely for the purpose. No one could guess that this demure virgin is watching with calm content the flaying of the defeated flutist. Myron's Marsyas is George Bernard Shaw, caught in an unseemly but eloquent pose. He has played for the last time and is about to die, but he will not die without a speech. Laides was an athlete who succumbed to the exhaustion of victory. Myron portrayed him so realistically that an old Greek, seeing the statue, cried out, "Like as thou wert in life, O Laides, breathing forth thy panting soul, such hath Myron wrought thee in bronze, stamping on all thy body thine eagerness for the victor's crown." And of Myron's heifer the Greeks said that it could do everything but moo. The Attic or Athenian school added to the Peloponnesians and to Myron what woman gives to man: beauty, tenderness, delicacy, and grace. And because in doing this it still retained a masculine element of strength, it reached a height that sculpture may never attain again. Calamus was still a little archaic, and Nesiotes and Critias, in casting a second group of tyrannicides, did not free themselves from the rigid simplicity of the 6th century. Lucian warns orators not to behave like such lifeless figures. But when about 423 Paeonius of Thracian Mendi, after studying sculpture at Athens, made for the Messenians a Nike or Victory, he touched heights of grace and loveliness that no Greek would reach again until Praxiteles, and not even Praxiteles would surpass the flow of this drapery or the ecstasy of this motion. 3. Phidias. From 447 to 438, Phidias and his aides were absorbed in carving the statues and reliefs of the Parthenon. As Plato was first a dramatist and then became a dramatic philosopher, so Phidias was first a painter and then became a pictorial sculptor. He was the son of a painter and studied for a while under Polygnotus. From him, presumably, he learned design and composition, and the grouping of figures for a total effect. From him, it may be, he acquired that grand style which made him the greatest sculptor in Greece. But painting did not satisfy him. He needed more dimensions. He took up sculpture, and perhaps studied the bronze technique of Agelatus. Patiently he made himself master of every branch of his art. He was already an old man when, about 438, he formed his Athene Parthenos, for he depicted himself on its shield as aged and bald, and not unacquainted with grief. No one expected him to carve with his own hands the hundreds of figures that filled the metopes, frieze, and pediments of the Parthenon. It was enough that he superintended all Periclean building and designed the sculptural ornament. He left it to his pupils, above all to Alcamenes, to execute the plans. He himself, however, made 3 statues of the city's goddess for the Acropolis. One was commissioned by Athenian colonists in Lemnos. It was of bronze, a little larger than life, and so delicately molded that Greek critics considered this Lemnian Athena the most beautiful of Phidias's works. Another was the Athene Promachos, a colossal bronze representation of the goddess as the warlike defender of her city. It stood between the Propylaea and the Erechtheum, rose with its pedestal to a height of 70 feet, and served as a beacon to mariners and a warning to enemies. It was carried off to Constantinople about AD 330 and appears to have been destroyed in a riot there in 1203. The most famous of the 3, the Athene Parthenos, stood 38 feet high in the interior of the Parthenon as the virgin goddess of wisdom and chastity. For this culminating figure, Phidias wished to use marble, but the people would have nothing less than ivory and gold. The artist used ivory for the visible body, and 44 talents, or 2,545 pounds of gold for the robe. Furthermore, he adorned it with precious metals and elaborate reliefs on the helmet, the sandals, and the shield. It was so placed that on Athena's feast day the sun would shine through the great doors of the temple directly upon the brilliant drapery and pallid face of the Virgin. If we may judge from the Lenormand and Varvakka models of this statue that are preserved in the Athens Museum, we should not have cared much for the Athene Parthenos. The first has a stout frame and a swollen face, and the breast of the second is crawling with sacred snakes. The completion of the work brought no happiness to Phidias, for some of the gold and ivory assigned to him for the statue disappeared from his studio and could not be accounted for. This book is concluded on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant, concluded. The completion of the work brought no happiness to Phidias, for some of the gold and ivory assigned to him for the statue disappeared from his studio and could not be accounted for. The foes of Pericles did not overlook this opportunity. They charged Phidias with theft and convicted him. But the people of Olympia interceded for him and paid his bail of 40 talents on condition that he come to Olympia and make a chryselephantine statue for the temple of Zeus. They were glad to trust him with more ivory and gold. A special workshop was built for him and his assistants near the temple precincts, and his brother Paninus was commissioned to decorate the throne of the statue and the walls of the temple with paintings. Phidias was enamored of size and made his seated Zeus 60 feet high, so that when it was placed within the temple, critics complained that the god would break through the roof if he should take it into his head to stand up. On the dark brows and ambrosial locks of the Thunderer, Phidias placed a crown of gold in the form of olive branches and leaves. In the right hand he set a small statue of Victory, also in ivory and gold. In the left hand a scepter inlaid with precious stones. On the body a golden robe engraved with flowers, on the feet sandals of solid gold. The throne was of gold, ebony, and ivory. At its base were smaller statues of Victory, Apollo, Artemis, Niobe, and Theban lads kidnapped by the Sphinx. The final result was so impressive that legend grew around it. When Phidias had finished, we are told he begged for a sign from heaven in approval, whereupon a bolt of lightning struck the pavement near the statue's base, a sign which, like most celestial messages, admitted of diverse interpretations. Nothing remains of this Zeus but fragments of the pedestal. The work was listed among the 7 wonders of the world, and all who could afford it made a pilgrimage to see the incarnate god. Aemilius Paulus, the Roman who conquered Greece, was struck with awe on seeing the Colossus. His expectations, he confessed, had been exceeded by the reality. Dio Chrysostom called it the most beautiful image on earth, and added, as Beethoven was to say of Beethoven's music, "If one who is heavy-laden in mind, who has drained the cup of misfortune and sorrow in life, and whom sweet sleep visits no more, were to stand before this image, he would forget all the griefs and troubles that befall the life of man." The beauty of the statue, said Quintilian, even made some addition to the received religion. The majesty of the work was equal to the god. Of Phidias's last years there is no unchallenged account. One story pictures him as returning to Athens and dying in jail. Another lets him stay in Elis, only to have Elis put him to death in 432. There's not much to choose between these denouements. His pupils carried on his work and attested his success as a teacher by almost equaling him. Agoracritus, his favorite, carved a famous Nemesis. Alcamenes made an Aphrodite of the Gardens, which Lucian ranked with the highest masterpieces of statuary. The school of Phidias came to an end with the 5th century, but it left Greek sculpture considerably further advanced than it had found it. Through Phidias and his followers, the art had neared perfection at the very moment when the Peloponnesian War began the ruin of Athens. Technique had been mastered, anatomy was understood, life and movement and grace had been poured into bronze and stone. But the characteristic achievement of Phidias was the attainment and definitive expression of the classic style, the grand style of Winckelmann. Strength reconciled with beauty, feeling with restraint, motion with repose, flesh and bone with mind and soul. Here, after 5 centuries of effort, the famed serenity so imaginatively ascribed to the Greeks was at last conceived, and the passionate and turbulent Athenians, contemplating the figures of Phidias, might see how nearly, if only in creative sculpture, men for a moment had been like gods. 4. The Builders. 1. The progress of architecture. During the 5th century, the Doric order consolidated its conquest of Greece. Among all the Greek temples built in this prosperous age, only a few Ionic shrines survive, chiefly the Erechtheum and the temple of Nike Apteros on the Acropolis. Attica remained faithful to Doric, yielding to the Ionic order only so far as to use it for the inner columns of the Propylaea, and to place a frieze around the Theseum and the Parthenon. Perhaps a tendency to make the Doric column longer and slenderer reveals a further influence of the Ionic style. In Asia Minor, the Greeks imbibed the Oriental love of delicate ornament and expressed it in the complex elaboration of the Ionic entablature and the creation of a new and more ornate order, the Corinthian. About 430, as Vitruvius tells the tale, an Ionian sculptor, Callimachus, was struck by the sight of a basket of votive offerings covered with a tile which a nurse had left upon the tomb of her mistress. A wild acanthus had grown around the basket and the tile, and the sculptor, pleased with the natural form so suggested, modified the Ionic capitals of a temple that he was building at Corinth by mingling acanthus leaves with the volutes. Probably the story is a myth, and the nurse's basket had less influence than the palm and papyrus capitals of Egypt in generating the Corinthian style. The new order made little headway in classic Greece. XIII used it for one isolated column in the court of an Ionic temple at Phigalia, and towards the end of the 4th century it was used for the choragic monument of Lysicrates. Only under the elegant Romans of the Empire did this delicate style reach its full development. All the Greek world was building temples in this period. Cities almost bankrupted themselves in rivalry to have the fairest statuary and the largest shrines. To her massive 6th century edifices at Samos and Ephesus, Ionia added new Ionic temples at Magnesia, Teos, and Priene. At Assus, in the Troad, Greek colonists raised an almost archaic Doric fane to Athena. At the other end of Hellas, Crotona built about 480 a vast Doric home for Hera. It survived till 1600, when a bishop thought he could make better use of its stones. To the 5th century belong the greatest of the temples at Poseidonia, Paestum, Segesta, Selinus, and Acragas, and the temple of Asclepius at Epidaurus. At Syracuse the columns still stand of a temple raised to Athena by Gelon I, and partly preserved by its transformation into a Christian church. At Bassae, near Phigalia, in the Peloponnesus, XIII designed a temple of Apollo strangely different from his other masterpieces, the Parthenon. Here the Doric periptery enclosed a space occupied by a small naos and a large open court surrounded by an Ionic colonnade. And around the interior of this court, along the inner face of the Ionic columns, ran a frieze almost as graceful as the Parthenon's, and having the added virtue of being visible. At Olympia, the Elean architect Libon, a generation before the Parthenon, raised a rival to it in a Doric shrine to Zeus. 6 columns stood at each end, 13 on either side, perhaps too stout for beauty and unfortunate in their material, a coarse limestone coated with stucco. The roof, however, was of pentelic tiles. Paeonius and Alcamenes, Pausanias tells us, carved for the pediments powerful figures portraying on the eastern gable the chariot race between Pelops and Oenomaus, and on the western gable the struggle of Lapiths and Centaurs. The Lapiths, in Greek legend, were a mountain tribe of Thessaly. When Pericles, their king, married Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus of Pisa in Elis, he invited the Centaurs to the wedding feast. The Centaurs dwelt in the mountains about Pelion. Greek art represented them as half man and half horse, possibly to suggest their untamed woodland nature, or because the Centaurs were such excellent horsemen that each man and his mount seemed to be one animal. At the feast these horsemen got drunk, and tried to carry off the Lapith women. The Lapiths fought bravely for their ladies and won. Greek art never tired of this story, and perhaps used it to symbolize the clearing of the wilderness from wild beasts, and the struggle between the human and the bestial in man. The figures on the east pediment are archaically stiff and still. Those on the west seem hardly of the same period, for though some of them are crude, and the hair is stylized in ancient fashion, they are alive with action and show a mature grasp of sculptural grouping. Startlingly beautiful is the bride, a woman of no fragile slenderness, but of a full-bodied loveliness that quite explains the war. A bearded centaur has one arm around her waist, one hand upon her breast. She is about to be snatched from her nuptials, and yet the artist portrays her features in such calm repose that one suspects him of having read Lessing or Winckelmann. Or perhaps, like any woman, she is not insensitive to the compliment of desire. Less ambitious and massive, but more delicately finished, are the extant metopes of the temple, recounting certain labors of Heracles. One, wherein Heracles holds up the world for Atlas, stands out as a work of complete mastery. Heracles here is no abnormal giant, rock-ribbed with musculature, but simply a man of full and harmonious development. Before him is Atlas, whose head would adorn the shoulders of Plato. At the left is one of Atlas's daughters, perfect in the natural beauty of healthy womanhood. Perhaps the artist had some symbolism in mind when he showed her gently helping the strong man to bear the weight of the world. The specialist finds some faults of execution and detail in these half-ruined metopes, but to an amateur observer the bride and Heracles and the daughter of Atlas are as near to perfection as anything in the history of sculptural relief. 2. The reconstruction of Athens. Attica leads all Greece in the abundance and excellence of its 5th century building. Here the Doric style, which tends elsewhere to a bulging corpulence, takes on Ionian grace and elegance. Color is added to line, ornament to symmetry. On a dangerous headland at Sunium, those who risk the sea raise to Poseidon a shrine of which 11 columns stand. At Eleusis, XIII designed a spacious temple to Demeter, and under Pericles' persuasion, Athens contributed funds to make this edifice worthy of the Eleusinian festival. At Athens, the proximity of good marble on Mount Pentelicus and in Paros encouraged the artist with the finest of building materials. Seldom, until our periods of economic breakdown, has a democracy been able or willing to spend so lavishly on public construction. The Parthenon cost 700 talents, or $4,200,000. The Athene Parthenos, which however was a gold reserve as well as a statue, cost $6 million. The unfinished Propylaea, $2,400,000. Minor Periclean structures at Athens and the Piraeus, $18 million. Sculpture and other decoration, $16,200,000. Altogether, in the 16 years, from 447 to 431, the city of Athens voted $57,600,000 for public buildings, statuary, and painting. The spread of this sum among artisans and artists, executives and slaves, had much to do with the prosperity of Athens under Pericles. Imagination can picture vaguely the background of this courageous adventure in art. The Athenians, on their return from Salamis, found their city almost wholly devastated by the Persian occupation. Every edifice of any value had been burned to the ground. Such a calamity, when it does not destroy the citizens as well as the city, makes them stronger. The act of God clears away many eyesores and unfit habitations. Chance accomplishes what human obstinacy would never allow. And if food can be found through the crisis, the labor and genius of men create a finer city than before. The Athenians, even after the war with Persia, were rich in both labor and genius, and the spirit of victory doubled their will for great enterprise. In a generation, Athens was rebuilt. A new council chamber arose, a new Prytaneum, new homes, new porticos, new walls of defense, new wharves and warehouses at a new port. About 446, Hippodamus of Miletus, chief town planner of antiquity, laid out a new Piraeus and set a new style by replacing the old chaos of haphazard and winding alleys with broad, straight streets crossing at right angles. On an elevation a mile northwest of the Acropolis, unknown artists raised that smaller Parthenon known as the Theseum, or Temple of Theseus. Sculptors filled the pediments with statuary and the metopes with reliefs, and ran a frieze above the inner columns at both ends. Painters colored the moldings, the triglyphs, metopes, and frieze, and made bright murals for an interior dimly lit by light shining through marble tiles. The finest work of Pericles' builders was reserved for the Acropolis, the ancient seat of the city's government and faith. Themistocles began its reconstruction and planned a temple 100 feet long, known therefore as the Hecatompedon. After his fall, the work was abandoned. The oligarchic party opposed it on the ground that any dwelling for Athena, if it was not to bring bad luck to Athens, must be built upon the site of the old temple of Athene Polius, that is, Athena of the city, which the Persians had destroyed. Pericles, caring nothing about superstitions, adopted the site of the Hecatompedon for the Parthenon, and though the priests protested to the end, went on with his plans. On the southwestern slope of the Acropolis, his artists erected an odium, or music hall, unique in Athens for its cone-shaped dome. It offered a handle to conservative satirists who thenceforth referred to Pericles' conical head as his Odion, or Hall of Song. The odium was built for the most part of wood, and soon succumbed to time. In this auditorium musical performances were presented, and the Dionysian dramas were rehearsed, and there annually were held the contests instituted by Pericles in vocal and instrumental music. The versatile statesman himself often acted as a judge in these competitions. The road to the summit in classical days was devious and gradual, and was flanked with statues and votive offerings. Near the top was a majestically broad flight of marble steps, buttressed with bastions on either side. On the south bastion, Callicrates raised a miniature Ionic temple to Athena as Nike Apteros, or the Wingless Victory. Statues of Nike, or Victory, were often made without wings, so that she might not be able to abandon the city. Elegant reliefs, partly preserved in the Athens Museum, adorned the external balustrade with figures of winged victories bringing to Athens their far-gathered spoils. These Nikae are the noblest style of Phidias, less vigorous than the massive goddesses of the Parthenon, but even more graceful in motion and more delicate and natural in their portrayal of drapery. The Victory tying her sandals deserves her name, for she is one of the triumphs of Greek art. At the top of the Acropolis steps, Menisocles built, in elaboration of Mycenaean pylons, an entrance with 5 openings, before each of which stood a Doric portico. These colonnades in time gave to the whole edifice their name of Propylaea, or before the gates. Each portico carried a frieze of triglyphs and metopes and was crowned with a pediment. Within the passageway was an Ionic colonnade, boldly inserted within a Doric form. The interior of the northern wing was decorated with paintings by Polygnotus and others, and contained votive tablets, or pinaces, of terracotta or marble, hence its name of Pinacotheca, or Hall of Tablets. A small south wing remained unfinished. War, or the reaction against Pericles, put a stop to the work and left an ungainly mass of beautiful parts as a gateway to the Parthenon. Within these gates on the left was the strangely oriental Erechtheum. This too was overtaken by war. Not more than half of it was finished when the disaster of Aegospotami reduced Athens to chaos and poverty. It was begun after Pericles' death, under the prodding of conservatives who feared that the ancient heroes Erechtheus and Cecrops, as well as the Athena of the older shrine and the sacred snakes that haunted the spot, would punish Athens for building the Parthenon on another site. The varied purposes of the structure determined its design and destroyed its unity. One wing was dedicated to Athene Polias and housed her ancient image. Another was devoted to Erechtheus and Poseidon. The naos or cella, instead of being enclosed by a unifying peristyle, was here buttressed with 3 separate porticos. The northern and eastern porches were upheld by slender Ionic columns as beautiful as any of their kind. In the northern porch was a perfect portal, adorned with a molding of marble flowers. In the cella was the primitive wooden statue of Athena, which the pious believed had fallen from heaven. There, too, was the great lamp, whose fire was never extinguished, and which Callimachus, the Cellini of his time, had fashioned of gold and embellished with acanthus leaves, like his Corinthian capitals. The south portico was the famous Porch of the Maidens, or Caryatids. These patient women were descended presumably from the basket-bearers of the Orient, and an early caryatid at Tralles in Asia Minor betrays the Eastern, probably the Assyrian, origin of the form. The drapery is superb, and the natural flexure of the knee gives an impression of ease, but even these substantial ladies seem hardly strong enough to convey that sense of sturdy and reliable support which the finest architecture gives. It was an aberration of taste that Phidias would probably have forbidden. 3. The Parthenon. In 447, Ictinus, aided by Callicrates and under the general supervision of Phidias and Pericles, began to build a new temple for Athene Parthenos. In the western end of the structure he placed a room for her maiden priestesses and called it the Room of the Virgins, Ton Parthenon. And in the course of careless time this name of a part, by a kind of architectural metaphor, was applied to the whole. Ictinus chose as his material the white marble of Mount Pentelicus, veined with iron grains. No mortar was used. The blocks were so accurately squared and so finely finished that each stone grasped the next as if the two were one. The column drums were bored to let a small cylinder of olive wood connect them, and permit each drum to be turned around and around upon the one below it until the meeting surfaces were ground so smooth that the division between drums was almost invisible. The style was pure Doric and of classic simplicity. The design was rectangular, for the Greeks did not care for circular or conical forms. Hence there were no arches in Greek architecture, though Greek architects must have been familiar with them. The dimensions were modest, 228 by 101 by 65 feet. Probably a system of proportion, like the Polyclyton canon, prevailed in every part of the building, all measurements bearing a given relation to the diameter of the column. At Poseidonia, the height of the column was 4 times its diameter. Here it was 5, and the new form mediated successfully between Spartan sturdiness and Attic elegance. Each column swelled slightly, 3/4 of an inch in diameter, from base to middle, tapered toward the top, and leaned toward the center of its colonnade. Each corner column was a trifle thicker than the rest. Every horizontal line of stylobate and entablature was curved upward towards its center, so that the eye placed at one end of any supposedly level line could not see the farther half of the line. The metopes were not quite square, but were designed to appear square from below. All these curvatures were subtle corrections for optical illusions that would otherwise have made stylobate lines seem to sink in the center, columns to diminish upward from the base, and corner columns to be thinner and outwardly inclined. Such adjustments required considerable knowledge of mathematics and optics, and constituted but one of those mechanical features that made the temple a perfect union of science and art. In the Parthenon, as in current physics, every straight line was a curve, and as in a painting, every part was drawn toward the center in subtle composition. The result was a certain flexibility and grace that seemed to give life and freedom to the stones. Above the plain architrave ran an alternating series of triglyphs and metopes. In the 92 metopes were high reliefs, recounting once more the struggle of civilization against savagery in the wars of Greeks and Trojans, Greeks and Amazons, Lapiths and Centaurs, giants and gods. These slabs are clearly the work of many hands and unequal skills. They do not match in excellence the reliefs of the Cella frieze, though some of the centaur heads are Rembrandts in stone. In the gable pediments were statuary groups carved in the round and in heroic size. In the east pediment over the entrance, the spectator was allowed to see the birth of Athena from the head of Zeus. Here was a powerful recumbent Theseus, a giant capable of philosophical meditation and civilized repose, and a fine figure of Iris, the female Hermes, with drapery clinging and yet blown by the wind. For Phidias considers it an ill wind that does not disturb some robe. Here also was a majestic Hebe, the goddess of youth, who filled the cups of the Olympians with nectar. And here were 3 imposing Fates. In the left corner 4 horses' heads, eyes flashing, nostrils snorting, mouths foaming with speed, announced the rising of the sun, while in the right corner the moon drove her chariot to her setting. These 8 are the finest horses in sculptural history. In the west pediment Athena contested with Poseidon the lordship of Attica. Here again were horses, as if to redeem the forked absurdity of man, and reclining figures that represented with unrealistic magnificence Athens's modest streams. Perhaps the male figures are too muscular and the female too spacious, but seldom has statuary been grouped so naturally or so skillfully adjusted to the narrowing spaces of a pediment. All other statues, said Canova with some hyperbole, are of stone. These are of flesh and blood. More attractive, however, are the men and women of the frieze. For 525 feet along the top of the outer wall of the cella within the portico ran this most famous of all reliefs. Here, presumably, the youths and maids of Attica are bearing homage and gifts to Athena on the festival day of the Pan-Athenaic Games. One part of the procession moves along the west and north sides, another along the south side, to meet on the east front before the goddess, who proudly offers to Zeus and other Olympians the hospitality of her city and a share of her spoils. Handsome knights move in graceful dignity on still handsomer steeds. Chariots support dignitaries, while simple folk are happy to join in on foot. Pretty girls and quiet old men carry olive branches and trays of cakes. Attendants bear on their shoulders jugs of sacred wine. Stately women convey to the goddess the peplos that they have woven and embroidered for her in long anticipation of this holy day. Sacrificial victims move with bovine patience or angry prescience to their fate. Maidens of high degree bring utensils of ritual and sacrifice, and musicians play on their flutes deathless ditties of no tone. Seldom have animals or men been honored with such painstaking art. With but 2 1/4 inches of relief, the sculptors were able, by shading and modeling, to achieve such an illusion of depth that one horse or horseman seems to be beyond another, though the nearest is raised no farther from the background than the rest. Perhaps it was a mistake to place this extraordinary relief so high that men could not comfortably contemplate it or exhaust its excellence. Phidias excused himself, doubtless with a twinkle in his eye, on the ground that the gods could see it, but the gods were dying while he carved. Beneath the seated deities of the frieze was the entrance to the inner temple. The interior was relatively small. Much of the space was taken up by 2 double-story Doric colonnades that supported the roof, and divided the naos into a nave and 2 aisles. While in the western end Athene Parthenos blinded her worshippers with the gold of her raiment, or frightened them with her spear and shield and snakes. Behind her was the room of the virgins, adorned with 4 columns in the Ionic style. The marble tiles of the roof were sufficiently translucent to let some light into the nave, and yet opaque enough to keep out the heat. Moreover, piety, like love, deprecates the sun. The cornices were decorated with careful detail, surmounted with terracotta acroteria, and armed with gargoyles to carry off the rain. Many parts of the temple were painted, not in subdued colors, but in bright tints of yellow, blue, and red. The marble was washed with the stain of saffron and milk. The triglyphs and parts of the molding were blue. The frieze had a blue background. The metopes are red, and every figure in them was colored. A people accustomed to a Mediterranean sky can bear and relish brighter hues than those that suit the clouded atmosphere of northern Europe. Today, shorn of its colors, the Parthenon is most beautiful at night, when through every columned space come changing vistas of sky, or the ever-worshipful moon, or the lights of the sleeping city mingling with the stars. The Parthenon, like the Erechtheum and the Theseum, was preserved through its use as a Christian church. It needed no great change of name, being in each case dedicated to the Virgin. After the Turkish occupation in 1456, it was transformed into a mosque and acquired a minaret. In 1687, when the Venetians besieged Athens, the Turks used the temple to store each day's supply of powder for their artillery. The Venetian commander, so informed, ordered his gunners to fire upon the Parthenon. A shell pierced the roof, exploded the powder, and laid half the building in ruins. After capturing the city, Morosini tried to take the pediment statuary, but his workmen dropped and smashed the figures in lowering them. In 1800, Lord Elgin, British ambassador to Turkey, secured permission to remove a part of the sculptures to the British Museum on the ground that they would be safer there than at Athens against weather and wear. His spoils included 12 statues, 15 metopes, and 56 slabs of the frieze. The museum's expert on sculpture advised against buying this material. It was only after 10 years of negotiations that the museum agreed to pay $175,000 for them, which was less than half what Lord Elgin had spent in securing and transporting them. A few years later, during the Greek War of Independence, 1821 to 1830, the Acropolis was twice bombarded, and much of the Erechtheum was destroyed. Some metopes of the Parthenon are still in place. A few slabs of the frieze are in the Athens Museum, and a few others in the Louvre. The citizens of Nashville, Tennessee, have built a replica of the Parthenon, in the same dimensions as the original, with like materials, and, so far as our knowledge goes, with the same decorations and coloring. The Metropolitan Museum of Art contains a small, hypothetical reproduction of the interior. Greek art was the greatest of Greek products, for though its masterpieces have yielded one by one to the veracity of time, their form and spirit still survive sufficiently to be a guide and stimulus to many arts, many generations, and many lands. There were faults here, as in all that men do. The sculpture was too physical and rarely reached the soul. It moves us more often to admire its perfection than to feel its life. The architecture was narrowly limited in form and style, and clung across 1,000 years to the simple rectangle of the Mycenaean megaron. It achieved almost nothing in secular fields. It attempted only the easier problems of construction, and avoided difficult tasks like the arch and the vault, which might have given it greater scope. It held up its roofs with the clumsy expedient of internal and superimposed colonnades. It crowded the interior of its temples with statues whose size was out of proportion to the edifice, and whose ornamentation lacked the simplicity and restraint that we expect of the classic style. But no faults can outweigh the fact that Greek art created the classic style. The essence of that style, if the theme of this chapter may be restated in closing, is order and form. Moderation in design, expression and decoration, proportion in the parts and unity in the whole, the supremacy of reason without the extinction of feeling, a quiet perfection that is content with simplicity, and a sublimity that owes nothing to size. No other style but the Gothic has had so much influence. Indeed, Greek statuary is still the ideal, and until yesterday the Greek column dominated architecture to the discouragement of more congenial forms. It is good that we are freeing ourselves from the Greeks. Even perfection becomes oppressive when it will not change. But long after our liberation is complete, we shall find instruction and stimulus in that art which was the life of reason in form, and in that classical style which was the most characteristic gift of Greece to mankind. This concludes the reading of The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 1, by Will Durant. This book was read by Alexander Adams. Additional titles by Will Durant in the Books on Tape library include Our Oriental Heritage and Caesar and Christ. For additional information about them or for help with topics of related interest, please call our customer service department or check our catalog index to find review material. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 2, by Will Durant. Copyright 1939 by Will Durant. Copyright renewed 1966 by Will Durant. This recording of the full-length reading of The Life of Greece was published by arrangement with Monica Ariel Mahel, Trustee Ethel B. Durant Trust, Monica Ariel Mahel and William James Durant Easton, and was produced in 1994 by Books on Tape Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Neither this recording nor any part thereof may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authority from Books on Tape Incorporated. This book is read by Alexander Adams. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 2, by Will Durant. This book consists of 16 chapters and is 334 pages long. Chapter 15. The Advancement of Learning. The cultural activity of Periclean Greece takes chiefly three forms: art, drama, and philosophy. In the first, religion is the inspiration. In the second, it is the battleground. In the third, it is the victim. Since the organization of a religious group presumes a common and stable creed, every religion sooner or later comes into opposition with that fluent and changeful current of secular thought that we confidently call the progress of knowledge. In Athens, the conflict was not always visible on the surface and did not directly affect the masses of the people. The scientists and the philosophers carried on their work without explicitly attacking the popular faith, and often mitigated the strife by using the old religious terms as symbols or allegories for their new beliefs. Only now and then, as in the indictments of Anaxagoras, Aspasia, Diagoras of Melos, Euripides, and Socrates, did the struggle come out into the open and become a matter of life and death. But it was there. It ran through the Periclean age like a major theme, played in many keys and elaborated in many variations and forms. It was heard most distinctly in the skeptical discourses of the Sophists and in the materialism of Democritus. It sounded obscurely in the piety of Aeschylus, in the heresies of Euripides, even in the irreverent banter of the conservative Aristophanes. And it was violently recapitulated in the trial and death of Socrates. Around this theme, the Athens of Pericles lived its mental life. 1. The mathematicians. Pure science in 5th century Greece was still the handmaiden of philosophy, and was studied and developed by men who were philosophers rather than scientists. To the Greeks, higher mathematics was an instrument not of practice but of logic, directed less to the conquest of the physical environment than to the intellectual construction of an abstract world. Popular arithmetic before the Periclean period was almost primitively clumsy. 1 upright stroke indicated 1, 2 strokes 2, 3, 3, and 4, 4. 5, 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 were expressed by the initial letter of the Greek word for the number: pente, deca, hecaton, kilioi, myrioi. Greek mathematics never achieved a symbol for zero. Like our own, it betrayed its Oriental origin by taking from the Egyptians the decimal system of counting by tens, and from the Babylonians, in astronomy and geography, the duodecimal or sexagesimal system of counting by 12s or 60s, as still on our clocks, globes, and charts. Probably an abacus helped the people with the simpler calculations. Fractions were painful for them. To work with a complex fraction, they reduced it to an accumulation of fractions having 1 as their common numerator. So 23/32 was broken down into 1/2 plus 1/8 plus 1/16 plus 1/32. Of Greek algebra we have no record before the Christian era. Geometry, however, was a favorite study of the philosophers, again less for its practical value than for its theoretical interest, the fascination of its deductive logic, its union of subtlety and clarity, its imposing architecture of thought. 3 problems particularly attracted these mathematical metaphysicians: the squaring of the circle, the trisection of the angle, and the doubling of the cube. How popular the first puzzle became appears in Aristophanes' Birds, in which a character representing the astronomer Meton enters upon the stage armed with ruler and compasses, and undertakes to show how your circle may be made a square, that is, how to find a square whose area will equal that of a given circle. Perhaps it was such problems as these that led the later Pythagoreans to formulate a doctrine of irrational numbers and incommensurable quantities. Irrational numbers are those that cannot be expressed by either a whole number or a fraction, like the square root of 2. Incommensurable quantities are those for which no third quantity can be found which bears to each of them a relation expressible by a rational number, like the side and diagonal of a square, or the radius and circumference of a circle. It was the Pythagoreans, too, whose studies of the parabola, the hyperbola, and the ellipse prepared for the epical work of Apollonius of Perga on conic sections. About 440, Hippocrates of Chios, not the physician, published the first known book on geometry and solved the problem of squaring the lune, a moon-like figure made by the arcs of 2 intersecting circles. About 420, Hippias of Elea accomplished the trisection of an angle through the quadratrix curve. About 410, Democritus of Abdera announced that, "In constructing lines according to given conditions, no one has ever surpassed me, not even the Egyptians." He almost made the boast forgivable by writing 4 books on geometry and finding formulas for the areas of cones and pyramids. All in all, the Greeks were as excellent in geometry as they were poor in arithmetic. Even into their art geometry entered actively, making many forms of ceramic and architectural ornament and determining the proportions and curvatures of the Parthenon. 2. Anaxagoras. It was part of the struggle between religion and science that the study of astronomy was forbidden by Athenian law at the height of the Periclean age. At Acragas, Empedocles suggested that light takes time to pass from one point to another. At Aelia, Parmenides announced the sphericity of the earth, divided the planet into 5 zones, and observed that the moon always has its bright portion turned toward the sun. At Thebes, Philolaus the Pythagorean deposed the earth from the center of the universe and reduced it to the status of one among many planets revolving about a central fire. Leucippus, pupil of Philolaus, attributed the origin of the stars to the incandescent combustion and concentration of material drawn onward in the universal movement of the circular vortex. At Abdera, Democritus, pupil of Leucippus and student of Babylonian lore, described the Milky Way as a multitude of small stars, and summarized astronomic history as the periodical collision and destruction of an infinite number of worlds. At Chios, Enopides discovered the obliquity of the ecliptic. Nearly everywhere among the Greek colonies, the 5th century saw scientific developments remarkable in a period almost devoid of scientific instruments. But when Anaxagoras tried to do similar work at Athens, he found the mood of the people and the assembly as hostile to free inquiry as the friendship of Pericles was encouraging. He had come from Clazomenae about 480 B.C. at 20 years of age. Anaximenes so interested him in the stars that when someone asked him the object of life, he answered, "The investigation of sun, moon, and heaven." He neglected his patrimony to chart the earth and the sky, and fell into poverty while his book on nature was acclaimed by the intelligentsia of Athens as the greatest scientific work of the century. It carried on the traditions and speculations of the Ionian school. The universe, said Anaxagoras, was originally a chaos of diverse seeds, spermata, pervaded by a nous, or mind, tenuously physical, and akin to the source of life and motion in ourselves. And as mind gives order to the chaos of our actions, so the world mind gave order to the primeval seeds, setting them into a rotatory vortex, and guiding them toward the development of organic forms. This rotation sorted the seeds into the 4 elements, fire, air, water, and earth, and separated the world into 2 revolving layers, an outer one of ether and an inner one of air. In consequence of this violent whirling motion, the surrounding fiery ether tore away stones from the earth and kindled them into stars. The sun and the stars are glowing masses of rock. The sun is a red-hot mass many times larger than the Peloponnesus. When their revolving motion wanes, the stones of the outer layer fall upon the earth as meteors. The moon is an incandescent solid, having on its surface plains, mountains, and ravines. It receives its light from the sun, and is of all heavenly bodies the nearest to the earth. The moon is eclipsed through the interposition of the earth, the sun through the interposition of the moon. Probably other celestial bodies are inhabited like the earth. Upon them, men are formed and other animals that have life. The men dwell in cities and cultivate fields as we do. Out of the inner or gaseous layer of our planet, successive condensations produce clouds, water, earth, and stones. Winds are due to rarefactions of the atmosphere produced by the heat of the sun. Thunder is caused by the collision of clouds, and lightning by their friction. The quantity of matter never changes, but all forms begin and pass away. In time, the mountains will become the sea. The various forms and objects of the world are brought into being by increasingly definite aggregations of homogeneous parts. Homoiomeria. All organisms were originally generated out of earth, moisture, and heat, and thereafter from one another. Man has developed beyond other animals because his erect posture freed his hands for grasping things. These achievements, the foundation of meteorology, the correct explanation of eclipses, a rational hypothesis of planetary formation, the discovery of the borrowed light of the moon, and an evolutionary conception of animal and human life, made Anaxagoras at once the Copernicus and Darwin of his age. The Athenians might have forgiven him these aperçus had he not neglected his nous in explaining the events of nature and history. Perhaps they suspected that this nous, like Euripides' Deus ex machina, was a device for saving the author's skin. Aristotle notes that Anaxagoras sought natural explanations everywhere. When a ram with a single horn in the center of its forehead was brought to Pericles, and a soothsayer interpreted it as a supernatural omen, Anaxagoras had the animal's skull cleft and showed that the brain, instead of filling both sides of the cranium, had grown upward towards the center, and so had produced the solitary horn. He aroused the simple by giving a natural explanation of meteors, and reduced many mythical figures to personified abstractions. The Athenians took him good-humoredly for a time, merely nicknaming him Nous. But when no other way could be found of weakening Pericles, Cleon, his demagogic rival, brought a formal indictment of impiety against Anaxagoras on the charge that he had described the sun, still to the people a god, as a mass of stone on fire, and pursued the case so relentlessly that the philosopher, despite Pericles' brave defense of him, was convicted. Having no taste for hemlock, Anaxagoras fled to Lampascus on the Hellespont, where he kept himself alive by teaching philosophy. According to a rival story, he was imprisoned at Athens and was awaiting the fatal cup when Pericles arranged his escape. When news was brought to him that the Athenians had condemned him to death, he said, "Nature has long since condemned both them and me." He died a few years later, aged 73. The backwardness of the Athenians in astronomy was reflected in their calendar. There was no general Greek calendar. Every state had its own, and each of the 4 possible points for beginning a new year was adopted somewhere in Greece. Even the months changed their names across frontiers. The Attic calendar reckoned months by the moon and years by the sun. As 12 lunar months made only 360 days, a 13th month was added every second year to bring the calendar into harmony with the sun and the seasons. Since this made the year 10 days too long, Solon introduced the custom of having alternate months of 29 and 30 days, arranged into 3 weeks, decades, of 10, occasionally 9, days each. And as an excess of 4 days still remained, the Greeks omitted 1 month every 8th year. In this incredibly devious way, they at last arrived at a year of 365 and a quarter days. Herodotus remarks in the superior calendar of the Egyptians. From Egypt, the Greeks took the gnomon or sundial, and from Asia the clepsydra, or water clock, as their instruments for measuring time. Meanwhile, a modest degree of progress was made in terrestrial science. Anaxagoras correctly explained the annual overflow of the Nile as due to the spring thaws and rains of Ethiopia. Greek geologists attributed the Straits of Gibraltar to a cleaving earthquake and the Aegean Isles to a subsiding sea. Xanthus of Lydia, about 496, surmised that the Mediterranean and the Red Sea were formerly connected at Suez. And Aeschylus noted the belief of his time that Sicily had been torn asunder from Italy by a convulsion of the earth. Skylax of Caria, 521 to 485, explored the whole coast of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. No Greek seems to have dared so adventurous a voyage of discovery as that which the Carthaginian Hanno, with a fleet of 60 ships, led through Gibraltar some 2,600 miles down the west coast of Africa, circa 490. Maps of the Mediterranean world were common in Athens at the end of the 5th century. Physics, so far as we know, remained undeveloped, though the curvatures of the Parthenon show considerable knowledge of optics. The Pythagoreans, towards 450, announced the most lasting of Greek scientific hypotheses, the atomic constitution of matter. Empedocles and others expounded a theory of the evolution of man from lower forms of life, and described the slow advance of man from savagery to civilization. 3. Hippocrates. The epochal event in the history of Greek science during the Periclean age was the rise of rational medicine. Even in the 5th century, Greek medicine was in large measure bound up with religion, and the treatment of disease was still practiced by the temple priests of Asclepius. This temple therapy used a combination of empirical medicine with impressive ritual and charms that touched and released the imagination of the patient. Possibly hypnosis and some form of anesthesia were also employed. Secular medicine competed with this ecclesiastical medicine. Though both groups ascribed their origin to Asclepius, the profane Asclepiads rejected religious aids, made no claim to miraculous cures, and gradually placed medicine upon a rational basis. Secular medicine in 5th century Greece took form in 4 great schools, at Kos and Cnidus in Asia Minor, at Crotona in Italy, and in Sicily. At Acragas, Empedocles, half philosopher and half miracle man, shared medical honors with the rational practitioner Acron. As far back as 520, we read of the physician Democedes, who, born at Crotona, practiced medicine in Aegina, Athens, Samos, and Susa, cured Darius and Queen Atossa, and returned to spend his last days in the city of his birth. At Crotona, too, the Pythagorean school produced the most famous of Greek physicians before Hippocrates. Alcmaeon has been called the real father of Greek medicine, but he is clearly a late name in a long line of secular medicos whose origin is lost beyond the horizons of history. Early in the 5th century, he published a work on nature, the usual title in Greece for a general discussion of natural science. He, first of the Greeks, so far as we know, located the optic nerve and the eustachian tubes, dissected animals, explained the physiology of sleep, recognized the brain as the central organ of thought, and defined health Pythagoreanly as a harmony of the parts of the body. At Cnidus, the dominating figure was Euryphron, who composed a medical summary known as the Cnidian Sentences, explained pleurisy as a disease of the lungs, ascribed many illnesses to constipation, and became famous for his success as an obstetrician. An unmerry war raged between the schools of Cos and Cnidus, for the Cnidians, disliking Hippocrates' penchant for basing prognosis upon general pathology, insisted upon a careful classification of each ailment and a treatment of it on specific lines. In the end, by a kind of philosophical justice, many of the Cnidian writings found their way into the Hippocratic collection. As we see Hippocrates in Suidas's thumbnail biography, he appears as the outstanding physician of his time. He was born in Cos in the same year as Democritus. Despite their far-separated homes, the two became great friends, and perhaps the laughing philosopher had some share in the secularization of medicine. Hippocrates was the son of a physician, and grew up and practiced among the thousands of invalids and tourists who came to take the waters in the hot springs of Cos. His teacher, Herodicus of Selymbria, formed his art by accustoming him to rely upon diet and exercise rather than upon drugs. Hippocrates won such repute that rulers like Perdiccas of Macedon and Artaxerxes I of Persia were among his patients. And in 430 Athens sent for him to try his hand at staying the Great Plague. His friend Democritus shamed him by completing a century, while the great physician died at the age of 83. Nothing in medical literature could be more heterogeneous than the collection of treatises anciently ascribed to Hippocrates. Here are textbooks for physicians, counsels for laymen, lectures for students, reports of researches and observations, clinical records of interesting cases, and essays by sophists interested in the scientific or philosophical aspects of medicine. The 42 clinical records are the only examples of their kind for the next 1,700 years, and they set a high standard of honesty by confessing that in 60% of the cases the disease or the treatment proved fatal. Of all these compositions, only 4 are by general consent from the pen of Hippocrates: the Aphorisms, the Prognostic, the Regimen in Acute Diseases, and the monograph on Wounds in the Head. The remainder of the Corpus Hippocraticum is by a variety of authors ranging from the 5th to the 2nd century B.C. There is a fair amount of nonsense in the assortment, but probably not more than the future will find in the treatises and histories of the present day. Much of the material is fragmentary and takes a loose aphoristic form, verging now and then upon Heraclitean obscurity. Among the aphorisms is the famous remark that art is long, but time is fleeting. The historical role of Hippocrates and his successors was the liberation of medicine from both religion and philosophy. Occasionally, as in the treatise on regimen, prayer is advised as an aid, but the page-by-page tone of the collection is a resolute reliance upon rational therapy. The essay on the sacred disease directly attacks the theory that ailments are caused by the gods. All diseases, says the author, have natural causes. Epilepsy, which the people explained as possession by a demon, is not accepted. Men continue to believe in its divine origin because they are at a loss to understand it. Charlatans and quacks, having no treatment that would help, concealed and sheltered themselves behind superstition, and called this illness sacred in order that their complete ignorance might not be revealed. The mind of Hippocrates was typical of the Periclean time spirit. Imaginative but realistic, averse to mystery and weary of myth, recognizing the value of religion but struggling to understand the world in rational terms. The influence of the sophists can be felt in this move for the emancipation of medicine, and indeed philosophy so powerfully affected Greek therapy that the science had to fight against philosophical as well as theological impediments. Hippocrates insists that philosophical theories have no place in medicine, and the treatment must proceed by careful observation and accurate recording of specific cases and facts. He does not quite realize the value of experiment, but he is resolved to be guided by experience. The natal infection of Hippocratic medicine with philosophy appears in the once famous doctrine of humors. The body, says Hippocrates, is compounded of blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. That man enjoys the most perfect health in whom these elements are duly proportioned and mingled. Pain is the defect or excess of one humor, or its isolation from the rest. This theory outlived all the other medical hypotheses of antiquity. It was abandoned only in the last century, and perhaps survives by transmigration in the doctrine of hormones or glandular secretions today. Since the behavior of the humors was considered subject to climate and diet, and the most prevalent ailments in Greece were colds, pneumonia, and malaria, Hippocrates wrote a brief treatise on airs, waters, places, in relation to health. One may expose oneself confidently to cold, we are told, except after eating or exercise. It is not good for the body not to be exposed to the cold of winter. The scientific physician, wherever he settles, will study the effects upon the local population of the winds and the seasons, the water supply, and the nature of the soil. The weakest point in Hippocratic medicine was diagnosis. There was, apparently, no taking of the pulse, fever was judged by simple touch, and auscultation was direct. Infection was understood in the case of scabies, ophthalmia, and phthisis. The corpus contains excellent clinical pictures of epilepsy, epidemic parotitis, puerperal septicemia, and quotidian, tertian, and quartan fevers. There is no mention in the collection of smallpox, measles, diphtheria, scarlet fever, or syphilis, and no clear mention of typhoid fever. The treatises on regimen move towards preventive medicine by advocating pro-diagnosis, an attempt to catch the first symptoms of a disease and nip it in the bud. Hippocrates was particularly fond of prognosis. The good physician, he believed, will learn by experience to foresee the effects of various bodily conditions, and be able to predict from the first stages of a disease the course that it will follow. Most diseases reach a crisis in which either the illness or the patient comes to an end. The almost Pythagorean calculation of the day on which the crisis should appear was a characteristic element of Hippocratic theory. If in these crises the natural heat of the body can overcome the morbid matter and discharge it, the patient is cured. In any cure, nature, that is, the powers and constitution of the body, is the principal healer. All that the physician can do is to remove or reduce the impediments to this natural defense and recuperation. Hence, Hippocratic treatment makes little use of drugs, but depends chiefly upon fresh air, emetics, suppositories, enemas, cupping, bloodletting, fomentations, ointments, massage, and hydrotherapy. The Greek pharmacopoeia was reassuringly small and consisted largely of purgatives. Skin troubles were treated with sulfur baths and by administering the oil of dolphin livers. Live a healthy life, Hippocrates advises, and you are not likely to fall ill except through epidemic or accident. If you do fall ill, proper regimen will give you the best chance of recovery. Fasting was often prescribed, if the strength of the patient allowed, for the more we nourish unhealthy bodies, the more we injure them. In general, a man should have only one meal a day, unless he have a very dry belly. Anatomy and physiology made slow progress in Greece and owed much of this to the examination of animal entrails and the practice of augury. A little brochure on the heart in the Hippocratic collection describes the ventricles, the great vessels, and their valves. Cynesis of Cyprus and Diogenes of Crete wrote descriptions of the vascular system, and Diogenes knew the significance of the pulse. Pericles recognized that the heart is the center of the vascular system and described it as the organ by which the pneuma, or vital breath, oxygen, is carried through the blood vessels to every part of the body. The corpus, following Alcmaeon, makes the brain the seat of consciousness and thought. Through it we think, see, hear, and distinguish the ugly from the beautiful, the bad from the good. Surgery was still for the most part an unspecialized activity of advanced general practitioners, though the armies had surgeons on their staffs. The Hippocratic literature describes trephining operations, and its treatment for dislocations of shoulder or jaw are modern in everything except anesthesia. A votive tablet from the temple of Asclepius at Athens shows a folding case containing scalpels of various forms. The little museum at Epidaurus has preserved for us ancient forceps, probes, scalpels, catheters, and specula, essentially like those that are used today. And certain statues there are apparently models illustrating methods for reducing dislocations of the hip. The Hippocratic treatise on the physician gives detailed directions for the preparation of the operating room, the arrangement of natural and artificial light, the cleanliness of the hands, the care and use of instruments, the position of the patient, the bandaging of wounds, etc. It is clear from these and other passages that Greek medicine, in Hippocrates' days, had made great advances technically and socially. Heretofore, Greek physicians had migrated from city to city, as need called them, like the sophists of their time or the preachers of our own. Now they settled down, opened iatria, healing places or offices, and treated patients there or at the patients' homes. Women physicians were numerous and were usually employed for diseases of their sex. Some of them wrote authoritative treatises on the care of the skin and the hair. The state exacted no public examination of prospective practitioners, but required satisfactory evidence of an apprenticeship or tutelage to a recognized physician. City governments reconciled socialized with private medicine by engaging doctors to attend to public health and to give medical treatment to the poor. The best of such state physicians, like Demosthenes, received 2 talents or $12,000 a year. There were, of course, many quacks and, as always, an inexhaustible supply of omniscient amateurs. The profession, as in all generations, suffered from its dishonest or incompetent minority. And like other peoples, the Greeks revenged themselves upon the uncertainties of medicine by jokes almost as endless as those that wreak their vengeance upon marriage. Hippocrates raised the profession to a higher standing by his emphasis on medical ethics. He was a teacher as well as a practitioner, and the famous oath ascribed to him may have been designed to ensure the loyalty of the student to his instructor. The Hippocratic Oath. I swear by Apollo physician, by Asclepius, by Hygeia, by Panacea, and by all the gods and goddesses, making them my witnesses, that I will carry out, according to my ability and judgment, this oath and this indenture. To hold my teacher in this art equal to my own parents, to make him partner in my livelihood, when he is in need of money to share mine with him, to consider his family as my own brothers, and to teach them this art, if they want to learn it without fee or indenture, to impart precept, oral instruction, and all other instruction to my own sons, to the sons of my teacher, and to indentured pupils who have taken the physician's oath, but to nobody else. I will use treatment to help the sick according to my ability and judgment, but never with a view to injury and wrongdoing. Neither will I administer a poison to anybody when asked to do so, nor will I suggest such a course. Similarly, I will not give to a woman a pessary to cause abortion. But I will keep pure and holy both my life and my art. I will not use the knife, not even verily on sufferers from stone, but I will give place to such as are craftsmen therein. Into whatsoever houses I will enter to help the sick, and I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm, especially from abusing the bodies of man or woman, bond or free. And whatsoever I shall see or hear in the course of my profession, as well as outside my profession in my intercourse with men, if it be what should not be published abroad, I will never divulge, holding such things to be holy secrets. Now if I carry out this oath and break it not, may I gain forever reputation among all men for my life and for my art. But if I transgress it and forswear myself, may the opposite befall me. The physician, Hippocrates adds, should maintain a becoming exterior, keep his person clean and his clothing neat. He must always remain calm, and must make his behavior inspire the patient with confidence. He must keep a careful watch over himself, and say only what is absolutely necessary. When you enter a sick man's room, bear in mind your manner of sitting, reserve, arrangement of dress, decisive utterance, brevity of speech, composure, bedside manners, self-control, rebuke of disturbance, readiness to do what has to be done. I urge you not to be too unkind, but to consider carefully your patient's superabundance or means. Sometimes give your services for nothing, and if there be an opportunity of serving a stranger who is in financial straits, give him full assistance. For where there is love of man, there is also love of the art. If, in addition to all this, the physician studies and practices philosophy, he becomes the ideal of his profession, for a physician who is a lover of wisdom is the equal of a god. Greek medicine shows no essential advance upon the medical and surgical knowledge of Egypt 1,000 years before the various fathers of medicine. In the matter of specialization, the Greek development seems to have fallen short of the Egyptian. From another point of view, we must hold the Greeks in high esteem, for not until the 19th century of our era was any substantial improvement made upon their medical practice or theory. In general, Greek science went as far as could be expected without instruments of observation and precision, and without experimental methods. It would have done better had it not been harassed by religion and discouraged by philosophy. At a time when many young men in Athens were taking up with enthusiasm the study of astronomy and comparative anatomy, the progress of science was halted by obscurantist legislation and the persecutions of Anaxagoras, Aspasia, and Socrates, while the famous turning around of Socrates and the sophists from the external to the internal world, from physics to ethics, drew Greek thought from the problems of nature and evolution to those of metaphysics and morals. Science stood still for a century while Greece succumbed to the charms of philosophy. Chapter 16. The Conflict of Philosophy and Religion. 1. The Idealists. The age of Pericles resembled our own in the variety and disorder of its thought, and in the challenge that it offered to every traditional standard and belief. But no age has ever rivaled that of Pericles in the number and grandeur of its philosophical ideas, or in the vigor and exuberance with which they were debated. Every issue that agitates the world today was bruited about in ancient Athens, and with such freedom and eagerness that all Greece except its youth was alarmed. Many cities, above all Sparta, forbade the public consideration of philosophical problems on account of the jealousy and strife and profitless discussions, says Athenius, to which they give rise. But in Periclean Athens, the dear delight of philosophy captured the imagination of the educated classes. Rich men opened their homes and salons in the manner of the French Enlightenment, philosophers were lionized, and clever arguments were applauded like sturdy blows at the Olympic Games. When in 432 a war of swords was added to the war of words, the excitement of the Athenian mind became a fever in which all soberness of thought and judgment was consumed. The fever subsided for a time after the martyrdom of Socrates, or was dissipated from Athens to other centers of Greek life. Even Plato, who had known the very height and crisis of it, became exhausted after 60 years of the new game, and envied Egypt the inviolable orthodoxy and quiet stability of its thought. No age until the Renaissance would know such enthusiasm again. Plato was the culmination of a development that began with Parmenides. He played Hegel to Parmenides's Kant. And though he scattered condemnation lavishly, he never ceased to reverence his metaphysical father. In the little town of Elea, on the western coast of Italy, 450 years before Christ, there began for Europe that philosophy of idealism which was to wage through every subsequent century an obstinate war against materialism. The mysterious problem of knowledge, the distinction between noumenon and phenomenon, between unseen real and the unreal seen, was flung into the cauldron of European thought, and was to boil or simmer there through Greek and medieval days until, in Kant, it would explode again in a philosophical revolution. As Kant was awakened by Hume, so Parmenides was aroused to philosophy by Xenophanes. Perhaps his was one of many minds stirred by Xenophanes' declaration that the gods were myths, and that there was only one reality which was both world and God. Parmenides studied with the Pythagoreans also, and absorbed something of their passion for astronomy, but he did not lose himself in the stars. Like most Greek philosophers, he was interested in living affairs in the state. Elea commissioned him to draw up for it a code of laws, which it liked so well that its magistrates were thenceforth required to decide all cases by that code. Possibly as a recreational aside in a busy life, he composed a philosophical poem on nature, of which some 160 verses survive, enough to make us regret that Parmenides did not write prose. The poet announces, with a twinkle in his eye, that a goddess has delivered to him a revelation, that all things are one, that motion, change, and development are unreal, phantasms of superficial, contradictory, untrustworthy sense, that beneath these mere appearances lies an unchanging, homogeneous, indivisible, indissoluble, motionless unity, which is the only being, the only truth, and the only God. Heraclitus said, Panta rai, all things change. Parmenides says, Henta panta, all things are one and never change. At times, like Xenophanes, he speaks of this one as the universe, and calls it spheroidal and finite. At times, in an idealistic vision, he identifies being with thought, and sings, One thing are thinking and being, as if to say that for us things exist only insofar as we are conscious of them. Beginning and end, birth and death, formation and destruction, are of forms only. The one real never begins and never ends. There is no becoming, there is only being. Motion, too, is unreal. It assumes the passage of something from where it is to where there is nothing, or empty space. But empty space, not being, cannot be. There is no void. The one fills every nook and cranny of the world, and is forever at rest. It was not to be expected that men would listen patiently to all this, and apparently the Parmenidean rest became the target of 1,000 metaphysical assaults. The significance of Parmenides' subtle follower, Zeno of Elea, lay in an attempt to show that the ideas of plurality and motion were, at least theoretically, as impossible as Parmenides' motionless one. As an exercise in perversity and to amuse his youth, Zeno published a book of paradoxes, of which 9 have come down to us, and of which 3 will suffice. First, said Zeno, any body, in order to move to point A, must reach B, the middle of its course toward A. To arrive at B, it must reach C, the middle of its course toward B, and so on to infinity. Since an infinity of time would be required for this infinite series of motions, the motion of any body to any point is impossible in a finite time. Second, as a variant of the first, swift-footed Achilles can never overtake the leisurely tortoise. For as often as Achilles reaches the point which the tortoise occupied, in that same moment the tortoise has moved beyond that point. Third, a flying arrow is really at rest, for at any moment of its flight it is at only one point in space, that is motionless. Its motion, however actual to the senses, is logically, metaphysically, unreal. Zeno came to Athens about 450, perhaps with Parmenides, and set the impressionable city astir by his skill in reducing any kind of philosophical theory to absurd consequences. Timon of Phlius described the two-edged tongue of mighty Zeno, who, say what one would argue it untrue. This pre-Socratic gadfly was, in the relative sense which our ignorance of the past compels us to give to such phrases, the father of logic, as Parmenides was for Europe the father of metaphysics. Socrates, who denounced Zeno's dialectical method, imitated it so zealously that men had to kill him in order to have peace of mind. Zeno's influence upon the skeptical sophists was decisive, and in the end it was his skepticism that triumphed in Pyrrho and Carneades. In his old age, having become a man of great wisdom and learning, he complained that the philosophers had taken too seriously the intellectual pranks of his youth. His final escapade was more fatal to him. He joined in an attempt to depose the tyrant Nearches at Elea, was foiled and arrested, tortured and killed. He bore his sufferings bravely, as if to associate his name so soon with the Stoic philosophy. 2. The Materialists. As Parmenides' denial of motion and change was a reaction against the fluid and unstable metaphysics of Heraclitus, so his monism was a counterblast to the atomism of the later Pythagoreans. For these had developed the number theory of their founder into the doctrine that all things are composed of numbers in the sense of indivisible units. When Philolaus of Thebes added that all things take place by necessity and by harmony, everything was ready for the atomic school in Greek philosophy. About 435, Leucippus of Miletus came to Elea and studied under Zeno. There perhaps he heard of the number atomism of the Pythagoreans, for Zeno had aimed some of his subtlest paradoxes at this doctrine of plurality. Leucippus finally settled in Abdera, a flourishing Ionian colony in Thrace. Of his direct teaching only one fragment remains. Nothing happens without a reason, but all things occur for a reason and of necessity. Probably it was in answer to Zeno and Parmenides that Leucippus developed the notion of the void, or empty space. In this way he hoped to make motion theoretically possible as well as sensibly actual. The universe, said Leucippus, contains atoms and space and nothing else. Atoms, tumbling about in a vortex, fall by necessity into the first forms of all things, like attaching itself to like. In this way arose the planets and the stars. All things, even the human soul, are composed of atoms. Democritus was the pupil or associate of Leucippus in developing the atomistic philosophy into a rounded system of materialism. His father was a man of wealth and position in Abdera. From him, we are told, Democritus inherited 100 talents, or $600,000, most of which he spent in travel. Unconfirmed stories sent him as far as Egypt and Ethiopia, Babylonia, Persia, and India. Among my contemporaries, he says, I have traveled over the largest portion of the earth in search of things the most remote, and have seen the most climates and countries, and heard the largest number of thinkers. At Boeotian Thebes, he stopped long enough to imbibe the number atomism of Philolaus. Having spent his money, he became a philosopher, lived simply, devoted himself to study and contemplation, and said, I would rather discover a single demonstration, in geometry, than win the throne of Persia. There was some modesty in him, for he shunned dialectic and discussion, founded no school, and sojourned in Athens without making himself known to any of the philosophers there. Diogenes Laertius gives a long list of his publications in mathematics, physics, astronomy, navigation, geography, anatomy, physiology, psychology, psychotherapy, medicine, philosophy, music, and art. Thrasyllus called him Pentathlos in philosophy, and some contemporaries gave him the very name of wisdom, Sophia. His range was as wide as Aristotle's, his style as highly praised as Plato's. Francis Bacon, in no perverse moment, called him the greatest of ancient philosophers. He begins, like Parmenides, with a critique of the senses. For practical purposes we may trust them, But the moment we begin to analyze their evidence, we find ourselves taking away from the external world layer after layer of the color, temperature, flavor, savor, sweetness, bitterness, and sound that the senses lay upon it. These secondary qualities are in ourselves or in the total process of perception, not in the objective thing. In an earless world, a falling forest would make no noise, and the ocean, however angry, would never roar. By convention, sweet is sweet, bitter is bitter, hot is hot, cold is cold, color is color. But in truth, there are only atoms and the void. Hence, the senses give us only obscure knowledge or opinion. Genuine knowledge comes only by investigation and thought. Verily, we know nothing. Truth is buried deep. We know nothing for certain, but only the changes produced in our body by the forces that impinge upon it. All sensations are due to atoms discharged by the object and falling upon our sense organs. All senses are forms of touch. The atoms that constitute the world differ in figure, size, and weight. All have a tendency downward. In the resultant rotary motion, like atoms combine with like and produce the planets and the stars. No nous or intelligence guides the atoms, no Empedoclean love or hate assorts them, but necessity, the natural operation of inherent causes, rules over all. There is no chance. Chance is a fiction invented to disguise our ignorance. The quantity of matter remains always the same. None is ever created, none ever destroyed. Only the atom combinations change. Forms, however, are innumerable. Even of worlds there is probably an infinite number, coming into being and passing away in an interminable pageantry. Organic beings arose originally from the moist earth. Everything in man is made of atoms. The soul is composed of tiny, smooth, round atoms, like those of fire. Mind, soul, vital heat, vital principle, all are one and the same thing. They are not confined to men or animals, but are diffused throughout the world. And in man and other animals, the mental atoms whereby we think are distributed throughout the body. Nevertheless, these fine atoms that constitute the soul are the noblest and most wonderful part of the body. The wise man will cultivate thought, will free himself from passion, superstition, and fear, and will seek in contemplation and understanding the modest happiness available to human life. Happiness does not come from external goods. A man must become accustomed to finding within himself the sources of his enjoyment. Culture is better than riches. No power and no treasure can outweigh the extension of our knowledge. Happiness is fitful, and sensual pleasure affords only a brief satisfaction. One comes to a more lasting content by acquiring peace and serenity of soul, or ataraxia, good cheer, euthymia, moderation, metrieties, and a certain order and symmetry of life, biosymmetria. We may learn much from the animals, spinning from the spider, building from the swallow, singing from the nightingale and the swan. But strength of body is nobility only in beasts of burden. Strength of character is nobility in man. So, like the heretics of Victorian England, Democritus raises upon his scandalous metaphysics a most presentable ethic. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. Philosophy, therefore, was for Socrates neither theology nor metaphysics nor physics, but ethics and politics, with logic as an introduction and a means. Coming at the close of the sophistic period, he perceived that the sophists had created one of the most critical situations in the history of any culture, the weakening of the supernatural basis of morals. Instead of a frightened return to orthodoxy, he moved forward to the profoundest question that ethics can ask. Is a natural ethic possible? Can morality survive without supernatural belief? Can philosophy, by molding an effective secular moral code, save the civilization which its freedom of thought is threatened to destroy? When, in the Euthyphro, Socrates argues that the good is not good because the gods approve of it, but that the gods approve of it because it is good, he is proposing a philosophical revolution. His conception of good, so far from being theological, is earthly to the point of being utilitarian. Goodness, he thinks, is not general and abstract, but specific and practical, good for something. Goodness and beauty are forms of usefulness and human advantage. Even a dung basket is beautiful if it is well formed for its purpose. Since, Socrates thought, there is nothing else so useful as knowledge, knowledge is the highest virtue, and all vice is ignorance, though virtue here means excellence rather than sinlessness. Without proper knowledge, right action is impossible. With proper knowledge, right action is inevitable. Men never do that which they know to be wrong, that is unwise, injurious to themselves. The highest good is happiness. The highest means to it is knowledge or intelligence. If knowledge is the highest excellence, Socrates argues, aristocracy is the best form of government, and democracy is nonsense. It is absurd, says Xenophon's Socrates, to choose magistrates by lot where no one would dream of drawing lots for a pilot, a mason, a flute player, or any craftsman at all, though the shortcomings of such men are far less harmful than those that disorder our government. He condemns the litigiousness of the Athenians, their noisy envy of one another, the bitterness of their political factions and disputes. On these accounts, he says, I am constantly in the greatest fear lest some evil should happen to the state too great for it to bear. Nothing could save Athens, he thought, except government by knowledge and ability, and this was no more to be determined by voting than the qualifications of a pilot, a musician, a physician, or a carpenter. Nor should power or wealth choose the officials of the state. Tyranny and plutocracy are as bad as democracy. The reasonable compromise is an aristocracy in which office would be restricted to those mentally fit and trained for it. Despite these criticisms of Athenian democracy, Socrates recognized its advantages and appreciated the liberties and opportunities that it gave him. He smiled at the tendency of some followers to preach a return to nature, and adopted towards Antisthenes and the Cynics the same attitude that Voltaire would take towards Rousseau, that with all its faults, civilization is a precious thing, not to be abandoned for any primeval simplicity. Nevertheless, the majority of the Athenians looked upon him with irritated suspicion. The orthodox in religion considered him to be the most dangerous of the sophists. For while he observed the amenities of the ancient faith, he rejected tradition, wished to subject every rule to the scrutiny of reason, founded morality on the individual conscience rather than in social good or the unchanging decrees of heaven, and ended with a skepticism that left reason itself in a mental confusion unsettling to every custom and belief. To him, as well as to Protagoras and Euripides, praisers of the past, like Aristophanes, attributed the irreligion of the age, the disrespect of the young for the old, the loosened morals of the educated classes, and the disorderly individualism that was consuming Athenian life. Though Socrates refused to support the oligarchic faction, many of its leaders were his pupils or his friends. When one of them, Critias, led the oligarchs in a rich man's revolution and a ruthless terror, Democrats like Anytus and Meletus branded Socrates as the intellectual source of the oligarchic reaction and determined to remove him from Athenian life. They succeeded, but they could not destroy his immense influence. The dialectic he had received from Zeno was passed down through Plato to Aristotle, who turned it into a system of logic so complete that it remained unaltered for 1900 years. Upon science, his influence was injurious. Students were turned away from physical research, and the doctrine of external design offered no encouragement to scientific analysis. The individualist and intellectualist ethic of Socrates had a modest share, perhaps, in undermining Athenian morals, but its emphasis on conscience as above the law became one of the cardinal tenets of Christianity. Through his pupils, the many suggestions of his thought became the substance of all the major philosophies of the next 2 centuries. The most powerful element in his influence was the example of his life and character. He became for Greek history a martyr and a saint, and every generation that sought an exemplar of simple living and brave thinking turned back to nourish its ideals with his memory. In contemplating the man's wisdom and nobility of character, said Xenophon, I find it beyond my power to forget him, or in remembering him to refrain from praising him. And if among those who make virtue their aim, anyone has ever been brought into contact with a person more helpful than Socrates, I count that man worthy to be called most blessed. Chapter 17. The Literature of the Golden Age. 1. Pindar. Normally, the philosophy of one age is the literature of the next. The ideas and issues that in one generation are fought out on the field of research and speculation provide in the succeeding generation the background of drama, fiction, and poetry. But in Greece, the literature did not lag behind the philosophy. The poets were themselves philosophers, did their own thinking, and were in the intellectual vanguard of their time. That same conflict between conservatism and radicalism which agitated Greek religion, science, and philosophy found expression also in poetry and drama, even in the writing of history. Since excellence of artistic form was added in Greek letters to depth of speculative thought, the literature of the Golden Age reached heights never touched again until the days of Shakespeare and Montaigne. Because of this burden of thought and the decay of royal or aristocratic patronage, the 5th century is less rich than the 6th in lyric poetry as an independent art. Pindar is the transition between the two periods. He inherits the lyric form, but fills it with dramatic magnificence. After him, poetry breaks through its traditional limits and, in the Dionysian drama, combines with religion, music, and the dance to make a greater vehicle for the splendor and passion of the Golden Age. Pindar came of a Theban family that traced its lineage back to primitive times and claimed to include many of the ancient heroes commemorated in his verse. His uncle, an accomplished flutist, passed down to Pindar much of his love for music and something of his skill. For advanced musical instruction, the parents sent the boy to Athens, where Lasus and Agathocles taught him choral composition. Before he was 20, that is, by 502, he returned to Thebes and studied with the poetess Corinna. 5 times he competed against Corinna in public song, and 5 times was beaten. But Corinna was very pleasing to behold, and the judges were men. Pindar called her a sow, Simonides a crow, himself an eagle. Despite this myopia, his reputation rose so high that his fellow Thebans soon concocted a story that told how once, as the young poet slept in the fields, some bees had settled upon his lips and had left their honey there. Soon he was handsomely commissioned to write odes in honor of princes and rich men. He was the guest of noble families in Rhodes, Tenedos, Corinth, and Athens, and for a time lived as royal bard at the courts of Alexander I of Macedon, Theron of Acragas, and Hiron I of Syracuse. Usually his songs were paid for in advance, very much as if a city should in our days engage a composer to celebrate it with an original composition for chorus and dance, and to conduct the performance himself. When Pindar returned to Thebes towards his 44th year, he was acclaimed as Boeotia's greatest gift to Greece. He worked painstakingly, composing the music for each poem and often training a chorus to sing it. He wrote hymns and paeans for deities, dithyrambs for the festivals of Dionysus, Parthenia for maidens, encomia for celebrities, scholia for banquets, threnoi or dirges for funerals, and eponychia or songs of victory for winners at the Pan-Hellenic competitions. Of all these, only 45 odes remain, named after the games whose heroes they honored. Of these odes, again, only the words survive, none of the music. In judging them, we are in the position of some future historian who, having the librettos of Wagner's operas but nothing of the scores, should list him as a poet rather than a composer, or should rank him by the words that once attended upon his harmonies. Or if we picture some Chinese scholar, unfamiliar with Christian story, reading in one evening in lame translation 10 Bach chorales divorced from their music and ritual, we shall measure our justice to Pindar. When we read today ode after ode in the silence of the study, he is beyond comparison the dreariest outpost in the classical landscape. Only the analogy of music can explain the structure of these poems. To Pindar, as to Simonides and Bacchylides, the form to be followed in an Eponysian ode was as compulsory as sonata form in the sonatas and symphonies of modern Europe. First came the statement of the theme, the name and story of the athlete who had gained the prize, or of the nobleman whose horses had drawn their chariot to victory. In general, Pindar celebrates the wisdom of man and his beauty and the splendor of his fame. In truth, he was not much interested in his formal subject. He sang in praise of runners, courtesans, and kings, and was willing to accept any promptly paying tyrant as a patron saint if the occasion gave scope to his rich imagination and his proudly intricate verse. His topic might be anything from a mule race to the glory of Greek civilization in all its variety and spread. He was loyal to Thebes, and not more inspired than the Delphic oracle when he defended Theban neutrality in the Persian War. But later he was ashamed of his error, and went out of his way to praise the leader of the Greek defense as renowned Athens, rich, violet-crowned, worthy of song, bulwark of Hellas, God-protected city. The Athenians are said to have given him 10,000 drachmas for the dithyrambs, or processional song, in which these lines occurred. Thebes, we are less reliably informed, fined him for his implied reproof, and Athens paid the fine. The second part of a Pindaric ode was a selection from Greek mythology. Here Pindar was discouragingly lavish. As Corinna complained, he sowed with the whole sack rather than with the hand. He had a high conception of the gods and honored them as among his best clients. He was the favorite poet of the Delphic priesthood. During his life he received many privileges from them, and after his death his spirit was, with Caledonian generosity, invited to share in the first fruits offered at Apollo's shrine. He was the last defender of the Orthodox faith. Even the pious Aeschylus seems wildly heretical beside him. Pindar would have been horrified by the blasphemies of Prometheus Bound. Sometimes he rises to an almost monotheistic conception of Zeus as the all, governing all things and seeing all things. He is a friend of the mysteries and shares the Orphic hope of paradise. He preaches the divine origin and destiny of the individual soul and offers one of the earliest descriptions of a last judgment, a heaven and a hell. Immediately after death, the lawless spirits suffer punishment, and the sins committed in this realm of Zeus are judged by one who passeth sentence stern and inevitable. But in sunshine ever fair abide the good, and all their nights and days in equal splendor wear. And never as of old with thankless toil for their poor empty needs they vex the soil and plough the watery seas, but dwelling with the glorious gods in ease, a tearless life they pass, whose joy on earth it was to keep their plighted word. But far from these, torments the rest sustain too dark for human gaze. The third and concluding section of a Pindaric ode was usually a word of moral counsel. We must not expect any subtle philosophy here. Pindar was no Athenian, and had probably never met or read a sophist. His intellect was consumed in his art, and no force remained for original thought. He was satisfied to urge his victorious athletes or princes to be modest in their success, and to show respect for the gods, their fellow men, and their own best selves. Now and then he mingled reproof with praise, and dared to warn Hieron against greed, but neither was he afraid to say a kind word for that most maligned and loved of all goods, money. He abhorred the revolutionists of Sicily, and warned them almost in the words of Confucius, "Even for the feeble it is an easy thing to shake a city to its foundation, but it is a sore struggle to set it in its place again." He liked the moderate democracy of Athens after Salamis, but sincerely believed aristocracy to be the least harmful of all forms of government. Ability, he thought, lies in the blood rather than in schooling, and tends to appear in families that have shown it before. Only good blood can prepare a man for those rare deeds that ennoble and justify human life. Things of a day, what are we and what not? A dream about a shadow is man. Yet when some God-given splendor falls, a glory of light comes over him, and his life is sweet. Pindar was not popular in his lifetime, and for some centuries yet he will continue to enjoy the lifeless immortality of those writers whom all men praise and no one reads. While the world was moving forward, he asked it to stand still, and it left him so far behind that though younger than Aeschylus, he seems older than Alcman. He wrote a poetry as compact, involved, and devious as Tacitus's prose, in an artificial and deliberately archaic dialect of his own, in meters so elaborate that few poets have ever cared to follow them. A notable exception is Dryden's Alexander's Feast, and so varied that only 2 of the 45 odes have the same metrical form. He is so obscure, despite the naivete of his thought, that grammarians spend a lifetime unraveling his Teutonic constructions, only to find beneath them a mine of sonorous platitudes. If, despite these faults and his frigid formality and turgid metaphors and tiresome mythology, some curious scholars are still persuaded to read him, it is because his narratives are swift and vivid, his simple morality is sincere, and the splendor of his language lifts to a passing grandeur even the humblest themes. He lived to the age of 80, secure in Thebes from the turmoil of Athenian thought. Dear to a man, he sang, is his own home city, his comrades and his kinsmen, so that he is well content. But to foolish men belongeth a love for things afar. 10 days before his end, in 442, we are told, he sent to ask the oracle of Ammon, "What is best for man?" To which the Egyptian oracle answered, like a Greek, "Death." Athens put up a statue to him at the public cost, and the Rhodians inscribed his 7th Olympian ode, a panegyric of their island, in letters of gold upon a temple wall. When in 335 Alexander ordered rebellious Thebes to be burned to the ground, he commanded his soldiers to leave unharmed the house in which Pindar had lived and died. 2. The Dionysian Theatre. The story is told in the lexicon of Suidas that during the performance of a play by Pratinus, about 500 BC, the wooden benches upon which the auditors sat gave way, injuring some and causing such alarm that the Athenians built on the southern slope of the Acropolis a theatre of stone, which they dedicated to the god Dionysus. This was not the theatre of Dionysus that tourists see today. The surviving structure was built under the direction of the finance minister Lycurgus about 338. Some parts of it are conjecturally traced back to 421. Some others appear to have been added in the 1st and 3rd centuries after Christ. In the next 2 centuries, similar theatres rose at Eretria, Epidaurus, Argos, Mantinea, Delphi, Tauromenium, Syracuse, and elsewhere in the scattered Greek world. But it was on the Dionysian stage that the major tragedies and comedies were first played, and fought out the bitterest phase of that war between the old theology and the new philosophy, which binds into one vast process of thought and change the mental history of the Periclean age. The great theater is, of course, open to the sky. The 15,000 seats, rising in a fan-like semicircle of tiers toward the Parthenon, face Mount Hymettus and the sea. When the persons of the drama invoke the earth and the sky, the sun and the stars and the ocean, they are addressing realities which most of the audience, as it listens to the speech or chant, can directly see and feel. The seats, originally of wood, later of stone, have no backs. Many people bring cushions, but they sit through 5 plays in a day with no other known support for their spines than the unaccommodating knees of the auditors behind them. In the front rows are a few marble seats with backs for the local high priests of Dionysus and the officials of the city. At the foot of the auditorium is an orchestra, or dancing space, for the chorus. At the rear of this is a small wooden building known as the Skene, or scene, which serves to represent now a palace, now a temple, now a private dwelling, and probably also to house the players while off stage. There are such simple properties, altars, furniture, etc., as the story may require. In the case of Aristophanes' birds, there are important adjuncts of scenery and costume, and Agatharchus of Samos paints backgrounds in such a way as to produce the illusion of distance. Several mechanical devices help to vary the action or the place. To show an action that has transpired within the Skene, a wooden platform, a kyklema, may be wheeled out and have human figures arranged on it in a tableau suggestive of what has occurred. So a corpse may be on it, with the murderers holding bloody weapons in their hands. It is against the traditions of the Greek drama to represent violence directly on the stage. At either side of the proscenium is a large, triangular, upright prism that turns on a pivot. Each face of the prism has a different scene painted on it, and by revolving these periactoi, the background can be altered in a moment. A still stranger apparatus is the mechane, or machine, a crane with pulley and weights. It is placed upon the skene at the left and is used to lower gods or heroes from heaven down to the stage, or to raise them back to heaven, or even to exhibit them suspended in the air. Euripides in particular is fond of using this mechanism to let down a god, a deus ex machina, as the Romans put it, who piously unties the knot of his agnostic plays. The tragic drama at Athens is not a secular or perennial affair, but part of the annual celebration of the feast of Dionysus. From among many plays offered to the Archon, a few are selected for performance. Each of the 10 tribes, or demes, of Attica chooses one of its rich citizens to serve as choragus, that is, director of the chorus. It is his privilege to pay the cost of training the singers, dancers, and actors, and to meet the other expenses of presenting one of the positions. Sometimes a choragus spends a fortune upon scenery, costumes, and talent. In this way, every play financed by Nicias obtains a prize. Some other choragi economize by hiring second-hand robes from dealers in theatrical costumes. The actual training of the chorus is usually undertaken by the dramatist himself. The chorus is in many ways the most important as well as the most costly part of the spectacle. Often it gives its name to the drama, and through it, for the most part, the poet expresses his views on religion and philosophy. The history of the Greek theater is a losing struggle of the chorus to dominate the play. At first the chorus is everything. In Thespis and Aeschylus, its role diminishes as the number of actors increase. In the drama of the 3rd century, it disappears. Usually the chorus is composed not of professional singers, but of amateurs chosen from the civic roster of the tribe. They are all men and number from Aeschylus 15. They dance as well as sing and move in dignified procession across the long and narrow stage, interpreting through the poetry of motion the words and moods of the play. Music holds in the Greek drama a place second only to the action and the poetry. Usually the dramatist composes the music as well as the words. Most of the dialogue is spoken or declaimed. Some of it is chanted in recitative, but the leading roles contain lyrical passages that must be sung as solos, duets, trios, or in unison or alternation with the chorus. The singing is simple, without parts or harmony. The accompaniment is usually given by a single flute, and accords with the voices note for note. In this way the words can be followed by the audience, and the poem is not drowned out in the song. These plays cannot be judged by reading them silently. To the Greeks, the words are but a part of a complex art form that weaves poetry, music, acting, and the dance into a profound and moving unity. Nevertheless, the play is the thing, and the prize is awarded less for the music than for the drama, and less for the drama than for the acting. A good actor can make a success of a middling play. The actor, who is always a male, is not disdained as in Rome, but is much honored. He is exempt from military service, and is allowed safe passage through the lines in time of war. He is called Hippocrates, but this word means answerer, that is, to the chorus. Only later will the actor's role as an impersonator lead to the use of the word as meaning hypocrite. Actors are organized in a strong union or guild called the Dionysian Artists, which has members throughout Greece. Troops of players wander from city to city, composing their own plays and music, making their own costumes, and setting up their own stages. As in all times, the incomes of leading actors are very high, that of secondary actors precariously low, and the morals of both are what might be expected of men moving from place to place, fluctuating between luxury and poverty, and too high-strung to be capable of a stable and normal life. In both tragedy and comedy, the actor wears a mask, fitted with a resonant mouthpiece of brass. The acoustics of the Greek theater and the visibility of the stage from every seat are remarkable, but even so it is found advisable to reinforce the voice of the actor and help the eye of the distant spectator to distinguish readily the various characters portrayed. All subtle play of vocal or facial expression is sacrificed to these needs. When real individuals are represented on the stage, like the Euripides of the Ecclesiastes and the Socrates of the Clouds, the masks imitate and largely caricature their actual features. The masks have come down into the drama from religious performances, in which they were often instruments of terror or humor. In comedy, they continue this tradition and are as grotesque and extravagant as Greek fancy can make them. Just as the actor's voice is strengthened and his countenance enlarged by the mask, so his dimensions are extended with padding, and his height is enhanced by an onkos, or projection on his head, and by kothornoi, or thick-soled shoes, on his feet. All in all, as Lucian puts it, the ancient actor makes a hideous and appalling spectacle. The audience is as interesting as the play. Men and women of all ranks are admitted, and after 420, all citizens who need it receive from the state the 2 obols required for entrance. Women sit apart from men, and courtesans have a place to themselves. Custom keeps all but the looser ladies away from comedy. It is a lively audience, not less or more mannerly than such assemblages in other lands. It eats nuts and fruit and drinks wine as it listens. Aristotle proposes to measure the failure of a play by the amount of food eaten during the presentation. It quarrels about seats, claps and shouts for its favorites, hisses and groans when it is displeased. When moved to more vigorous protest, it kicks the benches beneath it. If it becomes angry, it may frighten an actor off the stage with olives, figs, or stones. Aeschines is almost stoned to death for an offensive play. Aeschylus is nearly killed because the audience believes that he has revealed some secrets of the Eleusinian mysteries. A musician who has borrowed a supply of stones to build a house promises to repay it with those that he expects to collect from his next performance. Actors sometimes hire a claque to drown out with applause the hisses they fear, and comic actors may throw nuts to the crowd as a bribe to peace. If it wishes, the audience can by deliberate noise prevent a drama from continuing and compel the performance of the next play. In this way, a long program may be shortened within bearing. There are 3 days of drama at the city Dionysia. On each day, 5 plays are presented, 3 tragedies and a satyr play by one poet, and a comedy by another. The performance begins early in the morning and continues till dusk. Only in exceptional cases is a play performed twice in the theater of Dionysus. Those who have missed it there may see it in the theaters of other Greek cities, or with less splendor on some rural stage in Attica. Between 480 and 380, some 2,000 new dramas are performed at Athens. In early times, the prize for the best tragic trilogy was a goat, for the best comedy a basket of figs and a jug of wine. But in the Golden Age, the 3 prizes for tragedy and the single prize for comedy take the form of grants of money by the state. The 10 judges are chosen by lot in the theater itself on the first morning of the competition, out of a large list of candidates nominated by the council. At the end of the last play, each of the judges writes his selections for first, second, and third prizes upon a tablet. The tablets are placed in an urn, and an archon draws out 5 tablets at random. These 5 judgments, summed up, constitute the final award, and the other 5 are destroyed unread. No one, therefore, can know in advance who the judges are to be, or which of them will really judge. Despite these precautions, there is some corruption or intimidation of judges. Plato complains that the judges, through fear of the crowd, almost always decide according to the applause, and argues that this theatrocracy is debasing both the dramatists and the audience. When the contest is over, the victorious poet and his choragus are crowned with ivy, and sometimes the victors set up a monument, like the choragic monument of Lysicrates, to commemorate their triumph. Even kings compete for this crown. The size of the theater and the traditions of the festival determine in large measure the nature of the Greek drama. Since nuances cannot be conveyed by facial expression or vocal inflection, subtle character portraits are rare in the Dionysian theater. The Greek drama is a study of fate, or of man in conflict with the gods. The Elizabethan drama is a study of action or of man in conflict with man. The modern drama is a study of character or of man in conflict with himself. The Athenian audience knows in advance the destiny of each person represented and the issue of each action, for religious custom is still strong enough in the 5th century to limit the theme of the Dionysian drama to some story from the accepted myths and legends of the early Greeks. There is no suspense and no surprise, but instead the pleasures of anticipation and recognition. Dramatist after dramatist tells the same tale to the same audience. What differs is the poetry, the music, the interpretation, and the philosophy. Even the philosophy before Euripides is determined in large measure by tradition. Throughout Aeschylus and Sophocles, the prevailing theme is the nemesis of punishment by jealous gods or impersonal fate for insolent presumption and irreverent pride, hubris, and the recurring moral is the wisdom of conscience, honor, and a modest moderation, eidos. It is this combination of philosophy with poetry, action, music, song, and dance that makes the Greek drama not only a new form in the history of literature, but one that almost at the outset achieves a grandeur never equaled again. 3. Aeschylus. Not quite at the outset, for as many talents in heredity and history prepare the way for a genius, so some lesser playwrights, who may here be forgotten with honor, intervened between Thespis and Aeschylus. Perhaps it was the successful resistance to Persia that gave Athens the pride and stimulus necessary to an age of great drama, while the wealth that came with trade and empire after the war provided for the costly Dionysian contests in dithyrambic singing and the choral play. Aeschylus felt both the stimulus and the pride in person. Like so many Greek writers of the 5th century, he lived as well as wrote, and knew how to do as well as to speak. In 499, at the age of 26, he produced his first play. In 490, he and his 2 brothers fought at Marathon, and so bravely that Athens ordered a painting to commemorate their deeds. In 484, he won his first prize at the Dionysian festival. In 480, he fought at Artemisium and Salamis, and in 479 at Plataea. In 476 and 470, he visited Syracuse, and was honored at the court of Hiron I. In 468, after dominating Athenian literature for a generation, he lost the first prize for drama to the youthful Sophocles. In 467, he recaptured supremacy with his 7 against Thebes. In 458, he won his last and greatest victory with the Oresteia trilogy. In 456, he was again in Sicily, and there in that year he died. It took a man of such energy to mold the Greek drama into its classic form. It was Aeschylus who added a second actor to the one drawn out from the chorus by Thespis, and thereby completed the transformation of the Dionysian chant from an oratorio into a play. Though in Aeschylus the actors were only 2, the roles they played in a drama were limited only in the sense that no more than 2 characters could be on the stage at once. The leader of the chorus was sometimes individualized into a 3rd actor. Minor characters, attendants, soldiers, etc., were not counted as actors. He wrote 70, some say 90 dramas, of which 7 remain. Of these, the earliest 3 are minor works. The most famous is the Prometheus Bound. The greatest make up the Oresteia trilogy. The Prometheus Bound, too, may have been part of a trilogy, though no ancient authority vouches for this. We hear of a satyr play by Aeschylus called Prometheus the Firebringer, but it was produced apart from the Prometheus Bound in a quite different combination. Fragments survive of a Prometheus Unbound by Aeschylus. These are well-nigh meaningless, but anxious scholars assure us that if we had the full text, we should find Aeschylus answering satisfactorily all the heresies which the extant play puts into the hero's lines. Even so, it is noteworthy that an Athenian audience at a religious festival should have put up with the Titan's blasphemies. As the play opens, we find Prometheus being chained to a rock in the Caucasus by Hephaestus at the command of a Zeus irate because Prometheus has taught men the art of fire. Hephaestus speaks. High-thoughted son of Themis, who is sage? Thee thy loathe must rivet fast in chains against this rocky height unclomb by man, where never human voice nor face shall find out thee who lovest them, and thy beauty's flowers scorched in the sun's clear heat shall fade away. Night shall come up with garniture of stars to comfort thee with shadow, and the sun disperse with retricked beams the morning frosts. But through all dangers sense of present woe shall vex thee sore, because with none of them there comes a hand to free. Such fruit is plucked from love of man, for Zeus is stern and new-made kings are cruel. Hanging helpless on the crag, Prometheus hurls defiance to Olympus, and recounts proudly the steps by which he brought civilization to primitive men, who till then lived like silly ants beneath the ground in hollow caves unsunned. There came to them no steadfast sign of winter, nor spring, flower perfumed, nor of summer full of fruit. But blindly and lawlessly they did all things, until I taught them how the stars do rise and set in mystery, and devised for them number, the inducer of philosophies, the synthesis of letters, and besides the artificer of all things, memory, that sweet muse-mother. I was first to yoke the serval beasts, and none but I originated ships, and I who did devise for mortals all these arts have no device left now to save myself. The whole earth mourns with him. There is a cry in the waves of the sea as they fall together, and a groaning in the deep. A wail comes up from the cavern realms of death. All the nations send their condolences to this political prisoner, and bid him remember that suffering visits all. Grief walks the earth and sits down at the feet of each by turns, but they do nothing to free him. Oceanus advises him to yield, seeing that who reigns by cruelty instead of right. And the chorus of Oceanids, daughters of the sea, wonder whether humanity deserves to be suffered for with such a crucifixion. Nay, thine was a helpless sacrifice, O beloved. Didst thou not see the race of men, how little in effort and energy, dreamers bound in chains? Nevertheless, they so admire him that when Zeus threatens to hurl him down into Tartarus, they stay by him, and face with him the thunderbolt that blasts them and Prometheus into the abyss. But Prometheus, being a god, is denied the easement of death. In the lost conclusion of the trilogy, he is raised up from Tartarus to be again chained to a mountain rock, and a vulture is commissioned by Zeus to gnaw out the Titan's heart. The heart grows by night as fast as the vulture consumes it by day. In this way Prometheus suffers through 13 generations of men. Then the kindly giant Pericles kills the vulture and persuades Zeus to free Prometheus. The Titan repents, makes his peace with omnipotence, and places upon his finger the iron ring of necessity. In this simple and powerful trilogy, Aeschylus set the theme of Greek drama, the struggle of human will against inescapable destiny, and the theme of the life of Greece in the 5th century, the conflict between rebellious thought and traditional belief. His conclusion is conservative, but he knows the case for the rebel and gives it all his sympathy. Not even in Euripides shall we find so critical a view of Olympus. This is another paradise lost in which the fallen angel, despite the poet's piety, is the hero of the tale. Probably Milton often recalled Aeschylus's Titan when he composed such eloquent speeches for Satan. Goethe was fond of this play and used Prometheus as a mouthpiece in irreverent youth. Byron made him the model of nearly all his selves, and Shelley, always at odds with fate, brought the story back to life in Prometheus Unbound, where the rebel never yields. The legend hides a dozen allegories. Suffering is the fruit of the tree of knowledge. To know the future is to gnaw one's heart away. The liberator is always crucified. And in the end one must accept limits, man muss entsagen, must accomplish his purpose within the nature of things. This is a noble theme, and helps the majestic language of Aeschylus to make the Prometheus a tragedy in the grand style. Never has the war between knowledge and superstition, enlightenment and obscurantism, genius and dogma been more powerfully pictured, or lifted to a higher reach of symbol and utterance. The other productions of the Greek tragedians, said Schlegel, are so many tragedies, but this is tragedy herself. Nevertheless, the Oresteia is greater still, by common consent the finest achievement in Greek drama, perhaps in all drama. It was produced in 458, probably 2 years after Prometheus Bound, and 2 years before the author's death. The theme is the fateful breeding of violence by violence, and the inescapable punishment, through generation after generation, of insolent pride and excess. We call it a legend, but the Greeks, perhaps rightly, called it history. The story, as told by each of the greater dramatists of Greece, might be called the Children of Tantalus, for it was he, the Phrygian king, so recklessly proud in his wealth, who began the long chain of crime and called down the vengeance of the Furies by stealing the nectar and ambrosia of the gods and giving the divine food to Pelops, his son. In every age some men acquire more wealth than befits a man and use it to spoil their children. We have seen how Pelops, by foul means, won the throne of Elis, slew his accomplice, and married the daughter of the king whom he had deceived and killed. By Hippodamia he had 3 children, Thyestes, Erope, and Atreus. Thyestes seduced Erope. Atreus, to avenge his sister, served up his brother's children to him at a banquet, whereupon Aegisthus, son of Thyestes by Thyestes' daughter, vowed vengeance upon Atreus and his line. Atreus had 2 sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, and had by her 2 daughters, Iphigenia and Electra, and 1 son, Orestes. At Aulis, where his ships were becalmed on the way to Troy, Agamemnon, to the horror of Clytemnestra, sacrificed Iphigenia to induce the winds to blow. While Agamemnon besieged Troy, Aegisthus courted his brooding wife, won her, and plotted with her to kill the king. It is at this point that Aeschylus takes up the tale. The news has come to Argos that the war is over, and proud Agamemnon, robed in steel and armies trembled at his wrath, has landed on Peloponnesian shores and is approaching Mycenae. A chorus of elders appears before the royal palace, and in ominous chant recalls Agamemnon's abandonment of Iphigenia. In that which must be he armed him slowly, and a strange wind within his bosom tossed, a wind of dark thought, unclean, unholy, and he rose up, daring to the uttermost. For men are boldened by a blindness, straying toward base desire, which brings grief hereafter, yea, and itself is grief. So this man hardened to his own child's slaying, as help to avenge him for a woman's laughter, and bring his ships relief. With violence and a curb's voiceless wrath her stole of saffron to the ground she threw, and her eye with an arrow of pity found its path to each man's heart that slew. A face in a picture, striving amazedly, the little maid who danced at her father's board, the innocent voice, man's love, came never nigh, who joined to his her little paean cry when the 3rd cup was poured. Agamemnon's herald enters to announce the coming of the king. Aeschylus realizes with fine imagination the joy of the simple soldier as he sets foot, after long absence, upon his native soil. Now, says the herald, I am ready, if God will, to die. He describes to the chorus the terror and filth of the war, the rain that sent a moisture into the bones, the vermin that multiplied in the hair, the breathless heat of Ilion's summer, and the winter so cold that all the birds fell dead. Clytemnestra comes from the palace, somber, nervous, and yet proud, and orders rich hangings to be strewn for Agamemnon's path. The king enters in the royal chariot, escorted by his troops, and erect in the pride of victory. Behind him is another chariot, bearing the darkly beautiful Cassandra, Trojan princess and prophetess, the resentful slave of Agamemnon's lust, who bitterly predicts his punishment and gloomily foresees her own death. With clever speech, Clytemnestra recounts to the king her years of longing for this return. For you indeed the rushing fountains of my tears have run dry, and there is no drop left. But in my eyes, worn with late watching, you may see how I sorrowed for the signals of your victory that ever tarried. And in my disturbed sleep I started at the faint buzzing of the gnat's wing, for I dreamt of you long tales of woe, crowded into a short moment of repose. He suspects her sincerity, and reproves her dourly for the lavish outlay of broidered hangings under his horse's feet. But he follows her into the palace, and Cassandra resignedly accompanies him. Through an intense pause in the action, the chorus intones softly a song of evil premonition. Then from within comes the cry towards which every line of the drama has moved, the death cry of Agamemnon, slain by Aegisthus and Clytemnestra. The portals open. Clytemnestra is shown with axe in hand and blood on her brow, standing triumphant over the corpses of Cassandra and the king, and the chorus chants the end. Would God that suddenly, with no great agony, no long sick watch to keep, my hour would come to me, my hour, and presently bring the eternal, the unwaking sleep, now that my shepherd, he whose love watched over me, lies in the deep. The second play in the trilogy, the Coephory, or Libation Bearers, takes its title from the chorus of women who bring offerings to the grave of the king. Clytemnestra has sent her young son Orestes to be reared in distant Phocis, hoping that he may forget his father's death. But old men there teach him the ancient law of vengeance. The shed drop doth crave new blood. The state, in those dark days, left the punishment of murder to the dead man's kin, and men believed that the soul of the slain would know no peace till he had been avenged. Orestes, haunted and horrified with the thought of his mission to kill his mother and Aegisthus, comes secretly to Argos with his comrade Pylades, seeks out his father's tomb, and lays upon it a lock of his hair. Hearing the approach of the libation bearers, the young men withdraw, and listen in fascination as Electra, Orestes' brooding sister, comes with the women, stands over the grave, and calls upon Agamemnon's spirit to arouse Orestes to avenge him. Orestes reveals himself, and from her bitter heart she pours into his simple mind the thought that he must kill their mother. The youths, disguised as merchants, proceed to the royal palace. Clytemnestra softens them with hospitality. But when Orestes tests her by saying that the boy she sent to Phocis is dead, he is shocked to see a secret joy hiding in her grief. She calls Aegisthus to share with him the news that the avenger whom they feared is no more. Orestes slays him, drives his mother into the palace, and comes out a moment later already half insane with the consciousness that he is a matricide. While I am still not mad, I here declare to all who love me and confess that I have slain my mother. In the third play, Orestes is pursued, in the poet's externalization of the boy's wild fancy, by the Erinyes, or Furies, whose task it is to punish crime, and from their euphemistic deprecatory title, the Eumenides, or well-wishers, the play derives its name. Orestes is an outcast, shunned by all men. Wherever he goes, the Furies hang over him as black ghosts, crying out for his blood. He flings himself upon the altar of Apollo at Delphi, and Apollo comforts him. But the shade of Clytemnestra rises from the earth to urge the Furies not to desist from torturing her son. Orestes goes to Athens, kneels before Athena's shrine, and cries out to her for deliverance. Athena hears him and calls him perfect by suffering. When the Erinyes protest, she summons them to try Orestes' case before the council of the Areopagus. The concluding scene shows this strange trial, symbolical of the replacement of blood revenge with law. Athena, goddess of the city, presides. The Furies state the case for vengeance against Orestes, and Apollo defends him. The court divides evenly. Athena casts the deciding ballot in favor of Orestes and declares him free. She solemnly establishes the Council of the Areopagus as henceforth the Supreme Court of Attica, whose swift condemnation of the murderer shall free the land from feuds, and whose wisdom will guide the state through the dangers that beset every people. The goddess, by her fair speech, appeases the disappointed Furies, and so wins them that their leader says, "This day a new order is born." After the Iliad and the Odyssey, the Oresteia is the highest achievement in Greek literature. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued, Cassette 2, Side 1. Philosophy, therefore, was for Socrates neither theology nor metaphysics nor physics, but ethics and politics, with logic as an introduction and a means. Coming at the close of the sophistic period, he perceived that the sophists had created one of the most critical situations in the history of any culture, the weakening of the supernatural basis of morals. Instead of a frightened return to orthodoxy, he moved forward to the profoundest question that ethics can ask. Is a natural ethic possible? Can morality survive without supernatural belief? Can philosophy, by molding an effective secular moral code, save the civilization which its freedom of thought has threatened to destroy? When, in the Euthyphro, Socrates argues that the good is not good because the gods approve of it, but that the gods approve of it because it is good, he is proposing a philosophical revolution. His conception of good, so far from being theological, is earthly to the point of being utilitarian. Goodness, he thinks, is not general and abstract, but specific and practical, good for something. Goodness and beauty are forms of usefulness and human advantage. Even a dung basket is beautiful if it is well formed for its purpose. Since, Socrates thought, there is nothing else so useful as knowledge, knowledge is the highest virtue, and all vice is ignorance, though virtue here means excellence rather than sinlessness. Without proper knowledge, right action is impossible. With proper knowledge, right action is inevitable. Men never do that which they know to be wrong, that is unwise, injurious to themselves. The highest good is happiness. The highest means to it is knowledge or intelligence. If knowledge is the highest excellence, Socrates argues, aristocracy is the best form of government, and democracy is nonsense. It is absurd, says Xenophon's Socrates, to choose magistrates by lot where no one would dream of drawing lots for a pilot, a mason, a flute player, or any craftsman at all, though the shortcomings of such men are far less harmful than those that disorder our government. He condemns the litigiousness of the Athenians, their noisy envy of one another, the bitterness of their political factions and disputes. On these accounts, he says, I am constantly in the greatest fear lest some evil should happen to the state too great for it to bear. Nothing could save Athens, he thought, except government by knowledge and ability, and this was no more to be determined by voting than the qualifications of a pilot, a musician, a physician, or a carpenter. Nor should power or wealth choose the officials of the state. Tyranny and plutocracy are as bad as democracy. The reasonable compromise is an aristocracy in which office would be restricted to those mentally fit and trained for it. Despite these criticisms of Athenian democracy, Socrates recognized its advantages and appreciated the liberties and opportunities that it gave him. He smiled at the tendency of some followers to preach a return to nature, and adopted towards Antisthenes and the Cynics the same attitude that Voltaire would take towards Rousseau, that with all its faults, civilization is a precious thing, not to be abandoned for any primeval simplicity. Nevertheless, the majority of the Athenians looked upon him with irritated suspicion. The orthodox in religion considered him to be the most dangerous of the sophists. For while he observed the amenities of the ancient faith, he rejected tradition, wished to subject every rule to the scrutiny of reason, founded morality on the individual conscience rather than in social good or the unchanging decrees of heaven, and ended with a skepticism that left reason itself in a mental confusion unsettling to every custom and belief. To him, as well as to Protagoras and Euripides, praisers of the past like Aristophanes attributed the irreligion of the age, the disrespect of the young for the old, the loosened morals of the educated classes, and the disorderly individualism that was consuming Athenian life. Though Socrates refused to support the oligarchic faction, many of its leaders were his pupils or his friends. When one of them, Critias, led the oligarchs in a rich man's revolution and a ruthless terror, Democrats like Anytus and Meletus branded Socrates as the intellectual source of the oligarchic reaction and determined to remove him from Athenian life. They succeeded, but they could not destroy his immense influence. The dialectic he had received from Zeno was passed down through Plato to Aristotle, who turned it into a system of logic so complete that it remained unaltered for 1900 years. Upon science his influence was injurious. Students were turned away from physical research, and the doctrine of external design offered no encouragement to scientific analysis. The individualist and intellectualist ethic of Socrates had a modest share perhaps in undermining Athenian morals, but its emphasis on conscience as above the law became one of the cardinal tenets of Christianity. Through his pupils, the many suggestions of his thought became the substance of all the major philosophies of the next 2 centuries. The most powerful element in his influence was the example of his life and character. He became for Greek history a martyr and a saint, and every generation that sought an exemplar of simple living and brave thinking turned back to nourish its ideals with his memory. In contemplating the man's wisdom and nobility of character, said Xenophon, I find it beyond my power to forget him, or in remembering him to refrain from praising him. And if among those who make virtue their aim, anyone has ever been brought into contact with a person more helpful than Socrates, I count that man worthy to be called most blessed. Chapter 17. The Literature of the Golden Age. 1. Pindar. Normally the philosophy of one age is the literature of the next. The ideas and issues that in one generation are fought out on the field of research and speculation provide in the succeeding generation the background of drama, fiction, and poetry. But in Greece, the literature did not lag behind the philosophy. The poets were themselves philosophers, did their own thinking, and were in the intellectual vanguard of their time. That same conflict between conservatism and radicalism which agitated Greek religion, science, and philosophy found expression also in poetry and drama, even in the writing of history. Since excellence of artistic form was added in Greek letters to depth of speculative thought, the literature of the Golden Age reached heights never touched again until the days of Shakespeare and Montaigne. Because of this burden of thought and the decay of royal or aristocratic patronage, the 5th century is less rich than the 6th in lyric poetry as an independent art. Pindar is the transition between the 2 periods. He inherits the lyric form but fills it with dramatic magnificence. After him, poetry breaks through its traditional limits and, in the Dionysian drama, combines with religion, music, and the dance to make a greater vehicle for the splendor and passion of the Golden Age. Pindar came of a Theban family that traced its lineage back to primitive times and claimed to include many of the ancient heroes commemorated in his verse. His uncle, an accomplished flutist, passed down to Pindar much of his love for music and something of his skill. For advanced musical instruction, the parents sent the boy to Athens, where Lasus and Agathocles taught him choral composition. Before he was 20, that is, by 502, he returned to Thebes and studied with the poetess Corinna. 5 times he competed against Corinna in public song, and 5 times was beaten. But Corinna was very pleasing to behold, and the judges were men. Pindar called her a sow, Simonides a crow, himself an eagle. Despite this myopia, his reputation rose so high that his fellow Thebans soon concocted a story that told how once, as the young poet slept in the fields, some bees had settled upon his lips and had left their honey there. Soon he was handsomely commissioned to write odes in honor of princes and rich men. He was the guest of noble families in Rhodes, Tenedos, Corinth, and Athens, and for a time lived as royal bard at the courts of Alexander I of Macedon, Theron of Acragas, and Hiron I of Syracuse. Usually his songs were paid for in advance, very much as if a city should in our days engage a composer to celebrate it with an original composition for chorus and dance, and to conduct the performance himself. When Pindar returned to Thebes towards his 44th year, he was acclaimed as Boeotia's greatest gift to Greece. He worked painstakingly, composing the music for each poem and often training a chorus to sing it. He wrote hymns and paeans for deities, dithyrambs for the festivals of Dionysus, Parthenia for maidens, encomia for celebrities, scholia for banquets, threnoi or dirges for funerals, and eponychia or songs of victory for winners at the Pan-Hellenic competitions. Of all these, only 45 odes remain, named after the games whose heroes they honored. Of these odes, again, only the words survive, none of the music. In judging them, we are in the position of some future historian who, having the librettos of Wagner's operas but nothing of the scores, should list him as a poet rather than a composer, or should rank him by the words that once attended upon his harmonies. Or if we picture some Chinese scholar, unfamiliar with Christian story, reading in one evening in lame translation 10 Bach chorales divorced from their music and ritual, we shall measure our justice to Pindar. When we read today ode after ode in the silence of the study, he is beyond comparison the dreariest outpost in the classical landscape. Only the analogy of music can explain the structure of these poems. To Pindar, as to Simonides and Bacchylides, the form to be followed in an Epinician ode was as compulsory as sonata form in the sonatas and symphonies of modern Europe. First came the statement of the theme, the name and story of the athlete who had gained the prize, or of the nobleman whose horses had drawn their chariot to victory. In general, Pindar celebrates the wisdom of man and his beauty and the splendor of his fame. In truth, he was not much interested in his formal subject. He sang in praise of runners, courtesans, and kings, and was willing to accept any promptly paying tyrant as a patron saint if the occasion gave scope to his rich imagination and his proudly intricate verse. His topic might be anything from a mule race to the glory of Greek civilization in all its variety and spread. He was loyal to Thebes, and not more inspired than the Delphic oracle when he defended Theban neutrality in the Persian War. But later he was ashamed of his error, and went out of his way to praise the leader of the Greek defense as renowned Athens, rich, violet-crowned, worthy of song, bulwark of Hellas, God-protected city. The Athenians are said to have given him 10,000 drachmas for the dithyrambs, or processional song, in which these lines occurred. Thebes, we are less reliably informed, fined him for his implied reproof, and Athens paid the fine. The second part of a Pindaric ode was a selection from Greek mythology. Here Pindar was discouragingly lavish. As Corinna complained, he sowed with the whole sack rather than with the hand. He had a high conception of the gods and honored them as among his best clients. He was the favorite poet of the Delphic priesthood. During his life he received many privileges from them, and after his death his spirit was, with Caledonian generosity, invited to share in the first fruits offered at Apollo's shrine. He was the last defender of the Orthodox faith. Even the pious Aeschylus seems wildly heretical beside him. Pindar would have been horrified by the blasphemies of Prometheus Bound. Sometimes he rises to an almost monotheistic conception of Zeus as the all, governing all things and seeing all things. He is a friend of the mysteries and shares the Orphic hope of paradise. He preaches the divine origin and destiny of the individual soul and offers one of the earliest descriptions of a last judgment, a heaven and a hell. Immediately after death, the lawless spirits suffer punishment, and the sins committed in this realm of Zeus are judged by one who passeth sentence stern and inevitable. But in sunshine ever fair abide the good, and all their nights and days an equal splendor wear. And never as of old with thankless toil, for their poor empty needs they vex the soil and plough the watery seas. But dwelling with the glorious gods in ease, a tearless life they pass, whose joy on earth it was to keep their plighted word. But far from these, torments the rest sustain too dark for human gaze. The third and concluding section of a Pindaric ode was usually a word of moral counsel. We must not expect any subtle philosophy here. Pindar was no Athenian, and had probably never met or read a sophist. His intellect was consumed in his art, and no force remained for original thought. He was satisfied to urge his victorious athletes or princes to be modest in their success and to show respect for the gods, their fellow men, and their own best selves. Now and then he mingled reproof with praise and dared to warn Hiron against greed, but neither was he afraid to say a kind word for that most maligned and loved of all goods, money. He abhorred the revolutionists of Sicily and warned them almost in the words of Confucius, "Even for the feeble it is an easy thing to shake a city to its foundation, but it is a sore struggle to set it in its place again." He liked the moderate democracy of Athens after Salamis, but sincerely believed aristocracy to be the least harmful of all forms of government. Ability, he thought, lies in the blood rather than in schooling, and tends to appear in families that have shown it before. Only good blood can prepare a man for those rare deeds that ennoble and justify human life. Things of a day, what are we and what not? A dream about a shadow is man. Yet when some God-given splendor falls, a glory of light comes over him, and his life is sweet. Pindar was not popular in his lifetime, and for some centuries yet he will continue to enjoy the lifeless immortality of those writers whom all men praise and no one reads. While the world was moving forward, he asked it to stand still, and it left him so far behind that though younger than Aeschylus, he seems older than Alcman. He wrote a poetry as compact, involved, and devious as Tacitus's prose, in an artificial and deliberately archaic dialect of his own, in metres so elaborate that few poets have ever cared to follow them. A notable exception is Dryden's Alexander's Feast, and so varied that only 2 of the 45 odes have the same metrical form. He is so obscure, despite the naivete of his thought, that grammarians spend a lifetime unraveling his Teutonic constructions, only to find beneath them a mine of sonorous platitudes. If, despite these faults and his frigid formality and turgid metaphors and tiresome mythology, some curious scholars are still persuaded to read him, it is because his narratives are swift and vivid, his simple morality is sincere, and the splendor of his language lifts to a passing grandeur even the humblest themes. He lived to the age of 80, secure in Thebes from the turmoil of Athenian thought. Dear to a man, he sang, is his own home city, his comrades and his kinsmen, so that he is well content. But to foolish men belongeth a love for things afar. 10 days before his end, in 442, we are told, he sent to ask the oracle of Ammon, "What is best for man?" To which the Egyptian oracle answered, like a Greek, "Death." Athens put up a statue to him at the public cost, and the Rhodians inscribed his 7th Olympian ode, a panegyric of their island, in letters of gold upon a temple wall. When in 335 Alexander ordered rebellious Thebes to be burned to the ground, he commanded his soldiers to leave unharmed the house in which Pindar had lived and died. 2. The Dionysian Theatre. The story is told in the Lexicon of Suidas that during the performance of a play by Pratinus, about 500 BC, the wooden benches upon which the auditors sat gave way, injuring some and causing such alarm that the Athenians built on the southern slope of the Acropolis a theatre of stone, which they dedicated to the god Dionysus. This was not the theatre of Dionysus that tourists see today. The surviving structure was built under the direction of the finance minister Lycurgus about 338. Some parts of it are conjecturally traced back to 421. Some others appear to have been added in the 1st and 3rd centuries after Christ. In the next 2 centuries, similar theatres rose at Eretria, Epidaurus, Argos, Mantinea, Delphi, Tauromenium, Syracuse, and elsewhere in the scattered Greek world. But it was on the Dionysian stage that the major tragedies and comedies were first played, and fought out the bitterest phase of that war between the old theology and the new philosophy, which binds into one vast process of thought and change the mental history of the Periclean age. The great theatre is, of course, open to the sky. The 15,000 seats, rising in a fan-like semicircle of tiers toward the Parthenon, face Mount Hymettus and the sea. When the persons of the drama invoke the earth and the sky, the sun and the stars and the ocean, they are addressing realities which most of the audience, as it listens to the speech or chant, can directly see and feel. The seats, originally of wood, later of stone, have no backs. Many people bring cushions, but they sit through 5 plays in a day with no other known support for their spines than the unaccommodating knees of the auditors behind them. In the front rows are a few marble seats with backs for the local high priests of Dionysus and the officials of the city. At the foot of the auditorium is an orchestra, or dancing space, for the chorus. At the rear of this is a small wooden building known as the Skene, or scene, which serves to represent now a palace, now a temple, now a private dwelling, and probably also to house the players while off stage. There are such simple properties, altars, furniture, etc., as the story may require. In the case of Aristophanes' birds, there are important adjuncts of scenery and costume, and Agatharchus of Samos paints backgrounds in such a way as to produce the illusion of distance. Several mechanical devices help to vary the action or the place. To show an action that has transpired within the skene, a wooden platform, a kyklema, may be wheeled out and have human figures arranged on it in a tableau suggestive of what has occurred. So a corpse may be on it, with the murderers holding bloody weapons in their hands. It is against the traditions of the Greek drama to represent violence directly on the stage. At either side of the proscenium is a large, triangular, upright prism that turns on a pivot. Each face of the prism has a different scene painted on it, and by revolving these periactoi, the background can be altered in a moment. A still stranger apparatus is the mechane, or machine, a crane with pulley and weights. It is placed upon the skene at the left and is used to lower gods or heroes from heaven down to the stage, or to raise them back to heaven, or even to exhibit them suspended in the air. Euripides in particular is fond of using this mechanism to let down a god, a deus ex machina, as the Romans put it, who piously unties the knot of his agnostic plays. The tragic drama at Athens is not a secular or perennial affair, but part of the annual celebration of the feast of Dionysus. From among many plays offered to the Archon, a few are selected for performance. Each of the 10 tribes or demes of Attica chooses one of its rich citizens to serve as choragus, that is, director of the chorus. It is his privilege to pay the cost of training the singers, dancers, and actors, and to meet the other expenses of presenting one of the positions. Sometimes a choragus spends a fortune upon scenery, costumes, and talent. In this way, every play financed by Nicias obtains a prize. Some other choragi economize by hiring second-hand robes from dealers in theatrical costumes. The actual training of the chorus is usually undertaken by the dramatist himself. The chorus is in many ways the most important as well as the most costly part of the spectacle. Often it gives its name to the drama, and through it, for the most part, the poet expresses his views on religion and philosophy. The history of the Greek theater is a losing struggle of the chorus to dominate the play. At first the chorus is everything. In Thespis and Aeschylus, its role diminishes as the number of actors increase. In the drama of the 3rd century, it disappears. Usually the chorus is composed not of professional singers, but of amateurs chosen from the civic roster of the tribe. They are all men and number from Aeschylus 15. They dance as well as sing and move in dignified procession across the long and narrow stage, interpreting through the poetry of motion the words and moods of the play. Music holds in the Greek drama a place second only to the action and the poetry. Usually the dramatist composes the music as well as the words. Most of the dialogue is spoken or declaimed. Some of it is chanted in recitative, but the leading roles contain lyrical passages that must be sung as solos, duets, trios, or in unison or alternation with the chorus. The singing is simple, without parts or harmony. The accompaniment is usually given by a single flute, and accords with the voices note for note. In this way the words can be followed by the audience, and the poem is not drowned out in the song. These plays cannot be judged by reading them silently. To the Greeks, the words are but a part of a complex art form that weaves poetry, music, acting, and the dance into a profound and moving unity. Nevertheless, the play is the thing, and the prize is awarded less for the music than for the drama, and less for the drama than for the acting. A good actor can make a success of a middling play. The actor, who is always a male, is not disdained as in Rome, but is much honored. He is exempt from military service, and is allowed safe passage through the lines in time of war. He is called Hippocrates, but this word means answerer, that is, to the chorus. Only later will the actor's role as an impersonator lead to the use of the word as meaning hypocrite. Actors are organized in a strong union or guild called the Dionysian Artists, which has members throughout Greece. Troops of players wander from city to city, composing their own plays and music, making their own costumes, and setting up their own stages. As in all times, the incomes of leading actors are very high, that of secondary actors precariously low, and the morals of both are what might be expected of men moving from place to place, fluctuating between luxury and poverty, and too high-strung to be capable of a stable and normal life. In both tragedy and comedy, the actor wears a mask, fitted with a resonant mouthpiece of brass. The acoustics of the Greek theater and the visibility of the stage from every seat are remarkable, but even so it is found advisable to reinforce the voice of the actor and help the eye of the distant spectator to distinguish readily the various characters portrayed. All subtle play of vocal or facial expression is sacrificed to these needs. When real individuals are represented on the stage, like the Euripides of the Ecclesiastes and the Socrates of the Clouds, The masks imitate and largely caricature their actual features. The masks have come down into the drama from religious performances, in which they were often instruments of terror or humor. In comedy, they continue this tradition, and are as grotesque and extravagant as Greek fancy can make them. Just as the actor's voice is strengthened and his countenance enlarged by the mask, so his dimensions are extended with padding, and his height is enhanced by an onkos, or projection on his head, and by kothornoi, or thick-soled shoes, on his feet. All in all, as Lucian puts it, the ancient actor makes a hideous and appalling spectacle. The audience is as interesting as the play. Men and women of all ranks are admitted, and after 420, all citizens who need it receive from the state the 2 obols required for entrance. Women sit apart from men, and courtesans have a place to themselves. Custom keeps all but the looser ladies away from comedy. It is a lively audience, not less or more mannerly than such assemblages in other lands. It eats nuts and fruit and drinks wine as it listens. Aristotle proposes to measure the failure of a play by the amount of food eaten during the presentation. It quarrels about seats, claps and shouts for its favorites, hisses and groans when it is displeased. When moved to more vigorous protest, it kicks the benches beneath it. If it becomes angry, it may frighten an actor off the stage with olives, figs, or stones. Aeschines is almost stoned to death for an offensive play. Aeschylus is nearly killed because the audience believes that he has revealed some secrets of the Eleusinian mysteries. A musician who has borrowed a supply of stones to build a house promises to repay it with those that he expects to collect from his next performance. Actors sometimes hire a claque to drown out with applause the hisses they fear, and comic actors may throw nuts to the crowd as a bribe to peace. If it wishes, the audience can by deliberate noise prevent a drama from continuing and compel the performance of the next play. In this way, a long program may be shortened within bearing. There are 3 days of drama at the city Dionysia. On each day 5 plays are presented, 3 tragedies and a satyr play by one poet, and a comedy by another. The performance begins early in the morning and continues till dusk. Only in exceptional cases is a play performed twice in the theater of Dionysus. Those who have missed it there may see it in the theaters of other Greek cities, or with less splendor on some rural stage in Attica. Between 480 and 380, some 2,000 new dramas are performed at Athens. In early times, the prize for the best tragic trilogy was a goat, for the best comedy a basket of figs and a jug of wine. But in the Golden Age, the 3 prizes for tragedy and the single prize for comedy take the form of grants of money by the state. The 10 judges are chosen by lot in the theater itself on the first morning of the competition, out of a large list of candidates nominated by the council. At the end of the last play, each of the judges writes his selections for first, second, and third prizes upon a tablet. The tablets are placed in an urn, and an archon draws out 5 tablets at random. These 5 judgments, summed up, constitute the final award, and the other 5 are destroyed unread. No one, therefore, can know in advance who the judges are to be, or which of them will really judge. Despite these precautions, there is some corruption or intimidation of judges. Plato complains that the judges, through fear of the crowd, almost always decide according to the applause, and argues that this theatrocracy is debasing both the dramatists and the audience. When the contest is over, the victorious poet and his choragus are crowned with ivy, and sometimes the victors set up a monument, like the choragic monument of Lysicrates, to commemorate their triumph. Even kings compete for this crown. The sides of the theater and the traditions of the festival determine in large measure the nature of the Greek drama. Since nuances cannot be conveyed by facial expression or vocal inflection, subtle character portraits are rare in the Dionysian theater. The Greek drama is a study of fate, or of man in conflict with the gods. The Elizabethan drama is a study of action, or of man in conflict with man. The modern drama is a study of character, or of man in conflict with himself. The Athenian audience knows in advance the destiny of each person represented and the issue of each action, for religious custom is still strong enough in the 5th century to limit the theme of the Dionysian drama to some story from the accepted myths and legends of the early Greeks. There is no suspense and no surprise, but instead the pleasures of anticipation and recognition. Dramatist after dramatist tells the same tale to the same audience. What differs is the poetry, the music, the interpretation, and the philosophy. Even the philosophy before Euripides is determined in large measure by tradition. Throughout Aeschylus and Sophocles, the prevailing theme is the nemesis of punishment by jealous gods or impersonal fate for insolent presumption and irreverent pride, hubris, and the recurring moral is the wisdom of conscience, honor, and a modest moderation, eidos. It is this combination of philosophy with poetry, action, music, song, and dance that makes the Greek drama not only a new form in the history of literature, but one that almost at the outset achieves a grandeur never equaled again. 3. Aeschylus. Not quite at the outset, for as many talents in heredity and history prepare the way for a genius, so some lesser playwrights, who may here be forgotten with honor, intervened between Thespis and Aeschylus. Perhaps it was the successful resistance to Persia that gave Athens the pride and stimulus necessary to an age of great drama, while the wealth that came with trade and empire after the war provided for the costly Dionysian contests in dithyrambic singing and the choral play. Aeschylus felt both the stimulus and the pride in person. Like so many Greek writers of the 5th century, he lived as well as wrote, and knew how to do as well as to speak. In 499, at the age of 26, he produced his first play. In 490, he and his 2 brothers fought at Marathon, and so bravely that Athens ordered a painting to commemorate their deeds. In 484, he won his first prize at the Dionysian festival. In 480, he fought at Artemisium and Salamis, and in 479 at Plataea. In 476 and 470, he visited Syracuse, and was honored at the court of Hiron I. In 468, after dominating Athenian literature for a generation, he lost the first prize for drama to the youthful Sophocles. In 467, he recaptured supremacy with his 7 against Thebes. In 458, he won his last and greatest victory with the Oresteia trilogy. In 456, he was again in Sicily, and there in that year he died. It took a man of such energy to mold the Greek drama into its classic form. It was Aeschylus who added a second actor to the one drawn out from the chorus by Thespis, and thereby completed the transformation of the Dionysian chant from an oratorio into a play. Though in Aeschylus the actors were only 2, the roles they played in a drama were limited only in the sense that no more than 2 characters could be on the stage at once. The leader of the chorus was sometimes individualized into a 3rd actor. Minor characters, attendants, soldiers, etc., were not counted as actors. He wrote 70, some say 90 dramas, of which 7 remain. Of these, the earliest 3 are minor works. The most famous is the Prometheus Bound. The greatest make up the Oresteia trilogy. The Prometheus Bound, too, may have been part of a trilogy, though no ancient authority vouches for this. We hear of a satyr play by Aeschylus called Prometheus the Firebringer, but it was produced apart from the Prometheus Bound in a quite different combination. Fragments survive of a Prometheus Unbound by Aeschylus. These are well-nigh meaningless, but anxious scholars assure us that if we had the full text, we should find Aeschylus answering satisfactorily all the heresies which the extant play puts into the hero's lines. Even so, it is noteworthy that an Athenian audience at a religious festival should have put up with the Titan's blasphemies. As the play opens, we find Prometheus being chained to a rock in the Caucasus by Hephaestus at the command of a Zeus irate because Prometheus has taught men the art of fire. Hephaestus speaks. High-thoughted son of Themis, who is sage? Thee loath I loath must rivet fast in chains against this rocky height unclomb by man, where never human voice nor face shall find out thee who lovest them, and thy beauty's flowers, scorched in the sun's clear heat, shall fade away. Night shall come up with garniture of stars to comfort thee with shadow, and the sun disperse with retricked beams the morning frosts. But through all dangers, sense of present woe shall vex thee sore, because with none of them there comes a hand to free. Such fruit is plucked from love of man, for Zeus is stern, and new-made kings are cruel. Hanging helpless on the crag, Prometheus hurls defiance to Olympus, and recounts proudly the steps by which he brought civilization to primitive men, who till then lived like silly ants beneath the ground in hollow caves unsunned. There came to them no steadfast sign of winter, nor spring, flower perfumed, nor of summer full of fruit. But blindly and lawlessly they did all things, until I taught them how the stars do rise and set in mystery, and devised for them number, the inducer of philosophies, the synthesis of letters, and besides the artificer of all things, memory, that sweet muse-mother. I was first to yoke the servile beasts, and none but I originated ships, and I who did devise for mortals all these arts have no device left now to save myself. The whole earth mourns with him. There is a cry in the waves of the sea as they fall together, and a groaning in the deep. A wail comes up from the cavern realms of death. All the nations send their condolences to this political prisoner, and bid him remember that suffering visits all. Grief walks the earth and sits down at the feet of each by turns. But they do nothing to free him. Oceanus advises him to yield, seeing that who reigns by cruelty instead of right. And the chorus of Oceanids, daughters of the sea, wonder whether humanity deserves to be suffered for with such a crucifixion. Nay, thine was a helpless sacrifice, O beloved. Didst thou not see the race of men, how little in effort and energy, dreamers bound in chains? Nevertheless, they so admire him that when Zeus threatens to hurl him down into Tartarus, they stay by him, and face with him the thunderbolt that blasts them and Prometheus into the abyss. But Prometheus, being a god, is denied the easement of death. In the lost conclusion of the trilogy, he is raised up from Tartarus to be again chained to a mountain rock, and a vulture is commissioned by Zeus to gnaw out the Titan's heart. The heart grows by night as fast as the vulture consumes it by day. In this way Prometheus suffers through 13 generations of men. Then the kindly giant Pericles kills the vulture and persuades Zeus to free Prometheus. The Titan repents, makes his peace with omnipotence, and places upon his finger the iron ring of necessity. In this simple and powerful trilogy, Aeschylus set the theme of Greek drama, the struggle of human will against inescapable destiny, and the theme of the life of Greece in the 5th century, the conflict between rebellious thought and traditional belief. His conclusion is conservative, but he knows the case for the rebel and gives it all his sympathy. Not even in Euripides shall we find so critical a view of Olympus. This is another paradise lost in which the fallen angel, despite the poet's piety, is the hero of the tale. Probably Milton often recalled Aeschylus's Titan when he composed such eloquent speeches for Satan. Goethe was fond of this play and used Prometheus as a mouthpiece in irreverent youth. Byron made him the model of nearly all his selves, and Shelley, always at odds with fate, brought the story back to life in Prometheus Unbound, where the rebel never yields. The legend hides a dozen allegories. Suffering is the fruit of the tree of knowledge. To know the future is to gnaw one's heart away. The liberator is always crucified. And in the end one must accept limits. Man muss entsagen, must accomplish his purpose within the nature of things. This is a noble theme, and helps the majestic language of Aeschylus to make the Prometheus a tragedy in the grand style. Never has the war between knowledge and superstition, enlightenment and obscurantism, genius and dogma, been more powerfully pictured, or lifted to a higher reach of symbol and utterance. The other productions of the Greek tragedians, said Schlegel, are so many tragedies, but this is tragedy herself. Nevertheless, the Oresteia is greater still, by common consent the finest achievement in Greek drama, perhaps in all drama. It was produced in 458, probably 2 years after Prometheus Bound, and 2 years before the author's death. The theme is the fateful breeding of violence by violence, and the inescapable punishment, through generation after generation, of insolent pride and excess. We call it a legend, but the Greeks, perhaps rightly, called it history. The story, as told by each of the greater dramatists of Greece, might be called the children of Tantalus, for it was he, the Phrygian king, so recklessly proud in his wealth, who began the long chain of crime and called down the vengeance of the Furies by stealing the nectar and ambrosia of the gods and giving the divine food to Pelops, his son. In every age some men acquire more wealth than befits a man and use it to spoil their children. We have seen how Pelops, by foul means, won the throne of Elis, slew his accomplice, and married the daughter of the king whom he had deceived and killed. By Hippodamia he had 3 children, Thyestes, Erope, and Atreus. Thyestes seduced Erope. Atreus, to avenge his sister, served up his brother's children to him at a banquet, whereupon Aegisthus, son of Thyestes by Thyestes' daughter, vowed vengeance upon Atreus and his line. Atreus had 2 sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, and had by her 2 daughters, Iphigenia and Electra, and 1 son, Orestes. At Aulis, where his ships were becalmed on the way to Troy, Agamemnon, to the horror of Clytemnestra, sacrificed Iphigenia to induce the winds to blow. While Agamemnon besieged Troy, Aegisthus courted his brooding wife, won her, and plotted with her to kill the king. It is at this point that Aeschylus takes up the tale. The news has come to Argos that the war is over, and proud Agamemnon, robed in steel and armies trembled at his wrath, has landed on Peloponnesian shores and is approaching Mycenae. A chorus of elders appears before the royal palace, and in ominous chant recalls Agamemnon's abandonment of Iphigenia. In that which must be he armed him slowly, and a strange wind within his bosom tossed, a wind of dark thought, unclean, unholy, and he rose up, daring to the uttermost. For men are boldened by a blindness, straying toward base desire, which brings grief hereafter, yea, and itself is grief. So this man hardened to his own child's slaying, as help to avenge him for a woman's laughter, and bring his ship's relief. With violence and a curb's voiceless wrath, her stole of saffron to the ground she threw, and her eye with an arrow of pity found its path to each man's heart that slew. A face in a picture, striving amazedly, the little maid who danced at her father's board, the innocent voice, man's love, came never nigh, who joined to his her little paean cry when the third cup was poured. Agamemnon's herald enters to announce the coming of the king. Aeschylus realizes with fine imagination the joy of the simple soldier as he sets foot, after long absence, upon his native soil. Now, says the herald, I am ready, if God will, to die. He describes to the chorus the terror and filth of the war, the rain that sent a moisture into the bones, the vermin that multiplied in the hair, the breathless heat of Ilion's summer, and the winter so cold that all the birds fell dead. Clytemnestra comes from the palace, somber, nervous, and yet proud, and orders rich hangings to be strewn for Agamemnon's path. The king enters in the royal chariot, escorted by his troops, and erect in the pride of victory. Behind him is another chariot, bearing the darkly beautiful Cassandra, Trojan princess and prophetess, the resentful slave of Agamemnon's lust, who bitterly predicts his punishment and gloomily foresees her own death. With clever speech, Clytemnestra recounts to the king her years of longing for this return. For you indeed the rushing fountains of my tears have run dry, and there is no drop left. But in my eyes, worn with late watching, you may see how I sorrowed for the signals of your victory that ever tarried. And in my disturbed sleep I started at the faint buzzing of the gnat's wing, for I dreamt of you long tales of woe, crowded into a short moment of repose. He suspects her sincerity, and reproves her dourly for the lavish outlay of broidered hangings under his horse's feet. But he follows her into the palace, and Cassandra resignedly accompanies him. Through an intense pause in the action, the chorus intones softly a song of evil premonition. Then from within comes the cry towards which every line of the drama has moved, the death cry of Agamemnon, slain by Aegisthus and Clytemnestra. The portals open. Clytemnestra is shown with axe in hand and blood on her brow, standing triumphant over the corpses of Cassandra and the king, and the chorus chants the end. Would God that suddenly, with no great agony, no long sick watch to keep, my hour would come to me, my hour, and presently bring the eternal, the unwaking sleep, now that my shepherd, he whose love watched over me, lies in the deep. The second play in the trilogy, the Coephae, or Libation Bearers, takes its title from the chorus of women who bring offerings to the grave of the king. Clytemnestra has sent her young son Orestes to be reared in distant Phocis, hoping that he may forget his father's death. But old men there teach him the ancient law of vengeance. The shed drop doth crave new blood. The state, in those dark days, left the punishment of murder to the dead man's kin, and men believed that the soul of the slain would know no peace till he had been avenged. Orestes, haunted and horrified with the thought of his mission to kill his mother and Aegisthus, comes secretly to Argos with his comrade Pylades, seeks out his father's tomb, and lays upon it a lock of his hair. Hearing the approach of the libation bearers, the young men withdraw, and listen in fascination as Electra, Orestes' brooding sister, comes with the women, stands over the grave, and calls upon Agamemnon's spirit to arouse Orestes to avenge him. Orestes reveals himself, and from her bitter heart she pours into his simple mind the thought that he must kill their mother. The youths, disguised as merchants, proceed to the royal palace. Clytemnestra softens them with hospitality. But when Orestes tests her by saying that the boy she sent to Phocis is dead, he is shocked to see a secret joy hiding in her grief. She calls Aegisthus to share with him the news that the avenger whom they feared is no more. Orestes slays him, drives his mother into the palace, and comes out a moment later already half insane with the consciousness that he is a matricide. While I am still not mad, I here declare to all who love me, and confess that I have slain my mother. In the third play, Orestes is pursued, in the poet's externalization of the boy's wild fancy, by the Erinyes, or Furies, whose task it is to punish crime, and from their euphemistic deprecatory title, the Eumenides, or well-wishers, the play derives its name. Orestes is an outcast, shunned by all men. Wherever he goes, the Furies hang over him as black ghosts, crying out for his blood. He flings himself upon the altar of Apollo at Delphi, and Apollo comforts him. but the shade of Clytemnestra rises from the earth to urge the Furies not to desist from torturing her son. Orestes goes to Athens, kneels before Athena's shrine, and cries out to her for deliverance. Athena hears him and calls him perfect by suffering. When the Erinyes protest, she summons them to try Orestes' case before the council of the Areopagus. The concluding scene shows this strange trial, symbolical of the replacement of blood revenge with law. Athena, goddess of the city, presides. The Furies state the case for vengeance against Orestes, and Apollo defends him. The court divides evenly. Athena casts the deciding ballot in favor of Orestes and declares him free. She solemnly establishes the Council of the Areopagus as henceforth the Supreme Court of Attica, whose swift condemnation of the murderer shall free the land from feuds, and whose wisdom will guide the state through the dangers that beset every people. The goddess, by her fair speech, appeases the disappointed Furies, and so wins them that their leader says, "This day a new order is born." After the Iliad and the Odyssey, the Oresteia is the highest achievement in Greek literature. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. 2. The Life of Greece, Part 2, by Will Durant. Continued. Cassette 2, Side 2. After the Iliad and the Odyssey, the Oresteia is the highest achievement in Greek literature. Here is breadth of conception, a unity of thought and execution, a power of dramatic development, an understanding of character, and a splendor of style, which in their sum we shall not find again before Shakespeare. The trilogy is as closely knit as the three acts of a well-designed drama. Each part foreshadows and requires the next with logical inevitability. As play succeeds play, the terror of the theme grows until we begin dimly to realize how deeply this story must have moved the Greeks. It is true that there is too much talk, even for 4 murders, that the lyrics are often obscure, their metaphors exaggerated, their language sometimes heavy and rough and strained. Nevertheless, these chorals are supreme in their kind, full of grandeur and tenderness, eloquent with their plea for a new religion of forgiveness and for the virtues of a political order that was passing away. For the Oresteia is as conservative as the Prometheus is radical, though only 2 years seem to have separated them in time. In 462, Ephialtes deprived the Areopagus of its powers. In 461, he was assassinated. In 458, Aeschylus offered in the Oresteia a defense of the Council of the Areopagus as the wisest body in the Athenian government. The poet was now full of years and could understand the old more easily than the young. Like Aristophanes, he longed for the virtues of the men of Marathon. Athenaeus would have us believe that Aeschylus was a great drinker, but in the Oresteia he is a Puritan preaching a sermon in buskins on sin and its punishment, and the wisdom born of suffering. The law of hubris and nemesis is another doctrine of karma, or of original sin. Every evil deed will be found out and be avenged in one life or another. In this way Greek thought made its trial at reconciling evil with God. All suffering is due to sin, even if it is the sin of a generation that is dead. The author of Prometheus was no naive pietist. His plays, even in the Oresteia, are studded with heresies. He was attacked for revealing ritual secrets, and was saved only by the intercession of his brother, Amynius, who bared before the assembly the wounds he had received at Salamis. But Aeschylus was convinced that morality, to hold its own against unsocial impulse, required supernatural sanctions. He hoped that one there is who heareth on high, some Pan or Zeus, some seer Apollo, and sendeth down for the law transgressed the wrath of the feet that follow. That is, the Furies of conscience and retribution. Therefore he speaks with a solemn reverence of religion, and makes an effort to reach beyond polytheism to the conception of one God. Zeus, Zeus, whate'er he be, if this name he love to hear, this he shall be called of me. Searching earth and sea and air, refuge nowhere can I find, save him only, if my mind will cast off before it die the burden of this vanity. He identifies Zeus with the personified nature of things, the law or reason of the world. The law that is fate and the Father and all-comprehending are here met together as one. Perhaps these concluding lines of his masterpiece were his last words as a poet. 2 years after the Oresteia, we find him again in Sicily. Some believe that the audience, being more radical than the judges, did not like the trilogy, but this hardly accords with the fact that the Athenians, a few years later, and directly contrary to custom, decreed that his plays might be repeated in the theater of Dionysus, and that a chorus should be granted to anyone who offered to produce them. Many did, and Aeschylus continued to win prizes after his death. Meanwhile, in Sicily, says an old story, an eagle had killed him by dropping a tortoise upon his bald head, mistaking it for a stone. There he was buried over his own epitaph, so strangely silent about his plays, so humanly proud of his scars. Beneath this stone lies Aeschylus. Of his noble prowess the grove of Marathon can speak, or the long-haired Persian who knows it well. 4. Sophocles. The first prize for tragedy was won from Aeschylus in 468 by a newcomer, aged 27, and bearing a name that meant the wise and honored one. Sophocles was the most fortunate of men, and almost the darkest of pessimists. He came from Colonus, a suburb of Athens, and was the son of a sword manufacturer, so that the Persian and Peloponnesian wars, which impoverished nearly all Athenians, left the dramatist a comfortable income. In addition to wealth, he had genius, beauty, and good health. He won the double prize for wrestling and music, a combination that would have pleased Plato. His skill as a ball player and a harpist enabled him to give public performances in both fields. And after the Battle of Salamis, it was he who was chosen by the city to lead the nude youths of Athens in a dance and song of victory. Even in later years he was handsome. The Lateran Museum statue shows him old and bearded and rounded, but still vigorous and tall. He grew up in the happiest age of Athens. He was the friend of Pericles, and held high offices under him. In 443 he was imperial treasurer. In 440 he was one of the generals who commanded the Athenian forces in Pericles' expedition against Samos, though it should be added that Pericles preferred his poetry to his strategy. After the Athenian debacle in Syracuse, he was appointed to the Committee of Public Safety, and in this capacity he voted for the oligarchical constitution of 411. His character pleased the people more than his politics. He was genial, witty, unassuming, pleasure-loving, and endowed with a charm that atoned for all his errors. He had a fancy for money and boys, but in his old age he turned his favor to courtesans. He was very pious and occasionally filled the office of priest. He wrote 113 plays. We have only 7 and do not know the order in which they were produced. 18 times he won the first award at the Dionysian, twice at the Lenaean festivals. He received his first prize at 25, his last at 85. For 30 years he ruled the Athenian stage more completely than Pericles contemporaneously ruled Athens. He increased the number of actors to 3, and played a role himself until he lost his voice. He, and after him Euripides, abandoned the Aeschylean form of trilogy, preferring to compete with 3 independent plays. Aeschylus was interested in cosmic themes that overshadowed the persons of his drama. Sophocles was interested in character, and was almost modern in his flair for psychology. The Trachinian Women is on its surface a sensational melodrama. Deianira, jealous of her husband and Heracles' love for Iola, sends him unwittingly a poisoned robe, and when it consumes him, kills herself. What draws Sophocles here is not the punishment of Heracles, which would have seemed central to Aeschylus, nor even the passion of love, which would have attracted Euripides, but the psychology of jealousy. So in the Ajax, no attention is paid to the mighty deeds of the hero. What lures the author is the study of a man going mad. In the Philoctetes, there is almost no action, but a frank analysis of injured simplicity and diplomatic dishonesty. In the Electra, the story is as slight as it is old. Aeschylus was fascinated by the moral issues involved. Sophocles almost ignores them in his eagerness to study with psychoanalytic ruthlessness the young woman's hatred of her mother. The play has given its name to a neurosis once widely discussed, as Oedipus the King has provided a name for another. Oedipus Tyrannus is the most famous of Greek dramas. Its opening scene is impressive. A motley throng of men, women, boys, girls, and infants sit before the royal palace in Thebes, carrying boughs of laurel and olive as symbols of supplication. A plague has fallen upon the city, and the people have gathered to beg King Oedipus to offer some appeasing sacrifice to the gods. An oracle announces that the plague will leave Thebes with the unknown assassin of Laius, the former king. Oedipus lays a bitter curse upon the murderer, whoever he may be, whose crime has brought such misery to Thebes. This is a perfect instance of that method which Horace advised, of plunging in medias res, and letting explanations enter afterward. But the audience, of course, knew the story, for the tale of Laius, Oedipus, and the Sphinx was part of the folklore of the Greeks. Tradition said that a curse had been laid upon Laius and his children because he had introduced an unnatural vice into Hellas. The consequences of this sin, ruining generation after generation, formed a typical theme for Greek tragedy. Laius and his queen Jocasta, said an oracle, would have a son who would slay his father and marry his mother. For once in the world's history, two parents wanted a girl for their first child, but a son came, and to avoid fulfillment of the oracle he was exposed on the hills. A shepherd found him, called him Oedipus from his swollen feet, and gave him to the king and queen of Corinth, who reared him as their son. Grown to manhood, Oedipus learned again from the oracle that he was destined to kill his father and marry his mother. Believing the king and queen of Corinth to be his parents, he fled from that city and took the road to Thebes. On the way he met an old man, quarreled with him, and slew him, not knowing that the old man was his father. Nearing Thebes, he encountered the Sphinx, a creature with the face of a woman, the tail of a lion, and the wings of a bird. To Oedipus the Sphinx presented its renowned riddle. "What is that which is 4-footed, 3-footed, and 2-footed?" All who failed to answer correctly were destroyed by the Sphinx, and the terrified Thebans, longing to clear the highway of this monster, had vowed to have as their next king whoever should solve the riddle, for the Sphinx had agreed to commit suicide if anyone answered it. Oedipus replied, "Man, for as a child he crawls on 4 feet, as an adult he walks on 2, and as an old man he adds a cane." It was a lame answer, but the Sphinx accepted it and loyally plunged to its death. The Thebans hailed Oedipus as their savior, and when Laius failed to return they made the newcomer king. Obeying the custom of the land, Oedipus married the queen, and had by her 4 children, Antigone, Polynices, Eteocles, and Ismene. In the second scene in Sophocles' play, the most powerful scene in Greek drama, an old high priest, commanded by Oedipus to reveal if he can the identity of Laius's murderer, names Oedipus himself. Nothing could be more tragic than the king's reluctant and terrified realization that he is the slayer of his father and the mate of his mother. Jocasta refuses to believe it and explains it away as a Freudian dream. It has been the lot of many men in dreams, she reassures Oedipus, to think themselves partners of their mother's bed, but he passes through life most easily to whom these things become trifles. When the identification is complete, she hangs herself, and Oedipus, mad with remorse, gouges out his own eyes and leaves Thebes as an exile, with only Antigone to help him. In Oedipus at Colonus, the second play of an unintentional trilogy, Oedipus the King, Oedipus at Colonus, and Antigone were produced separately. The former king is a white-haired outcast leaning upon his daughter's arm and begging his bread from town to town. He comes in his wandering to shady Colonus, and Sophocles takes the opportunity to sing to his native village and its faithful olive groves an untranslatable song which ranks high in Greek poetry. "Stranger, where thy feet now rest in this land of horse and rider, here is earth, all earth excelling. White Colonus here doth shine, oftenest here, and homing best where the close green coverts hide her, warbling her sweet mournful tale, sings the melodious nightingale. Fresh with heavenly dews, and crowned with earliest white in shining cluster, each new morn the young narcissus blooms. And a marvelous herb of the soil grows here, whose match I never heard it sung in the Dorian isle of Pelops near, or in Asia far hath sprung. 'Tis a plant that flourishes unsubdued, self-engendering, self-renewed, to her armed foes' dismay, that never so fair but in this land bloomed, with the grey-blue silvery leaf soft-plumed, her nurturing olive spray. No force, no ravaging hand shall raise it, in youth so rash or in age so wise, for the orb of Zeus in heaven surveys it, and blue-grey light of Athena's eyes." An oracle has foretold that Oedipus will die in the precincts of the Eumenides, and when he learns that he is now in their sacred grove at Colonus, the old man, having found no loveliness in life, thinks that here it would be sweet to die. To Theseus, king of Athens, he speaks lines that sum up with clairvoyant insight the forces that were weakening Greece, the decay of the soil, of faith, of morals, and of men. "Only to gods in heaven comes no old age, nor death of anything. All else is turmoiled by our master time. The earth's strength fades, and manhood's glory fades. Faith dies, and unfaith blossoms like a flower. And who shall find in the open streets of men, or secret places of his own heart's love, one wind blow true forever?" Then, seeming to hear the call of a god, Oedipus bids a tender farewell to Antigone and Ismene, and walks into the dark grove, Theseus alone accompanying him. "Going on a little space we turned, and lo, we saw the man no more, but he, the king, Theseus, was there, holding a hand to shade his eyes, as one to whom there comes a vision drear and dread he may not bear to look upon. What form of death he died knows no man but our Theseus only, but either some one whom the gods had sent to guide his steps, or else the abyss of earth in friendly mood had opened wide its jaws without one pang. And so the man was led with naught to mourn for, did not leave the world as worn with pain and sickness, but his end, if any ever was wonderful. The last play in the sequence, but apparently the first of the three to be composed, carries the faithful Antigone to her grave. Hearing that her brothers Polynices and Eteocles are warring for the kingdom, she hurries back to Thebes in the hope of bringing peace. But she is ignored, and the brothers fight to their death. Creon, ally of Eteocles, seizes the throne, and, as punishment for Polynices' rebellion, forbids his burial. Antigone, sharing the Greek belief that the spirit of the dead is tortured so long as the corpse is not interred, violates the edict and buries Polynices. Meanwhile, the chorus sings one of the most renowned of Sophocles' odes. Many wonders there be, but naught more wondrous than man. Over the surging sea with a whitening south wind wan, through the foam of the firth, man makes his perilous way. And the eldest of deities, earth, that knows not toil or decay, ever he furrows and scores, as his team, year in and year out, with breed of the yoked horse the plowshare turneth about. The light-witted birds of the air, the beasts of the wild and the wood, he traps with his woven snare, and the brood of the briny flood. Master of cunning he, the savage bull and the hart who roams the mountain free are tamed by his infinite art, and the shaggy rough-maned steed is broken to bear the bit. Speech and the wind-swift speed of counsel and civic wit, he hath learned for himself all these, and with the arrowy rain to fly and the nipping airs that freeze neath the open winter sky, he hath provision for all. Fell plague he hath learned to endure, safe whate'er may befall, yet for death he hath found no cure. Antigone is condemned by Creon to be buried alive. Creon's son Hymen protests against the awful sentence, and being repulsed swears to his father, "Thou shalt never more set eyes upon my face." Here for a moment love plays a part in a Sophoclean tragedy, and the poet intones to Eros a hymn long remembered in antiquity. Love resistless in fight, all yield at a glance of thine eye. Love, who pillowed all night on a maiden's cheek doth lie. Over the upland folds thou roamest, and the trackless sea. Love the gods captive holds, shall mortals not yield to thee? Hymen disappears, and in search for him Creon orders his soldiers to open the cave in which Antigone has been entombed. There they find Antigone dead, and beside her Hymen, resolved to die. We looked, and in the cavern's vaulted gloom I saw the maiden lying strangled there, a noose of linen twined about her neck, and hard beside her, clasping her cold form, her lover lay bewailing his dead bride. When the king saw him with a terrible groan, he moved towards him, crying, "O my son, what hast thou done? What ailed thee? What mischance has reft thee of thy reason? O come forth, my son, thy father supplicates." But the son glared at him with tiger eyes, spat in his face, and then, without a word, drew his two-hilted sword and smote, but missed his father, flying backwards. Then the boy, wroth with himself, poor wretch, incontinent, fell on his sword and drove it through his side home. But yet breathing, clasped in his lax arms the maid, her pallid cheek incarnadined with his expiring gasps. So there they lay, two corpses, one in death. The dominant qualities of these plays, surviving time and translation, are beauty of style and mastery of technique. Here is the typically classic form of utterance, polished, placid, and serene, vigorous but restrained, dignified but graceful, with the strength of Phidias and the smooth delicacy of Praxiteles. Classic, too, is the structure. Every line is relevant and moves towards that moment in which the action finds its climax and its significance. Each of these plays is built like a temple, wherein every part is carefully finished in detail, but has its proper and subordinate place in the whole, except that the Philoctetes lazily accepts the deus ex machina, which is a jest in Euripides, as a serious solution of a knotty plot. Here, as in Aeschylus, the drama moves upward towards the hubris of some crowning insolence, as in Oedipus's bitter curse upon the unknown murderer, turns around some anagnorisis or sudden recognition, some peripeteia or reversal of fortune, and moves downward toward the nemesis of inevitable punishment. Aristotle, when he wished to illustrate perfection of dramatic structure, always referred to Oedipus the king, and the two plays that deal with Oedipus illustrate well the Aristotelian definition of tragedy as a purging of pity and terror through their objective presentation. The characters are more clearly drawn than in Aeschylus, though not as realistically as in Euripides. "I draw men as they ought to be drawn," said Sophocles, Euripides draws them as they are, as if to say that drama should admit some idealization and that art should not be photography. But the influence of Euripides appears in the argumentativeness of the dialogue and the occasional exploitation of sentiment. So Oedipus wrangles unroyally with Tiresias and, blinded, gropes about touchingly to feel the faces of his daughters. Aeschylus, contemplating the same situation, would have forgotten the daughters and thought of some eternal law. Sophocles, too, is a philosopher and a preacher, but his counsels rely less than those of Aeschylus upon the sanctions of the gods. The spirit of the sophists has touched him, and though he maintains a prosperous orthodoxy, he reveals himself as one who might have been Euripides had he not been so fortunate. But he has too much of the poet's sensitivity to excuse the suffering that comes so often undeserved to men. Says Lillis over Heracles' writhing body, "We are blameless, but confess that the gods are pitiless. Children they beget and claim worship in a father's name, yet with apathetic eye look upon such agony." He makes Jocasta laugh at oracles, though his plays turn upon them creakingly. Creon denounces the prophets as all a money-getting tribe, and Philoctetes asks the old question, how justify the ways of heaven, finding heaven unjust? Sophocles answers hopefully that though the moral order of the world may be too subtle for us to understand it, it is there, and right will triumph in the end. Following Aeschylus, he identifies Zeus with this moral order, and comes even more closely to monotheism. Like a good Victorian, he is uncertain of his theology, but strong in his moral faith. The highest wisdom is to find that law which is Zeus, the moral compass of the world, and follow it. "Oh, may my constant feet not fail, walking in paths of righteousness, sinless in word and deed, true to those eternal laws that scale forever the high steep of heaven's pure ether whence they sprang. For only in Olympus is their home, nor mortal wisdom gave them birth, and howsoe'er men may forget, they will not sleep." It is the pen of Sophocles, but the voice of Aeschylus, faith making the last stand against unbelief. In this piety and resignation we see the figure of Job, repentant and reconciled, but between the lines we catch premonitions of Euripides. Like Solon, Sophocles counts that man most blessed who has never been born, and him next happiest who dies in infancy. A modern pessimist has taken pleasure in translating the somber lines of the chorus on the death of Oedipus, lines that reflect a world-weariness brought on by old age and the bitter fratricide of the Peloponnesian War. "What man is he that yearneth for length unmeasured of days? Folly mine eye discerneth, encompassing all his ways. For years overrunning the measure shall change thee in evil wise. Grief draweth nigh thee, and pleasure, behold, it is hid from thine eyes. This to their wage have they which overlive their day. Thy portion esteem I highest, who wast not ever begot. Thy next being born, who diest, and straightway again are not. With follies light as the feather doth youth to man befall. Then evils gather together, there wants not one of them all. Wrath, envy, discord, strife, the sword that seeketh life. And sealing the sum of trouble, doth tottering age draw nigh, whom friends and kinsfolk fly. Age upon whom redouble all sorrows under the sky. And he that loseth from labor doth one with other befriend, whom bride nor bridesman attend, song nor sound of the tabor, death that maketh an end." Every scholastic gossip knows that Sophocles consoled his old age with the hetaira Theoris, and had offspring by her. His legitimate son, Iophon, fearing perhaps that the poet would bequeath his wealth to Theoris's child, brought his father to court on a charge of financial incompetence. Sophocles read to the jury as evidence of his mental clarity certain choruses from the play which he was writing, probably the Oedipus at Colonus, whereupon the judges not only acquitted him, but escorted him to his home. Born many years before Euripides, he lived to put on mourning for him, and then, in that same year 406, he too died. Legend tells how, as the Spartans besieged Athens, Dionysus, god of the drama, appeared to Lysander and obtained a safe conduct for the friends of Sophocles, who wished to bury him in the sepulchre of his fathers at Decalia. The Greeks rendered him divine honors, and the poet Simmias composed for him a quiet epitaph. "Creep gently, ivy, ever gently creep, where Sophocles sleeps on in calm repose. Thy pale green tresses o'er the marble sweep, while all around shall bloom the purple rose. There let the vine with rich full clusters hang, its fair young tendrils flung around the stone. Due meed for that sweet wisdom which he sang, by muses and by graces called their own. 5. Euripides. 1. The Plays. As Giotto rough-hewed the early path of Italian painting, and Raphael subdued the art with a quiet spirit into technical perfection, and Michelangelo completed the development in works of tortured genius, as Bach with incredible energy forced open a broad road to modern music, and Mozart perfected its form in melodious simplicity, and Beethoven completed the development in works of unbalanced grandeur, so Aeschylus cleared the way and set the forms for Greek drama with his harsh verse and stern philosophy, Sophocles fashioned the art with measured music and placid wisdom, and Euripides completed the development in works of passionate feeling and turbulent doubt. Aeschylus was a preacher of almost Hebraic intensity. Sophocles was a classic artist, clinging to a broken faith. Euripides was a romantic poet who could never write a perfect play because he was distracted by philosophy. They were the Isaiah, Job, and Ecclesiastes of Greece. Euripides was born in the year, some say on the day, of Salamis, probably on the island itself, to which, we are told, his parents had fled for refuge from the invading Medes. His father was a man of some property and prominence in the Attic town of Phyla. His mother was of noble family, though the hostile Aristophanes insists that she kept a grocer's shop and hawked fruit and flowers on the street. In later life he lived on Salamis, loving the solitude of its hills and its varied prospects of blue sea. Plato wished to be a dramatist and became a philosopher. Euripides wished to be a philosopher and became a dramatist. He took the entire course of Anaxagoras, says Strabo. He studied for a while with Prodicus and was so intimate with Socrates that some suspected the philosopher of having a hand in the poet's plays. The whole sophistic movement entered into his education and through him captured the Dionysian stage. He became the Voltaire of the Greek Enlightenment, worshipping reason with destructive innuendo in the midst of dramas staged to celebrate a god. The records of the Dionysian theater credit him with 75 plays, from The Daughters of Peleus in 455 to The Bacchae in 406. 18 survive, and a medley of fragments from the rest. Their subject matter tells again the legends of the early Greeks, but with a note of skeptical protest sounding timidly and then boldly between the lines. The Ion presents the reputed founder of the Ionian tribes in a delicate dilemma. The oracle of Apollo declares Xuthus to be his father, but Ion discovers that he is the son of Apollo, who seduced his mother and then palmed her off on Xuthus. Can it be, Ion asks, that the noble god is a liar? In Heracles and Alcestis, the mighty son of Zeus and Alcmena is described as a good-natured drunkard with the appetite of Gargantua and the brains of Louis XVI. The Alcestis recounts the unprepossessing story of how the gods, as a condition of allowing further life to Admetus, king of Thessalian Phery, required that some other should consent to die in his stead. His wife offers herself as a sacrifice and bids him 100-line farewell, which he hears with magnanimous patience. Alcestis is carried out for dead, but Heracles, between solitary drinking bouts and banquets, goes forth, argues and browbeats death into relinquishing Alcestis, and brings her back alive. The play can be understood only as a subtle attempt to make the legend ridiculous. It was presented in 438 as the fourth play in a group by Euripides. Perhaps it was intended as a half-serious satyr play rather than as a half-comic tragedy. In Balastian's Adventure, Browning, with generous simplicity, has taken the play at its face value. The Hippolytus applies with more finesse and grace the same method of reduction to the absurd. The handsome hero is a youthful huntsman who vows to Artemis, virgin goddess of the chase, that he will always be faithful to her, will ever shun women, and will find his greatest pleasure in the woods. Aphrodite, incensed by this insulting celibacy, pours into the heart of Phaedra, Theseus's wife, a mad passion for Hippolytus, Theseus's son by the Amazon Antiope. Here is the first love tragedy in extant literature, and here at the outset are all the symptoms of love at the crisis of its fever. Phaedra, rejected by Hippolytus, languishes and fades to the point of death. Her nurse, suddenly become a philosopher, muses with Hamlet-like skepticism about a life beyond the grave. Yet all man's life is but ailing and dim, and rest upon the earth comes never. But if any far-off state there be, dearer than life to mortality, the hand of the dark hath hold thereof, and mist is under and mist above. And some are sick for life, and cling on earth to this nameless and shining thing. For other life is a fountain sealed, and the deeps below us are unrevealed, and we drift on legends forever. The nurse bears a message to Hippolytus that Phaedra's bed will welcome him. He, knowing that she is his father's wife, is horrified, and bursts into one of those passages that earned Euripides a reputation for misogyny. O God, why hast thou made this gleaming snare, woman, to dog us on the happy earth? Was it thy will to make man? Why his birth through love and woman? Phaedra dies, and in her hand her husband finds a note saying that Hippolytus seduced her. Theseus wildly calls upon Poseidon to slay Hippolytus. The youth protests his innocence, but is not believed. He is driven out of the land by Theseus, and as his chariot passes along the shore, a sea lion emerges from the waves and pursues him. His horses run away, upset the chariot, and drag the entangled Hippolytus, that is, torn by horses, over the rocks to a mangled death. And the chorus cries out in lines that must have startled Athens, Ye gods that did snare him, lo, I cast in your faces my hate and my scorn. In the Medea, Euripides forgets for a while his war against the gods and transforms the story of the Argonauts into his most powerful play. When Jason reaches Colchis, the royal princess Medea falls in love with him, helps him to get the golden fleece, and then, to shield him, deceives her father and kills her brother. Jason vows eternal love to her and takes her back with him to Iolcus. There the most savage Medea poisons King Peleus to secure the throne that Peleus promised to Jason. Since the law of Thessaly forbids him to marry a foreigner, Jason lives with Medea in unwedded love and has 2 children by her. But in time he tires of her barbarian intensity, looks about him for a legal wife and heir, and proposes to marry the daughter of Creon, king of Corinth. Creon accepts him and exiles Medea. Medea, brooding upon her wrongs, speaks one of the famous passages of Euripides in defense of woman. Of all things upon earth that bleed and grow, an herb most bruised is woman. We must pay our store of gold, hoarded for that one day, to buy us some man's love. And lo, they bring a master of our flesh. There comes the sting of the whole shame. And then the jeopardy, for good or ill, what shall that master be? Home never taught her that, how best to guide toward peace the thing that sleepeth at her side. And she who, laboring long, shall find some way whereby her lord may bear with her, nor fray his yoke too fiercely, blessed is the breath that woman draws. Else let her pray for death. Her lord, if he be wearied of her face within doors, gets him forth. Some merrier place will ease his heart. But she waits on, her whole vision enchained on a single soul. And then they say 'tis they that face the call of war, while we sit sheltered, hid from all peril. False mocking. Sooner would I stand 3 times to face their battles, shield in hand, than bear one child. Then follows the terrible story of her revenge. She sends to her rival in pretended reconciliation a set of costly robes. The Corinthian princess puts one on and is consumed in fire. Creon, trying to rescue her, is burned to death. Medea kills her own children and drives off with their dead bodies before Jason's eyes. The chorus chants a philosophic end. Great treasure halls hath Zeus in heaven, from whence to man strange dooms be given, past hope or fear. And the end men look for cometh not, and a path is there where no man thought, so hath it fallen here. The remaining plays turn for the most part upon the tale of Troy. In Helen we get the revised version of Stesichorus and Herodotus. The Spartan queen does not elope with Paris to Troy. She is carried against her will to Egypt, and chastely awaits her master there. All Greece, Euripides suggests, has been hoodwinked by the legend of Helen in Troy. In Iphigenia in Aulis, he pours into the old story of Agamemnon's sacrifice a profusion of sentiment new to the Greek drama, and a Lucretian horror of the crimes to which the ancient faith persuaded men. Aeschylus and Sophocles had also written on this theme, but their plays were soon forgotten in the brilliance of this new performance. The arrival of Clytemnestra and her daughter is visioned with Euripidean tenderness. Orestes, yet a wordless babe, is present to witness the superstitious murder that will dictate his destiny. The girl is all shyness and happiness as she runs to greet the king. Fain am I, father, on thy breast to fall after so long. Though others I outrun, for oh, I yearn for thy face. Be not wroth. So glad to see me, yet what troubled look. Agamemnon, on kings and captains weigheth many a care. Iphigenia, this hour be mine, this one, yield not to care. Agamemnon, yea, I am all thine now, my thoughts stray not. Iphigenia, and yet and yet thine eyes are welling tears. Agamemnon. Yea, for the absence yet to come is long. Iphigenia. I know not, dear my sire, thy meaning. Agamemnon. Thy wise discernment stirs my grief the more. Iphigenia. So I may please thee, folly will I talk. When Achilles comes, she finds that he knows nothing of their supposed marriage. Instead, she learns that the army is impatient for her sacrifice. She throws herself at Agamemnon's feet and begs for her life. I was thy firstborn, first I called thee sire, and sat thy child upon thy knees the first, and we exchanged sweet charities of life. And this was thy discourse with me, My child, shall I behold thee happy in the home of thy liege lord and husband as befits? And nestling in the beard which now I clasp, a suppliant, I made answer unto thee, I too will welcome thee when grey with years in the sweet shelter of my home, my sire, and with fond fostering recompense thy love. Such were our words, which I remember well, but thou forgettest and wouldst take my life. Clytemnestra denounces Agamemnon's surrender to a savage ritual and utters a threat that contains many tragedies. Constrain me not to turn traitress to thee. She encourages Achilles' attempt to rescue the girl, but Iphigenia, changing her mood, refuses to escape. Hear the thing that flashed upon me, mother, as I thought hereon. Lo, I am resolved to die, and fain am I that this be done gloriously, that I thrust ignoble thoughts away. Unto me almighty Hellas looks. I only can bestow boons upon her, sailing of her galleys, Phrygia's overthrow, safety for her daughters from barbarians in the days to come, that the ravisher no more may snatch them from a happy home. When the penalty is paid for Paris' outrage, Helen's shame, all this great deliverance I in death shall compass, and my name, as of one who gave to Hellas freedom, shall be blessing crowned. When the soldiers come for her, she forbids them to touch her, and moves of her own accord to the sacrificial pyre. In the Hecuba, the war is over. Troy has been taken, and the victors are apportioning the spoils. Hecuba, widow of King Priam, sends her youngest son Polydorus with a treasure of gold to Priam's friend Polymnestor, king of Thrace. But Polymnestor, thirsting for the gold, slays the boy and throws his corpse into the sea. It is cast upon the shores of Ilion and is brought to Hecuba. Meanwhile, the shade of dead Achilles holds the winds from blowing the Greek fleet homeward till he has received in human sacrifice the fairest of Priam's daughters, Polyxena. The Greek herald Talthybius comes to take the girl from Hecuba. Finding her prostrate, disheveled, and distraught, who had so recently been a queen, he utters some lines of Euripidean doubt. What shall I say, Zeus, that thou look'st on men? Or that this fancy false we vainly hold for naught, who deem there is a race of gods, while chance controlleth all things among men? The next act of the composite drama takes the form of the Trojan women. It was produced in 415, shortly after the Athenian destruction of Melos in 416, and almost on the eve of the expedition that aimed to conquer Sicily for the Athenian Empire. It was at this moment that Euripides, shocked by the massacre in Melos and by the brutal imperialism of the proposed attack upon Syracuse, dared to present a powerful plea for peace, a brave portrayal of victory from the standpoint of the defeated, the greatest denunciation of war in ancient literature. He begins where Homer ends, after the capture of Troy. The Trojans lie dead after a general slaughter, and their women, bereaved to madness, pass down from their ruined city to be the concubines of the victors. Hecuba enters with her daughters Andromache and Cassandra. Polyxena has already been sacrificed, and now Talthybius comes to lead Cassandra to Agamemnon's tent. Hecuba falls to the ground in grief. Andromache tries to console her, but she too breaks down, as clasping the little prince Astyanax to her breast, she thinks of his dead father. Andromache. And I, long since I drew my bow straight at the heart of good fame, and I know my shaft hit, for that I am the more fallen from peace. All that men praise us for, I loved for Hector's sake, and sought to win. I knew that always, be there hurt therein, or utter innocence, to roam abroad hath ill report for women. So I trod down the desire thereof, and walked my way in mine own garden. And light words and gay parley of women never passed my door. The thoughts of mine own heart, I craved no more, spake with me, and I was happy. Constantly I brought fair silence and a tranquil eye for Hector's greeting, and watched well the way of living, where to guide and where obey. One night, men have said it, maketh tame a woman in a man's arms. Oh, shame, shame! What woman's lips can so forswear her dead and give strange kisses in another's bed? Why, not a dumb beast, not a colt will run in the yoke untroubled when her mate is gone. O my Hector, best beloved, that being mine wast all in all to me, my prince, my wise one, O my majesty of valiance! No man's touch had ever come near me when thou from out my father's home didst lead me and make me thine. And thou art dead, and I war flung to slavery and the bread of shame in Hellas over bitter seas. Hecuba, dreaming of some distant revenge, bids Andromache accept her new master graciously, that he may allow her to rear Astyanax, and that Astyanax may some day restore the house of Priam and the splendor of Troy. But the Greeks have thought of this too, and Talthybius comes to announce that Astyanax must die. 'Tis their will thy son from this crested wall of Troy be dashed to death. He tears the child from its mother's arms, and Andromache, holding it for a last moment, bids it an hysterical farewell. Go, die, my best beloved, my cherished one, in fierce men's hands, leaving me here alone. Thy father was too valiant, that is why they slay thee, and none to pity thee. Thou little thing that curlest in my arms, what sweet scents cling all round thy neck. Beloved, can it be all nothing, that this bosom cradled thee and fostered all the weary nights wherethrough I watched upon thy sickness, till I grew wasted with watching? Kiss me, this one time, not ever again. Put up thine arms, and climb about my neck. Now kiss me, lips to lips. Oh, ye have found an anguish that outstrips all tortures of the East, ye gentle Greeks. Quick, take him, drag him, cast him from the wall, if cast ye will. Tear him, ye beasts, be swift. God hath undone me, and I cannot lift one hand, to save my child from death. She becomes delirious and swoons. Soldiers carry her away. Menelaus appears and bids his soldiers bring Helen to him. He has sworn that he will kill her, and Hecuba is comforted at the thought that punishment is at last to find Helen. I bless thee, Menelaus, I bless thee if thou wilt slay her. Only fear to see her visage, lest she snare thee and thou fall. Helen enters untouched and unafraid, proud in the consciousness of her beauty. Hecuba. And comest thou now forth, and hast decked thy bosom and thy brow, and breathest with thy lord the same blue air, thou evil heart? Lo, lo, with ravaged hair, rent raiment, and flesh shuddering, and within, O shame at last, not glory for thy sin. Be true, O king, let Hellas bear the crown of justice. Slay this woman. Menelaus. Peace, aged woman, peace. To the soldiers, have some chambered galley set for her, where she may sail the seas. Hecuba. A lover once will always love again. As Helen and Menelaus leave, Talthybius returns, bearing the dead body of Astyanax. Talthybius. Andromache hath charmed these tears into mine eyes, weeping her fatherland as o'er the wave. She gazed, speaking words to Hector's grave. Howbeit she prayed us that due rites be done for burial of this babe, and in thine hands she bade me lay him, to be swathed in bands of death and garments. Hecuba takes the body. Hecuba. Ah, what a death hath found thee, little one! Ye tender arms, the same dear mould have ye as his. And dear proud lips, so full of hope, and closed forever. What false words ye said at daybreak when ye crept into my bed, called me kind names, and promised, Grandmother, when thou art dead, I will cut close my hair, and lead out all the captains to ride by thy tomb. Why didst thou cheat me so? 'Tis I, old, homeless, childless, that for thee must shed cold tears, so young, so miserably dead. Dear God, the pattering welcomes of thy feet, the nursing in my lap, and oh, the sweet falling asleep together, all is gone. How should a poet carve the funeral stone to tell thy story true? There lieth here a babe whom the Greeks feared, and in their fear slew him. Aye, Greece will bless the tale it tells. O vain is man, who glorieth in his joy, and hath no fears, while to and fro the chances of the years dance like an idiot in the wind. She wraps the child in burial garments. Glory of Phrygian raiment, which my thought kept for thy bridal day with some far-sought queen of the East, folds thee forevermore. In the Electra, the ancient theme is far advanced. This book is continued on Cassette 3, Side 1. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 2, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 3, Side 1. In the Electra, the ancient theme is far advanced. Agamemnon is dead, Orestes is in Phocis, and Electra has been married off by her mother to a peasant, whose simple fidelity and awe of her royal descent survive her brooding negligence of him. To her, wondering will Orestes never find her, Orestes comes, bidden by Apollo himself, Euripides drives this point home, to avenge Agamemnon's death. Electra stirs him on. If he will not kill the murderers, she will. The lad finds Aegisthus and slays him, and then turns upon his mother. Clytemnestra is here a subdued and aging woman, gray-haired and frail, haunted by the memory of her crimes, at once fearing and loving the children who hate her, asking but not begging for mercy, and half reconciled to the penalty of her sins. When the killing is over, Orestes is overcome with horror. Sister, touch her again, O veil the body of her, shed on her raiment fair, and close that death-red stain. Mother, and didst thou bear in thy bitter pain to life thy murderer? The final act of the drama in Euripides is called Iphigenia in Taurus, that is, Iphigenia among the Tauri. Artemis, it now appears, substituted a deer for Agamemnon's daughter in the pyre at Aulis, snatched the girl from the flames, and made her a priestess at the shrine of Artemis among the half-savage Tauri of the Crimea. The Tauri make it a rule to sacrifice to the goddess any stranger who sets foot unasked upon their shores. And Iphigenia is the unhappy, brooding ministrant who consecrates the victims. 18 years of separation from Greece and those she loved have dulled her mind with grief. Meanwhile, the oracle of Apollo has promised Orestes peace if he will capture from the Tauri the sacred image of Artemis and bring it to Attica. Orestes and Pylades set sail, and at last reach the land of the Tauri, who gladly accept them as gifts of the sea for Artemis and hurry them off to be slain at her altar. Orestes, exhausted, falls in an epileptic fit at Iphigenia's feet, and though she does not recognize him, she is overwhelmed with pity as she sees the two comrades, in the fairest years of youth, faced with death. Iphigenia. To none is given to know the coming nor the end of woe. So dark is God, and to great darkness go his paths, by blind chance mazed from our ken. Whence are ye come, O most unhappy men? What mother then was yours, O strangers, say, and father, and your sister, if you have a sister, both at once so young and brave to leave her brotherless? Orestes. Would that my sister's hand could close mine eyes. Iphigenia. Alas, she dwelleth under distant skies, unhappy one, and vain is all thy prayer. Yet, O thou art from Argos, all of care that can be I will give, and fail thee not. Rich raiment to thy burial shall be brought, and oil to cool thy pyre in golden floods, and sweet that from 1,000 mountain buds the murmuring bee hath garnered I will throw to die with thee in fragrance. She promises to save them if they will carry back to Argos the message which she bids them store in their memories. Iphigenia. Say, to Orestes, Agamemnon's son, she that was slain in Aulis, dead to Greece, yet quick, Iphigenia sendeth peace. Orestes. Iphigenia, where? Back from the dead? Iphigenia. 'Tis I, but speak not, lest thou break my thread. Take me to Argos, brother, ere I die. Orestes wishes to clasp her in his arms, but the attendants forbid it. No man may touch the priestess of Artemis. He declares himself Orestes, but she cannot believe him. He convinces her by recalling the tales Electra told them. Iphigenia. Is this the babe I knew, the little babe, light-lifted like a bird? O Argos land, O hearth and holy flame that old Cyclopes lit, I bless ye that he lives, that he has grown, a light and strength, my brother and mine own. I bless your name for it. They offer to rescue her, and in turn she helps them to capture the image of Artemis. By her subtle ruse they reach their ship safely and carry the statue to Brauron. There Iphigenia becomes a priestess, and there after her death she is worshipped as a deity. Orestes is released from the Furies and knows some years of peace. The thirst of the gods is sated, and the drama of the children of Tantalus is complete. 2. The Dramatist. We must agree with Aristotle that these plays, from the viewpoint of dramatic technique, fall short of the standards set by Aeschylus and Sophocles. The Medea, the Hippolytus, and the Bacchae are well planned, but even they cannot compare with the structural integrity of the Oresteia or the complex unity of Oedipus the King. Instead of plunging at once into the action and explaining its antecedents gradually and naturally in the course of the stories, Euripides employs the artificial expedient of a pedagogical prologue, and worse still, puts it sometimes into the mouth of a god. Instead of showing us the action directly, which is the function of drama, he too often introduces a messenger to describe the action, even when no violence is involved. Instead of making the chorus a part of the action, he transforms it into a philosophical aside, or uses it to interrupt the development with lyrics always beautiful but often irrelevant. Instead of presenting ideas through action, he sometimes displaces action with ideas and turns the stage into a school for speculation, rhetoric, and argument. Too often his plots depend upon coincidences and recognition, though these are well arranged and dramatically presented. Most of the plays, like a few by his predecessors, end with intervention by the deus ex machina, the god from the crane, a device that can be forgiven only on the assumption that for Euripides the real play ended before this theophany, and the god was let down to provide the orthodox with a virtuous conclusion to what would otherwise have been a scandalous performance. With such prologues and epilogues, the great humanist won the privilege of presenting his heresies on the stage. The material, like the form, is a medley of genius and artifice. Euripides is above all sensitive, as every poet must be. He feels the problems of mankind intensely and expresses them with passion. He is the most tragic and the most human of all dramatists. But his feeling is too frequently sentimentality. His droppings of warm tears are too easily released. He loses no chance to show a mother parting from her children and wrings all possible pathos out of every situation. These scenes are always moving and sometimes are described with a power unequaled in tragedy before or since. But they descend occasionally to melodrama, and a surfeit of violence and horror as at the close of the Medea. Euripides is the Byron and Shelley and Hugo of Greece, a romantic movement in himself. He easily surpasses his rivals in the delineation of character. Psychological analysis replaces with him, even more than with Sophocles, the operation of destiny. He is never weary of investigating the morals and motives of human conduct. He studies a great variety of men, from Electra's peasant husband to the kings of Greece and Troy. No other dramatist has drawn so many types of women, or drawn them with such sympathy. Every shade of vice and virtue interests him, and is realistically portrayed. Aeschylus and Sophocles were too absorbed in the universal and eternal to see the temporal and the particular clearly. They created profound types, but Euripides creates living individuals. Neither of the older men, for example, realized Electra so vividly. In these plays, the drama of the conflict with fate yields more and more to the drama of situation and character, and the way is prepared by which, in the following centuries, the Greek stage will be captured by the comedy of manners under Philemon and Menander. 3. The Philosopher. But it would be foolish to judge Euripides chiefly as a playwright. His ruling interest is not dramatic technique, but philosophical inquiry and political reform. He is the son of the Sophists, the poet of the Enlightenment, the representative of the radical younger generation that laughed at the old myths, flirted with socialism, and called for a new social order in which there should be less exploitation of man by man, of women by men, and of all by the state. It is for these rebel souls that Euripides writes. For them he adds his skeptical innuendos and inserts 1,000 heresies between the lines of supposedly religious plays. He covers his tracks with pious passages and patriotic odes. He presents a sacred myth so literally that its absurdity is manifest, and yet his orthodoxy cannot be impeached. He gives the body of his plays over to doubt, but surrenders the first and last words to the gods. His subtlety and brilliance, like those of the French encyclopedists, is due in some part to the compulsion laid upon him to speak his mind while saving his skin. His theme is that of Lucretius, tantum religio potuit suadere malorum. So great are the evils to which religion has led men. Oracles that breed violence upon violence, myths that exalt immorality with divine example, and shed supernatural sanctions upon dishonesty, adultery, theft, human sacrifice, and war. He describes a soothsayer as a man who speaks few truths but many lies. He calls it sheer folly to chart the future from the entrails of birds. He denounces the whole apparatus of oracles and divination. Above all, he resents the immoral implications of the legends. Men shall know there is no God, no light in heaven, if wrong to the end shall conquer right. Say not there be adulterers in heaven, or prisoner gods and jailers. Long ago my heart hath named it vile, and shall not alter. These tales be false, false as those feastings wild of Tantalus, and gods that tear a child. This land of murderers to its gods hath given its own lust. Evil dwelleth not in heaven. All these are dead unhappy tales of minstrelsy. Sometimes such passages are softened with hymns to Dionysus or psalms of pantheistic piety, but occasionally a character extends the Euripidean doubt to all the gods. Doth someone say that there be gods above? There are not, no, there are not. Let no fool, led by the old false fable, thus deceive you. Look at the facts themselves, yielding my words no undue credence. For I say that kings kill, rob, break oaths, lay cities waste by fraud, and doing thus are happier than those who live calm, pious lives day after day. He begins his lost Melanippe with a startling couplet. O Zeus, if there be a Zeus, for I know of him only by report. Whereupon the audience, we are told, rose to its feet in protest. And he concludes, the gods too, whom mortals deem so wise, are nothing clearer than some winged dream, and all their ways like man's ways, but a stream of turmoil. He who cares to suffer least, not blind, as fools are blinded by a priest, goes straight to what death those who know him know. Fortunes of men, he thinks, are the result of natural causes, or of aimless chance. They are not the work of intelligent, supernatural beings. He suggests rational explanations of supposed miracles. Alcestis, for example, did not really die, but was sent off to burial while still alive. Pericles caught up with her before she had time to die. He does not clearly tell us what his belief is, perhaps because he feels that the evidence does not lend itself to clear belief. But his most characteristic expressions are those of the vague pantheism that was now replacing polytheism among the educated Greeks. Thou deep base of the world, and thou high throne above the world, whoe'er thou art, unknown and hard of surmise, chain of things that be, or reason of our reason, God, to thee I lift my praise, seeing the silent road that bringeth justice ere the end be trod to all that breathes and dies. Social justice is the minor theme of his songs. Like all sympathetic spirits, he longs for a time when the strong will be more chivalrous to the weak, and there will be an end to misery and strife. Even in the midst of war, with all its compulsion to a patriotic belligerency, he presents the woes and horrors of war with unsparing realism. How are ye blind, ye treaders down of cities, ye that cast temples to desolation and lay waste tombs, the untrodden sanctuaries where lie the ancient dead, yourselves so soon to die. He gnaws his heart out at the sight of Athenians fighting Spartans for half a century, each enslaving the other, and both killing off their best, and he indites in a late play a touching apostrophe to peace. O peace, thou givest plenty as from a deep spring. There is no beauty like unto thine, no, not even among the blessed gods. My heart yearneth within me, for thou tarriest. I grow old, and thou returnest not. Shall weariness overcome mine eyes before they see thy bloom and thy comeliness? When the lovely songs of the dancers are heard again, and the thronging feet of them that wear garlands, shall gray hairs and sorrow have destroyed me utterly? Return, thou Holy One, to our city. Abide not far from us, thou that quencheth wrath. Strife and bitterness shall depart if thou art with us. Madness and the edge of the sword shall flee from our doors. Almost alone among the great writers of his time, he dares to attack slavery. During the Peloponnesian War, it became obvious that most slaves were such not by nature, but by the accidents of life. He does not recognize any natural aristocracy. Environment rather than heredity makes the man. The slaves in his dramas play important parts and often speak his finest lines. With the imaginative sympathy of a poet, he considers women. He knows the faults of the sex and exposes them so realistically that Aristophanes was able to make him out a misogynist. But he did more than any other playwright of antiquity to present the case for women and to support the dawning movement for their emancipation. Some of his plays are almost modern, post-Ibsen studies in the problems of sex, even of sexual perversion. He describes men with realism, but women with gallantry. The terrible Medea gets more compassion from him than he accords to the heroic but unfaithful Jason. He is the first dramatist to make a play turn upon love. His famous ode to Eros in the lost Andromeda was mouthed by thousands of young Greeks. O love, our lord, of gods and men the king, Either teach not how beauteous beauty is, or help poor lovers, whom like clay thou mouldest, through toil and labor to a happy end. Euripides is naturally a pessimist, for every romantic becomes a pessimist when reality impinges upon romance. Life, said Horace Walpole, is a comedy to those who think, a tragedy to those who feel. Long ago, says our poet, I looked upon man's days and found a gray shadow, and this thing more I surely say, that those of all men who are counted wise, strong wits, devisers of great policies, do pay the bitterest toll. Since life began, hath there in God's eye stood one happy man? He wonders at the greed and cruelty of men, the resourcefulness of evil, and the obscene indiscriminateness of death. At the beginning of the Alcestis, Death says, Is it not my function to take the doomed? To which Apollo answers, No, only to dispatch those who have ripened into full old age. When death comes after life has been fully lived, it is natural and does not offend us. We should not lament our fate if, like the harvests that follow each other in the passage of the years, one generation of men after another flowers, fades, and is carried off. So it is ordered in the course of nature, and we must not be dismayed by anything that is rendered inevitable by her laws. His conclusion is Stoicism. Do thou endure as men must, chafing not. Now and then, following Anaximenes and anticipating the Stoics, he consoles himself with the thought that the spirit of man is part of the divine air, or pneuma, and will, after death, be preserved in the soul of the world. Who knows if that be life which we call death, and life be dying? Save alone that men living bear grief, but when they yield their breath, they have no sorrow then, and grieve no more. 4. The Exile. The man whom we picture from these plays resembles sufficiently the sitting statue in the Louvre and the busts at Naples to let us believe that these are faithful copies of authentic Greek originals. The bearded face is handsome, but overwrought with meditation and softened with a tender melancholy. His friends agreed with his enemies that he was gloomy, almost morose, not given to conviviality or laughter, and spending his later years in the seclusion of his island home. He had 3 sons and derived some happiness from their childhood. He found solace in books and was the first private citizen in Greece, so far as we know, to collect a substantial library. He had excellent friends, including Protagoras and Socrates. The latter, who ignored other dramas, said that to see a play by Euripides he would walk to the Piraeus, a serious matter for a stout philosopher. The younger generation of emancipated souls looked up to him as their leader, but he had more enemies than any other writer in Greek history. The judges, who felt themselves bound, presumably, to protect religion and morals from his skeptical arrows, crowned only 5 of his efforts with victory. Even so, it was liberal of the Archon Basilius to admit so many Euripidean plays to a religious stage. Conservatives in all fields looked upon the dramatist as responsible with Socrates for the growth of unbelief among Athenian youth. Aristophanes declared war upon him at the outset in the Acharnians, satirized him with hilarious caricature in the Thesmophoriazusi, and in the year after the poet's death continued the attack in the Frogs. Nevertheless, we are told the tragic and the comic dramatist were on friendly terms to the end. As for the audience, it denounced his heresies and crowded to his plays. When, at line 612 of the Hippolytus, the young hunter said, "My tongue hath sworn, but my mind remains unbound," the crowd protested so loudly against what seemed to be an outrageously immoral proposition that Euripides had to rise in his seat and comfort them with the assurance that Hippolytus would suffer edifyingly before the story closed, a safe promise for almost any character in Greek tragedy. About 410 he was indicted on a charge of impiety, and soon afterward Hygienon brought against him another suit, involving much of the poet's fortune, and adduced Hippolytus's line as proof of Euripides's dishonesty. Both accusations failed, but the wave of public resentment that met the Trojan women led Euripides to feel that he had hardly a friend left in Athens. Even his wife, it is said, turned against him because he could not join in the martial enthusiasm of the city. In 408, at the age of 72, he accepted the invitation of King Archelaus to be his guest in the Macedonian capital. At Pella, under the protection of this Frederick, who had no fears for the orthodoxy of his people, Euripides found peace and comfort. There he wrote the almost idyllic Iphigenia in Aulis and the profound religious play The Bacchae. 18 months after his arrival he died, attacked and dismembered, said pious Greeks, by the royal hounds. A year later, his son produced the two dramas at the city Dionysia, and the judges gave them the first prize. Even modern scholars have thought the Bacchae was Euripides' apology to Greek religion, and yet the play may have been intended as a bitter allegory of Euripides' treatment by the public of Athens. It is the story of how Pentheus, king of Thebes, was torn to pieces by a mob of female Dionysian orgiasts, led by his own mother Agave, because he had denounced their wild superstition and intruded upon their revelry. It was no invention. The tale belonged to the religious tradition. The dismemberment and sacrifice of an animal, or of any man who dared to attend the ceremonies, was part of the Dionysian rite. And this powerful drama, by returning for its plot to the legend of Dionysus, bound Greek tragedy at its culmination with Greek tragedy at its birth. The play was composed among the Macedonian mountains, which it describes in lyrics of unfailing power. And perhaps it was intended for performance in Pella, where the Bacchic cult was especially strong. Euripides enters with surprising insight into the mood of religious ecstasy and puts into the mouths of the Bacchantes psalms of passionate devotion. It may indeed be that the old poet had gone to the limits of rationalism and beyond it, and recognized now the frailty of reason and the persistency of the emotional needs of women and men. But the story does dubious honor to the Dionysian religion. Its theme is once more the evils that may come of superstitious creeds. The god Dionysus visits Thebes in disguise as a Bacchus, or incarnation of himself, and preaches the worship of Dionysus. The daughters of Cadmus reject the message. He hypnotizes them into pious ecstasy, and they go up into the hills to worship him with wild dances. They clothe themselves with the skin of animals, girdle themselves with snakes, crown themselves with ivy, and suckle the young of wolves and deer. The Theban king Pentheus opposes the cult as hostile to reason, morals, and order, and imprisons its preacher, who bears his punishment with Christian gentleness. But the god in the preacher asserts himself, opens the prison walls, and uses his miraculous power to hypnotize the young ruler. Under this influence, Pentheus dresses himself as a woman, climbs the hills, and joins the revelers. The women discover that he is a man and tear him limb from limb. His own mother, drunk with possession, carries Pentheus's severed head in her hands, thinking it the head of a lion, and sings a song of triumph over it. When she comes to her senses and sees that it is the head of her son, she is revolted with the cult that intoxicated her. And when Dionysus says, "Ye mocked me, being God, this is your wage," she answers, "Should God be like a proud man in his rage?" The last lesson is the same as the first. Even in his dying play, the poet remained Euripides. After his death, he achieved popularity even in Athens. The ideas for which he had fought became the dominant conceptions of the following centuries, and the Hellenistic age looked back to him and to Socrates as the greatest intellectual stimuli that Greece had ever known. He had dealt with living problems rather than dead tales of minstrelsy, and it took the ancient world a long time to forget him. The plays of his predecessors slipped into oblivion, while his own were repeated in every year, and wherever the Greek world had a stage. When, in the collapse of that expedition to Syracuse, in 415, whose failure had been forecast in the Trojan women, the captive Athenians faced a living death as chained slaves in the quarries of Sicily, those were given their freedom, Plutarch tells us, who could recite passages from the plays of Euripides. The new comedy molded itself upon his dramas and grew out of them. One of its leaders, Philemon, said, "If I were sure that the dead have consciousness, I would hang myself to see Euripides." The revival of skepticism, liberalism, and humanitarianism in the 18th and 19th centuries made Euripides almost a contemporary figure, more modern than Shakespeare. All in all, only Shakespeare has equaled him, and Goethe did not think so. Have all the nations of the world since Euripides, asked Goethe of Eckermann, produced one dramatist worthy to hand him his slippers? Not more than one. 6. Aristophanes. 1. Aristophanes and the War. Greek tragedy is more somber than the Elizabethan because it seldom employs that principle of comic relief by which, through a humorous interruption of the tragical, the auditor's tolerance for tragedy is increased. The Greek playwright preferred to keep his tragic drama on a persistently high plane and relegated comedy to a satyr play which carried no serious import, but allowed the excited emotions of the audience to subside into humor and ease. In the course of time, the comic drama declared its independence of tragedy, and a day was allotted to it, at the Dionysian festivals, when the entire program consisted of 3 or 4 comedies written by different authors, played in succession and competing for a separate prize. Comedy, like oratory, had its first Greek bloom in Sicily. About 484 there came to Syracuse from Kos a philosopher, physician, poet, and dramatist, Epicharmus, who expounded Pythagoras, Heraclitus, and rationalism in 35 comedies, of which only occasional quotations remain. 12 years after Epicharmus's arrival in Sicily, the Athenian Archon allowed its first chorus to comedy. The new art developed rapidly under the stimulus of democracy and freedom and became the principal medium in Athens of moral and political satire. The wide license of speech permitted to comedy was a tradition of the Dionysian phallic procession. The abuse of this freedom led in 440 to a law against personal attacks in comedy, but this prohibition was repealed 3 years later, and full freedom of criticism and abuse continued even during the Peloponnesian War. The Greek comedy took the place as political critic of a free press in modern democracies. We hear of many comic dramatists before Aristophanes, and the great Rabelais of antiquity even condescended to praise some of them when the smoke of his battles with them had cleared away. Cratinus was the mouthpiece of Cimon, and made rabid war against Pericles, whom he called the squill-headed god almighty. Merciful time has spared us the necessity of reading him. Another forerunner was Pericles, who about 420 satirized in The Wild Men those Athenians who professed to dislike civilization and to long for a return to nature. So old are the brave innovations of our youth. The ablest competitor of Aristophanes was Eupolis. They at first cooperated, then quarreled and parted, after which they satirized each other vigorously, but still agreed in attacking the Democratic Party. If comedy throughout the 5th century was hostile to democracy, it was partly because poets liked money and the aristocracy was rich, but chiefly because the function of Greek comedy was to amuse with criticism, and the Democratic Party was in power. Since the leader of the democracy, Pericles, was sympathetic to new ideas like the emancipation of woman and the development of a rationalist philosophy, the comic dramatists ranged themselves with suspicious unanimity against all forms of radicalism and called for a return to the ways and reputed morals of the men of Marathon. Aristophanes became the voice of this reaction, as Socrates and Euripides were the protagonists of the new ideas. The conflict between religion and philosophy captured the comic stage. Aristophanes had some excuse for liking aristocracy, since he came of a cultured and prosperous family, and appears to have owned land in Aegina. His very name was a patent of nobility, meaning the best made manifest. Born about 450, he was in the springtime of life when Athens and Sparta began that war which was to be a bitter theme of his plays. The Spartan invasion of Attica compelled him to abandon his country estate and come to live in Athens. He disliked city life and resented the sudden demand upon him to hate Megarians, Corinthians, and Spartans. He denounced this conflict of Greek killing Greek and called, in play after play, for peace. After the death of Pericles in 429, supreme power in Athens passed into the hands of the rich tanner Cleon, who represented those commercial interests that wanted a knockout blow, that is, the utter destruction of Sparta as a competitor for the mastery of Greece. In a lost play, The Babylonians, of 426, Aristophanes subjected Cleon and his policies to such stinging ridicule that the burly Strategos prosecuted him for treason and had him fined. 2 years later, Aristophanes revenged himself by presenting The Knights. Its leading character was Demos, that is, the people, whose major domo was called the Tanner. Everyone understood the transparent allegory, including Cleon, who saw the play. The satire was so sharp that no actor would play the part of the Tanner for fear of political misfortune, whereupon Aristophanes took the role himself. Nicias, the name of the superstitious leader of the oligarchic faction, announces that an oracle has told him that the next ruler of Demos's house will be a sausage seller. Such a huckster comes along, and the slaves hail him as chief that shall be of our glorious Athens. "Prithee," says the sausage seller, "let me go wash my tripes, you make a fool of me." But one Demosthenes assures him that he has just the qualifications for ruling the people. Is he not a rascal and free from all education? The tanner, fearing that he is to be deposed, protests his services and his loyalty to Demos. No one except the harlots, he urges, has done so much for Demos as he. There is the usual Aristophanic burlesque. The sausage seller belabors the tanner with tripe and primes himself for an oratorical contest in the assembly by eating garlic. A contest in adulation ensues to see which of the candidates can praise Demos the more lavishly and deserve better of Demos and his belly. The rivals bring a feast of good things and lay them before Demos like a platter of pre-election promises. The sausage seller proposes that as a test of their honesty, each candidate's locker shall be searched. In the tanner's locker a heap of succulent dainties is found, in particular a massive cake, from which he has cut only a tiny slice for Demos, a reference to a current charge that Cleon had embezzled state funds. The tanner is dismissed, and the sausage seller becomes the ruler of Demos's house. The Wasps of 422 continues the satire on democracy in a milder and weaker vein. The chorus is composed of idle citizens, dressed as wasps, who seek to make an obol or two every day by serving as jurymen, in order that they may, by listening to sycophants and levying confiscatory fines, vote the money of the rich into the coffers of the state and the pockets of the poor. But Aristophanes' ruling interest in these early plays is to ridicule war and promote peace. The hero of the Acarnanians of 425 is Diciopolis, honest citizen, a farmer who complains that his land has been devastated by armies, so that he can no longer live by squeezing wine from his vineyards. He sees no reason for war, and is clear that he himself has no quarrel with the Spartans. Tired of waiting for the generals or the politicians to make peace, he signs a personal treaty with the Lacedaemonians, and when a chorus of war-patriotic neighbors denounces him, he replies, "Well, the very Spartans even, I've my doubts and scruples whether they've been totally to blame in every instance altogether." Chorus: "Not to blame in every instance? Villain, vagabond, how dare ye, talking treason to our faces, to suppose that we will spare ye?" He agrees to let them kill him if he cannot prove that Athens is as much to blame for the war as Sparta. His head is laid upon a chopping block, and he begins his argument. Presently an Athenian general enters, defeated, blustering, and profane. The chorus is disgusted with him and releases Diciopolis, who pleases all by selling a wine called peace. It was a play of considerable audacity, possible only among a people trained to hear the other side. Taking advantage of the peribasis or digression in which the custom of comedy allowed the author to address the audience through the chorus or one of the characters, Aristophanes explained his function as a comic gadfly among the Athenians. Never since our poet presented comedies has he praised himself upon the stage, but he maintains that he has done you much that is good. If you no longer allow yourselves to be too much hoodwinked by strangers or seduced by flattery, if in politics you are no longer the ninnies you once were, it is thanks to him. Formerly, when delegates from other cities wanted to deceive you, they had but to style you the people crowned with violets. At the word violets you at once sat erect on the tips of your bums. Or, if to tickle your vanity someone spoke of rich and sleek Athens, he would get all, because he spoke of you as he would have of anchovies in oil. In cautioning you against such wiles, the poet has done you great service. In the peace of 421, the poet was triumphant. Cleon was dead, and Nicias was about to sign for Athens a treaty pledging peace and friendship with Sparta for 50 years. But a few years later hostilities were resumed, and in 411 Aristophanes, abandoning hope in his fellow citizens, invited the women of Greece to end the bloodshed. As the Lysistrata opens, the ladies of Athens, while their men are still asleep, gather at dawn in council near the Acropolis. They agree to withhold the comforts of love from their spouses until these come to terms with the enemy, and they send an embassy to the women of Sparta to invite their cooperation in this novel campaign for peace. The men, awake at last, call to the women to come home. When these refuse, the men besiege them, but the attackers are repulsed with pails of hot water and torrents of speech. Lysistrata, dissolver of armies, reads the men a lesson. "During the wars of old we bore with you, but we observed you carefully, and oftentimes when we were at home we used to hear that you had decided some matter badly. When we inquired about it, the men would answer, 'What's that to you? Be silent.' And we asked, 'How is it, husband, that you men manage these affairs so foolishly?' The leader of the men answers that women must keep out of public matters because they cannot manage the treasury. As they debate, some of the women steal away to their husbands, muttering Aristophanic excuses. Lysistrata replies, 'Why not? The wives have long had the management of their husbands' purses to the great advantage of both.' She argues so well that the men are finally persuaded to call a conference of the warring states. When the delegates are gathered, Lysistrata arranges that they shall have all the wine they can drink. Soon they are in a happy mood, and the long-delayed treaty is signed. The chorus ends the play with a paean to peace. 2. Aristophanes and the Radicals. Behind the disintegration of Athenian public life, in the view of Aristophanes, lay two basic evils, democracy and irreligion. He agreed with Socrates that the sovereignty of the people had become a sovereignty of politicians, but he was convinced that the skepticism of Socrates, Anaxagoras, and the Sophists had helped to loosen those moral bonds which had once made for social order and personal integrity. In the clouds he made uproarious fun of the new philosophy. An old-fashioned gentleman by the name of Strepsiades, who is looking for an argument that may justify him in repudiating his debts, is delighted to hear that Socrates operates a thinking shop, where one may learn to prove anything, even if it is false. He finds his way to the school of very hard thinkers. In the middle of the classroom he sees Socrates suspended from the ceiling in a basket, engrossed in thought, while some of the students are bent down with noses to the ground. Strepsiades: What are those people doing, stooping so oddly? Student: They are probing the secrets that lie deep as Tartarus. Strepsiades: But why, excuse me, but their hindquarters, why are they stuck up so strangely in the air? Student: Their other ends are studying astronomy. Strepsiades asks Socrates for lessons. Socrates: By what gods do you swear? For the gods are not a current coin with us. He points to the chorus of clouds. These are the real gods. Strepsiades: But come, is there no Zeus? Socrates: There is no Zeus. Strepsiades: But who makes it rain then? Socrates: These clouds. For have you ever seen rain without clouds? But if it were Zeus, he ought to rain in fine weather as well as when clouds appear. Strepsiades: But tell me, who is it that thunders? This makes me tremble. Socrates: These clouds, as they roll, thunder. Strepsiades: How? Socrates: When they are full of water and are driven along, they fall heavily upon each other and burst with a clap. Strepsiades: But who drives them? Is it not Zeus? Socrates: Not at all. The ethereal vortex drives them on. Strepsiades: So the greatest of gods is vortex. But what makes the clap of thunder? Socrates: I will teach you from your own case. Were you ever, after being stuffed with broth at a festival, later disturbed in your stomach, and did a tumult suddenly rumble through you? In another scene, Phidippides, son of Strepsiades, meets in personification just argument and unjust argument. The first tells him that he must imitate the stoic virtues of the men of Marathon, but the other preaches to him the new morality. What good, asks unjust argument, have men ever gained by justice or virtue or moderation? For one honest, successful, and respected man, there can always be found 10 dishonest, successful, and respected men. Consider the gods themselves. They lied, stole, murdered, and committed adultery, and they are worshipped by all the Greeks. When just argument doubts that most successful men have been dishonest, unjust argument asks him, Come now, from what class do our lawyers spring? Just argument: Well, from the blackguards. Unjust argument: Surely. Tell me again, what are our tragic poets? Just argument: Blackguards. Unjust argument: And our public orators? Just argument: Blackguards all. Unjust argument: Now look about you. Turning and pointing to the audience. Which class among our friends here seems the most numerous? Just argument gravely examines the audience. The blackguards have it by a large majority. Phidippides is so apt a pupil of unjust argument that he beats his father on the ground that he is strong enough to do it and enjoys it. And besides, he asks, Did you not beat me when I was a boy? Strepsiades begs for mercy in the name of Zeus, but Phidippides informs him that Zeus no longer exists, having been replaced by Vortex. The enraged father runs out into the streets and calls upon all good citizens to destroy this new philosophy. They attack and burn down the thinking shop, and Socrates barely escapes with his life. We do not know what part this comedy played in the tragedy of Socrates. It was brought out in 423, 24 years before the famous trial. Its good-humored satire does not seem to have offended the philosopher. We are told that he stood throughout the performance to give his enemies a better shot. Plato pictures Socrates and Aristophanes as friends after the performance. Plato himself recommended the play to Dionysius I of Syracuse as a jolly extravaganza, and maintained his own friendship with Aristophanes even after his master's death. Of the 3 accusers of Socrates in 399, one, Meletus, was a child when the comedy was presented, and another, Anytus, was on friendly terms with Socrates after the play. Probably the later circulation of the play as literature did the sage more harm than its original performance. Socrates himself, in Plato's report of his defenses, referred to the play as one of the major sources of that bad reputation which was prejudicing his case with the jurors. There was another target in Athens, at which Aristophanes aimed his satire, and in this case the mood was one of implacable hostility. He distrusted the skepticism of the sophists, the moral, economic, and political individualism that was undermining the state, the sentimental feminism that was agitating the women, and the socialism that was arousing the slaves. All these evils he saw at their clearest in Euripides, and he resolved to destroy with laughter the influence of the great dramatist upon the mind of Greece. He began in 411 with a play which he called the Thesmophoriazusi, from the women who celebrated in sexual exclusiveness the feast of Demeter and Persephone. The assembled devotees discuss the latest quips of Euripides against their sex and plan revenge. Euripides gets wind of the proceedings and persuades his father-in-law, Mnesilicus, to dress as a woman and enter the meeting to defend him. The first complainant alleges that the tragic dramatist has deprived her of a living. Formerly she made wreaths for the temples, but since Euripides has shown that there are no gods, the temple business has been ruined. Mnesilicus defends Euripides on the ground that his worst sayings about women are visibly and audibly true, and are mild compared with what women themselves know to be their faults. The ladies suspect that this traducer of the sex cannot be a woman. They tear off Mnesilicus's disguise, and he saves himself from dismemberment only by snatching a babe from a woman's arms and threatening to kill it if they touch him. As they nevertheless attack him, he unwraps the child and finds that it is a wineskin disguised to escape the collector of internal revenue. He proposes to cut its throat just the same, much to the distress of its owner. "Spare my darling," she cries, "or at least bring a bowl, and if it must die, let us catch its blood." Mnesilicus solves the problem by drinking the wine, and meanwhile sending an appeal to Euripides for rescue. Euripides appears in various parts from his plays, now as Menelaus, now as Perseus, now as Echo, and finally arranges Mnesilicus's escape. The Frogs of 405 returns to the assault despite Euripides' death. Dionysus, god of the drama, is dissatisfied with the surviving playwrights of Athens and descends to Hades to bring back Euripides. As he is ferried over to the lower world, a choir of frogs greets him with a croaking chorus that must have provided a month's catchword for young Athenians. Aristophanes pokes much fun at Dionysus in passing and boldly parodies the mysteries of Eleusis. When the god arrives in Hades, he finds Euripides attempting to unseat Aeschylus as king of all dramatists. Aeschylus accuses Euripides of spreading skepticism and a dangerous casuistry, and of corrupting the morals of Athenian women and youth. Ladies of refinement, he says, have been known to kill themselves through shame at having heard Euripides' obscenities. A pair of scales is brought in, and each poet throws into it lines from his plays. One mighty phrase of Aeschylus, here the satire strikes the older poet too, tips the scale against a dozen of Euripides. At last Aeschylus proposes that the younger dramatist shall leap into one scale with wife, children, and baggage, while he will guarantee to find a couplet that will outweigh them all. In the end, the great skeptic loses the contest, and Aeschylus is brought back to Athens as victor. This oldest-known essay in literary criticism received the first prize from the judges, and so pleased the audience that another performance of it was given a few days afterward. In a middling play called the Ecclesiazusi, of 393, that is, the Assemblywomen, Aristophanes turned his laughter upon the radical movement in general. The ladies of Athens disguise themselves as men, pack the assembly, outvote their husbands, brothers, and sons, and elect themselves rulers of the state. Their leader is a fiery suffragette, Praxagora, who berates her sex as fools for letting themselves be ruled by such dolts as men, and proposes that all wealth shall be divided equally among the citizens, leaving the slaves uncontaminated with gold. The attack upon Utopia takes a more graceful form in Aristophanes' masterpiece, The Birds of 414. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. The Story of Civilization, Volume 2, The Life of Greece, Part 2, by Will Durant, continued, Cassette 3, Side 2. The attack upon Utopia takes a more graceful form in Aristophanes' masterpiece, The Birds of 414. Two citizens who despair of Athens climb up to the abode of the birds, hoping to find there an ideal life. With the help of the birds, they build, between earth and heaven, a utopian city, Nephelococcygia, or Cloud Cuckoo Land. The birds, in a chorus as lyrically perfect as anything in the tragic poets, apostrophize mankind. Ye children of man, whose life is a span, protracted with sorrow from day to day, naked and featherless, feeble and querulous, sickly calamitous creatures of clay, Attend to the words of the sovereign birds, immortal, illustrious lords of the air, who survey from on high with a merciful eye your struggles of misery, labor, and care. The birds plan to intercept all communication between the gods and men. No sacrifices shall be allowed to mount to heaven. Soon, say the reformers, the old gods will starve and the birds will be supreme. New gods are invented in the image of birds, and those conceived in the image of men are deposed. Finally, an embassy comes from Olympus, seeking a truce. The leader of the birds agrees to take as his wife the handmaiden of Zeus, and the play ends in a happy marriage. 3. The Artist and the Thinker. Aristophanes is an unclassifiable mixture of beauty, wisdom, and filth. When the mood is upon him, he can write lyrics of purest Greek serene, which no translator has ever yet conveyed. His dialogue is life itself, or perhaps it is swifter, racier, more vigorous than life dares be. He belongs with Rabelais, Shakespeare, and Dickens in the lusty vitality of his style, and like theirs his characters give us more keenly the shape and aroma of the time than all the works of the historians. No one who has not read Aristophanes can know the Athenians. His plots are ridiculous and are put together with an almost extempore carelessness. Sometimes the main theme is exhausted before the play is half through, and the remainder limps forward on the crutches of burlesque. The humor is generally of a low order. It cracks and groans with facile puns, drags itself out to tragic lengths, and too often depends upon digestion, reproduction, and excretion. In the Acharnians we hear of a character who eases himself continuously for 8 months. In the Clouds, the major forms of human waste are mingled with sublime philosophy. Every second page offers us rumps, wind, bosoms, gonads, coitus, pederasty, onanism. Everything is here. He charges his old rival, Cratinus, with nocturnal incontinence. He is the most contemporary of ancient poets, for nothing is so timeless as obscenity. Coming to him after any other Greek author, worst of all after Euripides, he seems depressingly vulgar, and we find it difficult to imagine the same audience enjoying them both. If we are good conservatives, we can stomach all this on the ground that Aristophanes attacks every form of radicalism and upholds devotedly every ancient virtue and vice. He is the most immoral of all Greek writers known to us, but he hopes to make up for it by attacking immorality. He is always found on the side of the rich, but he denounces cowardice. He lies pitilessly about Euripides, living and dead, but assails dishonesty. He describes the women of Athens as unbelievably coarse, but he exposes Euripides for defaming them. He burlesques the gods so boldly that in comparison with the pious Socrates, we must picture him as an hilarious atheist. But he is all for religion and accuses the philosophers of undermining the gods. Yet it took real courage to caricature the powerful Cleon and to paint the faults of Demos to Demos's face. It took insight to see in the trend of religion and morals, from sophistic skepticism to Epicurean individualism, a basic danger to the life of Athens. Perhaps Athens would have fared better if it had taken some of his advice, moderated her imperialism, made an early peace with Sparta, and mitigated with aristocratic leadership the chaos and corruption of post-Periclean democracy. Aristophanes failed because he did not take his own counsels seriously enough to observe them himself. His excesses of pornography and abuse were partly responsible for the law forbidding personal satire, and though the law was soon repealed, the old comedy of political criticism died before the death of Aristophanes in 385, and was replaced even in his later plays by the middle comedy of manners and romance. But the vitality of the Greek comic theater disappeared along with its extravagance and brutality. Philemon and Menander rose and passed and were forgotten, while Aristophanes survived all changes of moral and literary fashions to come down to our own time with 11 of his 42 plays intact. Even today, despite all difficulties of understanding and translation, Aristophanes is alive, and, if we hold our noses, we can read him with profane delight. 7. The Historians. Prose was not completely forgotten in this heyday of dramatic poetry. Oratory, stimulated by democracy and litigation, became one of the passions of Greece. As early as 466, Corax of Syracuse wrote a treatise, Techne Logon, the art of words, to guide the citizen who wished to address an assembly or a jury. Here already are the traditional divisions of an oration into introduction, narrative, argument, subsidiary remarks, and peroration. Gorgias brought the art to Athens, and Antiphon used the ornate style of Gorgias in speeches and pamphlets devoted to oligarchical propaganda. In Lysias, Greek oratory became more natural and vivid, but it was only in the greatest statesmen, like Themistocles and Pericles, that the public address rose above all visible artifice and proved the effectiveness of simple speech. The new weapon was sharpened by the sophists and so thoroughly exploited by their pupils that when the oligarchic party seized power in 404, it forbade the further teaching of rhetoric. The great achievement of Periclean prose was history. In a sense, it was the 5th century that discovered the past and consciously sought for a perspective of man in time. In Herodotus, historiography has all the charm and vigor of youth. In Thucydides, 50 years later, it has already reached a degree of maturity which no later age has ever surpassed. What separates and distinguishes these two historians is the sophist philosophy. Herodotus was the simpler, perhaps the kindlier, certainly the more cheerful spirit. He was born in Halicarnassus about 484, of a family exalted enough to participate in political intrigue. Because of his uncle's adventures, he was exiled at the age of 32, and began those far-reaching travels that supplied the background for his histories. He passed down through Phoenicia to Egypt, as far south as Elephantine. He moved west to Cyrene, east to Susa, north to the Greek cities on the Black Sea. Wherever he went, he observed and inquired with the eye of a scientist and the curiosity of a child. And when, about 447, he settled down in Athens, he was armed with a rich assortment of notes concerning the geography, history, and manners of the Mediterranean states. With these notes, and a little plagiarizing of Hecataeus and other predecessors, he composed the most famous of all historical works, recording the life and history of Egypt, the Near East, and Greece from their legendary origins to the close of the Persian War. An ancient story tells how he read parts of his book publicly at Athens and Olympia, and so pleased the Athenians with his account of the war and their exploits in it that they voted him 12 talents, or $60,000, which any historian will consider too pleasant to be true. The introduction announces the purpose of the book in grand style. This is a presentation of the inquiries of Herodotus of Halicarnassus, to the end that time may not obliterate the great and marvelous deeds of the Hellenes and the barbarians, and especially that the causes for which they waged war with one another may not be forgotten. Since all the nations of the eastern Mediterranean are brought into the narrative, the book is, in a limited sense, a universal history, much broader in its scope than the narrow subject of Thucydides. The story is unconsciously unified by the contrast of barbarian despotism with Greek democracy, and moves, though by halting steps and confusing digressions, to a foreshadowed and epic end at Salamis. The purpose is to record wondrous deeds and wars, and in truth the tale sometimes recalls Gibbon's regrettable misunderstanding of history as little more than the register of the crimes, follies, and misfortunes of mankind. Nevertheless, Herodotus, though he speaks in only the most incidental way of literature, science, philosophy, and art, finds room for 1,000 interesting illustrations of the dress, manners, morals, and beliefs of the societies he describes. He tells us how Egyptian cats jump into the fire, how the Danubians get drunk on smells, how the walls of Babylon were built, how the Massagetae eat their parents, and how the priestess of Athena at Pedasus grew a mighty beard. He presents not only kings and queens, but men of all degrees, and women who are excluded from Thucydides enliven these pages with their scandals, their beauty, their cruelties, and their charm. There is, as Strabo says, much nonsense in Herodotus, but our historian, like Aristotle, covers a vast field, and has many opportunities to err. His ignorance is as wide as his learning, his credulity is as great as his wisdom. He thinks that the semen of Ethiopians is black, accepts the legend that the Lacedaemonians won battles because they had brought the bones of Orestes to Sparta, and reports incredible figures for the size of Xerxes' army, the casualties of the Persians, and the almost woundless victories of the Greeks. His account is patriotic, but not unjust. He gives both sides of most political disputes, signalizes the heroism of the invaders, and testifies to the honor and chivalry of the Persians. When he depends on foreign informants, he makes his greatest mistakes. So he thinks that Nebuchadrezzar was a woman, that the Alps are a river, and that Cheops came after Rameses III. But when he deals with matters that he has had a chance to observe in person, he is more reliable, and his statements are increasingly confirmed as our knowledge grows. He swallows many superstitions, records many miracles, quotes oracles piously, and darkens his pages with omens and auguries. He gives the dates of Semele, Dionysus, and Heracles, and presents all history like a Greek Bossuet, as the drama of the divine providence rewarding the virtues and punishing the sins, crimes, and insolent prosperity of men. But he has his rationalistic moments, perhaps having heard the sophists in his later years. He suggests that Homer and Hesiod gave name and form to the Olympian deities, that custom determines men's faiths, and that one man knows as much as another about the gods. Having accepted Providence as the final arbiter of history, he puts it aside and looks for natural causes. He compares and identifies the myths of Dionysus and Osiris in the manner of a scientist. He smiles tolerantly at some tales of divine intervention and offers a possible natural explanation. And he reveals his general method with a twinkle in his eye when he says, "I am under obligation to tell what is reported, but I am not obliged to believe it, and let this hold for every narrative in this history." He is the first Greek historian whose works have come down to us, and in that sense Cicero may be forgiven for calling him the father of history. Lucian, like most of the ancients, ranked him above Thucydides. Nevertheless, the difference between the mind of Herodotus and that of Thucydides is almost the difference between adolescence and maturity. Thucydides is one of the phenomena of the Greek Enlightenment, a descendant of the Sophists, as Gibbon was a spiritual nephew of Bayle and Voltaire. His father was a rich Athenian who owned gold mines in Thrace. His mother was a Thracian of distinguished family. He received all the education available in Athens and grew up in the odor of skepticism. When the Peloponnesian War broke out, he kept a record of it from day to day. In 430 he suffered from the plague. In 424, aged 36 or 40, he was chosen one of 2 generals to command a naval expedition to Thrace. Because he failed to lead his forces to Amphipolis in time to relieve it from siege, he was exiled by the Athenians. He spent the next 20 years of his life in travel, especially in the Peloponnesus. To this direct acquaintance with the enemy we owe something of the impressive impartiality that distinguishes his book. The oligarchic revolution of 404 ended his exile, and he returned to Athens. He died, some say by murder, in or before 396, leaving unfinished his History of the Peloponnesian War. He begins it simply. Thucydides, an Athenian, wrote the history of the war between the Peloponnesians and the Athenians from the moment that it broke out, believing that it would be an important war and more worthy of relation than any that had preceded it. He opens his introductory narrative where Herodotus left off, at the close of the Persian War. It is a pity that the genius of the greatest Greek historians saw nothing worthier of relation in Greek life than its wars. Herodotus wrote partly with an eye to entertain the educated reader. Thucydides writes to furnish information for future historians, and the guidance of precedent for future statesmanship. Herodotus wrote in a loose and easy-going style, inspired perhaps by the rambling epics of Homer. Thucydides, like one who has heard the philosophers, the orators, and the dramatists, writes in a style often involved and obscure because it attempts to be at once brief, precise, and profound, a style occasionally spoiled by Gorgian rhetoric and embellishment, but sometimes as terse and vivid as Tacitus, and rising, in the more crucial moments, to a dramatic power as intense as anything in Euripides. Nothing in the dramatists can surpass the pages that describe the expedition to Syracuse, the vacillations of Nicias, and the horrors that followed his defeat. Herodotus ranged from place to place and from age to age. Thucydides forces his story into a rigid chronological frame of seasons and years, sacrificing the continuity of his narrative. Herodotus wrote in terms of personalities rather than processes, feeling that processes operate through personalities. Thucydides, though he recognizes the role of exceptional individuals in history and occasionally lightens his theme with a portrait of Pericles or Alcibiades or Nicias, leans rather to impersonal recording and the consideration of causes, developments, and results. Herodotus wrote of far-off events reported to him in most cases at second or third hand. Thucydides speaks often as an eyewitness, or as one who has spoken with eyewitnesses or has seen the original documents. In several instances he gives the documents concerned. He has a keen conscience for accuracy. Even his geography has been verified in detail. He seldom passes moralistic judgments upon men or events. He lets his patrician scorn of Athenian democracy get the better of him in picturing Cleon, but for the greater part he keeps himself aloof from his story, gives the facts with fairness to both sides, and recounts the story of Thucydides's brief military career as if he had never known, much less been, the man. He is the father of scientific method in history, and is proud of the care and industry with which he has worked. On the whole, he says, with a glance at Herodotus, the conclusions I have drawn from the proofs quoted may, I believe, be safely relied on. Assuredly they will not be disturbed either by the lays of a poet displaying the exaggeration of his craft, or by the positions of the chroniclers that are attractive at truth's expense, the subjects they treat being out of the reach of evidence, and time having robbed most of them of historical value by enthroning them in the region of legend. Turning from these, we can rest satisfied with having proceeded upon the clearest data, and having arrived at conclusions as exact as can be expected in matters of such antiquity. The absence of romance in my history will, I fear, detract somewhat from its interest. But if it be judged useful by those inquirers who desire an exact knowledge of the past as an aid to the interpretation of the future, which in the course of human affairs must resemble if it does not reflect the past, I shall be content. In fine, I have written my work not as an essay which is to win the applause of the moment, but as a possession for all time. Nevertheless, he yields accuracy to interest in one particular. He has a passion for putting elegant speeches into the mouths of his characters. He frankly admits that these orations are mostly imaginary, but they help him to explain and vivify personalities, ideas, and events. He claims that each speech represents the substance of an address actually given at the time. If this is true, all Greek statesmen and generals must have studied rhetoric with Gorgias, philosophy with the Sophists, and ethics with Thrasymachus. The speeches have all the same style, the same subtlety, the same realism of view. They make the laconic Laconian as windy as any sophist-bred Athenian. They put the most undiplomatic arguments into the mouths of diplomats, and the most compromising honesty into the words of generals. The funeral oration of Pericles is an excellent essay on the virtues of Athens, and comes with fine grace from the pen of an exile. But Pericles was famous for simplicity of speech rather than for rhetoric, and Plutarch spoils the romance by saying that Pericles left nothing written, and that of his sayings hardly anything was preserved. Thucydides has defects corresponding to his virtues. He is as severe as a Thracian, and lacks the vivacity and wit of the Athenian spirit. There is no humor in his book. He is so absorbed in this war of which Thucydides is the historian, a proudly recurring phrase, that he has an eye only for political and military events. He fills his pages with martial details, but makes no mention of any artist or any work of art. He seeks causes sedulously, but seldom sinks beneath political to economic factors in the determination of events. Though writing for future generations, he tells us nothing of the constitutions of the Greek states, nothing of the life of the cities, nothing of the institutions of society. He is as exclusive towards women as towards the gods. He will not have them in his story. And he makes the gallant Pericles, who risked his career for a courtesan advocate of feminine freedom, say that a woman's best fame is to be as seldom as possible mentioned by men, either for censure or for praise. Face to face with the greatest age in the history of culture, he loses himself in the logic-chopping fluctuations of military victory and defeat, and leaves unsung the vibrant life of the Athenian mind. He remains a general even after he has become an historian. We are grateful for him, nevertheless, and must not complain too much that he did not write what he did not undertake to write. Here at least is an historical method, a reverence for truth, an acuteness of observation, an impartiality of judgment, a passing splendor of language and fascination of style, a mind both sharp and profound, whose ruthless realism is a tonic to our naturally romantic souls. Here are no legends, no myths, and no miracles. He accepts the heroic tales, but tries to explain them in naturalistic terms. As for the gods, he is devastatingly silent. They have no place in his history. He is sarcastic about oracles and their safe ambiguity, and scornfully exposes the stupidity of Nicias in relying upon oracles rather than knowledge. He recognizes no guiding providence, no divine plan, not even progress. He sees life and history as a tragedy at once sordid and noble, redeemed now and then by great men, but always relapsing into superstition and war. In him the conflict between religion and philosophy is decided, and philosophy wins. Plutarch and Athenaeus refer to hundreds of Greek historians. Nearly all of them but Herodotus and Thucydides in the Golden Age have been covered up by the silt of time, and of the later historians only paragraphs remain. The case is no different with the other forms of Greek literature. Of the hundreds of tragic dramatists who won prizes at the Dionysia, we have a few plays by 3. Of the many comic writers, we have 1. Of the great philosophers, we have 2. All in all, not more than 1/20th survives from the critically acclaimed literature of 5th century Greece, and from the earlier and later centuries even less. Most of what we have comes from Athens. The other cities, as we can tell from the philosophers that they sent to Athens, were fertile in genius too, but their culture was sooner engulfed by barbarism from without and from below, and their manuscripts were lost in the disorder of revolution and war. We must judge the whole from the fragments of a part. Even so, it is a rich heritage, if not in quantity, but who has absorbed it all, surely in form. Form and order are the essence of the classic style in literature as well as in art. The typical Greek writer, like the Greek artist, is never satisfied with mere expression, but longs to give form and beauty to his material. He cuts his matter down to brevity, rearranges it into clarity, transforms it into a complex simplicity. He is always direct and seldom obscure. He shuns exaggeration and bias, and even when he is romantic in feeling, he struggles to be logical in thought. This persistent effort to subordinate fancy to reason is the dominant quality of the Greek mind, even of Greek poetry. Therefore, Greek literature is modern, or rather contemporary. We find it hard to understand Dante or Milton, but Euripides and Thucydides are kin to us mentally and belong to our age. And that is because, though myths may differ, reason remains the same, and the life of reason makes brothers of its lovers in all times and everywhere. Chapter 18. The Suicide of Greece. 1. The Greek World in the Age of Pericles. Let us, before facing the melancholy spectacle of the Peloponnesian War, glance at the Greek world outside of Attica. Our knowledge of these other states in this period is so fragmentary that we are left to assume, what we cannot prove, that they shared to a minor degree in the cultural blossoming of the Golden Age. In 459, Pericles, anxious to control Egyptian grain, sent a great fleet to expel the Persians from Egypt. The expedition failed, and thereafter Pericles adopted the policy of Themistocles, to win the world by commerce rather than by war. Throughout the 5th century, Egypt and Cyprus continued under Persian rule. Rhodes remained free, and the merger of its 3 cities into one in 408 prepared it to become in the Hellenistic period one of the richest commercial centers in the Mediterranean. The Greek cities of Asia preserved their independence, one at Mycale in 479, until the destruction of the Athenian Empire left them helpless again before the tribute collectors of the great king. The Greek colonies in Thrace and on the Hellespont, the Propontis and the Euxine, prospered under Athenian domination, but were impoverished by the Peloponnesian War. Under Archelaus, Macedonia passed out of barbarism and became one of the powers of the Greek world. Good roads were laid down, a disciplined army was formed out of the hardy mountaineers, a handsome new capital was built at Pella, and many Greek geniuses like Timotheus, Xerxes, and Euripides found welcome at the court. Boeotia, in this period, produced Pindar and gave to Greece in the Boeotian Confederacy an unappreciated example of how independent states might live in peace and cooperation. In Italy, the Greek cities suffered from frequent wars and from Athenian ascendancy in maritime trade. In 443, Pericles sent out a group of Hellenes, gathered from different states, to establish near the site of Sybaris the new colony of Thurii as an experiment in pan-Hellenic unity. Protagoras drew up a code of laws for the city, and Hippodamus the architect laid out the streets on a rectangular plan that was to be widely imitated in the following centuries. Within a few years, the colonists divided into factions according to their origin, and most of the Athenians, probably including Herodotus, went back to Athens. Sicily, always turbulent but always fertile, continued to grow in wealth and culture. Silenus and Acragas built massive temples, and under Theron, Acragas became so rich that Empedocles remarked, "The men of Acragas devote themselves wholly to luxury as if they were to die tomorrow, but they furnish their houses as if they were to live forever." Gelon I, when he died in 478, left Syracuse a system of administration almost as effective as that which Napoleon bequeathed to modern France. Under his brother and successor, Hiram I, the city became a center not only of trade and wealth, but of literature, science, and art. There, too, luxury reached dizzy heights. Syracusan banquets became a byword for extravagance, and Corinthian girls were so numerous in the city that any man who slept at home was considered a saint. The citizens were quick of mind and sharp of tongue. They enjoyed good oratory to their ruin, and crowded to hear in their magnificent open-air theater the comedies of Epicharmus and the tragedies of Aeschylus. Hiram was a tyrant of bad temper and goodwill, cruel to his enemies and generous to his friends. He opened his court and purse to Simonides, Bacchylides, Pindar, and Aeschylus, and with their help made Syracuse for a moment the intellectual capital of Greece. But man cannot live on art alone. The Syracusans thirsted for the wine of freedom, and after the death of Hiram they deposed his brother and set up a limited democracy. The other Greek cities in the island took courage and likewise expelled their dictators. The trading classes overthrew the landowning aristocracies and established a commercial democracy superimposed upon a system of ruthless slavery. After some 60 years, war ended this interlude of liberty as it had ended another through Gelon I. In 409, the Carthaginians, who had kept alive through 3 generations the memory of Hamilcar's defeat at Himera, invaded Sicily with an armada of 1,500 ships and 20,000 men under Hamilcar's grandson, Hannibal. He laid siege to Salamis, which had become pacific under prosperity and had neglected to keep its defenses in repair. The surprised city appealed for help to Acragas and Syracuse, whose comfortable citizens responded with Spartan leisureliness. Salamis was taken, all the survivors were massacred and mutilated, and the city became a part of the Carthaginian Empire. Hannibal proceeded to Himera, captured it with ease, and put 3,000 prisoners to torture and death to appease the shade of his grandfather. A plague decimated his troops and took off Hannibal himself as they besieged Acragas, but his successor mollified the gods of Carthage by burning alive his own son as an offering. The Carthaginians took the city, took Gela and Camarina, and marched on toward Syracuse. The terrified Syracusans, interrupted in their banquets, gave absolute power to their ablest general, Dionysius. But Dionysius made peace with the Carthaginians, ceded to them all southern Sicily, and used his troops to establish a second dictatorship in 405. It was not all treachery. Dionysius knew that resistance was useless. He surrendered everything but his army and his city, and resolved to strengthen both until he, too, like Gelon, could expel the invaders from Sicily. 2. How the Great War began. Just as the simple soul must picture deity in the form of a man, so the simple citizen must conceive the causes of war to be personal, usually one person. Even Aristophanes, like some gossips of his time, would have it that Pericles brought on the Peloponnesian War by attacking Megara because Megara had offended Aspasia. It is probable that Pericles, who had not hesitated to conquer Aegina, had dreamed of completing Athens's control of Greek trade by dominating not only Megara but Corinth, which was to Greece what Istanbul is to the eastern Mediterranean today, a door and a key to half a continent's trade. But the basic cause of the war was the growth of the Athenian Empire and the development of Athenian control over the commercial and political life of the Aegean. Athens allowed free trade there in time of peace, but only by imperial sufferance. No vessel might sail that sea without her consent. Athenian agents decided the destination of every vessel that left the grain ports of the north. Methone, starving with drought, had to ask Athens's leave to import a little corn. Athens defended this domination as a vital necessity. She was dependent upon imported food, and was determined to guard the routes by which that food came. In policing the avenues of international trade, Athens performed a real service to peace and prosperity in the Aegean, but the process became more and more irksome as the pride and wealth of the subject cities grew. The funds that these had contributed for defense against Persia were being used for the adornment of Athens, even for the financing of Athenian wars upon other Greeks. Periodically the assessment had been increased until it was now, in 432, some 460 talents, or $2,300,000 per year. Athens reserved to Athenian courts the right to try all cases arising within the Confederacy that involved Athenian citizens or major crimes. If any city resisted, it was reduced by force, so Pericles with efficient dispatch suppressed rebellions in Aegina, Euboea, and Samos. If we may believe Thucydides, the democratic leaders at Athens, while making liberty the idol of their policy among Athenians, frankly recognized that the confederacy of free cities had become an empire of force. "You should remember," says Thucydides' Cleon to the assembly, "that your empire is a despotism exercised over unwilling subjects who are always conspiring against you. They do not obey in return for any kindness which you do them to your own injury, but only in so far as you are their master. They have no love for you, but they are held down by force." The inherent contradiction between the worship of liberty and the despotism of empire cooperated with the individualism of the Greek states to end the Golden Age. The resistance to Athenian policy came from nearly every state in Greece. Boeotia fought off at Coronea in 447 the attempt of Athens to include it in the empire. Some subject cities and others that feared to become subject appealed to Sparta to check the Athenian power. The Spartans were not eager for war, knowing the strength and valor of the Athenian fleet. But the old racial antipathy between Dorian and Ionian inflamed them, and the Athenian custom of establishing in every city democracies dependent upon the empire seemed to the landowning oligarchy of Sparta a threat to aristocratic government everywhere. For a time the Spartans contented themselves with supporting the upper classes in every city and slowly forging a united front against Athens. Surrounded by enemies abroad and at home, Pericles worked for peace and prepared for war. The army, he calculated, could protect Attica, or all of Attica's population gathered within Athens's walls, and the navy could keep open the routes by which Euxine or Egyptian grain might enter Athens's walled port. It was his judgment that no real concessions could be made without endangering that supply of food. It seemed to him, as now to England, a choice between empire and starvation. Nevertheless, he sent envoys to all the Greek states, inviting them to an Hellenic conference which would seek a peaceful solution of the problems that were leading to war. Sparta refused to attend, feeling that her acceptance would be construed as an acknowledgment of Athenian hegemony, and at her secret suggestion so many other states rejected the invitation that the project fell through. Meanwhile, says Thucydides in a sentence that explains much history, the Peloponnesus and Athens were both full of young men whose inexperience made them eager to take up arms. These basic factors being present, the coming of war awaited some provocative incident. In 435, Corcyra, a Corinthian colony, declared itself independent of Corinth, and presently she joined the Athenian Confederacy for protection. Corinth sent a fleet to reduce the island. Athens, appealed to by the victorious Democrats of Corcyra, sent a fleet to help them. An indecisive battle took place in which the navies of Corcyra and Athens fought against those of Megara and Corinth. In 432, Potidaea, a city in Chalcidice tributary to Athens but Corinthian in blood, attempted to expel the Athenian power. Pericles sent an army to besiege it, but its resistance continued for 2 years and weakened the military resources and prestige of Athens. When Megara gave further help to Corinth, Pericles ordered all Megarian products excluded from the markets of Attica and the empire. Megara and Corinth appealed to Sparta. Sparta proposed to Athens a repeal of this Megarian decree. Pericles agreed on condition that Sparta permit foreign states to trade with Laconia. Sparta refused. Instead, she laid down as a prerequisite to peace that Athens should acknowledge the full independence of all Greek cities. That is, that Athens should surrender her empire. Pericles persuaded the Athenians to reject this demand, and Sparta declared war. 3. From the plague to the peace. Nearly all Greece ranged itself on one or the other side. Every state in the Peloponnesus except Argos supported Sparta. So did Corinth, Megara, Boeotia, Locris, and Phocis. Athens, at the outset, had the half-hearted help of the Ionian and Euxine cities and the Aegean Isles. Like the World War of our own time, the first phase of the struggle was a contest between sea power and land power. The Athenian fleet laid waste the coastal towns of the Peloponnesus, while the Spartan army invaded Attica, seized the crops, and ruined the soil. Pericles called the population of Attica within the walls of Athens, refused to let his troops go out to battle, and advised the excited Athenians to bide their time and wait for their navy to win the war. His calculations were strategically sound, but they ignored a factor that almost decided the conflict. The crowding of Athens led in 430 to a plague, probably malaria, which raged for nearly 3 years, killing a fourth of the soldiers and a great number of the civilian population. The people, desperate with the combined sufferings of epidemic and war, accused Pericles of responsibility for both. Cleon and others indicted him on the charge of misusing public funds. Since he had apparently employed state money to bribe the Spartan kings to peace, he was unable to give a satisfactory accounting. He was convicted, deposed from office, and fined the enormous sum of 50 talents, or $300,000. About the same time, his sister and his 2 legitimate sons died of the plague. The Athenians, finding no leader to replace him, recalled him to power in 429, and to show their esteem for him and their sympathy in his bereavement, they overrode a law that he himself had passed, and bestowed citizenship upon the son that Aspasia had borne to him. But the aging statesman had himself been infected by the plague. He grew weaker day by day, and died within a few months after his restoration to office. Under him Athens had reached her zenith, but because that height had been attained in part through the wealth of an unwilling confederacy, and through a power that invited almost universal hostility, the Golden Age was unsound in its foundations and was doomed to disaster when Athenian statesmanship failed in the strategy of peace. Perhaps, as Thucydides suggests, Athens might have come through to victory nevertheless if it had pursued to the end the Fabian policy laid down by Pericles. But his successors were too impatient to carry out a program that required a proud self-control. The new masters of the Democratic Party were merchants like Cleon, the dealer in leather, Eucrates, the rope-seller, Hyperbolus, the lamp-maker, and these men demanded an active war on land as well as sea. Cleon was the ablest of them, the most eloquent, unscrupulous, and corrupt. Plutarch describes him as the first orator among the Athenians that pulled off his cloak and smote his thigh when addressing the people. Cleon made it a point, says Aristotle, to appear on the rostrum in the garb of a working man. He was the first in a long line of demagogues that ruled Athens from the death of Pericles to the loss of Athenian independence at Chaeronea in 338. Cleon's ability was proved in 425 when the Athenian fleet besieged a Spartan army on the island of Sphacteria, near Messenian Pylos. No admiral seemed capable of taking the stronghold, but when the assembly gave Cleon charge of the siege, half hoping that he would be killed in action, he surprised all by carrying through the attack with a skill and courage that forced the Lacedaemonians to an unprecedented surrender. Sparta, humbled, offered peace and alliance in return for the captured men, but Cleon's oratory persuaded the assembly to reject the offer and continue the war. His hold on the populace was strengthened by a proposal, easily carried, that the Athenians should henceforth pay no taxes to the support of the war, but should finance it by raising the tribute exacted of the subject cities in the empire. This in 424. In these cities, as in Athens, the policy of Cleon was to get as much money out of the rich as he could find. When the upper classes of Mytilene rebelled, overthrew the democracy and declared Lesbos free of allegiance to Athens in 429, Cleon moved that all adult males in the disaffected city be put to death. The assembly, perhaps a mere quorum, agreed, and sent a ship with orders to that effect to Pericles, the Athenian general who had put down the revolt. When word of the ruthless edict got about Athens, the steadier heads called for another meeting of the assembly, secured the repeal of the decree, and dispatched a second ship, which reached Pericles just in time to prevent a massacre. Pericles sent to Athens 1,000 ringleaders who, at Cleon's suggestion, and in accordance with the custom of the age, were all put to death. Cleon redeemed himself by dying in battle against the Spartan hero Brasidas, who was capturing one after another of the cities subject or allied to Athens in the mainland north. It was in this campaign that Thucydides lost his naval commission and his Athenian residence by coming up too tardily to the relief of Amphipolis, which commanded the gold mines of Thrace. Brasidas having died in the same campaign, Sparta, left leaderless in the face of a threatened Helot revolt, offered peace again, and Athens, for once taking the advice of the oligarchic leader, signed the Peace of Nicias in 421. The rival cities not only declared the war ended, but signed an alliance for 50 years, and Athens committed herself to go to the help of Sparta should the Helots rise. 4. Alcibiades. 3 factors turned this pledge of half a century of friendship into a brief truce of 6 years. The diplomatic corruption of the peace into war by other means, the rise of Alcibiades as the leader of a faction that favored renewed hostilities, and the attempt of Athens to conquer the Dorian colonies in Sicily. Sparta's allies refused to sign the agreement. They fell away from Sparta as now a weakened state and transferred their alliance to Athens. Alcibiades, while keeping Athens formally at peace, maneuvered them into a war with Sparta and united them in battle against her at Mantinea in 418. Sparta won and Greece relapsed into an angry truce. Meanwhile, Athens sent a fleet to the Dorian isle of Melos to demand its entrance as a subject state into the Athenian Empire in 416. According to Thucydides, who here probably sinks the historian into the sophistical philosopher or the revengeful exile, the Athenian envoys gave no other reason for their action than that might is right. Of the gods we believe, and of men we know, that by a necessary law of their nature they rule wherever they can. And it is not as if we were the first to make this law, or to act upon it. We found it existing before, and shall leave it to exist forever after us. All we do is to make use of it, knowing that you and everybody else, having the same power as we have, would do the same as we do. The Melians refused to yield, and announced that they would put their trust in the gods. Later, as irresistible reinforcements came to the Athenian fleet, they surrendered at the discretion of the conquerors. The Athenians put to death all adult males who fell into their hands, sold the women and children as slaves, and gave the island to 500 Athenian colonists. Athens rejoiced in the conquest and prepared to illustrate in a living tragedy the theme of her dramatists, that a vengeful nemesis pursues all insolent success. Alcibiades was one of those who, in the assembly, defended the resolution condemning the male population of Melos to death. His support for any motion usually sufficed to carry it, for he was now the most famous man in Athens, admired for his eloquence, his good looks, his versatile genius, even his faults and crimes. His father, the rich Cleinias, had been killed at the Battle of Coronea. His mother, an Alcmeonid and near relative of Pericles, had persuaded the statesman to bring up Alcibiades in his home. The boy was troublesome but intelligent and brave. At 20 he fought beside Socrates at Potidaea, and at 26 at Delium. The philosopher seems to have felt a warm attachment for the youth, and called him to virtue, says Plutarch, with words that so overcame Alcibiades as to draw tears from his eyes and disturb his very soul. Yet sometimes he would abandon himself to flatterers, when they proposed to him varieties of pleasure, and would desert Socrates, who would then pursue him as if he had been a fugitive slave. The wit and pranks of the young man became the shocked and fascinated gossip of Athens. When Pericles reproved his immodest dogmatism by saying that he too had talked cleverly in his youth, Alcibiades answered, "Pity I couldn't have known you when your brain was at its best." Purely to meet the challenge of his fellow roisterers, he publicly struck in the face one of Athens's richest and most powerful men, Hipponicus. The next morning he entered the house of the frightened magnate, bared his body, and begged Hipponicus to scourge him in punishment. The old man was so overwhelmed that he gave the youth his daughter Hipparete in marriage, with a dowry of 10 talents. Alcibiades persuaded him to double it, and spent most of it on himself. He lived on a scale of luxury never known in Athens before. He filled his home with costly. The Melians refused to yield, and announced that they would put their trust in the gods. Later, as irresistible reinforcements came to the Athenian fleet, once his entries took the 1st, 2nd, and 4th prizes in one contest, whereupon he feasted the whole assembly. He fitted out triremes and paid the expenses of choruses, and when the state called for war contributors, his donations topped all the rest. Free from any inhibition of conscience, convention, or fear, he frolicked through youth and early manhood with such animal spirits that all Athens seemed to enjoy his happiness. He lisped a little, but with a charm that made all fashionable young men lisp. He wore a new cut of shoe, and soon all the gilded youth of the city were wearing Alcibiades' shoes. He violated 100 laws and injured 100 men, but no one dared bring him before a court. His popularity with the Hetairae was so general that he wore on his golden shield an Eros with a thunderbolt, as if to announce his victories in love. His wife, after bearing his infidelities with patience, returned to her father's house and prepared to sue for divorce. But when she appeared before the Archon, Alcibiades caught her up in his arms and carried her home through the marketplace, no one venturing to oppose him. Thereafter she gave him full freedom and contented herself with the crumbs of his love, but her early death suggests a heart broken by his inconstancy. Entering politics after the death of Pericles, he found only one rival, the rich and pious Nicias. But Nicias favored the aristocracy and peace. Therefore Alcibiades set himself to favor the commercial classes, and preached an imperialism that touched Athenian pride. The peace of Nicias was sufficiently discredited in his eyes by bearing his rival's name. In 420 he was elected one of the 10 generals, and began those ambitious schemes that led Athens back into war. When the assembly acclaimed him, Timon the misanthrope rejoiced, predicting great calamities. 5. The Sicilian Adventure. It was the imagination of Alcibiades that ruined the work of Pericles. This book is continued on Cassette 4, Side 1.